Yo! Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking the time to have an extensive look at one of thatguyoftheglasses.com or Channel Awesome's most popular and infamous creators. A look so extensive, in fact, that you might call it a retrospective inside a retrospective. One of a man who has made an insurmountable amount of content over the years. A guy who has written several books, a webcomic or two, internet movies, an ARG series, and has a legacy that extends far beyond himself and into the general culture of the internet at this point. Yes, indeed, we will be taking a look at the one and only Linkara. So, sit back, relax, and get ready for quite the ride into the world of Atop the Fourth Wall, and far, far beyond it. Louis Jeffrey Lovehog, born August 19th of 1987, better known by his online handle, Linkara, is an American YouTuber, internet reviewer, and a writer based in Minnesota who hosts a comic book review show called Atop the Fourth Wall. Now, this comic book review show is what Linkara is most well known for, alongside the likes of his Power Rangers retrospective, playing his character in several collabs and thatguyoftheglasses.com films and the like, and for a bit of controversy that we'll be getting into a bit later. However, unlike others in this retrospective, there is far more that can be said about Louis and his creative ventures before he ever was even close to joining thatguyoftheglasses.com, or hell, even making videos or online content at all. See, before any of that, Louis had actually written and self-published a couple of books, 4 to be exact, all part of the same series that he titled Angel Armor. The saga was written between the ages of 14 to 19 by Louis. That is to say that he wrote the first book when he was only 14, and the last one by the time he was 19. While sometimes discussed in very, very basic terms, these novels are almost never talked about in any sort of real detail when examining the history of Louis and his, well, creative ventures. In fact, in my research, I found that there was really only a couple of videos in existence out there that even brought the topic of these novels up. And there's one fellow that happened to review the first book years and years ago, and that's about it. And because I'm a crazy person with way too much time on his hands, who feels the need to make my videos as comprehensive as possible, etc., etc., I decided it was time these books get the time and the light that they also deserve. And so for this retrospective, I read all 4 of Louis's books, so that you don't have to. So what sort of content did they contain? Are they good? Are they bad? Are they cringe? Are they weird? And better yet, do they reflect the mind of the online content creator that would come to be? be? Well, let's get into that. And by get into that, I mean, let's spend the next several hours talking about exclusively just them. Get comfy, fellas. We've got some reading to do. Starting with, of course, his first novel. Published, according to Amazon, on July 14th of 2003, the first book in Lewis's novel epic is titled Angel Armor, Just a Boy, which, yes, I do just so happen to own a paperback copy of. Yes, I know, you're all so very jealous of me, but try to calm your nerves as I present to you the description on the back of the novel, which reads as follows, quote, Lewis Williamson is not like most other teenagers. He's an eccentric Christian optimist. However, that's not what makes him special. What makes him special is that on a world full of magic, heroes, and evil, Lewis is a prophesized hero called the Linkara, and is destined to defeat a great darkness, fight off an army of dark knights, and end a 300-year war by using an armor that was imbued by angels. How does Lewis react to the news? Only one word sums it up: groovy, unquote. And underneath this description is a picture of a then 15-year-old Lewis with a bit of a bio. Quote, Lewis Lovehog is a 15-year-old currently residing in Shoreview, Minnesota. He attends Mounds View High School and enjoys a wide genre of television and books, ranging from romance and drama to science fiction and fantasy. He plays the violin and enjoys quiet days in solitude, unquote. Quite the distinguished young gentleman of culture, if I do say so myself. But enough flexing. What about the novel itself? Well, prologue. To start, why don't we read the prologue in full? Quote, Take heed and bear witness to the writings contained herein, because they are the prophecies of Linkara, the angelic protector of sin. When the Queen of the Sun and the Queen of the Moon meet to shake hands, a great evil shall slip past them and enter the world of sin. Woe be to the inhabitants of sin, for the evil shall cast down a wave of darkness that shall blacken the waters, and will bring blight to the crops. The farmers shall wither and die, and the merchants bludgeoned by their own items of trade. Woe be to the armies of sin, for they shall be powerless to stop the evil. The shining knights shall be corrupted, and the kindest of kings shall breathe fire upon their subjects. Woe be the children of sin, for the evil crushes beings of all age beneath its heels. The wise and aged hearts shall burst, while the young and the strong crumble to dust. Know the evil servants by the color of the life-giver. The hue shall be dark as pitch, its color darker as the hierarchy nears its peak. Servants who announce themselves warriors of evil shall be clothed in sable metal, their faces never showing joy or content. Servants who work in secret shall smile and laugh, and act like all those around them, and they shall be clothed like citizens of sin. After the great sorrow that befalls sin comes to full bloom, the heavens shall demand the Queen of the Air smite down one of the darkness's higher servants. At that sign, the people of sin's hearts shall grow stronger, and they shall learn how to manipulate fire, water, and lightning. Many shall summon up the strength of the wills of men to fight back against the darkness, but shall fail because the darkness consumes both weakness and strength. Alas, the evil shall consume the hearts of mortal men, women, and children. None shall be spared from its grasp. Neither rich nor poor, good and evil shall be intertwined against an evil greater than either. Demons of every color and size shall pour out upon the 6 lands, and no sword, no arrow can pierce their mighty skin. The world of sin shall cry out to the heavens for a light that can remove the evil. Their cries shall be answered. Excerpt from the prophecy of the Linkara, first scroll, first verse, unquote. A decent opening, I suppose, if a bit cliche for a fantasy story of this sort, especially when the great evil is just referred to as the Darkness. Not the most original or creative name, I must say. But again, 14 years old, what you gonna do? Also, if it hadn't been made perfectly clear by now, now, the moniker for which Lewis would come to be known under online, his persona for the masses, his legacy. The name Linkara originally came from this book series of his. This fable of an ancient warrior set out to defeat the darkness of a fantasy world, before it became his handle for reviewing comic books and Power Rangers content online. Chapter 1. Within the end lays the beginning. After this, Chapter 1 opens with a description of our hero and protagonist. Quote, "As per usual, I've been led into a bad situation because of you. Well, forgive me for wanting to get to class on time." Louis Woodstein sighed and sat back in the chair. He tapped the heel of his foot rapidly in impatience, waiting for his turn to go into the principal's office. Louis was a 14-year-old freshman in Hillside High School, in the office of which he sat at now. He had short, dark brown hair, which his hands were running through in a sign of stress. He blinked, looking at the reflection of himself in the glass opposite of him. He stared into his own eyes, seeing the slight bags under the hazy blue color. He slouched back in his chair, leaning his back against the wall behind him. The boy next to him was 15, but also a freshman. His hair was a lighter brown, his eyes considerably bluer than Louis. He was sitting quite comfortably in his chair, a smirk on his face. His name was Trevor Hagen, a standard high school freshman with an attitude so overconfident would have made Oliver North blush. He looked over at Louis, who was obviously upset over the situation that the two were in. "Let's run to our class, Louis. There'll be no problem, Louis." "Trevor, I'm going to get a frickin' detention now, instead of a stupid tardy, which would have been erased at the beginning of the next trimester," Louis hissed at him. Trevor rolled his eyes. "Oh geez, Louis, get over it. Detentions happen, and you should get over it. It's not my fault. It was the past Nazi's fault." "Well, the past Nazi goes on a regular schedule, and if you had given me a chance to actually check the damn sheet I made of her movements, this whole thing would have been avoided," Louis stated. "That's another thing. Why are you swearing more often now? I thought you were Christian," Trevor said. Louis looked over at him. "Just because I'm Christian doesn't mean I have to watch my language. We're high schoolers, dude. Sure, it's not exactly the most appropriate thing, but you have to adapt to the surroundings we're in now," unquote. So in case you hadn't, caught this yet, our protagonist shares the same name as its author, Louis. If the story being about the Linkara wasn't enough of a giveaway, then yes, this story does in fact include a self-insert of its author. Now, even if he didn't share his same name, mind you, you would still would have caught on that this character is supposed to be Louis. Why? Well, simple, it's his character traits. He's a nerd who is super cool and badass and is always several steps ahead of everyone, and gets all the bitches and kills all the dark people, dark armored people that is, and has a bunch of sassy one-liners. Sounds like someone we know? Exactly. Other than that, the dialogue is pretty stilted here, and will be pretty much the same way throughout the entirety of this book, with information kind of clumsily being revealed through dialogue that seems a little too obvious to be coming out of the mouths of the characters that's saying it, that sort of thing. This first chapter also does a lot to establish the character of Louis to the audience, which I guess I will give it some credit for. Number one, he is a man who likes to strategize, thus why he gets angry at Trevor for not allowing him time to figure out the exact movements of the, past Nazi. Then we get this little quote later on. Louis stared out the window of the bus. He recalled all the events of the day, from the groggy and slow beginning in English, to the attempted detention by the past Nazi, to the open topic discussion of Mr. Korma's civic class. Louis looked to the back of the bus, glaring at it in anger because the kids in the back were once again attempting to harass the bus driver. After the third insult, Louis finally shouted an insult back at them, and they were silenced. He smiled, enjoying the fact that he had once again done his duty in slapping out the idiots in the society he lived in and defending his fellow human being, unquote. Yes, yet another character-defining moment for Louis. Louis is so fucking cool. He puts bitches in their place. They fear his absolute riz that emanates from his very vocal cords. Anyway, then Lewis starts hearing the sound of a voice in his head after spotting an old-looking antique store on the way to his house. But blinks, shakes his head, and ignores it, and just goes home. But he keeps hearing a voice beckoning to him to go to that store afterward. Quote, Lewis. Lewis shivered and looked around himself, a cold chill running up his spine. He looked around himself, thinking there was someone else in the house with him. He glanced at all directions quickly, trying to discern where the voice was coming. Okay, we get it! He looked all around his room! You said it like 3 times! Okay, sorry. Hello? He called out weakly. You must go, Lewis. Lewis blinked and then raised an eyebrow. He continued looking around, still not certain as to the identity of the voice. It sounded somewhat like an adult male, but there seems to be an underlying voice within it, that of a female child. And yet the vice versa also laid with it, with a male child and a female adult. Okay. To whom am I speaking to? Lewis inquired. You must leave this place now. Why? Leave. Fine. I've watched enough anime and science fiction to know that when a strange voice starts talking to you, you do what it is said. Where should I go? To the first market that your eyes took notice of after the end of an era. Lewis was already putting on his coat and heading out the back to the garage. He stopped when he heard the last thing spoken by the voice. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He shouted. Go to the first market that your eyes took notice of after the end of an era. I heard you the first time. Couldn't you clarify a little, he requested? Go to the first market that your eyes... Oh, can the friggin' metaphor and just tell me where I'm going. First took notice of after... Lewis grumbled loudly. The end of an era. I hope you rot in hell, you stupid. Go to the... I'm going! Unquote. So yes, yet another character-defining moment for Lewis. He's a hip, cool guy. He watches anime and science fiction. He's all aware of the tropes as they're happening. And so Lewis does end up going to the antique store this ethereal voice is leading him to. After exploring the place for a bit and commenting how cliche all this is and how this is just like something from a game or an anime, he then comes across a mysterious gauntlet. Quote, there were gauntlets of varying color and size at eye level. He smiled. The image of himself punching Osama bin Laden in the face with one of the gauntlets unappearing in his head. Okay, moving on. However, one gauntlet suddenly struck out from the rest of them. It was golden, and there was dust and cobwebs covering it. It was about 1.5 feet long, with golden armor covering all sides. He reached into the shelf and pulled it out, some cobwebs coming with it that had been attached to the shelf. Lewis looked it over, one eyebrow raised. I wonder, he said to himself. Lewis slipped his hand inside of it, pushing slightly into the gauntlet. He felt a soft interior. Surprisingly enough, almost like velvet. When his hand got through to the other end, there were 5 rings attached to the ending sides of the fingers to slide through. It was a perfect fit. Heh, maybe I should just buy... Lewis stopped talking. He had just looked up from the gauntlet. He was no longer in the antique shop. He was now in a dense forest. Oh crap! He shouted, unquote. Yes indeed, the strange gauntlet transports Lewis to a new world, where our tale truly begins. And yes, this is an isekai story, if you didn't already know. Not that there's anything wrong with it, mind you, but yeah, let's see where this journey takes us next. Chapter 2, Where the Questions Spur. So, Lewis reacts to being transported to a new world by scrimming, pissing, and shitting himself, and then thinking this whole scenario through logically. Then finally decides to start exploring this strange new world that he's found himself within, still wearing that gauntlet as it could serve as some sort of protection from, as he puts it, whatever beasties might lurk here. We then cut to a completely different scene of this character named Rain Vendre trying to buy something from a dwarf. Quote, 2 Kirkins? That's robbery, sir, Rain Vendre shouted. Take it or leave it, madam. You shall find no finer Elysian dust than mine. Took it from the mines of the 6 Sodok Mountain, where I was a minor there. There's barely any sorcery or magic in Irisel, or any town in Turlo, for that matter, which is one of the contributing factors to my departure from my beloved homelands. A profit was better made through sales here, in the ANM, than Turlo, unquote. That's a lot of, words, my dude. But the long and short of it is that Rain Vendra wants to buy some magic dirt from this dwarf that is supposed to have healing powers, and makes a deal with him to try it before she buys it, and that her word is good to trust because she's in fact a Linkaran sorceress, and they don't lie, I guess. We then get the perspective on her part and her worries about the future as she walks through this big place called the AI National Marketplace, or the ANM. Quote, Rain, however, had no family members left to celebrate the Alimus festival with. The last family member she had seen was at the Lake Vonal in Unire, attempting to fight off a wave of darkness that threatened Unire's capital, Lisol. He had been in the Heroes of the Battle of Vonal, helping drive the darkness away. Rain found it odd that most people were trying their best to get ready for a celebration and holiday instead of rallying themselves for war against the darkness. It was fairly obvious that the darkness was heading for AI. After plowing through the Zlad Delta of Gilad and heading northwest through the Unire city of Saren and Lake Vonal, one could tell that it was no doubt headed for AI, to dispose of the birthplace of the largest concentration of the Linkaran faith. Perhaps I should appeal to the king, she said to herself. Ask him to begin rallying the armed forces to defend against the darkness when it finally comes. She sighed and hung her head down in sadness. What would be the point? The king doesn't even believe in the Linkaran prophecies, even though Gritsnack was killed by that tornado just as the prophecy said would happen. If only I could show some kind of proof about them. But for all we know, the Linkara might not come for another 100 or even 1,000 years, she shouted, now outside the borders of the ANM and walking into the forest. Rain kept her staff at the ready, just in case there was some demons or orcs that were wandering through the forest, unquote. Rather stiff exposition aside, we then get back to the scene of Lewis as he travels through the same forest, ends up eating a berry that he wasn't sure was going to kill him or not, and then meets a green person. Well, more accurately, he meets an orc. Well, hello then! How you doing? What? Not a big conversationalist, are ya? You don't know what I am, do you, boy? Well, you're green, really tall, evil looking. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're Fidel Castro. The creature growled once more, this time because Lewis didn't know what he was. I'm an orc, you foolish child, roared the creature. Lewis was taken aback by this, and then backed off a little, gulping. Well, orc dude, I can see you're really busy right now. I'll come back later, unquote. Lewis then proceeds to get violently raped by the green orc and dies in the woods, never to be seen or heard of from again. Alright, not really, but upon the topic of rape, you know what, we'll get there when we get there. The orc beats the ever-living shit out of him though, and in the scuffle, his gauntlet shoots a blade out of seemingly thin air. Think Ed's metal arm from Fullmetal Alchemist, and by the skin of his teeth, manages to actually stab the orc in the gut, but not without having mortal wounds himself. Luckily, Rain Vendra happens to come across Lewis in this state, and decides he would be the perfect specimen to try that healing dirt on. Lewis then wakes up in an unfamiliar bed and is greeted by Rain, who explains to him that she healed him with the dirt, and then the two of them have a bit of a culture shock as she asked about the strange patterns on Lewis's clothes, and they have this little exchange. And where are you from? Your accent and your clothes are strange. I've never seen anything like them. Are you from the Sade Islands? Rarely do they travel this far. No, I come from the place called America. I've never heard of it. Not surprised about that. I have a question. What's the name of this planet? What? The planet. What's the name of the world we're on? A very odd question. I'm a very odd person. Sin. Pardon me? The name of the planet. Sin. Lewis rose an eyebrow in surprise. Sounds dirty. What? Never mind. Oh, come to think of it, I haven't got your name yet. Rain Vendre, first-class mage of the First Church of the Linkara. I'll call you Rain. Most people do." Unquote. After this, Rain goes to write a letter to Priest Garrick Chipria of the First Church of the Linkara about wonderful news that she believes that she just found the Linkara. Dun dun dun! But yeah, that was pretty obvious from the start, but nonetheless, some very strange habits of Lewis's writing are starting to become abundantly clear, such as his love for the word wince. He winced, she winced, they all fucking winced. You know, it's like after a while you gotta think, could they have possibly done anything else besides winced? Why not flinch, recoil, cower, grimace, anything else besides the fucking word wince? It's, dare I say, rather cringe after a while. See what I did there? The other kind of interesting thing he does is have his character's eyebrows always doing something, often noting when Lewis's eyebrows are raised, or both of them are raised, or one of them are raised. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just like happened multiple times, and will happen multiple more times throughout the rest of the story. It's not like it's a bad thing to note what the eyebrows are doing, but it's just sort of like, what was their mouth doing? Their nose, their cheeks, eyes? No, just the eyebrows. Okay. Chapter 3, Ups and Downs. We see Rain talk to Lewis a bit about her family and the Linkara religion, and that her family died in many battles in the name of this said faith that they believe in. Quote, "In the day when the savior of 14 Kiros shall descend down to us wearing an armor forged by angels, and smite the evil that is passing through Unre, and half of sin at the moment." To which Lewis replies, "Well, I certainly hope you meet him someday. As for me, I'm Christian."
"How can you of all people question the faiths that have been taught since I was young?"
"Well, I wasn't questioning." Suddenly, Rain stormed out of the cottage, leaving a very bewildered Lewis sitting in his bed. He slowly moved his legs off the bed, wincing as a slight pain shot through them from lack of use. Ignoring the pain, he began to walk across the cottage floor after her, a slight limp to his step. He opened the door and looked around, seeing Rain in the fetal position by the nearby river. The sounds she was making seemed to indicate to Lewis that she was crying, so he approached her cautiously. Unquote. What the fuck? Well, that was sudden. Rain went from a curious and happy host to fucking psycho in a second. But Lewis pries and finds out that she's having a sudden meltdown because she believes that he is the fabled Linkara, the chosen one, the Jesus figure in their religion, meant to save the land, defeat the darkness, so on and so forth. Lewis, being a logical kid that he is, and knowing just how cool and awesome that he actually is, realizes that she might have a point, that she may indeed be correct. Why yes, I am the fantasy Jesus. How did you know? Skipping ahead some, they then end up in a tavern of sorts, and Lewis asks Rain if she could explain some of the history of sin in this land in general, which is just an excuse for a huge exposition dump, but it's not the worst excuse for one, since Lewis is clearly a huge fucking nerd. I mean, Chad, and would of course want to learn all about the new place that he's in, get the whole rundown on it, you know? So she tells lore about past religious wars before even the Linkara faith existed. And honestly, none of it is very important for the story and going forward besides this thing called the Silent Death, which is this disease from many years ago. Name the Silent Death because the first thing it disables is your ability to speak before lesions would start to show up on your neck and chest, and basically you just fucking die a terrible, painful death. That's kind of interesting lore, I suppose. Later that night, back at Rain's home, after they both get some shut-eye, Rain suddenly wakes Lewis up and orders him to get up into the attic. Lewis complies and then watches as two dark knights charge into the house in search of the fabled Linkara. Quote, "They were close to 7 feet tall, all of their attire a deep pitch black. Black metal covered their chest, legs, arms, and head, with each single piece of armor having sharp points at certain areas, like the bladed shoulders or the curved blades on the lower parts of the legs. Even the swords they carried were black, with a dark aura emanating from them.
"Where is the Linkara, woman?"
one asked. Lewis shivered instantly. The voice was low and ominous, with a commanding tone behind it that sent shivers up his spine. Okay, I hate to interrupt this, but this is like another little thing I just have to like point out. But oftentimes when Lewis reacts to something, or really any character reacts to something, he'll say they shivered or winced or whatever, right? And then in the very next sentence, he just writes what he just wrote, but longer. Like he'll add more details, but then he'll repeat himself by saying it sent shivers up his spine, even though he just said that he shivered instantly a second ago. It's really annoying to read, but moving on. "Long gone, ancient of darkness. You'll have no hope of finding him now," Rain replied, her tone firm and powerful.
"You lie. You but informed your colleagues of your pathetic church of your discovery just this morn. You could not have anticipated our arrival so quickly. Tell us where the boy is hidden,"
the other shouted at her. "And you are as foolish as you were when you first surrendered yourself to evil, blasphemer. The one who shall defeat your master has already arrived at the church and is preparing for the day when he smites your precious ruler." Rain laughed.
"We gave you the chance to spare your own life, but because of your foolish choice in this matter, you shall die,"
the first shouted, drawing his sword from his sheath. And so Rain fights off the Dark Knights with her magical abilities, killing one of them with a fire spell, and the other with like a spell that had green tendrils rise up from the ground and then pulled him into the soil of the earth to do as it pleases, as he says. However, when all seems to be secure, suddenly a third knight comes from behind Rain and stabs her. Lewis, by the way, has been watching this whole battle unfold from a crack in the ceiling floor. And so seeing this, he decides it's time to help her, and he crashes down from the ceiling. And even though Rain is literally fucking bleeding on the floor, the Chad Lewis, or should I say Linkara, still makes some time for some one-liners. Quote, "Well, hello, Vigoda," Lewis smirked. The knight raised an eyebrow in confusion, not understanding Lewis's joke. Of course, even if he had gotten it, he wouldn't have smiled. "No sense of humor? Well, I'm not surprised. Nothing funny about what I'm about to do to you," Lewis said, narrowing his eyes.
"In the name of my master and the king of AI, I shall slay you, boy,"
the knight said, raising his sword up in preparation for the battle. "Just keep talking, asshole. While you do, Lewis didn't finish the sentence because the knight began charging at him, roaring a battle cry as he did, unquote. And so there's a scuffle between them. When it then appears the Dark Knight has won over on Lewis, he then suddenly uses his signature move. Quote, "I may be from another world, but I know something that should be universal," Lewis stated.
"And what's that?"
the knight asked.
"This!"
Lewis shouted, and instantly Lewis drew all of his strength up from his leg and slammed his foot into the space between the knight's legs. In essence, he kicked the knight in the crotch. Why did we need the fucking clarification? The knight's eyes went wide, his mouth gaping open, but only light sounds escaping from it. Lewis smiled, realizing his plan of desperation had worked. The knight began to shake lightly, and he dropped his sword to the ground. The knight brought his hands down to his crotch, suddenly screaming in pain as he fell over.
"Such pain! I've never been in such agony!"
he wailed. Lewis rolled over to get onto his knees and crawled over to the knight. His expression was a mix of anger and triumph. "Abe, you ain't seen nothing yet," Lewis stated, unquote.
That's right, everybody. Lewis is a certified ball cruncher. And don't you fucking forget it.
Sadly though, while all that was going on in the scuffle and one-liners, Rain Vendre fucking died on the floor. Bled out.
Man, that sucks. That healing dirt she had bought before, and specifically had a scene of her buying more of later on, could have really come in handy with that wound. I guess she didn't think to use it while the knight and Lewis were fighting, and Lewis, I guess, didn't think to attempt using it on her after that either. Fucking dumbass! Chapter 4. Here Comes the Sun. All jokes aside, when I first was reading through this, I was actually sort of surprised by the sudden change in tone, as I was sure that Rain was going to be a character that was going to stick around for a while longer, maybe die later, but not by chapter 3. So when the next chapter opens with Lewis standing over her makeshift grave he made for her, I was actually, dare I say, a little invested. Caught off guard, if nothing else to be sure. Quote, "Well, Rain, I guess this is goodbye," he said to the grave. "I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough to save you." Lewis gulped and sighed. "I guess you're wondering why I decided to leave. I need to go search for more answers, and unfortunately you can't give them in your current state. There are so many questions, especially with this whole Linkara bit. I'm sorry that I have to take your staff, but the kind of magic you seem to have could be useful in protecting me." By the way, do note that reading this now, I realize he went out of his way to mention taking her staff with him, but he actually never uses it ever in the story after this. So, Lewis turned his face from the grave and bit his lip. This wasn't supposed to happen. It never happens like this. The hero is supposed to meet someone who will guide them throughout the rest of their journey, and that someone isn't supposed to die before the quest even starts. What sort of hero am I supposed to be if I don't even know whom I'm here to save? Unquote. And just like that, my investment is fucking dead. It's over! The whole meta commentary thing really ruined the vibe for me. You could have just had a nice scene where he mourns this girl who he just met and who he was developing a friendship with in this world he doesn't know, and then chooses to find out what his destiny is beyond this based on the little bit that she gave him. And because she gave her life for his, and gave him some investment in all of this, which I suppose that is still there, mind you, all these elements are still there in the story, but it kind of gets lost and up its own ass when you need to constantly be reminded how this is cliche, or how this goes against the norms of this sort of fantasy type of story. Especially when you have the actual character yelling it out. It's really fucking cringy, man. But nonetheless, I guess this is the way of the Chad after all. Linkara has no real investment in this woman. He's just here to talk about how this really didn't go as per according to plan of the fantasy tropes. But nonetheless, he does vow to never forget Rain, and then travels through the woods until he reaches the church that Rain sent the letter to after 5 days of traveling through said forest and nearly dying of dehydration. He actually just straight up collapses outside of the church and wakes up to the sight of a cat girl. Lewis opened his eyes and was instantly thankful that he did. Sitting near the bed was a girl roughly 14 or 15 years old in a chair. Lewis couldn't tell the girl's eye color, but he did note a few things about her. First and foremost was her golden hair that flowed down over her shoulders and down half her back. The next thing that Lewis examined was a large tattoo on the girl's face. It laid right beneath her left eye, arranged in a pattern Lewis was totally unfamiliar with. However, the two things that Lewis paid special attention to were the ears and tail. Yes, a tail. The tail was limp at the moment, hanging down the side of a chair. It was about 1.5 feet long, slender and covered in brown fur. The ears were also something different. Instead of rounded and close to the head like normal ears, her ears extended out a little to the side and were triangular, with 2 earrings in each. A blanket made of fur from a large animal covered her sides to keep her warm. Lewis wondered how long she had been asleep. Lewis looked up to the ceiling. Please God, let me have wound up in a monastery for stripping cat girls. Unquote. Yes, indeed, there are cat girls in the world of sin. And this one is actually one of our main characters, a girl named Indo, the cat girl daughter of the priest Garrick of the Linkara Church, who
who Lewis also sees quickly after. Quote, seeing Lewis, both went to their knees, bowing before him. Lewis raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, what are you doing? Forgive me, Lord. I had expected you to wish for a proper welcome for someone of your stature, he stated. What stature? What's going on around here? Lewis demanded. My lord, you are the Linkara, the holy protector of sin, the man shouted, standing up. Lewis stared at him for a moment, then smiled. Oh yeah, that. Followers of the faith, I take it. I am priest Garrick Chipria of the First Church of the Linkara, and the leader of this order. We have been waiting this day for a long time, my lord. We could hardly believe it when we received a letter from Rain Vendra informing us that she believes she found the Linkara, the man explained. Rain? You know Rain? Lewis shouted back, sitting up a little. Knew her? Yes. Before her unfortunate, Garrick replied, wincing a little and not finishing his sentence, unquote. After this exchange about Rain and whatnot, Lewis then demands that Garrick tell him the whole story and history of the Linkara religion, since he's tired of being in the dark about it all, and really needs to know what the hell they think he's supposed to be doing. He also learns the lore about the cat girls as well. I would go through the trouble of reading it all to you, but I'm just gonna skip through this and just tell you the lore on the cat girls is that they are a combination of cats and girls. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? As for the lore on the Linkara, it was a guy who prophesized that there would be a fucking guy that came in to defeat the darkness, and people are like, that sounds good, and then they stood around waiting for him. And there's kind of a bit of a recontextualization of the prologue where he just kind of describes the prologue again. But yeah, in essence, the Linkara is the chosen one to defeat the evil guys or the darkness. We as the readers already pretty much know all this information. This is all just being repeated, I guess, for the sake of, well, Lewis knowing about it and for kind of setting it firmly down, yes, this is indeed a chosen one story. But while this is all going on, Lewis in the meantime is thinking this, quote, dear God, he thought, she's pretty. Damn hormones. I don't know if I'm feeling love or lust. Why the hell am I even thinking about this? I have other things to worry about, like destroying the darkness thing. Yeah, at the end of the day, Lewis just really wants to fuck a cat girl. He doesn't really give a shit about this darkness stuff or anything. But then, out of nowhere, a bunch of dark knights attack the church. Chapter 5. Answers and questions alike. So even though Lewis is still recovering from his 5 days of, well, fucking dying, he gets up to help with the Dark Knights downstairs, where they have just freshly slain a girl. Anyo! Endo cried, horrified by the sight. Lewis presumed that that was the name of the dead girl. What an astute observation! The Dark Knights looked over the three who had just entered and narrowed their eyes. One stood up ahead of the other two. The next presumption Lewis decided to make was this Dark Knight was the leader of the pack because of the black horns that came out from his helmet. He never remembered the 3 knights he had fought back in Rain's cottage to have the horns. The girl refused to tell us where the Linkara was. I certainly hope you can provide us with better answers, he said. Even if I knew where he was, Garrick began. I'm the Linkara, you son of a bitch, Lewis interrupted again. What about it? Unquote. Then the knights bicker for a moment. A foolish endeavor in the presence of the Linkara. Quote, excuse me, Lewis shouted, shooting the blade from his gauntlet. Well, you've been arguing over who gets to fight me. I've been thinking about 300 different ways I want to kill you. Unquote. Bro is literally calculating the exact angle of trajectory of his foot kicking their balls. I'm not even kidding. He goes on to fight them with full confidence, and then proceeds to kick one of them in the balls, and then stabs his sword through said guy's chest. This being a move they apparently never account for in this world, since both times they are utterly shocked at the idea of being kicked in the nuts. Cannot believe the pain that they then feel after being kicked in the nuts, and seem to be awestruck at the fighting tactic at all. Like, do the Dark Knights just not understand that they have testicles? Have they really never considered this to be a painful weak spot? Since they clearly have no armor there. I mean, they're described wearing all this armor, but they don't have any armor or crotch pieces, chainmail for their balls? Well, I would say no at first, and then would proceed to say that this is literally one of the dumbest fantasy universes and evil factions ever to have not accounted for this. But then there actually are Dark Knights later on that have protective armor pieces for their crotches later in the book, but like higher ranking guys, I think. But like, why don't they all just have crotch pieces then? Why even have armor if your natural weak spot has literally none? I mean, at that point, you might as well just not wear any armor at all. What's the point of all this evil, sharp, dark armor if you got no armor for your ball? Oh, okay. You know what? I've been talking about balls entirely too much, so I'm now going to shut the fuck up. But, it's pretty silly regardless. But anyway, through that action, and the help of Indo using some protective magic, they do end up killing 2 of the knights, and then capture the 3rd one for the Linkara to torture and get information from. Which he does, and ends up finding out that the Dark Knights were sent here under direct orders from the King of AI. Quote, Garrick and Indo gasped, unbelieving of Lewis of what he just said. And there's further evidence, Lewis continued. When the knights first attacked Rain's cottage, they said that they'd kill me in the name of their master and the King of AI. The knight talking about the king reminded me of it. Lewis turned to face the two. Garrick was still in shock, but Indo glared at Lewis, frustrated at what he was suggesting. That's preposterous! The king is a kind, gentle man. Although he is not of the faith, you would never join forces with the darkness. Lewis winced. Well, that's what I heard, and that's what he told me. That being in there deliberately joined the darkness. It is a product of darkness, evil and despair. We should kill it now and stop listening to the lies it spews from its mouth, Indo shouted. Well, it's my call, and I say he lives, Lewis ordered. Indo winced and stepped back, hanging her head down. Silently, she replied, You are right, of course, my lord, unquote. So, the King of AI might be an evil puppet of the darkness. But then Lewis decides he wants to read the actual prophecy of the Linkara they keep quoting from. So they all take this test where they step into a pool of water to make sure it comes out clear, because people under the influence of the darkness will make water turn black if they touch the water. Then they open up the scroll. But it's only part of the scroll, since they didn't want the prophecy to fall into the hands of the darkness, or something like that. So they split it up into pieces and put it in different churches across the land. Luckily, they just so happen to have the first one. And it basically says the world will fall to darkness under the influence of the darkness, kings turn to evil, knights corrupted, blah blah blah, all the shit that we already read in the prologue. In fact, I would actually argue at this point that the story has made this particular element of its story, the darkness taking over and the Linkara coming to save the world, about as redundant as possible by now. Darkness is coming. Linkara is good and will defeat it. Okay, cool. Let's get to that part now. However, Lewis wishes to read the other parts of the prophecy for some reason, and the second part of said prophecy just so happens to be in the church down in Waltz, the same place the King of AI is in. So they decide it's best to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, read another piece of the prophecy, and find out what the fuck is up with the king. Thus Lewis sets out on a journey to Waltz, along with Indo as his companion to help protect him. Quote, after a half-hour's ride or so, he figured he'd stop and the two could have a nice peaceful lunch in the beautiful landscape. Hey, maybe she'll fall in love with you too, he thought to himself. Lewis chuckled to his thoughts. He had thought similar things back in high school concerning other girls. He had made slight flirtations with them, but he had never had a truly serious relationship before, unquote. Yes indeed, Lewis really wants some of that catgirl ass. However, sadly for him, he suddenly falls extremely ill out of nowhere, falls off his horse, and Indo goes to see what is wrong with him, thus ending the chapter. Chapter 6. another fine mess. Now, up until this point, this book has been okay, not good mind you, but honestly it's about what I would expect a 14-year-old nerdy boy to write. Maybe even just a little bit better than some in a few places. I mean, after all, I can't say that I was writing much better or hell, an entire novel at all at the age of 14. I was a bit too busy writing terrible fanfiction at that point. But it's at this chapter where things start to get really weird. What kind of weird, you may ask? Well, how about a whole chapter that amounts to Lewis getting the silent death mentioned earlier, but like an expedited version of it since his body has no immunity to the disease. So Endo runs to a local inn to get people to help him back there to try to treat his condition, in exchange for her having sex with the innkeeper. Yeah, this isn't even the only sexual thing in this chapter either, as one of the guys who comes to help carry Lewis back to the inn is described as, quote, his hair was long and blonde. He smiled with courage and dignity as he rode atop the white horse. Endo wondered for a moment if this man was a member of the Linkara, for his mannerism and his general appearance seemed to make him look that way. She blushed slightly at some of the thoughts that ran through her head, thoughts not appropriate for a Linkaran priestess, unquote. Endo is 14, by the way. Just figured I'd, remind everyone of that. You know what's really fucked up about all this is that she ends up selling her body as a means of saving Lewis's life, and then it turns out that there's no fucking way for anyone to save him at the end, meaning she did that for absolutely nothing. Chapter 7. Secrets, Bargains, and Lies 1. Actually, no, I lied. The really fucked up part is right after, in this extremely strange chapter, about Endo selling her body to save the Linkara, and her dirty thoughts about random men. She then finds out the cure she needs is on the belt of a bunch of dark knights that waltz into the inn, and are welcome here for some reason. I mean, I guess a customer is a customer. Also, the dark knight that just so happens to be holding the cure is a woman. So Endo goes on to try to steal the potion or whatever, but is then immediately caught by the knight in question, this long-haired, dark knight woman, who, interestingly enough, decides to just give the cure to Endo, not knowing it will, ironically enough, help to save the life of the Linkara, the very person they are trying to kill. However, there is an exchange for this potion. She has to have sex with her. Quote, and secondly, you and I must have sex. Endo's eyes widened. She looked up into Mira's face, gaping at her. Pardon me? Despite propaganda to the contrary, the Dark Knights do take some pride in their work. Although we never smile, we do enjoy the rigors of physical expressions of love. We have sex, but mainly to ease tension or to produce more soldiers for the Darkness's great army. Also, my young priestess, for you and I to engage in such an activity, you would have the eternal shame of being forced to have sex with your most hated enemy. You never again being a pure priestess. Now, do you accept the terms of the agreement, priestess? Mira said. Endo turned to look at Lewis. Even though he wasn't conscious, she could see the pain he was going through by the single tear that escaped his eye and moved down his lesion-covered face. I accept, unquote. Might I all remind you once again that Endo is 14 years old, about to have sex with a adult woman character. Yeah. Mind you that this was written by a 14-year-old, as I keep noting, so maybe he didn't really think it through, or understand just how weird this whole scenario is, or how fucked up it is at the very least. Or maybe he just wanted to be edgy and fucked up and did know what he was doing, because that's just how teenagers are, to be honest. Or maybe he found all this very stimulating, if you catch my drift. Hard to say for sure for now, but nonetheless, this will not be the last time this topic or narrative device comes up, and it's only gonna get more weird and more fucked up from here. But all the same, Endo does indeed get the potion she needs. Cheers Lewis, and then right after, Lewis wakes up and walks in on Endo and Mira having sex, something that he then inquires Endo about the next morning. That's twice now you've saved my life, Endo. This is starting to stack up, Lewis stated. I live only to serve at the will of you, my lord, Endo replied. That's nice to know. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you, who was that woman you were having sex with last night? Lewis asked inquisitively. Endo froze, feeling the blood draining from her face. How could he have found out? She thought.
how did you... I woke up in the middle of the night, last night, and stumbled into where you were doing it. So, who was she? Endo gulped, her heart beginning to pound a little harder. She wanted to tell him about her unusual habits and desires, but she instantly thought of how he would judge her. A Linkaran priestess was supposed to be pure of both body and soul, and Endo was not entirely pure. To make matters worse, it had been with both a female and a dark knight. She had to try to bluff her way out of it. No one, my lord. Just the person I negotiated with the cure. It was but a one-time thing, just to get the cure from her, Endo said with a rasp. Lewis shrugged. Okay, I just never realized you were a lesbian. Endo was quick to note that she's actually bi, though, making it known she's still very much up for some Linkara Chapter 8, King's Test 1. Now, I forgot to mention them earlier because there was a much more pressing issue to discuss earlier in that chapter. But while Lewis was unconscious and dying, this guy named Lithmanar tried to steal his golden gauntlet. And well, after Lewis and Endo set back out on their journey, they then begin to be followed by him, and he is described as, quote, a boy not 17 years old, with sandy blonde hair, expensive boots, hard leather armor, and a metallic waistband. Lewis didn't recognize him, but Endo did. You're the man who tried to steal my lord's gauntlet, she exclaimed. Hey, I was only examining it to give him an advertisement for prices. But before Lithmanar could finish what he was saying, Lewis leapt off his horse and held the blade to his throat. Lithmanar froze, gulping as he looked down into the eyes of his captor. You, Lewis said, tried to steal my gauntlet? Lithmanar gulped once more, rasping out, yes, sir. Lewis smiled, releasing Lithmanar's throat. Okay, just wanted to know that. Now why are you following us? Unquote. To which Lithmanar admits that he is a thief and a merchant, and sees an excellent business opportunity, and he figures if he sticks close to Linkara, the chosen one, he's sure to make some profit, somehow. Endo is hesitant to have him accompany them, but Lewis figures his thieving skills may come in handy in the future, so he decides to let them join their party. So anyway, they make their way to Waltz and meet up with the priest of the second church of the Linkara, this guy named Danler, who is expecting their arrival, as he says. So he prepared a meal for them all and explains to them the odd goings-on of the city and the king's strange choices in regards to the defense against the darkness and its knights. Quote, well, the king has been acting strange lately. In what way? Lewis inquired. Most of the people in the city are kept abridged of activities of the military along AI's southern border, most because of the amount of men from the city are sent there when they enlist into the army. Well, more recently, there have been reports of increased activity of Dark Knights coming across the border. The tales say that they've been ordered to avoid confrontation with them at all costs, and others say that their position are usually moving further and further away from the center of the defensive perimeter, Danler explained. Almost as if they were openly inviting the Dark Knights to invade, Lithmanar conjectured. Exactly, and I hear that any time someone speaks up against the troop movements, they are imprisoned in the king's dungeons. It is why I am reluctant to speak of the matter, Danler stated, wincing. It's alright, Danler. It seems we'll have to confront the king ourselves. Not now, however. First of all, I hear that another piece of the Linkaran scroll is located here. I'd like to examine it, Lewis said, unquote. And so they go and read the second part of the scroll, which says that only the Chatnagil can fight the darkness, influence, and pure blinding evil. There shall be one uniquely gifted to wield Chatnagil, a word Lewis nor anyone else seems to understand. It also says a bunch of stuff about him wearing clothes with mysterious patterns and being a 14-year-old, yada yada yada, basically just confirming that Lewis is in fact a Linkara. In case that wasn't already clear at this point, and every other chapter saying that he is the Linkara at this point. So yeah, he's the Linkara. Also, there's a passage that says that he'll get more armor pieces the more he fights, so basically he'll keep leveling up until he has a full suit of golden magical armor. Pretty cool, I suppose. So then they go to confront the king, and see what the fuck is up with him. Lewis ready to kick some ass. Quote, my lord, I really must protest this activity. To challenge the king's authority is punishable by death.
Dandler exclaimed. Lewis continued to storm through the streets with the rest of the group close behind him, responded, "And if I am who you all seem to think I am, then I don't die just yet. I have to destroy this darkness of yours first. And if I'm not the Linkara, then I die, and you can live happily knowing your savior is still going to come. It's just it wasn't me." Endo frowned and turned her head away from Lewis. She never liked it when he talked about the idea that he might not be the Linkara. She remembered the horrible things she had to do in which to save his life, and if it had been in vain. Well, needless to say, she didn't want to live with the idea that she had to have sex with the enemy for no good reason. She sighed, wondering why she felt such impure feelings. She was constantly attracted to males, and yes, sometimes even females. She never understood why she was like this. Yes, most girls did start marrying men at 11 Kiros, but she was supposed to be a Linkaran priestess, one of pure thought and body. Endo realized that if her father ever found out about her activities outside the church, he could do more than just ban her from entering another Linkaran church. She could be thrown out of the entire Linkaran faith itself. And so she just had to request to Lewis that he not tell her father of her activities at the inn, unquote. Oh, well that's pretty cool, you know? It's kind of nice getting this little moment of reflection from Endo, and how old is the age of consent here? Fucking 11? What the fuck? I guess we'll just walk past that random bit of lore then. I mean, I guess, you know, medieval times, pretty fucked up and shit. The planet they're on is literally called Sin, so maybe this is meant to be fucked up? Spoiler alert, it's not ever brought up again in this book though, so I don't know. And so they are taken to the king after some arguments with the castle guards. Lewis saying, quote, "If you don't bring me to him, you can go inside and tell your king to get his fat, lazy ass out here, or else I'm charging in there and ripping his fucking head off." The guard glanced over at the other. They gave a nod. The guard quickly entered into the castle. As the other guard took the previous one's place, Lewis smiled and backed off the others. Going down a step or two, Dandler was breathing heavily and shaking in nervousness. "My lord, you could have killed that man. He is a protector of the light," he exclaimed. "And if the king really is working for the darkness, then he's a servant of evil. Even then, I knew I wouldn't kill him. It's just I really like to see the looks on their faces when they see a 14-year-old do a move like that. Wait until I show them how I run up a wall, and I never needed any Linkaran shit for that," Lewis said with a large smile, unquote. "God, he's so fucking cool and fucking badass and sick. Lewis is so fucking cool, guys." Bro was fucking running up walls before he ever became the Linkara. But yeah, so they meet the king, but the king doesn't believe in the Linkaran religion, and so he doesn't believe that Lewis really is the Linkara or whatever. And so he decides the best way to prove that he is indeed this all-powerful Jesus figure is to have him fight his most powerful champion, which Lewis happily accepts the challenge. Chapter 9, King's Test 2. Okay, so this chapter is like really complicated and packed with like twists and shit. So let me summarize it the best that I possibly can. So Lewis is fighting the champion guy, right? And while he's fighting the champion, Endo is exploring the castle looking for clues for if the king is working for the darkness. And while she's doing that, Lithmanar is talking with Dandler about the king and the fight that's going on, where it is then revealed that if the king is truly evil and they need to vanquish him, Dandler will become the new king to rule the kingdom, and will help in the battle against the darkness. Meanwhile, Endo ends up going down into the dungeons of the castle and conveniently overhears a gathering of dark knights down there, talking about killing the Linkara and the arrival of the great darkness and whatever, thus proving that the king is indeed aiding evil forces. Except, wait, there is a twist! A bunch of the king's knights then find Endo and grab hold of her, the story almost teasing her getting assaulted or something, before it's then revealed that the knights are actually good guys and came down here to kill the Dark Knights, which is really confusing. Did they know they were down here the whole time, or did they not? Did they just follow Endo and they're the first ones to discover there are Dark Knights down in the castle? How long were these Dark Knights even down here? And, well, before you can think about like any of that, Long enough, Lewis defeats the king's champion, and then the king himself decides to descend from his throne and take on the mighty Linkara himself. And it's then that Lithmanar has a big brain moment and realizes that this whole fucking thing is a big trap, a setup, a plot. Quote, Dandler clenched his teeth and looked at Lithmanar. What's he doing? He can easily defeat the king. Why is he not using his angelic weapons? Because he's thinking about the same thing I am, Lithmanar stated. Why didn't the king just have the boy killed the moment he arrived? He's skilled, but he'd never last against a full platoon of royal guards. I'll tell you why. Honor and tradition. It's by the king's honor that these challenges and honorable fights exist. But here's the strange thing. The darkness doesn't care about honor or tradition. They care about conquest. So if the king was in league with the darkness, why does he oblige to the honors and traditions of the past? And here's something a little more interesting. When we met, you said you had been expecting us, but Lewis and Endo told me for security purposes they hadn't informed the church that they were coming. Tell me, Dandler, when was the last time you had a life-giver test? Dandler's eyes narrowed at Lithmanar, unquote. And so it turns out that the priest was actually the one in cahoots with the darkness the whole time. And the king was just being a dumbass, I guess. Lewis, of course, also figured this out amidst this epic duel since, we can't be having another character have a cool moment all of their own. Lewis has also got to be several steps ahead of everyone and also figured out the whole thing. This twist and stuff all happens so fast, by the way. So while I do kind of like the turn of events here, it's once again very strangely paced. Like we only just got introduced to the king and Dandler and all this other stuff, so it's, again, cool in concept, but doesn't really pack much of a punch or an impact, you know? Nonetheless, they do expose Dandler for the traitor that he is, defeat him, and then they all celebrate. And Lewis bravely proclaims that now is the time to take the offense. It's time to take the fight to the darkness itself. Chapter 10, Journey of the Destined. So this chapter can be summarized as Lewis, Endo, and Lithmanar get into a debate about religion. Then they go to set out to fight the darkness, and get fucking captured along the way by a bunch of dark knights. The end. I guess going into a little more detail about the religious debate, well basically it starts with Endo being like, you Geltics are all the same. You blame the Linkara for all the problems of the world. If it were up to you, the Linkara would be responsible for any time a small child scraped a knee. And then Lithmanar was like, well, begging your humble pardon, your eminence, but you can just be quiet for a second while I tell you why your backwards religion is wrong. And then he fucking tosses a metal ball at her head so she doesn't fucking interrupt him. And then he goes on to say, the Linkaran faith preaches about some divine savior who's supposed to come and save our world from the darkness. Yet the only positive proof so far is that boy, who for all we know, could be some sprite summoned by a magician to pretend to be your savior. Not to mention that he's supposed to come from a land no one has seen or heard from, which only seems to make him more mysterious. This guy's supposed to be heavenly and sent down to us by angels, yet the angels seem to only care when it comes to the fate of the entire world. If they're so loving and forgiving, like everyone in your religion seems to think they are, why do they let terrible things happen to good people? Unquote. So, basically in short, Lithmanar is a fedora-tipping Reddit atheist with his ironclad argument that definitely no one has ever heard before. Then Lewis walks into the room as like, on my world, the very debate you two are having has been occurring for centuries. And then goes on to say in regards to his religion, you know, God and Christianity and stuff, you think he wants it? You think he wants us to suffer horribly and experience innumerable amounts of pain? According to my religion, God gave the first two living beings free will. He didn't want living beings to be mindless automatons that didn't do anything but worship him. He wanted people to choose what they wanted in their lives. He doesn't regret his decision, but he does mourn for the suffering that people endure. Now let's stop this argument right here and head out. We've got an evil to destroy. Unquote. I kind of enjoy when these religious debates or really just very tame arguments go on in this novel, as it's clearly something Lewis, that is to say, the real-life author Lewis, if there's even much of a distinction at this point, was very passionate about at this age. Well, it may not be the most complex stuff, and it's all sort of been done before, but better. I don't know, I find these parts somewhat charming. Maybe it's because I just love things that deeply reflect the mind of their creator, like that of Chris Chan or Mike and Melissa, that sort of effect. Not that I'm comparing this to Chris Chan and Sonichu and things like that, mind you, it's just the most popular example of such a story. It's a little bit soapboxy in a way, but that too is a part of the charm. But anyway, after this big argument and they set out, like I said, they then get captured. Chapter 11, Dark Raven. So this chapter opens with our trio bound up and ready to be killed. And as they wake up, they overhear an argument going on. Quote, "We should kill them now and be done with it. The Great Darkness believes that killing him will accomplish nothing. He would be better suited joining our side."
And how exactly do you propose we convince our enemy to join our side?
"We do not intend to convince him. The darkness shall force him itself. Now we must bring them to the Zlad Delta immediately. Well, actually only the boy. The priestess and the thief shall die here." Unquote. Now I know this is one of those cliche things that villains do from time to time, but why does the darkness want or need Lewis? Why not just kill him right now? Usually this is the sort of offer a villain might make after a hero has managed to achieve many victories and have the villain possibly cornered or close to it. Or if the Linkara is integral to his plan to taking over the world, which, spoiler alert, does not seem to be the case at all. Or at the very least, if it is the case, it is never revealed to us, ever. Here it just seems like a convenient way for them to not all immediately die here, since there are plenty of other times that the Dark Knights still try to kill the Linkara, like before and after this moment. But whatever. Anyway, there is a scuffle, and amongst the scuffle, Linkara gets a sudden upgrade in the form of new golden boots. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this in the other chapter, but when Linkara was fighting the King's Champion, he also magically gained a second gauntlet there too, so he's gotten a couple upgrades now. But then, amongst the fight, a new character jumps onto the scene. Quote, "All of a sudden, a woman leapt down from the heights of the trees, landing before the sorcerer in a crouching position. The woman came up holding a metallic bow and arrow, both of which were aiming at the sorcerer. Lewis examined this new woman with great care. She didn't appear to be much older than Lithminar, probably around 17 or 18. She wore white armor that gleamed in the sunlight with a bright intensity. Her hair was short and white." Unquote. This, as it is then revealed after she helps him out, is White Raven, the final member of our little ragtag group. Except she almost doesn't become one of the members of the party because Endo really wants to kill her. Quote, "Endo, what the hell are you doing?" Lewis shouted. "It is she, my lord. It is White Raven," Endo shouted back. "Okay, please try to remember that the guy from the other world here doesn't know what you're talking about," Lewis stated. The woman, now identified as White Raven, merely looked over at Endo with eyes filled not with anger or mistrust, but self-pity and sorrow. "My lord, please! 100 years ago, a woman joined the darkness. No one is certain why she did, but all we know is that when she did, she became one of the most feared servants of the darkness. She became known as Blood Raven for her habit of drinking the blood of her victims. She's the Butcher of Vaughn, the title given to her after she massacred a village called Vaughn, killing 500 innocent people and drinking their blood," Endo shouted. "And if that's the case, then why did she just save me?" Lewis asked. "Because I smiled," White Raven said. Lewis was particularly captivated by the voice. She had been told by that woman standing before him was a living vampire who had murdered hundreds of people, yet her voice was soft and innocent, with a touch of regret to it. "Excuse me?" Lewis asked. She smiled. No Dark Knight except for her in the 300 years that the darkness has been upon sin has ever smiled. The second it happened, she was banished from the Dark Knights, proclaimed a traitor, and sentenced to an eternal life of exile. She can be harmed by magic and fighting, but she will never age. There have been stories of her doing evil things recently. There's also the occasional story of her doing something on the side of light, but I don't believe it," Endo explained. "I do fight for the side of light. Ever since the exile, I have attempted to redeem myself for the crimes I suffered because of the darkness," White Raven said, kneeling before Lewis. "Linkara, I pledge my life
to stand beside you and destroy the darkness. However, I also allow you to play judge of my fate. If you say I should die for my sins, I shall not fight your will or your judgment, he stated. Unquote. So yeah, White Raven is an interesting character conceptually, and I think she's the closest to something that could have been genuinely very good in this book, along with maybe Endo. However, just within this same chapter, all the potential that she has is kind of just thrown away. See, after Lewis decides to let her join the group, they all stop and set up a campfire for a bit, and eventually, just Lewis and White Raven are still awake near the fire, and they have a discussion about her past, and well, perhaps I should just read it out. Quote, "You going to hit the hay too?" he asked. "I require less sleep than most humans. I shall remain here a while longer," he responded. Lewis sat down beside her, smiling. "You know, for someone who is exiled from the darkness for smirking, you certainly don't do much of it. Hell, I haven't seen you so much as curl your lips since you've been with us." "I don't take pride in my current existence," White Raven stated. "Oh? You prefer to be back with the oh-so-happy dark blob?" Lewis inquired happily. "Of course not, but I'm wondering why you didn't kill me." "I killed people. I murdered my own family," White Raven exclaimed. "I get pissed off at my family sometimes. I never went as far as killing them, but it's not like it's the end of the world or anything. I slaughtered innocents. I hit people in the back of the head when they're stupid. I drank their blood. I sometimes think my own blood taste is actually pretty sweet. I desecrated their corpses and tortured them for hours and days. I play Bocheri's My Net in orchestra every day as a warm-up. Since I always play it, it annoys the hell out of my classmates." "How can you even look at me?" White Raven stood up, almost ranting at Lewis. "I am a cold-blooded killer. I massacred and butchered hundreds, if not thousands. I drank their blood and I enjoyed every second of their screams. How could you even look at me after what I've done?" At that moment, Lewis stood up and slapped his hand across White Raven's face. She pulled off to the side briefly before going back up and seeing Lewis glaring at her. "Get a hold of yourself, woman! For fucking crying out loud! You were a different person! Just because you slaughtered thousands of people doesn't mean you're going to do it now. Jeez, you angsty characters are all alike. Oh, my life is so horrible. And oh, why can't I just die? You wanna die? Fine. Go kill yourself then. Slit your damn wrists. Hang yourself. Fall off a cliff. I don't care. But if you do, you better be ready to surrender. To face the fact that you're not strong enough to overcome the mistakes of your past. To accept that you're just a murderer without any feelings. Which is bullshit, and therefore, it doesn't matter if you live or die. However, if you decide to stay alive, you had better drop the damn depression and "oh, I'm so horrible, terrible" act, because I will get myself killed during my battle with the darkness, and I will come back to haunt you for the rest of your life, singing as many Gilbert and Sullivan songs that I know into your ear over and over again. Do you get me? Unquote. So, there's a lot to unpack here. Now, I see what Lewis, that is, the author Lewis, is trying to do here. He's showcasing a very interesting character trait for his character, Lewis, in that he's willing to forgive people who do terrible things and be an optimist to the very end. Trust them so long as they have a good heart now and are trying to do better. I actually really like this character trait, and usually these are the types of characters that I find very interesting, especially whenever their optimism is challenged by equally terrible people who force them to have to either rethink their philosophy or get stronger from it. The problem here is I feel like the character is being almost too dismissive and making a joke out of these things White Raven has done. I mean, I guess from the lol funny perspective, that is actually really funny. He's just basically like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch, I don't want to hear it." That, you know, I can kind of respect that, I guess. But also, the things that she has done are so cartoonishly evil to be fully forgiven, to be honest. It makes me kind of question what the limit is for Lewis as a character. It would be one thing if she just mindlessly killed people under the influence of the darkness, but she tortured them, desecrated their bodies, drank their blood, and actively enjoyed doing all of this. And when Lewis is so forgiving of all this, to the point that he makes a joke out of all the people
people that she killed, it does make me wonder how far is too far for him. Could you be a child rapist, and so long as you were sorry for it, you'd be okay in his books? I'm sure there were children White Raven killed, so it feels like we are actively making things a bit too extreme here. But honestly, this wouldn't be terrible still. Like, we could have these flaws just be characteristics for them and be just fine, even if I personally think it's getting to this cartoonishly silly level. But within the next paragraph or two, this whole conflict is settled. White Raven is swept up and away by Lewis's words, and this part of her character arc is almost entirely done now, besides one chapter later on. The thing that was most interesting about her flaw and story-wise is resolved the exact same chapter that she's introduced, making it pacing-wise extremely rushed and strange. Like, if she had stuck around a little bit more and there was more mysteriousness about her character and we got to know little bits more about her more and more, and Lewis got to see her actually do good things out in the world, I think this scene would have had so much more impact and would have been legitimately something I would have praised him for writing. It would have actually been pretty good, because Lewis himself would have seen who White Raven is now. But as is, he only just met her and is making all these sweeping words to her over kind of nothing. So this character arc being over and all this just feels sort of unearned. And you can sort of tell that Lewis wrote this character with this scene in mind mostly, and one other chapter about her that we'll get to in a bit. Because after a while, White Raven really falls into the background of this story and doesn't get nearly as much dialogue as Lithmanar or Endo. In fact, there were times I kind of forgot she was there at all, and she oddly enough has nearly nothing to say most of the time. And I think it's because Lewis kind of blew his load too quickly with this character in this one chapter. It's a real shame, but oh well. Moving on. Chapter 12. Secrets, Bargains, and Lies 2. So, a funny bit of trivia about this novel. If there is ever a chapter with this title in it, it means that Endo is going to be sexually assaulted, manipulated, or abused in some fashion. Charming. In this chapter, they find an inn and they all wish to sleep there, but don't have the funds for it. However, Endo, in secret, pays for their room by promising to strip in the strip club section of the inn, which, yes, this is a strip club inn, in case you didn't know. Once night falls, Lewis wakes up and decides to explore around the joint, and then decides to go to the strip club section of the inn for research purposes only, of course, only to find that Endo is one of the strippers that night. Also, while we're on the topic, since I don't know when else I'm gonna get the chance to talk about this, the name Endo is really weird, right? Like, where does that even come from? If I weren't sure it's actually something nerdy that Lewis put in that's probably a reference or symbolic of her being something, I would have just guessed it was because it was similar to the word endowed, because this woman is constantly getting naked. Quote, Lewis looked around and saw that his current location was near a strip club section of the inn. He chuckled silently, wondering if Endo has signed up to be one of the strippers. He realized that he hadn't had a good laugh or done anything strangely perverse, except for, of course, for bringing a mass murderer and a thief into his happy little clique, since he had arrived on Sin. And if Sin was indeed the name of the planet, why doesn't he indulge himself in one of the common peasant pastimes on this dirty-sounding world? Unquote. Right. Something odd that he notes here as well is that he is of course only 14 years old, in a strip club, and no one has batted an eye, which makes Lewis come up with a theory, that being, quote, the working theory he came up with was that because of the shortened lifespan most people on this planet, and of women's roles in this society for them, the children might be a frequent occurrence at clubs like these, unquote. Right. And you're sure that it's the darkness that we need to be worried about in this fictional world, and not its clear exploitation of children and how generally fucked up it all is? Again, maybe this is all setting up stuff for future novels where this will be explored more in depth. I doubt it, but maybe it is. It will not come up in this novel, but you know, maybe things will eventually get there. But nonetheless, Lewis certainly doesn't seem to mind or make any sort of comment about it. Quote, Endo was on stage and performing a striptease. Lewis didn't know whether to be shocked or amused. Here was Endo, a girl who had always played humility and acted on the higher moral ground than Lewis. And here she was, on stage taking off all her clothes in front of people she didn't even know, winking at them as if she wanted them alone for her sexual pleasure. By the time she was left in nothing but a bra and panties, Lewis wanted to laugh loudly, finally realizing that everything seemed to fit together. Unquote. Pro, what is so fucking funny? Endo paid for all you guys' rooms and safe place to sleep by selling her body to a bunch of perverts. That's not fucking funny, that's fucked up. Holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with them? I swear, sometimes Lewis just generally comes off as a fucking psychopath in this novel. A pretty funny psychopath, but one nonetheless. Well, anyway, then a bunch of guys start grabbing onto Endo and trying to rape her on the stage. So Lewis then saves her and beats up the rowdy crowd. After the scuffle and a strangely out of place paragraph about White Raven going schizo in her room, we then have this exchange between Lewis and Endo. Quote, "Are you alright?" he asked. "My lord, I'm so sorry," she whimpered. "For what?" I'm such a hypocrite. I'm ready to receive rejection from the Linkara." "What?" "This is not the first time I've engaged in such deviant activities, my lord. Many times over the course of my life when I have left the church, I have done things like this. Some even worse. I am ready to be exiled from the Linkara for soiling my purity." Lewis rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, Endo. Don't tell me that you've been taught that whole purity equals heaven bullshit, have you?" Endo sniffled a little, raising her head up to see her eyes meet Lewis's. She winced and turned away when she did, though. According to the Linkaran beliefs, in a situation like this, to look into the Linkara's eyes is considered sinful, and Endo felt that she was in enough trouble as it was. "Endo, why don't you just start from the beginning?" Lewis said, kneeling down once more. Endo wiped away more of her tears. "Well, my lord, it started about 2 years ago. I get odd cravings for sexual pleasure any time I left the church. When I was in the church, I could control myself, but outside the church, among so many people, I made deals, had sex, even did what I did here, dance for warriors." Lewis sighed. "And let me guess, your parents don't know?" "My mother died shortly after I was born. My father does not know. If he did, he would throw me out of the Linkara instantly, banish me from my own faith. I imagine that shall happen now with you, my lord." Endo began crying once more and grabbed Lewis's arm. "Please, my lord, kill me now. I could not bear to live without the Linkaran faith." Unquote. This is, very dark. Like, unbelievably dark, actually. And far too complex a topic than what I would expect a 14-year-old is capable of doing justice. I'll be real. Especially because it has to do with, specifically, faith, child exploitation, and her doing this all at the age of 12 originally to now? Now, to be clear, I don't think this makes him inherently weird for including it, mind you. Lots of teenagers do tend to write this way, including really fucked up topics because they've seen it in other stuff they enjoy and want to take a crack at it, or believe that it may add depth to their work, despite it being quite difficult to write well. I am an enjoyer of dark fantasy after all, and I especially love extremely dark, fucked up shit going on with characters that they have to deal with. And I guess to Lewis's credit, this is done a little bit better than White Raven's, since there was clearly some build up to all of this. That being said, however, how this plot thread is continued from here feels very bizarre to me. Quote, Lewis pulled his arm away. "I'm not going to kill you, Endo, and you're not getting exiled." "What, my lord?" "Endo, people believing themselves to be pure caused several wars on my planet and resulted in the deaths of millions. There is no such thing as pure on this planet or on mine. I don't want the church that's modeled me as their savior to think that they're any holier than anyone else. Also, do you realize how attractive you look right now?" "Excuse me?"
Endo, right now, most males of my age are having hormone production up the wazoo. That means they're going to be horny little bastards around girls, and most girls find that disgusting. To meet a girl like you, who is both bi and a stripper, well, let's just say the concept isn't unattractive, but it's sinful. Endo, committing a couple of sins is not going to send you to hell. It's when you sin again and again without any care for who you might be hurting and don't want redemption is when it gets bad. And even if this did give grounds to kick you out of the Linkaran faith, just because you fooled around with a couple of guys and stripped for others doesn't mean you're any less of a person. Feel like a whore. You shouldn't. You're kind, sweet, and frankly, I'm honored to have you at my side. Endo sniffled a bit more, and her tears of sorrow transformed into tears of happiness. She wrapped her arms around Lewis, who hugged her in return. Thank you, my lord. Unquote. In other words, Lewis basically tells Endo, nah, you should be proud of using your body as a means of payment. Be proud to be a sex worker, you 14-year-old child. Be a slut. Do whatever you want. I hope I don't have to explain to you why this is a really fucking weird, ass-backwards, and terrible message. And even beyond all that, makes Lewis, the character that is, seem like a piece of shit or just really fucking dumb. Especially when right afterward he says, quote, "You're quite welcome, my dear priestess. Man, am I on a roll. First White Raven, and now you." Unquote. Makes it sound like the characters are all NPCs to him. Characters to be leveled up on a social link. And while that is admittedly very funny, I won't lie, as far as any serious drama or character arcs go in the story, it is once again undercut and left out to dry by this very strange, psychopathic behavior. Sometimes this story almost feels like it is written to be a bit of a comedy, or like a cheesy B-movie. But then it has these serious scenes and topics and symbolism and shit later on that makes me think that no, this was all meant to be taken seriously. It is tonally one of the strangest things I've ever read, but once again, the exact kind of strange that makes it a gripping read, I must say. Jolly good show, Lewis. I literally never know what the fuck your character is going to say next. Even if it's not really good for the intended reasons, it is still very entertaining. Also, I really like how he basically just says, I'm your god anyway, and so I say being a slut isn't sinful. Also, that's kind of hot, and I'm into that, so you get a pass anyway. Chapter 13, Valor. So this chapter starts with the Lot heading back on their journey and Endo being upset because Lewis told White Raven and Lithmanar about her being a stripper, because as according to him, secrets will only separate them more, or something like that, but it just seemed to be a needlessly cruel way to embarrass her more, especially since Lithmanar mocks her a fair bit for being a whore. Lewis does get on to Lithmanar for doing this, but also, this doesn't seem to result in anything more than just pure meanness towards Endo, in case she hasn't suffered enough, I guess. Now after this is the second chapter where White Raven kind of gets something important happen with her, because she starts going schizo, and is like psychologically fucked up because the darkness, or the darkness's influence over her mind, or mind control from the darkness, I don't know, whatever it is, it's making her want to kill Lewis right now, even though she doesn't actually want to. So, they decide the best course of action is for Endo to cast a spell that transfers both Lewis and Lithmanar's consciousnesses inside of White Raven's mind, so that they can defeat the evil influence inside of her mind. Yeah, very high concept stuff to be introduced so quickly. It is actually a very cool idea though, and in a way kind of reminds me of Persona, specifically Persona 4, because they basically go inside White Raven's consciousness or subconsciousness world and defeat her shadow, or the darkness from her mind. Also, even if a bit stilted, still, I do actually kind of like this exchange between the boys. Quote, "Kid, yes? Why are we in a corridor?" "I don't know. It's just, I don't remember entering a corridor." "I know. It's almost as if
we really aren't in a corridor.
We aren't.
How do you know?
Because Endo just initiated the spell thing. Obviously, we are receiving a crude interpretation of White Raven's mind.
How do you figure? This just looks like a corridor made of yellow stones.
Ah, but there is more than meets the eye. No one truly knows what the unconscious mind can perceive. Although with dreams and imaginations, it might as well be anything they can comprehend. However, for someone else, who's in a more conscious state of mind, might not be able to perceive these things, and so our brains are interpreting the neural pathways in White Raven's brain as literal pathways, or corridors, or, for all we know, streets. Everything may seem physically real, but it's not.
Does that mean we're indestructible?
In theory, yes. But if I've learned anything from television and movies, is that you should never take that for granted. Something that attacks us here might actually harm us by sending electrical impulses into our brains, like commands to sever a nerve impulse or cut a blood vessel.
I see.
No, you don't.
You're right, I don't.
Unquote.
So eventually they find White Raven inside her own mind, fighting this dark-clothed version of herself, which White Raven then spells out to the audience. Quote, "She is a manifestation of Blood Raven. Even though I was rejected by the darkness, I still have feelings about returning to it. That thing over there represents my desire to return to the darkness," White Raven explained.
You don't say.
However, this is a battle inside the mind, meaning anything goes as far as magic and powers and shit. And so Lewis takes on Blood Raven, confidently stating, quote,
"I've got over 1,000 years worth of technological and literally knowledge on you. I've watched over 100,000 hours of television, seen over 100 movies, and I am a master of anime and comic books. And now it's time for me to go Bruce Campbell on your ass," unquote.
And so he does just that, and the two start shape-shifting and shit to fight one another in a kind of fun moment, if only because it's clear Lewis really wanted this scene to flex and include a bunch of characters and stuff he likes into the novel. However, amongst the battle, eventually Blood Raven sort of consumes both White Raven and Lithmanar into herself, and seems to be taking their energy. And so Lewis then comes up with a brilliant plan. He changes into Gur from Invader Zim. Quote, "Lewis had become Gur from the television show Invader Zim."
"Ooh, spaghetti!"
Gur exclaimed, looking up at the tentacle creature. Blood Raven was not deterred by the appearance of the small robot, launched out a new series of tentacles that quickly wrapped around Gur and began pulling him into it.
"Yay, I'm doomed!"
Gur shouted happily before being sucked inside the creature. And with Gur now absorbed, the Blood Raven creature began to laugh and gloat.
"Yes! And now that the Linkara is mine, I can tee-hee waffles. I shall return to the darkness and reclaim my squirrels. Squirrels everywhere.
Oh no,
What's happening to me? I need tacos!"
Then Blood Raven exploded, unquote. Yes, Blood Raven did indeed blow up, because according to Lewis, quote,
"I realized that if Blood Raven were to assimilate something totally stupid, she'd become stupid in return. She'd never be able to keep her sanity in check as long as she was singing the Doom song and screaming about tacos, so I figured she'd self-destruct."
This is, it's an interesting way of solving the conflict, I suppose. It's also pretty funny because it means that White Raven's shadow imploded because she couldn't stand the idea of becoming Atop. Chapter 14 plus 15. Army of Light 1 and 2. Alright, so I put these two chapters together because honestly there's no reason for them to be two separate chapters anyway. Now what's funny is that as I read these books, I made sure to take notes along the way as anything interesting, noteworthy, weird, or just funny came up along the way. But honestly, nothing really showed itself during these two chapters. As far as content goes, basically after they save White Raven from herself, I guess they get ambushed by a bunch of Dark Knights, but then they are saved by a bunch of White Knights, and they are all enamored by the Linkara. And then the rest of the two chapters are all about a big army of Dark Knights getting ready to attack, and so the White Knights need to strategize in order to defeat the far larger army. And so, with the combined efforts of Indo's magic and ability to create illusions, including the illusion that they actually have more army people than they actually do, Lithmanar and White Raven fighting, and Lewis being an all-powerful, super smart god at everything he does, they managed to defeat the army. Obviously, there's a lot of drama in here, and I'm skipping a lot. But hey, we gotta start cutting to the chase here eventually. However, overall, I would say that I somewhat enjoyed these 2 chapters. They weren't the best writing-wise, and again, could be a little bit stilted. In fact, they were very stilted very often. And yet still, I enjoyed the battle that they showcased and the way the characters played off of their abilities to win said battle. So overall, these 2 are a pretty good highlight in the novel overall. Chapter 16, Signs and Portents. This chapter opens with Lewis finding this big memorial out in the city they were trying to head to, and it has the name of Rain Vendra's brother on it, to which he speaks to him and tells him about his sister, and how she died for the cause just as he did, a brave woman. It's actually a completely decent scene with no real issues and serves, I think, as a strong moment of character definition for Lewis, and a reminder that yes, people are dying for this cause all around him, and he plays an important role in making sure none of them died in vain. Even if he's a Christian and doesn't really believe in all this stuff, he's willing to play the role they want, if only to avenge those who have fallen for a better world. Good stuff. Actually, while we're on the topic, I suppose I ought to address the elephant in the room, and that is that Lewis, or the Linkara, is literally Jesus. I mean, it's pretty obvious narratively, but when you look at who he surrounds himself with, that being sinners, a thief con man, a once evil warrior with the literal embodiment of darkness who's killed thousands, a cat-girl whore. All these people are sinners in their own right, and yet Lewis happily accepts them as his equals, and tries his best to make them feel better. Even if some of the messages he gives them are a bit sketch from time to time, his heart is in the right place, I think. Either that or he's a really horny psychopath, one of the 2. Still, because this is a self-insert, this is a bit funny to think about, and is almost a what-if story if Lewis was Jesus. What would he do? It's pretty conceited, one must admit, but also, yet again, very funny, so I can roll with it. But anyway, the next scene opens like this. "My own daughter! A whore! 'Tis bad enough you traveled alongside a thief and a mass murderer, but you are also a whore?" Garrick shouted and kicked Endo in the stomach. Lewis growled as Garrick was about to kick Endo again, and he got between her and him. Garrick tried to push Lewis aside in his rage, not recognizing him as he continued to shout at Endo. "You are banished! Not only from the Linkara religion, but as my daughter. You are no longer my daughter, you whore!" Unquote. So yeah, Endo's father isn't too happy about his daughter having sex with a bunch of people. But Lewis is Jesus, and this is his religion, so he basically comes in and fucking backhands Endo's father and tells him to accept his daughter or he'll fucking kill him. And then Endo and her father have a moment of understanding by force of gun. Then Linkara reads the 3rd part of the prophecy about horses with 5 heads and this big apocalypse scenario coming to pass for the final battle of the darkness. Yada yada yada, that sort of thing. It's just more, Linkara's gonna fight the darkness, it's gonna be a big cool battle, you get it. Then, Linkara and Endo have a moment of romance together that's okay, I suppose. Quote, Endo blushed and returned the hug, closing her eyes a little as Lewis held her a little tighter. Endo, I'm going to make a promise to you. I'm not going to let the darkness or anyone else hurt you. This promise goes to the others as well. That damn thing has hurt too many people, and I'm not going to let anyone else get harmed or die by its hands. I care too much for you to let it, Lewis stated. Endo smiled, and the 2 backed away, but still kept their arms near each other. Lewis and Endo opened their eyes so that they could meet each other's gaze, and their eyes stared into each other. They blinked a little. Then, on instinct, their heads began to slowly come closer to one another. Both stopped, breathing as they just continued to come closer to each other. Their lips were almost an inch apart at this point. They were about to kiss one another. But then, oh no! The sky starts fucking raining blood, bitch! Chapter 17. Horsemen of the Armageddon. So the sky is bleeding, as per the prophecy, and so they need to go to where the darkness is and, well, kill it. But on their way to the place, they start talking about, what else, but religion once more, with Lewis talking about Christianity and the Bible, and once again, sort of going on a little soapbox about the whole thing. I suppose so, but isn't this Bible of yours the Word of God? See, that's where most people screw up. God never wrote the Bible. It was written by men. The men who wrote it either had a direct or indirect communion with God, or they had seen other people have that communion with God. Either way, they both tried to interpret all they saw and put it down on paper. And the next problem is that a lot of stuff in the Bible reflected the ethics and beliefs of that time period. In that time period, slavery was okay, homosexuality was an abomination, and working on the Sabbath day was punishable by death. Some people in my time take the Bible as the absolute word of God, and because of that, they become arrogant tight-asses. To them, it's become more about judging other people for their religions and or personal beliefs, instead of about Jesus' love. What should it matter who or what a person is screwing as long as both God and Jesus love them? Hell, God loves even terrorists. Of course, with them, he takes more of a tough love approach, in which he sends them to hell, but that's a different issue altogether. The point is, anyway, that so many people in my time are focused on the book and the words in it instead of the message. And what is the message, Linkara? That Jesus died on the cross for our sins, that he loved every single person living or dead, and maybe instead of acting like we're holier than thou, maybe we should start trying to teach people about why a religion is great. Geez, do I hate stupid people that are on my world, unquote. So yeah, then later on they meet Mira. Remember her? She was the Dark Knight that Endo had to have sex with in order to get the potion for Lewis? Well, she's back, and she's upgraded, as she is now one of the Darkness's 5 powerful horsemen, as per again the prophecy, and has new powers that allows her to kill people with her touch. And she's allowed to express emotions now because she ranked up? Honestly, it's never really explained why Dark Knights need to be emotionless to begin with, or else they are casted out of the Darkness's ranks. Like, they vaguely explain it, but it's never really explored, and here it just feels like Lewis wanted an excuse for why Mira is laughing maniacally, and, well, what comes shortly after this. See, Mira is like, ha ha ha, I am super powerful, and I remember you, Endo, the one that I violated? Yeah, you remember you? I remember you, the cat girl. Hey everybody, I violated that one, ha ha ha. And Endo was like, yeah, well, I did that because I was able to save Lewis, Linkara, so you directly helped in saving the Darkness's enemy, you dumbass. Which, yeah, fair comeback, honestly. But this gets Mira pretty pissed, and after a little battle, she kidnaps Endo and kills the Lot's horses, but doesn't kill Endo and doesn't kill anyone with her touch. So White Raven and Lithuminar are like, well, I guess Endo is dead now, because she's definitely gonna die in Mira's hands, so I guess let's go defeat the Darkness without her. To which Lewis is like, I love her, and you guys are being total bitches for just resigning her to her fate immediately. And you're supposed to be her friends, so we're gonna go after her now, weirdos. It's honestly not a bad little back and forth and, I don't know, raising of the stakes. Except Lewis, that is the author, Lewis, has to make sure to take you right out of the moment, or at least take me right out of the moment by stating, quote, Lewis winced and clenched his fist tighter. He was now facing the dilemma so many protagonists of TV, movie, and literature had faced so many times before. It was a paradox that never had a true answer, whether to go in and attempt to rescue and risk Endo's life, or to wait and allow her to be taken away by the villain anyway, unquote. Except that's never a fucking dilemma, they always go to save them in the story, so that doesn't even... But whatever, I've already complained about why this writing trope is super annoying to me, so let's move on. Thus, we start the most infamous chapter of this novel. The one that, even if you know nothing about the book, which is pretty much almost everyone, if someone does know about the book, there will be one thing that they bring up. One single aspect, well, maybe besides the name Linkara comes from it, and that is that Chapter 18, Secrets, Bargains, and Lies 3. The chapter where the Catgirl Endo gets violently raped. In short, this chapter features Mira torturing Indo for days and days on end, while Lewis and his lot continually chase after her, as she moves from one torture scene to the next. This torture includes beating her, cutting her up, and eventually, yes, raping her for hours endlessly. Now, this is never described in gruesome detail, and is written rather matter-of-factly actually, but it is still nonetheless yet another extremely crazy dark turn of events, especially for this poor slutty cat girl. You gotta feel bad for her at some point, as she is constantly the conduit for young Lewis's dark fantasies and strangest bits of edgy writing. Quote, however, not only were her wounds untreated and uncovered, but also her whole body was uncovered. She also could feel very little from her arms, which were suspended above her head thanks to the rope tied to the ceiling of the cave. By now, all the blood had drained from her arms, making her feel all the more powerless to stop Mira. So far, prior to being tied to the cave ceiling, Indo had been stripped naked and now cut in addition to the blows and whippings delivered by Mira. Mira also insisted that Indo call herself Mira's whore, which only added to her humiliation. Lack of food and water had begun to take its toll on the priestess, who was having a hard time forming coherent thought and focusing on any particular thing. Her body was littered in cuts and bruises, some where the bleeding was only now coming close to stopping. Both her vagina and anus were sore from being raped by Mira, unquote. Well, that's charming. Again, not that this stuff can't be in stories, mind you. Hell, I'm a huge fan of stuff like Berserk as an example, where there is, well, rape aplenty. It's just in combination with everything that this character has been used for as far as a, message of sexual freedom and whatnot, it just all comes across as really weird here. And look, there's something I've been hesitating to talk about because I want to talk about it in more detail later, since I believe a man's art should be separate from himself as much as I can, unless it's like a direct connection between the two, which you could argue, since Lewis shares the same name as Lewis in the book, maybe there is that connection. But nonetheless, let's just say that knowing some things about Lewis outside of this novel, particularly stuff regarding a certain green M&M, makes me ponder upon how much of this was written purely for the fact that he was getting off to it. But regardless, that's just conjecture on my part for the time being. As it stands, it is actually a fairly fucked up chapter, as this torture and both physical and psychological warfare goes on for some time. But regardless, the chapter does end with Lewis saving Indo from Mira, with her just sort of running away. Even though she's super powerful and can probably kill them with her touch, for some reason she just runs away. Though before she does run away and Lewis does end up saving Indo, Mira actually tried to convince Indo into joining her and the darkness. That it would be the best option for her, which, I mean, okay, don't you think that would have been something to try convincing her of before you raped her violently for hours? Like, holy fuck. Maybe she figured she just had psychologically broken her at this point, and anything she said would be enough to get her to join her side, but I don't know. Seemed kind of random a thing to bring up after so long of nothing more than just torture going on. But anyway, the four leave, with Mira never being seen again in this novel. Perhaps someone to be seen in a future sequel. Who knows? I mean, well, I know, but anyway. Chapter 19, Man in the Middle. This chapter is kind of a calm before the storm of sorts, where Indo recovers in a hospital and she and Lewis have a little moment together, with him protecting and taking care of her, at her side in this time of pain. And it's actually handled somewhat okay, at least. Then Liftminar has this Han Solo moment, since he's clearly Han Solo of the group, with him doubting if this is all worth doing. And he has to sort of admit to himself that he's not just doing this for the money anymore, but because he actually does care about this group and for the cause and, you know, that sort of thing. That's pretty much it though. I mean, I suppose it is a nice character moment for Liftminar and for the group in general, so overall, not too bad. A pretty good chapter, especially since it could have easily been very cringy and very, very strange to follow up that, well, extended torture scene with anything humorous. I mean, it probably would have been the apex of the humor at this point. That not even that is off limits for the Linkara Lewis to shimmy aside, but in the end, no. I guess he decides that it's too much and he should probably make things a little more serious and somber for this time. And so they all head off to face the darkness itself, in the city where it's been held up, Soya. No, really, it's actually called Soya. Chapter 20, The Dead City. So this chapter opens with the group arriving at Soyland, and it's not at all what they were expecting. It looks like a bright and happy city full of life and nice people, all of whom seem to be happily under the reign of the darkness, and welcome the world that it is bringing about. Quote, "Pelmore joy, strangers!" Children had run up to the group and placed wreaths upon their heads. Lewis was briefly beginning to think that they had entered the equivalent of Hawaii for sin. Everyone was friendly and said hello when they passed, and the children were laughing happily and giving them gifts. "What's Pelmore joy mean?" Lewis asked. "It's a common phrase around this time of year. It is an annual tradition of happiness and joy for the city, reminding us of the time 300 years ago," the knight who was leading them to the castle replied. 300 years ago? But the only thing that happened then was the darkness's appearance," Indo stated. "Exactly. Do not worry. The king shall explain all things to you," the knight responded. Lewis and Indo exchanged worried glances. From what they could tell, the people of this town were actually celebrating the arrival of the darkness, unquote. An interesting turn of events. However, this illusion doesn't last for much more than a few more pages, before the group then realizes that this whole thing is just a big trap set up by the darkness itself, and is in fact just illusion magic. So they end up fighting a bunch of dark knights and demanding that they take them to the darkness immediately, to meet with their leader once and for all. However, that's when the darkness finally shows itself. Chapter 21, Face of the Enemy. Sorry if I'm moving rather quickly at this point, by the way, but these chapters really have been far shorter, and sort of been moving at a quicker pace anyway, which I'm not really opposed to since we're at the finale of the novel at this point. It's actually kind of refreshing to kind of move into the finale with some brisk pace. Doesn't feel too rushed either because there's been enough build up to this darkness thing at this point that I just kind of want to see what it's like. And it's also because we've been talking about this book for 2 hours at this point, so let's cut to the chase, right? Quote, 6 feet tall, with black hair and pale skin like the Dark Knights made up this man. His eyes were colored a deep brown, and his physique looked rather muscular and strong, despite whatever was hidden behind his dark clothes. His eyes, unlike those of the Dark Knights, seemed warm and happy. He had no weapons with him. In fact, he did not appear to be much of a threat at all. However, what made him appear to be creepy to the group was the fact that the man was smiling and baring all his very white teeth to them. "We admit, my dear Linkara, you are a very difficult man to invite to my home. We had been expecting you to come calmly with my knights to this location. Instead, you killed them all," the man said, his voice deep but passionate, unquote. Please note that they refer to themselves as "we" here. It's going to be important later on. Also, further note that the darkness also refers to its home and its knights as "my" instead of "ours." That will also become important later on. Trust me. Quote, "It's funny. You're not what I expected you to be," Lewis stated. "What were you expecting?" "Honestly, a big bloppy thing of dark stuff." The darkness chuckled. "We know. We can assume many different forms, and we decided that this was probably the best to use when meeting with you," unquote. So then there is a conversation that happens between the darkness and the group, with him appealing to them to understand his way of thinking, and also offering things like the White Raven to come back into his ranks, which White Raven replies with, "My name is White Raven, enemy of the light," which I think was supposed to be enemy of the dark, or warrior of the light, or pretty much the opposite of what she said. But mistake like that aside, Lewis, however, is having none of the darkness's sweet words of encouragement or kindness. Quote, Lewis smiled, "And I invite you to kiss my ass." The darkness's smile faded away, his eyes narrowing. "You really don't understand who you're dealing with,"
do you?
Lewis rolled his eyes and chuckled. You really want to know who I think I'm dealing with?
We believe that we know already, but you can confirm my suspicions.
Lewis grinned, putting his blades at his sides. I think I'm dealing with a being that sees itself as a liberator. It sees itself as a bringer of change, an idealist, so to speak. You're an artist, painting the world to what you see as the ultimate form of self-expression. You see yourself as a visionary, a leader, a scholar.
Yes, Linkara. That's exactly—
Shut up!
Lewis interrupted. The darkness blinked, allowing Lewis to once again speak. Lewis's grin disappeared.
However, despite your opinion of yourself, you're an egotist. You're overconfident, destructive, and lashing out at things that disagree with you. You see those around you as inferior because they either haven't achieved the clarity that you have, or are only close enough to your level but have not gone far enough. You manipulate people into serving you and accepting only your ideals and beliefs. You remain in constant watch over them, ready and able to strike them down the instant they begin to express individuality. You're Big Brother. No, I take that back. You're not a powerful government that wants total suppression of free will. You're a weak little adolescent with a Hitler complex because you're afraid everyone's going to find out how small your penis is.
The group stared at Lewis in disbelief, once again not able to fully comprehend Lewis's choice of words. The darkness narrowed his eyes, once more at Lewis, his fists clenching. Then he closed his eyes and bent his head down slightly, smiling. Well, this hasn't exactly gone as we had wanted. We had hoped that you would listen to reason. Use some of that tolerance that you seem to pride yourself on, the darkness said.
I don't tolerate dictators,
Lewis growled. The darkness sighed once more, keeping his head low. Well, since you won't listen to reason, perhaps a more direct approach shall be necessary, unquote. And so they start to fight the darkness, but then realize that he has telekinesis powers, and starts wiping the floor with them, so they make a run for it outside of the castle. That's where they see the dead city and the illusion fully gone, with dead bodies, dark clouds, and yeah, pretty much dark, evil, lord world shit. Then the darkness makes its way outside and Lewis shouts,
to quote Invader Zim, I'm really looking forward to twisting you into a twisted, horrible knot made from you!
He shouted, pointing at the darkness, to which the darkness responds in kind by kidnapping Endo.
Wait, what the fuck? She's gotten kidnapped again, bro? How many fucking times is she gonna... Okay, whatever. And the darkness is like, you can return to my castle and reclaim her when you're ready and get your strength back. Why? Like, I get that the darkness for some reason really wants to have Linkara join his side, but he hasn't really made it clear as to why, or why he doesn't just fucking kill them all right now, since he clearly could. Like, is he just fucking stupid or what, man? Kill them now! Crush them! Kill them all! Destroy the child!
Chapter 22. Et tu, my friend. So they take up a little abandoned inn in the dead city, and Garrick, again Endo's father, meets up with them there. And it's here where the final piece of the Linkara prophecy is read, and it's rather ominous. Quote, it would appear that the Linkaran man who wrote the prophecies wasn't sure what the outcome would be in your battle with the darkness. He wrote 2 different prophecies about the outcome. The first, as I quote, when the darkest time comes, the angel shall rise from his suffering 1,000 times stronger, the light that his companions shine rejuvenating him, and he shall utter a word that shall defeat the darkness once and for all. Lewis blinked.
And the other?
He shall forfeit his life in order to save sin and destroy the evil once and for all. Lewis stared at him for a moment, then shrugged and turned to the door once again.
Okay, whatever.
Lewis, don't you understand? You couldn't be... Lithwinar began. Lewis interrupted him.
I could be what, Lithy? Killed? Ha! Death is such a limited concept. Maybe I will die after I defeat the darkness, but I don't care. We're all going to die someday, guys. I've been prophesized to kill this thing, and I don't like letting down the powers that be, okay? You don't want to give up your life?
Well, fine. Neither do I. However, the simple fact of the matter is that win or lose, I'll go down fighting. And with that, Lewis promptly turned and walked out the door, the others sighing and exchanging glances. Unquote. By the way, the others don't want to go back and fight the darkness now because, well, they figure he's like way too powerful for them at this point, but Lewis is unafraid. So he makes his way back to the castle of Soy again, and ends up sitting at this big table where Endo and the darkness are awaiting him. Quote, "Ah, welcome, Lewis. Please have a seat at my table. We're sure you'd like to get through this matter very quickly. You must have many questions. All we ask is that you hear my side of the story before you try to fight me," the darkness said. Lewis smiled and nodded. Sitting at the chair opposite the darkness, he turned to Endo. "Are you alright?" he asked. She nodded, looking up and smiling up at him a little. Lewis smiled back, then turned back to the darkness. Unquote. So the darkness at this point starts talking about why it killed everyone in this city. It explains that the Dark Knights are all conduits of him, meaning he can see through them basically. This is also the part of why the darkness refers to itself as we. Quote, "You keep saying we instead of I. What's the big deal?" Lewis raised an eyebrow. When he saw the darkness looked uncomfortable. The darkness then returned to his former state of happiness as he started cutting into a piece of steak. "The Dark Knights exist with us in a state of collective consciousness. We can command them with our thoughts. And so, since we all share one mind, we can either refer to ourselves as me or we," the darkness explained, then placed a piece of steak in his mouth. Lewis smiled. "Oh really? How interesting. So you've been keeping tabs on me every time I've encountered any Dark Knights?" The darkness nodded. "You've had quite an interesting adventure. It will be nice to have you on my side." Lewis shook his head. "Oh no, I don't think that'll be happening anytime soon." "Oh? But we believe that it will," the darkness replied. Lewis stood up. "No! I don't think it will. I don't care if you think you're creating the perfect beings by removing their ability to be hopeful or happy. You're still a murderer. You murdered the people of this town, and then desecrated their remains by using necromancy. You've killed innocent people in cold blood, simply to try and advance your own goals. Your troops have raped women and children, and since you share a telepathic bond with them, you are guilty of those crimes as well. And you killed Rain Vendra, the sorceress I befriended when I first arrived in this shithole planet, and I think that it's time Endo and I left." Huh. So I wonder if that means that the darkness, was always aware of what Lewis looked like? Kind of makes times when the knights saw Lewis and didn't know it was the Linkara not make much sense. Also doesn't make much sense that the ball-kicking maneuver would work more than once, since, surely he would have had to have figured that out by that point. It's a bit, this plot discovery twist is a bit, shaky to say the least. But nonetheless, with that, Lewis grabs Endo and they start to escape the castle. And that's when Endo suddenly stabs Lewis in the side of the leg. Quote, "He looked back and saw Endo standing over him, tears falling down her face. Although Lewis felt remorseful for her tears, the pain of having a very sharp object sticking into him was much more fresh in his mind. What the hell was that for?" "I'm sorry, my lord, but I love you," she responded. "You stabbed me because you love me? It too, Brutus?" "I know not your worlds, my lord, but allow me to explain. I love you like I love no other. Unfortunately, you could never love me like I love you. That despicable creature promised me your love if I give you to him," Endo explained. Unquote. Huh? What? Where the fuck did this shit come from? Talk about a total character assassination. What the fuck? He already said he loved her, has spent half this book saving her ass and helping her out of bad situations, and they had grown so much closer together, and now all of a sudden, she decides he would never love her, and that the best course of action is to hand him over to the darkness so his free will can be taken away and be made to love her? After her free will was taken away from her for weeks by a member of the darkness while she was being raped and tortured? What the actual fuck? This has got to be one of the dumbest moments in this book, and it comes at the finale of the story. No real build-up, and spoiler alert, is going to be brushed aside
like it was nothing shortly thereafter. It makes me wonder if Lewis, the author, wanted to make some sort of Judas angle for Endo here, in that he has the fantasy Jesus get betrayed and handed over to the darkness and what have you. But if that is the case, it makes no sense for it to be Endo who does this, and there is no real further allusion to it other than that. It only really seems to serve the purpose of making Endo as a character seem really fucked up and like unbelievably idiotic, and narratively only serves to just get him back into the room that he was already in. It would be one thing if she was being mind controlled and the darkness sort of played into her worst fears and what have you. It would kind of work then, but that's not what happens. She just goes full on psychopath for no reason. But anyway, Lewis is escorted back to the darkness and he decides that the best course of action is to have their conversation continue inside of Linkara's mind. Chapter 23, Boss of Me. So this chapter is very similar to the one where they went inside White Raven's mind, except now it's all inside Linkara's mind. And it's basically this big debate between the darkness and Lewis in regards to, the world, individuality, that sort of thing. And the darkness trying to convince Linkara to join him again, but never stating why he wants him to join him, what benefits there are to joining him, and frankly, weirdly enough, Lewis never asking this question either. It is kind of interesting still, because they jump through different TV shows and stuff that Linkara, or Lewis, is a fan of, such as starting out on the bridge of the USS Defiant from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Then they move on to a dueling arena in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then the Council of Elrond from Lord of the Rings, and then back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arena again, and to the lab of Washu from Techi Muyo, and to like a Borg cube from Star Trek, the apartment of Monica and Chandler from fucking Friends for some reason, and then finally the cabin from Evil Dead. All this while they have a debate that amounts to the darkness saying free will and individuality are bad, and only get in the way of progress and shit like that. And Lewis rightfully saying, that's cringe, and I'm gonna make a soy jack out of you now. And darkness is like, me? A soy jack? You turn me into a soy jack? Me? And then they fight, and the chapter ends with Lewis breaking free of the darkness' spell, and we enter the final chapter of the novel. Chapter 24, Last Words. So the darkness then starts to reveal its true form, a black blob of tentacles and abstract shapes, and grabs hold of Linkara to feast upon his blood, when then Endo saves Lewis's life by casting a protection spell on him. Lewis immediately forgives Endo after she apologizes for the crazy shit that she just did, once again rendering that entire dumb plot twist pointless, and then they run out of the castle as it starts to collapse. The others in the group decide to join up at the last second and help Lewis as well. Then as the darkness grows and they watch as its form casts a shadow over the land, quote, "My lord, look!" Endo shouted, pointing at the castle. The group had managed to get a good distance away from the castle by this point, and that was considerably good for them, considering that the castle was caving in on itself. Black tentacles whipped out into the sky as black ooze seeped out of the windows, crushed the walls. The great castle of Soya fell, and its once proud walls dropped forward and were ground into dust by the darkness. As the darkness finally stopped growing, amounting to the size of the castle that had once stood in its place, the group began to notice that things were getting considerably darker. They looked up, seeing dark clouds fill the sky and turn it darker than the gray mist that had once been there. Night had fallen sooner than it was meant to. "And when the darkest time comes," Lewis whispered. "My lord?" Endo asked. "Your father brought along the last passage from the Linkaran scroll. It would appear that everything's coming to pass," Lewis explained. "My lord, how can we ever hope to stop such a beast?" Garrick shouted. "You guys aren't gonna be able to do jack diddly. I, on the other hand, have a prophecy to fulfill," Lewis replied, unquote. And with that, Lewis began running towards the darkness. In his now full set of golden armor, he got the other pieces along the way as he leveled up. I guess I just kind of forgot to mention them. Darn. He gets the final piece here though, a golden pair of wings that lets him fly up into the air to face the darkness head on. Quote, "Could this really be the end of our journey? The final battle that was prophesied so long ago?" Endo asked. Yes, my daughter, it is. Today is the day that shall forever be remembered with joy. The day the Linkara fought the darkness and vanquished it once and for all, Garrick replied exuberantly. 'Tis exciting, Endo laughed. Yeah, but in case you two haven't noticed, we're all but spectators in this combat. I wouldn't mind some glory being handed to us for all our hardships, Lithmanar stated. There's nothing we can do. This is the Linkara's fight now, White Raven stated. Maybe not, Endo exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Unquote. That's when Endo casts a spell that saps the energy from her and the others and gives it all to Lewis, making him light up like a star, this being the true final piece to complete the prophecy of the Linkara, the warrior of light, that light coming from his friends, the bonds he made along the way. And yes, this does mean that the power of friendship saves the day, but it's a nice moment. Quote, "Darkness, hear me!" Lewis shouted. "It would appear that the Linkara has come to see us. Tell me, boy, does your pathetic world have a better chance at stopping us than you?" "Probably," the darkness chuckled. "Still, you shouldn't be so confident with yourself just yet." "And why is that?" "Because you have a weakness that is known to me. A word that the Linkara shall utter that will defeat you, as the prophecy said." "And what sort of word would that be, little man?" "I." All of a sudden, the darkness lurched. It seemed to jiggle in fear and despair. Lewis smiled, grinning at the creature. "It took me a little time to understand, but there was a deeper meaning behind your switching of personal pronouns. You can't bear the idea of individuality. And what word and letter pretty much sums up individuality? I," Lewis explained. The darkness once more lurched and shifted uncomfortably on the ground, making the area rumble and shake with it. "It's funny in a way, oh great darkness. When referencing the country AI, you don't even quiver. But when spoken as I," the darkness wavered and twisted around its liquid-like body, groaning in pain from hearing the simple word. "It's the most painful thing you've ever experienced, isn't it? It's even more gut-wrenching than the electrical pulses I sent through your brain. You've been preaching suppression of free will and emotion for so long that the idea of individuality and freedom is painful to you. It's time you met who you're up against, darkness. I am Lewis Williamson, prophesized destroyer of evil, champion of AI, hardcore Star Trek fan, Christian, and keeper of the legacy of Rain Vendre. I call upon you to leave sin and return to the dark hole from which you spawned," Lewis shouted. "Never!" Unquote. This is also a pretty nice moment, and I like the overall message and idea here. Fuck collectivists. All my homies hate the darkness. But just one little nitpick. Remember how the darkness would say my instead of our? Wouldn't that also be a word that signifies an individual rather than a collective? Maybe it's just the word I, but it seems like adjacent words would also have a similar effect. No? What about the word me? Would that also have a similar effect? It seems as though it does not. This is sadly one of those things that I think old Lewis just didn't quite think thoroughly enough about when writing the story. But I can appreciate what he tried to do here. It's a pretty cool little twist, and I am a sucker for like big evil, destructive gods of whatever being defeated in a very simple way. But anyway, the darkness leaps forward, but then is destroyed by the Linkara's light, rendering it completely destroyed within moments. It becomes but a mere pebble of light and then evaporates. But with the darkness's death, the Linkara is nowhere to be seen. Quote, "Where's the kid?" Lithmanar asked, clutching his sides in pain. "It appears the second prophecy was the correct one," White Raven stated, cracking her knuckles. "Second prophecy?" Endo asked, turning to face the others. The original Linkaran man did not know the final outcome of the battle. Although he knew that the Linkara would be victorious, he knew not if the Linkara would survive it or not. Since he is nowhere to be found, we must assume that the second prophecy, which foretold his death in battle, was the correct one. I'm sorry, my daughter, Garrick explained. Endo thought about this new information for a moment, then smiled and looked up at the sun. It matters not, father. I did love the Linkara, Lewis, but he did more than just capture our hearts. He showed us that hope and faith still exist in this world, even when the darkness has taken everything. He rescued me twice from harm, and he was my friend. He never stopped believing in us and this world, and he never gave up when things got difficult. He protected those he called his friends, and even helped us understand a little bit more about this world than we ever thought possible. Garrick approached Indo and put his hand on her shoulder. We shall build a statue here in memory of the Linkara. It shall be 100 feet tall and made of the most indestructible stone, and we shall never forget the kid, Lithmanar said, smiling. We shall always remember the one who dressed in patterns most mysterious and wielded the Chatnajil. And the answer to what Chatnajil is simple. It was light. His light shall forever remain in us until the end of time, White Raven stated, also smiling. Indo looked up at the sun once again. It was going to be a beautiful day, unquote. Epilogue! The story ends with an epilogue of Lewis waking up in a sandy area, unsure of where he is, and then he proceeds to defeat a dragon and the guy who is controlling and riding the dragon quite swiftly, and then starts being celebrated by the people who are running away from said guy atop the dragon, which is all just a big Evil Dead ending reference and ends on a cliffhanger as to what adventures may come next for the Linkara. Quote, "Hail he who has flown through the skies and delivered us from the axe of the Terrafell Arbiters," the man shouted. And as the men began to chant hail over and over, Lewis could only stand and gape at the parallels he was experiencing between this moment and the end of the movie Evil Dead 2. Lewis groaned, realizing he did not want to do the same line that Bruce Campbell had done at the end of the movie, a very dignified and repeated "No!" And so Lewis responded to his new situation with the enthusiasm he has shown throughout the past few weeks. Oh, god damn it! To be continued. And that's the story, or abridged version, of Lewis's first book, Angel Armor, Just a Boy. And it's pretty fucking bad, but also pretty damn impressive for a 14-year-old. Again, I must reiterate that this whole novel, or perhaps novella is a better term, I guess, since its link fits that a bit more, was written by a nerdy teenager. And honestly, as weird as it is, and as badly handled as some character arcs and plot threads are on an objective level, it's also a finished book, which is something that nearly no one can claim to have finished at that age. And what's more is over the next couple of years, he would go on to write 3 more of these, all while he was in high school, going into his first years of college. So while many online might be quick to shit all over this book, and I think I have, to be fair, done a fair bit of that throughout this video, I would actually like to end this on a positive note, that I overall find it very impressive that this thing was finished at all, and for what it's worth, certainly is far from the worst thing I've ever read. The writing is rather repetitive, but grammar-wise is actually fairly alright, with the occasional mistake here or there. And while it is kind of cringy, I did overall enjoy the tale of Linkara, and at times almost felt the story was a little endearing, as it's so clear so much of the book both reflects the passions Lewis had at the time, but also his thoughts on the world, religion, people, and I find is an interesting showcase into his mind and where it was at that age, which will be extra fascinating to note back on as we progress through Linkara's story, not just that of the books, mind you, but his life story, and how he has changed as a man, and in some ways stayed the same over time. As I have noted many times before, I am also a huge fan of works that are just unapologetically the person's feelings and deepest thoughts. For many, this may come as very cringy, and being fair, it sort of is in a way, but it's an endearing sort that I wish I saw more often. These are true gems of the internet, when you get to read or watch or witness someone just be perfectly themselves and create a piece of art that isn't afraid to showcase who they are. No restrictions, no holding back. They are cringe, but they are also free. So while it may be kind of a shitty book, I applaud the courage it took to write it, especially because Lewis probably had his parents read it as well at that age. That must have been very awkward. I wonder what their thoughts on the cat girl getting raped for a whole chapter was. I suppose we'll never know. But with all that being said, I noticed that in nearly every place I saw anyone reference these books, every time they seemed to talk about something that happened in them, plot-wise, cringe-wise, or, well, just anything to do with them, everything that they noted that happened happens in this first book. Meaning, unless the same things repeat over and over again in the other 3 books, I don't think nearly anyone has taken the time to actually read the other 3 novels. And thus, I don't know what we're getting into with these 3, at all. Do they get better? Do they get worse? Are they even more crazy? Well, I think it's about time someone read them so you don't have to. Not that you were going to anyway. But nonetheless, with that in mind, let's journey through the other novels together, shall we? So, the second novel in Lewis's Angel Armor series is subtitled The Cassandra Conflict, published, according to Amazon, on February 15th, 2004, less than a year after the first novel was published. According to the description on the back of the novel, quote, right after the events of Just a Boy, Lewis Williamson is flung into the distant past during an event known as the 100-Year War. Determined to change the past to avoid the loss of so many lives, Lewis decides to try and change the course of the war to make it end sooner. However, his desire to do good will not be enough to stop him from going too far. Meanwhile, Endo and Lewis's other companions celebrate the final defeat of the darkness and mourn the loss of the Linkara. However, an old enemy arrives in town, deciding to resurrect the Dark Knights as the Eclipsed Legion. To counter this new threat, the group must now look to old friends and new ones in order to stop the Eclipsed Legion, as well as rescue Lewis from the past. Also, White Raven is tempted by an offer to join this new order, and she accepts, unquote. Yeah, with that being said, we jump into the actual contents of the book. We start with a prologue that just describes what happens in the previous book. All the novels from this point will have those, but I suppose I will read this one time since it also has some lead into the first chapter. Quote, my name is Lewis Williamson, and I am in hell. Alright, maybe hell is too strong a word for this sort of situation, but it's rather unpleasant. Okay, unpleasant is also too strong a word, so let me put it this way. As hells go, this ain't so bad. Currently I am somewhere within the land of Keen, and being catered to my every whim and desire. Of course, with the heat and humidity of this desert country, the thing I want most is water and food. Don't see Keen on the map? Well, you shouldn't, considering that Keen isn't on Earth. It's located on the planet called Sin. Yeah, I know, it's a really dirty name for a planet. However, if you'll let me start from the beginning, you'll understand the predicament that I'm in, unquote. He then begins to describe the events of the first book, yada yada yada. Quote, unlike the typical whiny superhero who would start moaning and bitching about, oh, how he wasn't ready for the responsibility and that he just wished he could go home, I took it upon myself to go out and kick some ass. My journey throughout this strange land has been a long and adventurous one. I met with kings, fought alongside an army of light against the army of darkness, and even fell in love with a nice priestess girl who liked sleeping around. However, when it finally came time to fight the big bad evil dude, I had to sacrifice myself in order to save the planet and blah blah blah. And so, whatever happened to finally destroy the evil darkness thing has brought me here. I am in Keen, and although I'm being treated like I am royalty, with scantily clad women feeding me grapes and people on weird instruments playing funky music, I am no doubt in some deep layer of hell. Well, not really, unquote. And so, with all that information out of the way, on to the main chapters. Chapter 1, After the Fire. This chapter is mainly about Endo mourning the Linkara being gone, as she obviously was in love with him, and thus his departure, or thought to be death, from their side is hitting her the most. Meanwhile, the Lewis or the Linkara, as noted in the prologue, travel back in time in the world of sin, somehow, but specifically in the sandy area in the Kingdom of Keen. Even though he single-handedly defeated a Terrafell Arbiter, aka a guy atop a dragon he beat at the end of the first book, in case you forgot, the King of Keen, Leonidas, doesn't like Lewis and doesn't believe him to be the Linkara, especially since they have a very different religion in this region, and thus he is extremely suspect of the boy. In response to this, Lewis shows off how powerful and OP he is and is basically an unstoppable Chad by now, just flexing on the whole place after the king had a bunch of his guards attack him, and then were quickly knocked out by Linkara. Quote, "If these were the guys who are fighting the Terrafell Arbiters, no wonder no one's ever slain a dragon rider," Lewis exclaimed. Leonidas glared at him, unquote. Then by chapter's end, we cut back to Endo and White Raven having a conversation. Raven tries to console Endo, but then Endo reveals that she still hates Raven because Raven killed her grandparents. And then Raven pushes Endo back and reveals that she's also in pain that Lewis is dead, because he was also important to her as well, ending the chapter with both of them being rather upset. Chapter 2, Penumbra. So after Lewis clearly showcased that he was literally a god, King Leonidas decided to appoint Lewis as the new captain of his army. But this girl named Jordan wants to be the captain and has wanted to for some time, and so some conflict arises. Quote, "A boy? They assigned a child to lead my unit," Jordan exclaimed. The other men in the group nodded. Jordan had a deep tan skin, which also somehow managed to stay smooth despite years of battle and hardship in the desert. She stood about 5'9", and her hair was long and a mixture of blonde and brown. Her clothes were that of a standard Keen military outfit, consisting of loose cloth underneath a hard leather/steel hybrid chestplate, light leather gauntlets, and metallic ankle armor. Most of the skin on her legs and arms were exposed, which was similar to the current fashion of the others. Jordan growled, her hand using a crude file to sharpen a large axe that she held in her arms. The others in the unit were laying down, sharpening the weapons as Jordan was, or swimming in their undergarments in the oasis pool. "Worry not, Jordan. We still stand beside you should you challenge this fool," one of the men who was sharpening his weapon stated. "There shall be no need for that. I intend to kill the impotent boy the moment he arrives," Jordan said, throwing the file away from her and gripping the handle of her axe. "Ha! Then we shall have a good show for us before the soldier could continue. The group was shocked to see a pummeled mass of red scales and blood suddenly land in the middle of them all. They all gasped and retreated from the object. Those close enough to their weapons grabbed them instantly. The black horns protruding from the bloody carcass made the unit realize what this thing was. It was the head of a dragon. "For those of you who are still so retarded that they think I'm not serious about my job, allow me to introduce you to my little friend here." Those words had come from Lewis, who was now approaching the group. They all gasped in turn, seeing him walk towards them. He walked past a shocked Jordan and stood next to the dragon's head. He looked down at it briefly, then used his gauntlet-covered arm to pick it up and show it to the unit once more. "This is a dragon. The Terrafell Arbiters don't have an unlimited supply of dragons, but frankly, one is enough to slay 100 units, and therein lies the problem. If the Arbiters were to send 100 Dragon Riders to Keen, not even the armies of Gilad and Keen combined would be able to stop them. Fortunately, we're catching a break. The Arbiters, after realizing from the last war how they moved too quickly in their attempt to seize new lands, are adopting a policy of slow conquest. They fight for yards instead of miles. Because of that, the bulk of their forces are now focused on Keen and Gilad. They are, however, taking this time to also plan out a full invasion of Keen. And what are you dickheads doing instead of planning for war to end all wars?
You're fucking swimming! Lewis exclaimed. How dare thee? This unit is one of the most battle-hardened in all sin. What gives you the right to— Shut up, Leftant! Lewis growled. Jordan's eyes got wide, and she took a step back. For a brief moment, she saw a fire in Lewis's eyes that frightened her. However, she quickly regained her composure and took another step forward, unquote. That's right. Lewis tells that bitch to shut the fuck up and puts her in her place. However, she's not so easily swayed by the Linkara's words. And so she steps up to challenge him, to which Lewis notes, Oh, very well. It would appear that I am destined to once again face stupid people, whether it be in the past or the present, he said. A fight between them then ensues, and ends on this note. Quote, Jordan decides to wait for the attack from Lewis, which came immediately. Lewis leapt off the ground, jumping higher than Jordan had ever seen someone go. While in midair, Lewis's other gauntlet formed up, and the second blade slid out. Lewis came down at Jordan, one blade going in first and knocking the axe away from her, while he used the flat side of the other to slam against her face and send her flying to the side. She landed in a shallow pool, groaning in pain and anger. She tried to get up, but the injuries she had now sustained to her legs and back made the pain too much to fight. She sighed in frustration and lay back, clenching her teeth together. Lewis turned back towards the others, who had shocked looks upon their faces. Okay, he said. Who's next in line to be my biatch? Unquote. So, yeah, that's pretty much that. Meanwhile, Endo is being gaslit into thinking that grieving over the Linkara is bad and shit by several other characters, and people seem to be getting actively upset that she's grieving over him, which comes off as really fucking mean and even outright emotionally brain dead, because it seems like they're upset that she's upset about it at all. And all this only seems to make her feel even worse. However, amongst these emotions, she later thinks maybe that she should apologize to White Raven, since she actually did understand her pain. There is also talks of politics and the like in the kingdom going on, blah blah blah, you kinda get the idea. But by chapter's end, Mira, the pedophile rapist of catgirls, in case you forgot, shows up at the end of this chapter in Endo the catgirl's house. Uh-oh. Chapter 3, Speculation. Thankfully, before we get more catgirl rape, White Raven comes in to save Endo from Mira, and they capture her for interrogation. Though, what's interesting is they actually could have just killed her right here and now, and as the story will progress, it kind of seems like they definitely should have just killed her right here and now, but whatever. All the same, Endo and White Raven now wonder who is controlling the Dark Knights now that the darkness is dead. Meanwhile, Lewis is still commanding the Keen unit, and of course, Jordan still doesn't like him at all, and so she tries to steal his gauntlet in the middle of the night while he's sleeping, seeing that it's what gives him his power. But it doesn't work out for her at all, and basically, he just wakes up and she gets bitch slapped by Lewis. Chapter 4. What would Brian Botano do? Quote, You don't like me, do you, Leftant? Lewis asked. Well, Captain, allow me to explain it in a simple way. You are Linkaran, whereas I belong to the New Blood Order. You refuse to allow the troops to engage in the activities that made them proud to be a member of the Keen Army and this unit. You are pompous, arrogant, superior, and you think you're smarter than us. And if it appears at times that I don't like you, well, that's just the reasons why, Jordan stated. Lewis walked over to one of the support poles of his tent and leaned against it. He closed his eyes and smirked, quickly opening them and stared at her. You're what people on my planet call a colossal bitch. You act as if you've got a shaft up your ass. You're lazy, sloppy, idiotic, and you think you know everything. You think it's unfair of me to push these soldiers to actually do their jobs and ready themselves for combat, which they've seen very little of so far, in my opinion. And if it appears at times as if I don't like you, well, those are just some of the many reasons why. Lewis's smirk faded as he got in Jordan's face, narrowing his eyes at her. Let me be very clear, Jordan. I don't honestly give a damn if you think I'm the Linkara or not. I don't give a flying fuck if you think I'm delusional. I could give a shit if you think I'm an
elitist simply because I choose to act superior to my troops, despite the fact that my rank gives me full authority to be an asshole to them. All I care about, Jordan, is saving lives, and thanks to the little time travel venture I'm taking, I'll have the opportunity to do just that, unquote. So, clearly Lewis isn't taking shit from no one in this book, which I suppose is consistent with his character for the first novel, but it seems even more extreme here. He knows he's the most powerful being in the world at this point, which of course would make one wonder if he's getting ready to be humbled by perhaps the new villains of this novel or something. Well, meanwhile, back in the normal time frame, Mira is captured and is imprisoned, and is being interrogated by General Javok, who has sort of been a character that's come up a couple times in the book, but mostly just to be there, and also to guilt trip Indo into not feeling sad about the Linkara being gone. And so Mira has this whole speech about how much she loves torturing people, and how she loves cutting guys' nuts off. Quote, "Have you ever just taken a prisoner of war and taken the time to slowly kill them? I have. There was one in particular, a farm boy from Anair. During the Dark Knight's rampage across the land, I had slain his parents when we took their house and food stores. The boy had seen me, and a few days later, attempted to take his revenge for his fallen loved ones. However, the boy's skills of a sword were limited and pathetic. I imprisoned the boy in his own home and slowly began my torture. I first cut off his fingers, one day at a time, while only feeding him Life Giver. Then I sliced off his toes. I proceeded to then nail his fingerless hand to the wall with rusted nails. I then cut off his legs and scrotum in a period of 1 hour. By the time I was done, he was dead and drenched in his own blood. Although I took no pleasure at the time of it due to my lack of emotions, I took pride in my ability to keep such a young boy alive for so long, despite all the things I was doing to him. You should have been there, General. You realize how much a person bleeds when you cut off their—" "Silence!" Javok explained. Javok winced, realizing he was very disgusted by this woman and the stories he had continually told, while he had attempted to speak to her calmly and reasonably. He took in a deep breath and clenched his fists. Javok moved in closer to Mira, right outside the bars that held Mira in, unquote. I like how we get this little notation that Javok winced, realizing he was disgusted, as if the other thing, winced, wasn't already enough of a determiner and the whole story. It's just kind of, again, stilted dialogue as per usual, but moving on. Then out of nowhere, 2 Dark Knights come in and beat Javok the fuck up, and then free their new Dark Queen. And they decide to keep Javok prisoner for now, as a bit of a bargaining chip of sorts in the future. Really begs the question again, though, why they didn't just kill Mira after all she had done. But, whatever. Anyway, we then cut back to Lewis's situation, and he decides to have a heart-to-heart somewhat with Jordan, and also gives her a history book from the future he brought with him, to show her what the future holds, and why he's trying to help her and their army end this war quickly. That originally, the war would go on for 100 years, and so basically everyone who's fighting in the war currently will have died fruitlessly because, well, they will not live to see it actually end. Which, while cool and all, does make me wonder if Lewis is aware how stupid that sounds. Like, he of all people who watches all these movies and shit should know that messing with stuff from the past can have drastic consequences in the future. It's a classic time travel trope, and yet he seems pretty confident in just throwing caution to the wind with it. But anywho, by chapter's end, Jordan has more confidence in Lewis's abilities and knowledge. And then, out of nowhere, the Arbiters attack. Chapter 5, Culture Shock. So, the evil Terrafell Arbiters are described as, quote, "The Arbiters are different. Each one of them had every bit of their skin covered and hidden. They wore red leather gloves and long red robes that they somehow managed to move swiftly despite their size. To top it off was a large red helmet they wore. The helmets had 2 slit cuts for eye holes and had a tiny hole in the center for breathing," unquote.
which is actually a pretty cool design. However, Lewis's army fights the Arbiters and sees how they are easily overpowered by the red-clad men, and so Lewis decides to make a bold move. Quote, "You Arbiters seem to enjoy picking on people smaller than you. Well, I'm smaller. Try picking on me," Lewis growled, and his blades quickly slid out of his gauntlets. Any of the Arbiters who were fighting the unit quickly shoved their adversaries aside and began advancing on Lewis. Lewis just grinned and beckoned them over to him.
"That's it, you crazy motherfuckers. Come closer," Lewis said, unquote.
And then Lewis proceeds to go God mode on these suckers and fucks them up all really quite easily because he is, after all, quite powerful. And everyone sort of celebrates Lewis defeating all the Arbiters, and they all have a drink of this drink called Geese, which seems to fuck them all up really quickly after just one slug, but doesn't really seem to affect Lewis all that much. Lewis then later talks to Jordan about time travel and how he views it, as well as his own theory on it, noting, quote,
"So, is time travel? You know, there's a theory on my world about time travel that I've already figured out, as opposed to the idiots who dwell on the question on countless occasions," Lewis said, sitting down to rest. "Explain it to me," Jordan said, sitting next to Lewis. "Well, the idea is, what if you went back in time and killed your own mother before you were born? If you had done that, you would never have been born. Therefore, you never went back in time and killed your mother. And so you were born and went back in time and killed your mother, etc., etc., Lewis explained. "'Tis a paradox," Jordan stated. "Precisely. The real answer is that it's entirely possible to do that because once you travel back in time and exist before you were born, you've moved outside of the normal confines of the space-time continuum, making you immune to any changes in the timeline," Lewis replied.
"Did you have a lot of odd conversations in your time period?" Jordan asked, standing up again.
"Yeah, but they were mostly just philosophy, politics, religion, and what's the best topping for pizza? You know, come to think of it, I wonder what's going on with Vendo and the others back in the future," Lewis spoke, unquote.
I guess that explains why he's doing what he's doing, if nothing else, and why he thinks changing stuff in the past will not affect the future. Though, it does beg the question why he would even bother doing any of this to begin with then. I guess just out of boredom? Maybe he just wants this timeline to have a better life than the one that his future one has? I'm not about to go into time travel mechanics and shit like that, but regardless, it's somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, back in the normal time, within like a few hours, Mira completely takes control back over the city of Soya, and has all the Dark Knights, or at least a fair few of them that remained, come back to the city and fall under her new rule, at the beck and call of her. This all happens off screen, or off page rather, so yeah, that's all pretty quick. So Endo, Lithminar, and White Raven all decide they need to go and save Javok from the prison in Soyland, and to then hopefully launch an attack on the city to get rid of the rest of the Dark Knights, with the help of the Army of Light and what have you. But in order to do that, they need to enter the city without being undetected, and so their plan for that is, quote, "Allow us to return to Soya. I can use an invisibility spell whenever we approach a group of Dark Knights and go through all the back alleys of the city so that we can avoid detection. No doubt they will be keeping Javok in the jail cells where Mir was being kept. We can retrieve him and get him back here," Endo suggested. Jermis stroked his chin, considering what Endo proposed. He looked over at Lithminar and White Raven. "You two would be willing to return to that area?" he asked. White Raven nodded. Lithminar shrugged. "Well, I suppose I'm going to live forever anyway, so I might as well go on a suicide mission," Lithminar replied. I'm pretty sure he meant to say, "I'm not going to live forever," but Regardless, moving back on. Dermis once again considered his words and then smiled. Very well, he said, but I am coming with you, unquote. However, what is super bizarre is literally just a bit later in the chapter, after we have Lewis's whole speech about time travel mechanics, and we once again go back to Endo and crew, quote, Endo shifted uncomfortably around in the heavy armor she was wearing. The weight of the armor wasn't what was bothering her, but the fact that the armor had been that of the Dark Knights. In order to successfully infiltrate Soya without a great deal of suspicion, the small group had to dress like Dark Knights, in the hope of fooling the Dark Knights long enough for them to get General Javok and escape unharmed, unquote. Which is extremely bizarre that they went with a completely different plan than the one they suggested. And what's more is, this one is way worse because they didn't even take the time to hide Endo's cat ears and tail, and that ultimately is how they get found out and captured themselves. Of note, though, along the way, is they do see that the Dark Knights are now allowed to have emotions since the darkness is dead, and they all find that rather interesting. But yeah, all the same, Endo and her lot get found out pretty quickly and then are just as quickly apprehended and thrown into the same cell as General Javok. Chapter 6, Allegiances 1. So like the first book, this one has several chapters with the title of Allegiances, following a theme. The theme of the first book, in that case, was Endo getting, sexually exploited. But in this one, it seems to be about White Raven and her feelings towards the Dark Knights. With all of them captured, Mira decides to take White Raven aside and offers her a deal. Quote, and now you have an army that's ready to swarm into the world and take it just like the Darkness tried, White Raven said. Mira shook her head. We are not like the weak Darkness, Raven. We shall not seek conquest. All we want is the city and to be left alone, until you gain enough troops and support that shall enable you to take over the 5 lands, White Raven yelled. Mira walked over to White Raven and pointed out the window. Look out into the streets, Raven. Do you see people roaring with a thirst for battle? Do you see Terrafell arbiters trying to enforce their religion on others? Do you see the monarchs of the Dark Times imposing unjust and unfair laws on the civilians? No, you don't. Most of them have grown tired of war and constant battle. Many of them have expressed a desire to hang up their swords and attempt to raise a family with the few female knights that we have among us. I myself have already declared that I shall take on many mates if it means letting them have children. You cannot deny these people their rights, Raven. They want a home of their own, and this is the ideal place for it. And what do you want of me, murderer? What does the Queen of the Eclipse Legion want of me? White Raven asked. I want you, Mira replied. Join me, unquote. A somewhat interesting development. But meanwhile, Endo's dad gets thrown in the same cell as the rest of them because he wasn't informed of the takeover of Soy City, I guess, and ended up being captured when he re-entered the city almost immediately. And from here we get some important lore to relay to Endo and the rest. Quote, there is something that has been kept hidden from the entire Linkaran religion. It is a secret that has been passed down from one head priest of the first church to the other, Garrick stated. What secret? Endo inquired. The prophecies of Linkara that were split apart and sent to the other churches are not the only prophecies of the Linkara, Garrick replied. Javok blinked, staring at Garrick. You mean to tell me that there are more than the depicted battles with the darkness? Garrick nodded. There is much more. The Linkaran man was haunted by visions day and night. When he was not sleeping or preaching, he was writing down everything he saw and tried to interpret it into words. The primary scroll, the first prophecies, were the ones that were publicly declared before his assassination by the Terrafell arbiters. Because of his death, he could not tell the people of what he saw in store for the Linkara after his victory over the darkness. But how is that possible? Endo asked. Linkara was killed in the battle with the darkness. Garrick bit his lower lip. Well, actually, he wasn't. Endo's eyes went wide. What? Unquote. So basically, they all find out that Lewis is still very much alive, because there was more prophecies and stuff like that. And later on, we even get the specific details that yes, it was written in the prophecy that he was going to go back in time during the 100-Year War, yada yada yada. A bit contrived, but you know, whatever. Oh, and also White Raven does decide to go ahead and join Mira's Dark Eclipse Legion because she wants to yeah, there's not really any real reason given for why she's joining Mira. No inner thought process for her in making this decision either. She's certainly not doing it in exchange for the lives of her friends or something. No, she just joins the evil rapist Witch Queen's alliance, and that's pretty much it. I suppose it could be inferred that she's doing this to spy on the Queen and whatnot, but that's not elaborated upon, and honestly, with how Endo acted near the very end of the first book in betraying Lewis for the darkness for extremely dumb reasons, it can also easily be assumed that White Raven joined Mira because she's fucking stupid. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Meanwhile, back in Lewis's time frame, he and a band of his troops are undercover going into a city run by Terrafell arbiters, and they need to keep their cover. But Lewis sees a public execution going on and can't stand the injustice of these innocent people dying while he watches. So he breaks their cover and saves the people, killing all the arbiters in the area while he's at it, much to the anger of Jordan, as it was a risky move and it completely blew their cover. Not that it mattered to Lewis, since, well, he is fucking invincible. This puts the two on non-speaking terms for a bit, before they eventually start to talk again as they travel. And eventually Lewis has a long conversation with her about individuality and what have you.
So you have to understand that the thing that was taken away from the people in the book Brave New World is their ability to make choice. They've been conditioned and brainwashed since birth to only believe and think certain things, and forced into a class system. They aren't given the choice to actually have children, or have their children genetically engineered. As a matter of fact, love is considered taboo and illegal.
It is indeed a disturbing idea, Captain. What does this conditioning entail? Jordan asked.
It includes things that would normally be used on testing laboratory rats, babies at a young age. When they're taught to be in the working class, they are brought into a room. They are shown a book with shiny colors on it, and some flowers. When they try to approach the objects, they are given electrical shocks to deter them from nature and reading. It's horrifying! And every one of them in any class system is forced to listen to brainwashing tapes basically telling them that they are happy with their place in the world, and they need to be obedient little servants in their fucked up little world, Lewis replied.
The idea of the individual's rights and honor is sacred among my people. The Keen Warrior's Code specifically outlines that it is the honor of the individual that takes precedent over the goals of the society, because a society can corrupt more easily than a single warrior who can believe honor. We act as a united people, however, to help each other obtain honor and glory, Jordan explained.
It gets even worse,
Lewis stated.
At later ages, at like 6 or 7, most of the children who are grown into these factories are let roam free like cattle. They're naked and encouraged to have sex with one another. And why not? Most sexually transmitted disease aren't a threat anymore. Love isn't a consideration, and birth control takes care of pregnancy. I swear, it's sickening that these people in the book believe that a child is in any way emotionally and physically ready for the act of sex, or should engage in it. It's not a matter of religious beliefs, but of biology and psychology.
Not to be that guy, but wasn't there a 14-year-old girl who was having sex with various characters in the last book? Didn't she say she got started when she was like 12? But regardless, moving on.
But if this is all fiction, then why do you feel so horrified by it? Jordan inquired. Because it's a warning. Anything like that can happen if we're not careful. That's the real backbone of dark futures. They're entirely possible, and that's what makes them like a horror tale, Lewis explained, unquote.
So yeah, once again, some of the best parts of these books is when Lewis is just kind of going off talking about something completely random and in no real association with the actual story. Just kind of being on a soapbox. Chapter 7, This Gray Spirit. So basically, in this chapter, the new Linkara prophecies are more properly explained and expanded upon, and it's revealed that the Linkara has been taken to the past, and Endo realizes that she can save him by using one of the 3 forbidden spells, specifically the Time Gate spell, which allows you to travel through time. But they are in need of a level 7 magi to use the spell, / find where it is to begin with. And so they need to get in contact with this fella named Cherido Neriti, who I shall now, in the future, simply refer to as as Cheerio. So they escape the cell thanks to Lithmanar's pickpocket skills, but in the end, Endo and Garrick and Jeremis escape to tell the armies of what is going on in the city of Soya so the Army of Light can go and fight them, as well as find the level 7 Magi Cheerio, while Lithmanar and General Javok are left behind as a distraction. Meanwhile, Lewis is still progressing in his quest to defeat the Terrafil Arbiters, and Jordan is still questioning him if he's a good leader and shit, and it's kind of all going nowhere on their end at the moment. Chapter 8, On the Firing Line. So basically this chapter, there's a bunch of talk about how the magic time travel spell works, and sort of theories about how dangerous it can be. It's interesting, but nothing really noteworthy. Besides, it's time travel, of course it's dangerous. Then they meet up with Cheerio and find the place where they can cast the spell. Again, all this is done very quickly, so sorry if it sounds like I'm rushing through this a bit. However, in the place where they go to cast this time travel spell, a bunch of skeletons start coming alive, and they quickly realize that Mira had several of her Dark Knights go and follow them, and now they know exactly where they are. And so they're going to have to cast a spell quickly, if any of them are going to be able to go back in time to save Lewis. And in the end, fucking Cheerio and Jermis go back in the past, but Endo and her father are left there to be recaptured by Mira. Meanwhile, White Raven takes some time to look around and talk with various Dark Knights in the Soy village, and she finds it interesting that all the Dark Knights now can showcase their emotions and stuff, and really showcase how they feel. She learns about their dreams and aspirations, and most of them really do just want to chill out and get married and have kids, and keep to themselves, now that they're no longer under the influence of the darkness, which White Raven seems to be okay with, and agrees this is a good step forward for all of them in the same way that she tried to improve her life when she got away from the darkness. However, she is ultimately suspicious if these goals truly align with that of their Dark Queen. Oh, and also Lewis and Jordan are still arguing and stuff, so yeah, moving onward. Chapter 9, In Purgatory's Shadow. So this chapter is rather interesting because the whole arguing between Lewis and Jordan finally comes to a head when Jordan notes how Lewis fights the Arbiters with reckless abandon and how it puts everyone else in danger, and he doesn't fight with honor, and how it seems like he fights simply because he enjoys killing, which leads into one of the most wild rants in the book series. "No, you have to stop," Jordan yelled, interrupting him. "I don't have to do anything. I am doing this to save lives," Lewis shouted back at her. "You act not as a man trying to save lives, but as a man on a vendetta for blood. You are acting more like a Terrafil Arbiter than a man," Jordan growled. Lewis narrowed his eyes and stormed up to Jordan's face. "Don't you ever compare me to those monsters! How dare you even begin to contemplate that I am anything like them? You slay them simply because they are arbiters. You do not take into account any facts or details before you. You kill simply out of hatred. That is not honorable." "Well, you'll forgive me, Leftant, if I don't think of your fucking honor, of all things, is a logical reason for the war with the Arbiters. Then what is, oh Linkara, what possible justification is there for any action to be taken against the Arbiters as you have?" "Oh, here we go," Lewis growled, rolling his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Jordan demanded to know. "You know, you're a real piece of work, you know that? You and every other goddamn tree-hugging commie hippie fucker. Oh no, we can't go to war in Iraq. It's none of our business. This isn't a war on terror, it's a war on Islam. Hitler isn't a fascist dictator hoping for world domination. He's a fairly stable leader with a Charlie Chaplin mustache. We only want Kuwait's oil. We're desecrating holy land." On and on you people constantly open your mouths, but it's only an excuse to avoid the fact that people are dying, and no one is doing anything to save them. And what does this have to do with the Arbiters' lives? You're embracing their principles of death. You reject the Linkaran religion, which is one of truth, faith, and peace. Even I, a member of the New Blood Order, know that. This war we're fighting isn't about principles, religion, or conquest, Jordan. It's about life! I am not doing the things I do because I like to kill Jordan, but because I want to save life. God forbid we actually care about a human life on this planet. No one can ever see the fucking picture. Do none of you people ever
look out the goddamn window. In Saudi Arabia, 17 schoolgirls burned to death because of religious police wouldn't let the girls escape from a burning building because they weren't wearing the proper dress. In Iraq, Saddam Hussein tested chemical and biological weapons on a village just to test their effectiveness and staged a massacre on Iraqi Kurds in the name of ethnic cleansing. Iraq, Pakistan, North Korea, half the world has gone to hell in a handbasket, but we refuse to do anything about it because we're so caught up in the idea of hating anything our leaders have to say because we supposedly can't trust them anymore. 11 million people died because of the Nazis. 3,000 people died in the World Trade Center attacks of 9/11, and hundreds of people die every day on the streets of Israel because of suicide bombings. Look around you, Jordan!
And what am I supposed to see? Jordan growled.
You're supposed to see the horrible things that happen all around you and do something about them. How about extremist groups, not only bent on religious terrorism, but domestic terrorists like neo-Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan? How about the people who raise their kids to hate other people? How about the sickos out there who convince innocent children that it's right to hate someone else because of their skin color, or who they want to fall in love with? The Arbiters are no goddamn different than any other organizations from my world. All that's different is the names. Al-Qaeda or Arbiters, Hitler or the Darkness. I refuse to let it happen anymore, Jordan. Do you hear me? I won't let it happen anymore.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Jordan stated, backing off.
That's right, you don't,
Lewis said. And then Lewis winced, looking away from Jordan, and closed his eyes.
I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Lewis winced once more, then sat down on a rock, putting his head in his hands. The tear escaped his eye. He began to slowly rock back and forth, breathing carefully as he held his face in his hands.
There's so much evil on my world, Jordan. I'm not sure if there's more on yours or mine. I can barely keep myself steady. All I can do when I see an Arbiter is see the millions, if not billions of people who died because of evil. I hear the voices of the people who have been wronged, whose lives and ways of life have been ripped from them because of the acts of madmen. All their voices seem to scream out at me for vengeance. I see them when I close my eyes. Even when I blink, they're there. Do you realize just how hard it is to be an optimist in this world? Every day I know exactly what goes on in the world and all the evil that exists there. But I have to constantly hold out hope that everything's going to be alright and that I or someone like me can make a difference out there in the world run by madmen. I tried so hard, Jordan. I'm just so very tired, he said, and he closed his eyes and cried silently. Jordan's face turned to one of regret and sadness. She walked over to Lewis and put her hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. She slowly sat down beside him on the rock. Lewis's weeping slowed as he began to calm himself. Jordan turned her face to him and met his gaze. Unquote. So, yeah, if you had 9/11 coming up in this book series on your bingo card, congratulations. Once again, though, these are without a doubt my favorite parts of these books, when Lewis, and by Lewis I mean both the character and the author, just fucking go off about something with religion, politics, philosophical, or really anything like that, and just kind of steps up on his soapbox and goes at it. It says a lot about the author at the time, how he viewed the world and his own personal politics and what have you, and how he definitely had a hatred for Islam, as well as Hitler, the Ku Klux Klan, and I guess really anyone that is causing damage against people. This is the writing of a teenager who is angry and frustrated and just wants to throw up all over the page. It almost reads like a strange sort of manifesto. And if you were to change the names of the Arbiters to something more realistic, it would probably be pretty scary, to be honest. But once again, I can't get enough of this sort of stuff. I love this shit. It's extremely interesting to me. So go get 'em, King. You go off. Please let the next extremely off-topic and wild rant come sooner rather than later. Because I won't lie, this second book up until this point was really starting to,
fucking bore me, because I sort of felt that the story was kind of going nowhere for a bit. I mean, the plot's progressing, like, don't get me wrong, but it just sort of feels like things are just in an awkward limbo. People keep being captured and then escape and then are captured again, and then Lewis and Jordan are fighting, and then Lewis wins the argument, and then they fight again, and yada yada yada. It's been that for like 60 pages of just pure tedium up to this point. But this rant right here really woke my ass up. And this talk ultimately does end up with Lewis realizing that maybe he's not fit to lead as the captain of this group. And so in an act of character development, he actually decides to appoint Jordan as the captain of the Keen soldiers, and Jordan decides to make him their new lieutenant, her now clearly gaining a lot of respect and understanding of Lewis as a person from this. Everyone celebrates, yada yada yada, you get it. Meanwhile, Endo and the others, again besides Cheerio, the 7th level Magi, and Jarvis, the other guy, are captured again in Mira's dungeon, with nothing really interesting going on there at the moment. And also, White Raven is seeing some very suspect behavior from Mira, as to be expected. Chapter 10, Questionable Intent. So something I haven't really brought up until now is, well, a rather important plot detail regarding Lewis's side of things. See, because he's fighting in the old war from the past, he plans on having it finished quicker, right? We did at least establish that. Well, in order to do that, there's this dude named Algarian, Prince Algarian, who has secrets regarding the dragons that the Terrafell Arbiters control, and he knows something about them that will render them useless to them and will allow Keen and anyone else who fights the Terrafell Arbiters to win the war quickly. But historically, Algarian died, and the information that he had died with him and was never learned until many, many years later. Thus why the war went on for so long. So Lewis wants to change history by saving Prince Algarian and getting that info early. And in the pursuit of this goal, they enter the city in which he is being held and where he is going to be executed. When they suddenly hear that, just as they arrive, Prince Algarian is about to be executed. So Lewis makes it just in the nick of time to stop the execution and has Jordan and the rest go safeguard Algarian, while Lewis then hands himself over to the Terrafell Arbiters as a distraction. We then get this long set of scenes where Lewis is being interrogated by the Arbiters. Quote, the door to the dungeon swung open, revealing that there were 2 red-robed guards protecting the room from interruption. A single person entered the room, their robes not red or black, but that of light sky blue. He was holding several pieces of paper and a feather pen with an ink well. Lewis continued smiling at the man as he sat down opposite of him at the table. Do you know who I am? The man asked in a light voice. Well, judging by your robes, I'd say you were a member of the Pussy Arbiters, Lewis said, stilling smiling. The man stared at him. I beg your pardon? Well, at least I'd assume it was the Pussy Arbiters. I mean, you've got the red-robed Arbiters with their superior strength, and the my penis is so small I have to compensate with this thing axes. And you've got the black-robed Arbiters who just emit an air of evil about them when you're in their presence. But then we've got you, the blue-robed Pansy Arbiter who's just a lame-ass interrogator, because he long ago realized he was a pussy and couldn't handle a military or administrative life, Lewis explained. The interrogator stared at Lewis, who leaned back in his chair and continued grinning. Lewis tilted his head. So what's up, dickface? Your attitude is not unexpected, considering we've heard about those from Keen. Allow me to explain what your duty is now. You are prisoner of the Terrafell Arbiters, he began. Lewis leaned forward. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Now that you're a prisoner of the Terrafell Arbiters, it is now a requirement that you pray to he who watches over us, Hans Terrafell. Terrafell is a pussy, Lewis interrupted. The interrogator continued. You will pray to him twice a day in the manner we order you to. You will be fed once a day, provided you cooperate. Cooperation will be rewarded. Resistance will be punished. Cooperation and your food rations will be increased, and your standards of living shall increase. Resistance and the information will be tortured out of you slowly, and you will receive only food and life giver to keep you alive. Lewis giggled a little in his seat. I may not show it, but I do not care for your well-being. Your arrogance in this situation is beginning to annoy me, and with a snap of my fingers, I can happily have one of those guards come in here and break your legs. Maybe you had some kind of control and power back in the deserts of Keen, with people throwing themselves on their own swords in an attempt to please you. But now you are in AI, and you are in chains. I am in control and you will obey. Lewis smiled and held up his arms that were chained together. With one quick movement, he separated his arms, inconveniently, the chains attaching them. The Arbiter tried to call out for help, but Lewis moved quicker, his right hand shooting out and grasping the interrogator's neck. He squeezed lightly, not wanting to shock him just yet. The interrogator stared at Lewis's eyes as he grinned. You are in control? I have snapped your chains like a toothpick, and I can snap your neck just as easily. If you send someone in to break me, I will break them. If you try to torture me, I will unleash nightmares, the likes of which you have never seen. I am the Linkara, and because of that, I have every reason to be arrogant. So take your fucking questions to someone else and stop wasting my time. You Weasley son of a bitch. Lewis pushed forward, releasing the interrogator and letting him fall back into his chair. He quickly gathered his papers and knocked on the door, indicating that he wanted to leave. As soon as the door opened slightly, he rushed out and left Lewis alone again. Lewis leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Raindrops keep falling on my head, he sang, unquote. So yeah, as to be expected, Lewis is in no real danger, and the scene plays out like that for a while, with eventually the chief of the loyalty officers of the Arbiters, Hansass Rowak, trying to interrogate him himself, but again also falling flat. The Linkara putting them all in their place. Then eventually Lewis is broken out of the jail by Jordan and the other Keen soldiers. And dear God, this book feels like it's on repeat constantly. How many times have people been thrown in prison just to be as quickly broken out in this book at this point? Anyway, they then try to escape, but just as they are trying to escape the city, 2 dragon riders show up. Shit's about to get real. Chapter 11, Allegiances 2. Okay, so this chapter takes place entirely in the present time, and it's about what else but Indo and the gang escaping prison again. Meanwhile, it is sort of revealed that White Raven has been pretending to be on Mira's side this whole time to spy on her, I suppose, or maybe it was just to buy time. Never really elaborated upon what her plan was, but yeah. But she's sent to stop them and essentially convincingly lets them defeat her so that they can escape. Mira, meanwhile, is panicking because the city is getting ready to be attacked by the Army of Light, and there is a ceremony that she wants to have conducted that she hasn't been able to do yet. One that would be able to, like, summon a evil dark demon thing. It's not really important, but regardless, she ends up having all her Dark Knights cast a spell of Lokmengwo on her, which was the spell that Indo had casted on Lewis at the end of the first book that helped him get superpowered enough to defeat the darkness. So now she is going to be superpowered to be able to defeat the Army of Light. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Chapter 12, The Cassandra Conflict. Time for the novel's namesake chapter. In this chapter, basically Lewis kills the 2 dragon riders, and through the battle, he ends up actually riding atop one of the dragons, and through this he finds out that the dragons can actually talk telepathically, which is kinda cool. However, they are ultimately loyal to the Terrafell Arbiters, and whenever the Terrafell Arbiter is killed, the dragon just decides to go fuck off. However, in the scuffle, Prince Algarian, who again was supposed to have the information to make the war end 80 years sooner, is then suddenly killed in the heat of battle, meaning history cannot be changed so drastically. Which also means Jordan, in that time while Lewis was in prison, didn't ask Algarian what the info was. So I guess Lewis being captured to distract them was for literally no fucking reason, especially because he could have just broken out of the prison himself. So what were they doing that whole time? What a colossal waste of time. Would have made more sense to just have him die before they save him or some shit. But anyway, this leads to Lewis describing the Cassandra conflict in his anguish and anger over the whole situation. Quote,
"It doesn't matter. Nothing matters."
Lewis spoke. All eyes turned to him. Jordan in particular seemed to glare at him. "And what is that supposed to mean, Leftant?" Jordan asked.
Hungarian is dead. The knowledge he had is lost forever. The Cassandra conflict,
Lewis said. They all stated blankly, confused by his words. "The what?" one of them finally asked.
Cassandra was a Greek goddess, someone from my world's mythology. She had the ability to foretell the future accurately, and with no discrepancy. However, she was then cursed with the fact that although she could see the future and predict it, she had no way of changing it. And that's where we are right now, folks. I'm Cassandra, who can tell you all about the future, but either no one will believe me, like in the case of your retarded king, or the fact that I can't change the future, like in the fact that Prince Algarian, who knew a way for this war to end 80 years early than it's supposed to, sparing thousands if not millions of lives, is now lying dead in some field. What's the point of us even doing anything now? We've failed in our mission, and now this damned war will continue, Lewis said, his voice never deviating or changing to reflect his different moods of anger and sadness, unquote. However, Jordan and the other soldiers of Keen are unfazed by this, and seems to have joyous optimism, for once more so than Lewis. And by chapter's end, the mage Cheerio is finally here and is able to talk to Lewis about bringing him back to his time frame. Meanwhile, Mira uses the Lockmanwo spell, and she basically goes Super Saiyan from this and is able to handily defeat the Army of Light and save her city from the invasion. White Raven seems rather conflicted about this whole thing as it goes on. And while it's kind of a cool scene, I suppose, very anime-like, it's not really worth going into detail about. But it's definitely not bad. So, moving on. Chapter 13. Roosevelt was right. This chapter is all about the plot threads sort of mixing together now, and Lewis, Cheerio, and Jermis touch base with why Lewis was brought back in time and how they are going to bring him back using the Time Gate spell. And they also bring up the influx of Dark Knights and Mira taking over them, blah 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 blah. You kind of get it. It's just sort of reestablishing everything we the readers already know to Lewis. However, the thing is, in their escape from the city, they ended up going into this dark temple of sorts that the Arbiters refuse to go into because it's haunted with an evil spirit or some shit like that. But this allows them time to figure out how to escape, since they are now very much cornered, and as soon as they leave, they are going to be captured and most likely killed. So Lewis and Cheerio come up with a plan to make a mechanical firearm flamethrower of sorts to scare the Arbiters into thinking that they have harnessed the power of the dragons themselves, but in a portable package. And so they build just that, and then Lewis walks out from the demon castle and uses the flamethrower on a tree, scaring all of the Arbiters and allowing the Keen soldiers to be able to escape. And yeah, that's pretty much the chapter. It's definitely not a bad one, kind of interesting in that they gotta come up with a solution out of a situation, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Chapter 14, Full Circle. We then touch base with Mira having won the battle, and she's basically got an extra morale boost at this point, and White Raven is again being wishy-washy, same shit, whatever. Meanwhile, Lewis has a moment of what I'm gonna call extreme depression. He's sad and angry, he wants to go home, he misses his family, but also he's missing Endo, and he's tired of being this god figure for people when he's just 14 years old. Quote, "Are you alright?" he asked. Lewis bit his lower lip, closing his eyes and sniffling a little. "No, Cheerio, I'm not alright,"
Lewis responded. "What's the matter? Can I help?" he asked, getting down on one knee. Lewis gritted his teeth.
"No, you can't, Cheerio. This has been building for a while now. It's just, I've been able to keep it down until an hour ago."
"What has, my lord?" Cheerio asked.
"Everything,"
he said, tightening his grip around his legs.
"Cheerio, I've been on this planet for about 6 months and I can't take much more of this. This forest, these clothes, the constant battle. I'm sick of it."
"But I've never seen you express any kind of sadness before."
"It's all an act, Cheerio. I put on a brave face and I suck up my sadness and tell myself I need to focus on the tasks at hand instead of dwelling on things I can't control. The food is the same over and over. My hair is a disheveled mess without any shampoo or regular showers, and I have to kill people to stay alive. That is not the life for a 14-year-old. Hell, I've probably missed my 15th birthday back on Earth by now. I can barely remember what my parents look like, or my freaking brother who always used to call me a dork. My friends are all back on Earth, and I know if they even know I'm gone, or if no time has passed, or if I'm even going to get home. I don't have any teachers to have discussions or debates with, no internet to communicate with people around the world and keep up the illusion that I actually exist in the outside world, and no people to tell me that they love me and they appreciate me.
I appreciate and love you, my lord, Cheerio said.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Lewis yelled, standing up.
You're only doing so because I represent your goddamn religion. Guess what, Magi? I don't want to be your religious leader. I want to sit around and watch TV or read comics and manga. You people thrust your praises and your beliefs onto me and expect me to act out the role that I have no interest in acting out. This armor was an accident, nothing more. Stop calling me my lord. I'm not your lord. I'm just a kid who was thrown into a situation beyond his control.
Cheerio continued sitting, gaping at Lewis, with his mouth wide open. Lewis continued.
As a matter of fact, there's only one other person who might have actually truly loved me, and that's Endo. But she's not here, and by the way you described the way you left her in Van, I'm never going to see her again. I hate you. I hate this whole fucking planet.
Lewis fell to his knees, pounding his fists on the grass and soil.
I want to go home. I don't want this place anymore.
The welled-up tears in his eyes flowed down his cheeks as he continued slamming his fists into the ground.
I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home.
Unquote. And I'll admit, it's actually a nice moment of vulnerability for Lewis after all this bravado and shit. And what's more is this chapter actually ends with the camp that they set up in the forest being attacked, including a dragon and dragon rider being ridden by Rohak, no less, the chief guy that he kind of made a mockery of before back in the prison. And for once, Lewis actually, in his attempt to stop them, messes up this time. Quote, Rohak laughed in demonic glee as he brought the dragon around to face Lewis and kicked the dragon on one of his lung sacs. Through training, the dragon had quickly learned that this meant he should shoot its fire, and it complied. Lewis winced and tried to bring his wings around to shield him from the blast, but it was too late. A fireball propelled from the dragon's mouth, slapping directly into Lewis's chest. The explosion engulfed him instantly, and he shut his eyes to protect them from any of the fire. As if the armor consciously knew of the danger to Lewis, part of it quickly spread upward and covered his face. He screamed for a moment, but finally lacked the strength to continue as he felt all of his limbs go limp and numb. The fire itself soon subsided, leaving only smoke, which Lewis quickly fell from. The armor that had protected his face had not protected his hair, so most of the long hair that had grown for months of not attending to a barber burned off quickly, leaving most of his head a bald mess. The armor on his face retracted into the main body and fell to the ground, his consciousness escaping him. The last thing Lewis remembered then was the screams coming from Jordan and Cheerio. Unquote. Leaving the chapter on a cliffhanger. Not bad. Not a bad chapter. Chapter 15. Behind Enemy Lines 1. So this chapter is interesting because Lewis has what I would call an Evangelion moment, where he appears in a dark void all to himself, with another version of himself talking to himself. It's a very existential scene that serves the purpose of sort of getting inside of Lewis's head. However, while he's having this scene happen, he also goes out of his way to make fun of Shinji Ikari from Evangelion. Quote, "Who am I? Perhaps I am your armor, a sentient being who shares a symbiotic relationship that you're not aware of. Perhaps I'm your conscience, come to make you see all of the horrible mistakes you've made. Or perhaps," the being replied. The other Lewis kneeled down, getting closer to Lewis's sad eyes. "Perhaps I'm the real you. I'm the Lewis Williamson who, at the beginning of his high school year, decided that he was going to stop being a pansy ass and take control of his life. Perhaps I'm the Lewis who watched Evangelion and said to himself, I'm not going to end up like that whiny little bitch Shinji Ikari.
"What the hell happened to you, kid? Get off the ground and stand up for what you want." Lewis winced and grit his teeth, once again trying to get up, but he fell to the ground once more. The other Lewis rolled his eyes. "Well, I suppose that's all you can do. All you can do is lie on the ground and prove to everyone just how much they can walk all over you." Lewis mumbled something. The other Lewis raised an eyebrow, curious. "What did you say?" the other Lewis asked.
Nothing,
Lewis murmured. "It sure didn't sound like nothing. What did you say?"
nothing.
"What did you say?" Lewis bit his lower lip and mumbled again.
What did you say?
Lewis opened his eyes in the real world and exclaimed,
I said shut the fuck up, you blood-belching vagina.
unquote. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's like he loved the ideas of Evangelion and wanted to emulate a scene from it for his novel, but he didn't want to seem as vulnerable and had to point out that he's nothing like Shinji, or at least he's definitely nothing like Shinji now, or whatever. But whatever really, it's not that important. It just kind of took me out of the moment a little bit. I would have preferred he just had this scene play out by itself without another random reference, I guess. But regardless, he ends up waking up after this and does end up defeating the Arbiters in the end, and saves everyone. Meanwhile, Mira is seemingly drunk with power, and angry that this other Dark Knight named General Varric the Destroyer, who just recently arrived in the city, seems to still have faith in the original darkness and not in her. And since this character will become important, not in this book, but in a later book, I will go ahead and read his description. Quote, his hair was a dark blue, contrasting with his pale skin and red eyes. He wore a thick black armor with a dark cape equipped to the shoulders, almost as if he were attempting to boast superiority over others, unquote. Chapter 16, Behind Enemy Lines 2. Okay, so there's like a lot of juggling in this chapter, but to start, Endo asks Lithmanar, God, remember Lithmanar? Anyway, she asks him what his deal is with being a thief, why he's a thief, and he answers with, quote, it's a matter of freedom. From what? The monarchy, the ones who impose laws on us to keep us in check so that we don't rebel and take over ourselves, unquote. So yeah, just figured I'd note that since Lithmanar really hasn't had almost any dialogue in this book, and I found it somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, Lewis and co. continue to fight more Arbiters again, but now the Arbiters have fucking lightning guns because of weird time continuum fuckery shit or something like that. Basically, there's like a bunch of stuff from the present time being transferred over to the past. There's even a scene where Lewis and co. are out in the forest and they see Rain Vendra's house. You remember her, right? She died at the very beginning of the first book, or near the beginning anyway. Well, they come across that at some point and take refuge there for a while. And now there are lightning guns because of a similar thing, I guess. It's mostly just a means of power scaling them up since Lewis has defeated several of the dragons multiple times at this point. This is kind of like ups the ante. Meanwhile, Endo's father, Garrick, is randomly visited by a ghost of a woman who is described as, quote, a 20-year-old woman suddenly materialized in front of him. She was sitting on her knees, with red armor covering most of her body. She had long blonde hair, with a red helmet sitting atop her head, with small horns protruding from it. She didn't appear to be very tall, but her features were fair and beautiful, and Garrick was charmed by her beauty for a moment before he spoke with her again. How did you do that? He asked. I'm not entirely sure. It's a matter of focus, he responded, her voice having a natural echo to it. Garrick tilted his head to the side in confusion. What are you? My name is Thesia, priest. I'm a ghost, a spirit. The woman now identified as Thesia replied, unquote. So yeah, this ultimately goes nowhere, but Thesia will be somewhat important in a
like later part, mostly in a later book. But yeah, then the chapter ends with Lithmanar and Endo hearing a growl in the sewers that they've been exploring under Soya since escaping the prison, as well as escaping Mira's like Super Saiyan rampage earlier. Chapter 17, the Carbomite Maneuver. Alright, skipping ahead a little bit because we're kind of wasting time at this point, but the basics are, more fighting with the Arbiters happen, Lewis and co get cornered yet again, but this time Lewis convinces the Arbiters to leave him and his lot alone, completely on a bluff that the secret behind his golden armor is revealed, and that the others will soon have the same armor as him, and then they will have to contend with a whole army of warriors just like him, bearing in mind that their lightning guns works on everyone else except for Lewis, and now they would work on none of them. And so they ultimately fuck off. Meanwhile, Mira is getting ready to do this grand ceremony called the Genesis Ceremony, which requires a sacrifice in order to summon this demon, and so she orders White Raven to go and get a sacrifice for her. Mind you that she has convinced people that the demon will be good for protection, but it seems as though she wants to use it for conquest, actually. Chapter 18, Allegiances 3. So now that White Raven fully is aware of Mira's plan, she decides to reveal herself fully to be a good guy. She then saves Garrick from his prison and communicates with Endo telepathically to let her know that she's on her side, as well as what's going on and that she only wants Mira dead, and that she pleads with Endo to try to make peace with the other Dark Knights, that they are good, and that it is only Mira that is worth killing, and Endo ultimately agrees with her. Then Endo and Lithmanar escape a giant fucking shit-eating monster in the sewer, and head back up to the surface of Soy City, and then White Raven gets the chance to kill Mira again, her arrow clearly pointed at her. But then, like, she is fucking convinced to not just kill Mira right then and there because, quote, White Raven repositioned her arrow up at a nearby building's roof. Upon the roof stood Mira and two Dark Sorcerers. The Dark Sorcerer's spells had missed White Raven, and now she seemed ready to kill any one of them who made the slightest move. Tell me, Raven, do you think I'm a complete imbecile? I knew you would never abandon your friends, Mira shouted, calling down to White Raven. An imbecile? No, I think you're completely insane, but not an imbecile, White Raven called back. And I'm insane for wanting a future for our people? You want to have me be like the darkness, Mira replied. No, you're insane because you kidnapped, tortured, and raped a Linkaran priestess. You're insane because you asserted yourself as the ruler of the Dark Knights, and you think that only you can lead them into glory. You're insane because you take pleasure in the suffering of others, and drink Otus over the dead bodies of the innocent. You do not seek peace, you witch. You seek power and conquest. Like the darkness? No, you are the darkness, White Raven growled. So, what will you do now, Raven? Kill me? Perhaps you haven't noticed, but these people here have come to know me for who I really am. The vision of what you perceive me to be is a fantasy, a fiction. If you kill me, I will be a martyr and live on in the hearts of these people who know me for who I really am, and not the evil blob that you associated me with. What makes it worse is that if you kill me, there will be a power struggle for the throne. You were my second in command, Raven. We still haven't organized a local government yet, which means that dozens of people will be claiming the throne as their own. And who will win in the end? The most ruthless, the most cunning, the most devious general of my army, Varric the Destroyer. And despite whatever opinions you hold of me, you know that if Varric were the king of the Eclipse Legion, then the Legion will be a force for evil, and you can't let that happen, Raven. White Raven lingered for a moment, her eyebrow twitching slightly as she kept her arrow aimed at Mira. Her best instincts told her to release the arrow, to let the weapon soar through the air and spill her blood and brains out onto the shingles of the building. She wanted to have that smile on her face turn into fear and shock, to just let this being that radiated evil from the very air she breathed fall to the ground in a crumbled mass of flesh and armor. However, she couldn't do it, because despite Mira's evil, despite her deceptive, demonic nature, she was absolutely right. Her allegiance may not be to Mira, but it was still to her people, the Dark Knights. And so White Raven lowered her weapon, allowing for the other Dark Knights to come to her and hold her at bay, unquote. So, he's like
Is White Raven fucking stupid? Is she fucking dumb? Like, how the fuck did that speech work?
Well, I know I'm fucking evil and everything, but if you kill me, then another evil person will, like, come into power. Okay? And so they'll just kill that other evil person. What's the fucking big deal? Also, I personally would have felt that this would have been a stronger character moment for White Raven if she did actually shoot the arrow at Mira. Even if she ultimately wasn't able to kill her, that she wanted what was best for her people, and that she would, even if she had to be the villain in this scenario, take out the person that is clearly leading them astray. I feel like that would have been a stronger character moment than what she just did right there. But, you know, whatevs, I guess. Meanwhile, Lewis is then suddenly attacked by, like, a dark shadow of sorts while the time gate spell was getting ready to be used, and so now he's pulled into yet another mental battle with this dark, inky darkness that comes out of nowhere. Chapter 19, Nightmares in Light. So, like I said, they were about to cast the time gate spell, but then Lewis gets pulled into a mental battle with a shadow, kind of out of nowhere to be honest. But narratively it serves as a moment, once again, of self-reflection for him, in which this shadow reveals to him some of his greatest fears and shit. The shadow seems to overpower Lewis. It won't allow him to use his armor here. It strips him naked, in fact, and forces him to feel like a pathetic boy with nothing to live for, and feeds into all of his self-doubt, desperation to be seen as a hero, and what have you. It's definitely not bad, and of course, there are several references to other movies and stuff like that, much like when Lewis fought a mental battle with the darkness in the first book. However, after ultimately being beaten into the ground over and over again, Lewis does ultimately win over the shadow by realizing that he has control over his own mind and dreams, and uses his free will to conquer said shadow. I would say the whole thing is rather Jungian, but I don't really want to give a 14-year-old that much credit. But it was at least accidentally very Jungian. And then Lewis wakes back up, and fucking Cheerio and Jordan all go through the time portal back to the present, which, yes, Jordan ends up joining them sort of out of a necessity because the shadow was killing people and it was gonna end up killing her if she didn't go with them, and so yada yada yada. Jordan is now in present time with the rest of them as well, leading into the final chapter. Chapter 20, Foundations. So basically Mira is about to kill White Raven and Javok for the big sacrifice of sorts, since they basically fucking handed themselves over to her. And they are about to die with no real plan of escape, other than maybe hoping Endo and Lithmanar might get there in time, but are thankfully saved by Lewis when he jumps through the time portal thing literally onto the stage where Mira is having the sacrifice take place, and then proceeds to punch the bitch once, count 'em, one time, and she goes flying in a rather anticlimactic fashion. No, like seriously, after all this buildup, Lewis comes back for 1 second and fucking knocks that bitch out. Quote, Lewis blinked once and shifted his eyes from left to right, seeing Garrick and White Raven tied to the separate wooden poles. Sorry, it was actually White Raven and Garrick, not White Raven and Javok in this book. And the assemblage of dark knights beneath him. Then he looked forward and saw Mira. Her eyes got wide as he saw her, and although he thought he recognized her, he needed to be sure. He walked towards her, getting right in her face. She was still in complete shock from what she had just seen, her mouth hanging open as her heartbeat increased rapidly. Lewis narrowed his eyes. I know you, Lewis stated. Mira stopped breathing. You're that bitch who tortured and raped Endo, Lewis said calmly. Mira felt the blood draining down her spine from her face. The only thing she could do in her frightened state was to nod at Lewis. Lewis in turn mentally commanded electricity to charge in his gauntlet, then delivered an uppercut with the gauntlet directly into Mira's chin. The impact from the energy sent Mira flying off the podium, going past the entire assemblage of Dark Knights and deep into the nearby swamp of Zlad Delta. The Dark Knights gasped as they followed Mira's brief flight, and then quickly looked back at the Linkara. Lewis leapt into the air, his metallic golden wings suddenly shooting out of his back, and his armor gliding him off the stage and in front of the Dark Knights, who backed up when he landed. He turned his head from left to right outright slowly, looking at the shocked Dark Knights. Unquote. So with that, the evil is beaten. Although he didn't end up killing Mira here, he just knocked her out way into the woods. I don't know why he didn't just stab her right here and there. People really have a problem with just killing Mira outright, but regardless. The Linkara then decides that the Dark Knights can live in peace in Soyland, even though he had no reason to do that at this point, since he hadn't really seen them do anything other than evil before now. Would have made more sense if he was about to kill them all, and then White Raven decides to inform him to, you know, not do that. I guess you could say this is character development because Lewis doesn't want to just kill things for the sake of killing them anymore, but it also would have made more sense if White Raven thought he was going to, and then so she like tells him all about what the Dark Knights have been doing, and then he says, oh, I wasn't going to kill them anyway, whatever, and then you could have his character development moment as well as White Raven actually informing him that they are not a danger, blah blah blah. It also would have showcased to the Dark Knights that White Raven is looking out for the best for them, that sort of thing. But yeah, story over, I suppose. Except for the epilogue. Epilogue. The story ends with everyone being very happy. Lewis has plans to make it back to his own world, and him and Endo embrace in a passionate kiss. That sort of thing. The status quo being re-established, ready for the next adventure in the third book. Meanwhile, back in the other part of time, Rohak, again the chief guy of the Arbiters that Lewis ended up beating, and this other woman named Thesia, again the woman that appeared as a ghost to Garrick earlier, are having a conversation. And through this conversation, Thesia reveals that she seems to be the one that used that shadow before on Lewis right near the very end of this book, before he ended up going back to his normal time. And she, I guess, is the new big bad secretly plotting and planning something big. Something in the background for now to defeat the Linkara once and for all. All of which will be plot points that will show up probably in the next book, right? Well, no. The end. So overall, my thoughts of Angel Armor, the Cassandra conflict, is honestly, it's a little better in some ways than the first book, but also a fair bit worse than the first book in many ways too. Like, sure, I guess we don't have needless catgirl rape and other weird stuff like that, but also this book is really fucking boring most of the time. It feels like a big waste of time mostly for just trying to get things back to the status quo for the third book. He's extremely repetitive, with characters constantly being imprisoned and then escape, or being cornered and then escaping, that sort of thing. The characters not killing other characters outright because the plot needs them to be alive, even though it makes sense for certain characters to kill other characters in those moments, while other characters that need to die, like Prince Algarian, die even though they had every opportunity to avoid that happening. They have all this talk about how the past can be changed and it won't affect the present and stuff, but they never actually go through with that and see what would happen. The villains, while kind of interesting, are mostly incompetent, though to be fair that was a bit of an issue with the first book too. And White Raven as a character seems to be given a lot more focus in this book, with Endo and Lithmanar taking extremely big back seats this time. But for all the extra screen time White Raven as a character gets, she doesn't really have much of an arc. She just decides she's going to look out for the Dark Knights and proceeds to make a lot of wishy-washy and dumb decisions along the way. She isn't even ultimately the one to save the Dark Knights, it's just Lewis again. I feel like the dynamic between her and Mira could have been amped up some. Honestly, as weird as it would have been, I kind of was expecting Mira to try to like seduce White Raven or something like that. Something strange of that sort. But that never really happens. On the flip side, Lewis's character arc was a little bit better this time, though it too did come off as a little schizo at times with how quickly he jumped from one emotion to the other, especially some of the crazy rants he had that had really nothing to do with anything going on. But again, honestly, that was some of the most interesting and entertaining parts of this novel. Also, Jordan as a character is alright, I suppose. Though it is probably worth noting that, for as much as Jordan calls Lewis out, I feel like there are several times when he's going particularly crazy or wild that she definitely could have called him out on his shit more. Because honestly, Lewis throughout this entire novel is kind of insufferable. I mean, it's really funny from a reading perspective, and if the story leaned into that dynamic more, it kind of had it be more of a comedy, I could actually really get behind it. But because it's so self-serious and everything, Lewis kind of just comes off as a know-it-all asshole, which he kind of had that a little bit in the first book as well, but it's really ramped up here, which paired with his crazy rants about dictators and terrorism and religion and stuff like that, which again feels a lot like word vomit from an angsty teenager that just has a lot of feelings and emotions about a lot of things but doesn't actually know like anything of what they're actually talking about. It feels with as much as Jordan was calling him out, rightfully so, on his bad behavior, as soon as he broke down and started going especially crazy and crying, she just kind of buckled and seemed to completely understand him. And while I can understand that on some level, I also think realistically her character probably would have been more like, why are you crying? I don't know what any of this shit you're talking about is. And her suspicions about him being a child that doesn't know anything about anything and is just sort of thrust into this seat of power is pretty justifiably showcased here. Still, all the same, even with all that being said, this entire part of the story is still my favorite aspect of this particular novel, because I think it perfectly encompasses that exact essence of a teenager that has a lot of opinions about a lot of things and is really wants to express it, but doesn't have any actual real knowledge about any of the opinions that they are sharing. They just have a lot of opinions and emotions and they want to say something. Narratively and logically, it's completely stupid, but emotionally and entertainment-wise, it's quite good. Nonetheless though, this book really does feel like filler mostly, with everything going back to how it was by the end of the first book, well, plus Lewis being there, moving on into the plot of the third one. And small spoiler for the third book feels a lot more like what the second book plot-wise could've, perhaps should've been, but we needed this part to, I guess, explore more of the lore of Keen, introduce Jordan, give White Raven more screen time just for it to be squandered? Yeah. So overall, I'd say the first book is definitely a bit more interesting as a whole, but with that being said, what of the third novel? The third being the longest of the batch, no less. Will its extra length come with a far grander tale? Well, let's find out together, shall we? The third novel in Lewis's Angel Armor series is subtitled Yesterday, after the Beatles song of the same name. Now, the reason I've been saying according to Amazon with the publication dates up until now is because with this third book, there appears to be a large discrepancy. According to Amazon, this book was published September 30th of 2008, 4 years after the Cassandra conflict was published. However, when looking into the book itself, it clearly says all rights reserved 2006. This makes more sense as it lines up with the last novel, titled Where the Heart Is, which was released in 2007. And what's more, as I decided to do a little bit of extra research into this, to see why there was this big difference, in case there was some kind of mistake on my part, in that maybe he finished the book in 2006 but somehow only got it published by 2008, but this is in fact incorrect. It was originally published in 2006, but not on Amazon. You see, this book was originally published under the self-publishing company Lulu on July 11th of 2006 as showcased here. This is a rather funny discrepancy though, mainly because of this issue, many places where you can find any sort of info about this book series, which, trust me, isn't very much, will often confuse Yesterday as the last novel rather than it being the third, with TV tropes making this mistake as seen here. Though that site is filled with misinformation, so I suppose that makes sense anyway. But also, the only place where you can really go to read these novels these days, the Internet Archive, also makes this erroneous mistake. It lists Where the Heart Is third instead of fourth in the list of novels here, which is so funny to me because this means people probably base this info off of Amazon and nothing else, and never even bothered to look into these books and find out the proper order. Which lines up because I'm convinced that absolutely no one besides some of Lewis's closest friends and maybe a few of his greatest enemies have actually ever read through all 4 of these books. Only I have been crazy enough to do this. Though if any of you have, please do tell me. Stand up now, because if not, I'm convinced that I am the most dedicated Linkara fan to ever have lived. But anyway, tangent about this aside, the stuff on the back of the book reads, quote, "The 3rd book in the Angel Armor series. Following the events of the Cassandra conflict, Lewis Williamson is ready to head back to Earth. In order to find a way back, he must travel to the other continent of Sin in search of a spell to get home. However, the other continent is also Lithmanar's homeland. What secrets does he have about his past that he doesn't want the others to know about?" Unquote. So yeah, that's pretty much the rundown. So with that being said, let's jump right into the content of this novel. So to start, unlike the other 2 novels, this book has a table of contents page, and more importantly, an introduction, which sort of gives us a look into the mind of Lewis at the time, what his thoughts and feelings were in writing the 3rd novel. There's also a small little dedication note which reads, quote, "Dedicated to Catherine Arnold, and not Claremont McKenna Carleton, or any other college that rejected her. You guys missed out on a fantastic student and woman," unquote. Which I thought was actually kind of sweet, to be honest. As for the introduction, well, let's go ahead and give it a read in full, shall we? Quote, "Wow, 3 books now, eh? It's hard to imagine that this series came about simply because I wanted to prove myself that I could. Well, let's get started anyway. This is Yesterday, the 3rd book in the Angel Armor book series. That means that it's a sequel and a direct follow-up to the events of Just a Boy and the Cassandra conflict. This is not something out of Michael Crichton or Arthur C. Clarke, where it's not really what might as well have happened after, or what could have happened after. No, this is what really happened after. Not to say that the events depicted in the book really happened, of course. That'd just be stupid and crazy. Well, actually, when you think about it, it could have happened, couldn't it? Imagine, if you will, that all imagination, all creative thought, are actually constructs that the brain sees from parallel realities, like in the flows of hypertime described in the pages of DC Comics. The events described in those universe flow from their own like a river into the minds of those of us here on our Earth, allowing great writers and artists to craft the storyline in whatever fashion we can think of. Neat little thought that all writers are actually historians, isn't it? Anyway, to get back on track, this is the 3rd book in the Angel Armor series. Now, as I have worked to promote the series and encourage people to buy them, many have thought that I have attempted to hint at a relationship, possibilities, religious symbolism, or even a fight against communism in my writings. As much as I grin at these interpretations of my work, I should note a few things. One, although the thoughts portrayed by Lewis in this story do reflect many of my political and/or religious beliefs, I am never attempting to hint at internal themes or messages in the stories. I despise pretentious themes, one way or another, on the subject, opting instead to either a balanced viewpoint on a matter, or better yet, simply attempting to entertain people. That's what my books are about, entertaining you. As John Arbuckle said in the first comic printing of Garfield, our only thought is to entertain you. Not as much that doesn't mean that the political beliefs from the main character in the series don't get muddled into and therefore my biased opinion comes into play. However, it never means that I'm trying to tell you that this is how one should lead their life. I simply want to have someone email me or send me some fan mail that says, "When I read so-and-so, I leapt into the air and pumped my fist into the air, cheering for so-and-so." I want people to get excited about these characters and really root for them through the bad times and the good. Of course, please don't go to the extreme levels of obsession and feel depressed and/or just because things don't turn out the way you would have hoped them to. It's self-defeating and pointless. However, I love to get fan mail. Heck, hate mail is alright too. Why? Because I believe that people are smarter than Hollywood who have us believe and know what makes a good story. I will listen to suggestions, ideas, and other such things that you send me. Because, after all, as the fans, you're the ones I'm really working for. You get me the money that helps me keep writing these books and give you the next story. Eventually, these books might even pay for my very way of life, and that'll be cause for thanks to you all. I've gotten some complaints about the the books, and I hopefully have managed to accommodate people while still holding together what I feel to be a good group of characters representing different beliefs, creeds, and philosophies. First and foremost among these was Lewis' stubbornness that actually pays off for him. Well, I think this book and the previous one have managed to make him slightly more tempered. But let's face it, would you rather have one of the stubborn ones than the one that would rather cry and talk about their feelings instead of actually saving the world? Next, there was the swearing. Yeah, it's pretty strong and it's been lowered a bit in the third book. I hope you agree with me on that. And finally, the third most common complaint is about Endo recovering quickly from her rape in the first book. Oh no. Well, there are a couple of things on this matter. Endo is from a different society, religion, and species, valuing many different things than Americans would value. While she certainly sees the rape as a horrible thing for her, she doesn't feel that it is as bad as some things that exist in her society. Also, Endo is a sorceress. Now, the rules about these things change from book to book, but I thought I had made it clear in the first two books that becoming a sorceress is not a happy process. Remember the secluded thing? The intake of magical energy? Think about all the things that would exist for her in a secluded room for months or years. These reasons and more could explain her recovery from the rape, but don't think it'll be a subject that will be forgotten in books to come. Now, in this book itself, although the central plot is about Lewis's quest to return to Earth, the main side of this is Lithmanar's story. Most people have told me that Lithmanar is their favorite character, and I love finally being able to reveal his past after hinting at parts of it for so long. The best part of it is that even if you have it figured out at the end, there might be a thing that will make you stop and go, this book contains the biggest collection of references to copyrighted material that I have ever tried, and I fear for the possibility of prosecution in some of these matters. So, I'd like to make a note of some things. Note of these things belong to me. I don't own the rights to Yu-Gi-Oh!, Evil Dead, Green Lantern, Tenchi Muyo, Sailor Moon, Pokemon, Nightwing, Vampire Hunter D, Steam Detectives, Pet Shop of Horrors, Star Trek, Star Wars, Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, Slayers, Vampire Hunter D, Read or Die, Babylon 5, Spider-Man, The Matrix, Evangelion, Gundam, and the Batman franchise. Please don't assume they belong to me, and I am never trying to say that I do own them. I love these things, and the matter that I reference them is pure fantasy. And while certain characters may identify some items or people in association with the above listed franchises, keep in mind, it's all going on in the mind of a very imaginative young mind, who only thinks they are those objects. As such, I have avoided trying to use anything directly outside of just referencing what the items/people are, and not using them in a manner that would infringe on copyrights and trademarks, and subsequently have people sue me. Anyway, that was my little rant/plead for mercy. As for stuff that does belong to me, while there is no mentioning of it in this book, I should note that a lot of things have happened for me since the original writing of this book, not the least of which is the creation of Lightbringer, a webcomic I write that takes place in the Angel Armor universe. While there hasn't been a crossover between the current characters of either universe at the time of this publishing, except for one, but I say current characters, odds are you'll be seeing the two stories have a little interaction by the time I get finished with the fourth book. If you don't know about Lightbringer, you can visit lightbringercomicgenesis.com for more info on it and for upcoming updates of Angel Armor. To sum up the conclusion here, I wish to acknowledge several individuals have had a helping hand in making this book as well as I hope it is. First of all is Christine Wu, a lovely and kind individual who has helped edit this book in stages along the way, and pointed out things that I never would have spotted on my own. Next is Nicholas Spinelli, this nice friend of mine who originally inspired me to write the series to begin with. Then there is Kat Lesh, who has been a great source of inspiration for events that transpire in several parts of the book, and is the creator of the High Road character. Read the book and you'll know who I'm talking about. Following on, we have Cameron Moreno, who now does the cover for the books for a small fee that I am happy to contribute since he does such excellent work. And finally, I'd like to give acknowledgement to all the fans of this series, since you're the ones who keep the books alive, and for that, I'm grateful. Anyway, I'll stop yapping so you can sit back and enjoy Yesterday. Oh, and by the way, the title novel went through several reworks as I tried to find the perfect one, starting with New Frontier to Kings, Thieves, and Assassins before finally setting on the current title, thanks to a Beatles song of the same name. Cool, no? Unquote. So yeah, that's the info regarding this book and a little preview into the Lightbringer, which, trust me, we're going to get to that very soon. I wonder how many of you were aware that the Lightbringer comic that Lewis is so infamous for writing is actually an extension of the Angel Armor series. I thought it was actually very interesting that he did sort of listen to some criticisms at the time, and either seems to address them here or tries to justify them. I also thought it was very interesting to hear about Lithminar being everyone's favorite character, and thought that that was kind of strange when I first read that out, because while I guess he sort of had a cool moment or two in the first book, he was almost completely absent in the second one. And to be honest, he just hasn't really had nearly as much time as almost every other main character at this point to really shine. But then a good friend of mine actually suggested that maybe Lewis, amongst his friends and people he was sharing these books with, had actually talked about Lithminar a lot in the backstory and had sort of been hyping him up beyond the pages of the books to them, which I actually think makes perfect sense, and sort of weirdly enough made me consider what it was like to be friends with Lewis at the time, a boy who had so many creative ideas and had written at least 2 novels by this point, as he talked about non-stop about movies, anime, and comics that he had consumed, while also talking about creative stuff he was working on, and probably had a lot of opinions about a lot of things he really wanted to express, and how he apparently debated teachers on things and whatnot. Seems like he was at least a pretty interesting guy to talk to, if nothing else, I imagine. I also thought the whole what if artists and writers are historians thing was pretty funny, fascinating. It definitely reminded me of something else, just can't quite put my finger on it. And as for the whole, these books openly mean to entertain you and I hate pretentious themes and stories bit, well, that's just complete bullshit, isn't it? Because these novels have, if nothing else, been very much a soapbox for Lewis to share his thoughts. And it's not subtle either, like, at all. Not that I'm complaining, but it seems that Lewis is a little bit in conflict with himself here. He wants to pretend like these stories are only just fantasy books, when they are just as much windows into his brain and worldviews as they are fantasy books. And not in a cringe, everything is political way, but in a bro literally just goes on a rant about all his opinions sort of way. Also, the Indo rape explanation being, well, she's just from a different culture, you see, is one of the funniest ways he could have possibly explained that criticism. But with that being said, enough of the preamble. Now let's finally jump into the contents of this novel. The book proper starts with a prologue that just simply goes over the context of the last 2 books. Nothing that we don't already know. Then we get this. Quote, yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Now it looks as though I'm here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. The Beatles, Yesterday. So as the novel progresses, Lewis has quotes from the song Yesterday from the Beatles that I guess sort of line up with events in the novel, if only very vaguely, and honestly not really at all most of the time. It does sort of feel a bit pretentious. Not that I'm one to talk though, since in my book series I'm working on almost all the chapters, they have song titles or lyrics from songs as chapter titles that line up with either the feeling of the chapter or with a theme of the chapter or something like that. So, you know, I can't really shit on Lewis too much for doing this, but still, it would have been a lot more interesting if the song actually lined up with more stuff actually going on in the novel. But oh well. Chapter 1, Lethargic. So this chapter can pretty easily be summed up as, after Lewis gets back to the normal time frame and celebrates with everyone, the man really wants to get some sleep, but no one will leave him alone long enough for him to get some rest. Lithminar wants to propose a business deal with him about basically touring around AI, akin to a rock star. Endo and White Raven wish to discuss what Mira, who they never found the body of after Lewis knocked her ass out at the end of the last novel, might be planning now. Garrick wants to tell Linkara about the new prophecies and hopefully have Lewis translate the text so they can know what to expect in the future, all while Jordan tries her best to guard Lewis's bedroom door and have him not be disturbed by all these people, which eventually leads to a big argument between all of them outside of his door, which eventually wakes Lewis up, and, well, quote, Lewis clenched his teeth together and extended his arm that had the gauntlet on it. A mental command to the device slid out the guitar from the top of it, and another mental command activated the electrical properties of his weapon. Seeing that he still didn't have the attention of the five, Lewis slammed the blade into the nearest wall, smashing out a small chunk of it. The sudden noise from the gauntlet's attack got everyone's attention, making them all stop what they were doing and look at Lewis, his eyes bloodshot and sagging. Lewis took in a single deep breath as he prepared to speak. However, when he opened his mouth next, he didn't speak, he bellowed.
"Stop your foul whining, you filthy pieces of distended rectum!"
he roared, and after that, he took a step back into his room and slammed the chamber door shut. The bang from the slamming reverberated throughout the castle like a church. The five exchanged glances, but it was Indo who spoke first.
"Anyone for tea?"
Unquote. Chapter 2, Hitting the Books. So after Lewis finally gets his rest under the threat of killing every person there, they then finally start going over all the plot-relevant shit. Firstly, Lewis tries to read the newly discovered Linkara prophecies, which is funny that they seem to never run out of those fucking things. However, in a twist, Lewis can't actually translate them, meaning that their fate is unwritten for now, for once in the story. Meanwhile, Mira is out on the loose somewhere with a book of strategy from the darkness, I guess, and they act as if this is something to be threatened about, but honestly, with how easily her ass was handled in the last book, it's kind of whatever. Bitch is a joke. Meanwhile, Lewis wants to find a way to go back home to Earth now, and wants to take Endo with him. So they need to find a spell capable of doing just that, and so they go on a quest to find a supposed artifact based on a small rumor to follow for magics beyond this realm or whatever. Something else interesting is the place they need to go to, possibly find this means of magic, is in the nation of Igel, which Lithmanar seems perturbed by, hinting that he may have had some bad past there. And so that's the setup. They need to go follow this rumor, get an item that will help them go to Lewis's Earth, and so on and so forth. Let's go, bitches! Chapter 3, Objects in Motion. In this chapter, they all get on a boat and talk about what they will do on their journey to Igel. Lithmanar is acting strange and continuing to discuss why he hates royalty, and goes into some specifics as to why he despises them. Quote, after their discussion of business at hand, the talk amongst the group devolved into the thing that any normal people would talk about in the face of their imminent boredom. Food. I suppose it's going to be rations throughout most of the journey then, White Raven asked.
"Unfortunately, yes. Don't worry, we'll eat at restaurants when we're in cities," Lewis replied.
How? Endo sighed, sitting upright and proper in her chair.
"We spent so much money just on the supplies to get to Igel that we don't have enough for one night at an inn." "What about churches? Surely they won't turn away their perky little savior, will they?" Lewis inquired.
For the first 3 or 4 stops, that'll be fine, but many of the northern lands don't have any churches in them. We'll have to sleep somewhere, and frankly, I am disinclined to sleep on rocks for 8 months if it takes that much time to find the spell, Endo stated. Frankly, it'll be a welcome change to some of this luxury that I've been forced to endure, Lithmanar stated.
"And what, my friend, is wrong with luxury?"
Lewis asked, looking at Lithmanar. Only that it perpetuates the monarchy. You sleep in comfortable beds instead of experiencing what the common people have to sleep on every night. We could all live in relative comfort, but the lords of the lands are quite content to keep it for themselves, if only to keep themselves in power. They have no care for the common person or their opinions opinions and beliefs, he said, leaning back against the wall. And I suppose you prefer sleeping in the dirt or inside tents? Endo asked. I do, Jordan interrupted. You would. You're a keen warrior who's been bred for surviving in tough climates, White Raven said. Jordan shrugged. No, Lithminar said, getting back into the conversation. I don't, but it's still better than blindly buying into the lies and corruption of the royalty, so drunk on their own power that they spend money on luxuries and treasures that would be better spent on the people. Unray King's castle even had a tourism bureau, just so the king can gain extra revenue by showing off his castle to the peasants or visitors to the city. It's despicable.
And I suppose that you stealing people's money is just such a noble act, isn't it?
Lewis asked sarcastically. Say what you will about my profession, but at least it's the thing I've chosen to do. Although I despise the monarchy, in many ways, I pity them. They are born into luxury and know little or nothing of pain and suffering. They aren't even given the choice of whether or not they wish to be royalty. They are simply bred for the role and can never choose. No choice, Lithminar said, drifting off. And with that, Lithminar walked out of the room and onto the deck of the ship. The sign to allow Lithminar to leave and not press the issue, Lewis shrugged and returned the conversation to its original focus, unquote. Then later in the chapter, the captain of their ship is mysteriously murdered by Thesia in her ghostly form, leaving people wondering what happened and Lithminar needing to take over as the new captain of the ship. Chapter 4. The Wars of the Last Wolves. This chapter opens with that character who was briefly introduced in the last book who disagreed with Mira about her rule over the Dark Knights, and who everyone seems to fear. A character by the name of Varric the Destroyer, who is fighting a couple of other characters set out to, well, destroy him. Quote, Varric the Destroyer fell onto the ground hard. He winced and clenched his teeth together, feeling a bitter taste in the back of his throat. He pushed himself up, digging his black gauntlets into the ground as his weakened body betrayed him and made him tremble. A swift kick to his stomach sent him back onto the ground. He fell into his face and coughed up blood onto the grass. He turned to face his attacker, a 16-year-old boy with lightly tanned skin, brown hair, and a confident smile on his face. His attire consisted of a blue sleeveless shirt and light leather armoring, with tan trousers, black boots, and a blue sweatband around his head. I should have known you would have come looking for me, Atrex, he growled. The boy, now identified as Atrex, grinned and chuckled a little.
How could I not, Varric? We chased you down for months, from one edge of the Five Lands to the next, from the dank caves of Mount Viel to the frigid dwarf cities at the marshes of Gilead. We followed you. When we finally captured you and killed your little helper, we thought we were done with you. But apparently we were wrong.
Varric did not grin from the memory of his escape from the Gilead prison and joining Mira and the other Dark Knights at Soya. It was a simple task, he said. I'm rather surprised that you didn't kill me when you had the chance.
There was enough killing already during those months. I didn't need to confound it by adding one more body to the count. It would not be honorable, Atrex stated.
Varric spoke, continuing his sullen mood. You impotent keen warriors are all the same. Too quick to look to honor and valor to do the job you've been assigned. We should have conquered your barbaric land instead of focusing on AI. Unquote. Then eventually Varric is able to get his footing with a surprise attack on Atrex, but Atrex has some backup. Quote, he wore a dark blue cloak around a collection of white and beige shirts, giving him the look of an aristocrat or nobleman. His hair was a sky blue and came around his head in a relatively long length. A section of it seemed to cover the front of either of his eyes depending on the angle from which he looked at him. In his hand was a short metallic staff with a spherical end, a bright green jewel encased in the center of it. Various golden patterns and symbols adorned the shaft of the mystical object. Another distinguishing feature about him was the golden, spherical earrings on his right ear.
Tempest, Atrex laughed. Are we to have a reunion now of our group? I thought you had returned home.
Unquote. However, just as it seems as though the tired Dark General may be meeting his end between these two, he is suddenly saved by who else but Mira, much to his dismay. Quote, You! He roared with his tightened grip. I do not need the assistance of a woman.
Thank you, Mira, for saving me from certain death. Thank you ever so much for aiding me when you didn't have to. You'll make a wonderful husband someday, Varric. Such an eagerness to gain the help of someone who has saved your life, Mira giggled. I have had enough help from women to last a lifetime. First, there was that witch who never actually succeeded in killing our enemies and served no one but herself. And then you. You who desecrated the darkness and futilely tried to start a rebellion against the other lands of sin. I'm not sure which of you was worse, Varric hissed. Mira rolled her eyes and struck the whip out at Atrax, knocking him over and away from them as he tried to approach. Perhaps, my grumpy friend, we can continue this conversation somewhere a little more peaceful, she suggested. Realizing that he wasn't in any condition to fight her, Varric decided to agree with Mira and go with her, unquote. So yeah, and after all that, the two have a conversation about the book Mira has, which outlines plans from the darkness itself, as well as just generally speaking spells and strange powers that the darkness had access to, which they now have access to, that they could use to get revenge for the darkness and kill the Linkara, blah blah blah, but fucking blah, you get it. Ending the chapter on this note. Quote, "We are the last wolves, Mira, the last members of the darkness faith. The Great One has fallen. His war is over. Our wars, however, have only just begun." Unquote. Wow, that was a lot of build-up. These two get a whole chapter to themselves, which I think is pretty interesting. I always enjoy in novels and the like when villains get entire chapters or sections to themselves. They must be the main villains of this book, huh? Well, no. Well, I'm sure they will have more chapters in this novel then, going over their plans. Well, no, not really. What about Atrax and Tempest? They were, introduced and have descriptions? Surely they... Yeah, no. Cool chapter, actually. It's kind of not bad, the way everything was presented, but it's not gonna have any kind of payoff until the next novel. So, moving on. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Chapter 5, Passing the Time 1. And time 4, actually a pretty decent chapter. This chapter is basically about Lithmanar and Jordan getting drunk and talking about their pasts and basically just trauma dumping onto each other, as one does. Quote, "Where did it all go wrong?" she asked. Lithmanar raised an eyebrow. Strange. It usually takes several more drinks of alcohol before one gets into the melancholy stage of drunkenness. Of course, I was there long before my first drink, so who am I to criticize? Jordan continues staring at the ceiling. "We are alike in some ways, thief. You obviously don't want to go to Igel. Whether that be for some personal reason or just preference, I can't be sure of, nor do I truly care, but it is giving you distress regardless." "It's ironic," Lithmanar said, sitting up. "You want to return to your past, but are unable to because there is nothing left for you there. I want to stay as far away from my past as possible, but I am being forced to return to it." Jordan laid her head down in her arms and stared up at Lithmanar. "Perhaps we're not meant to be happy." "I can certainly agree with that. I haven't been truly, honestly happy in a very long time," Lithmanar replied, staring into his bottle. Jordan sat up and nodded. "You certainly try to be happy. You travel from place to place, embracing a free lifestyle with wealth, whiskey, and women, but in the end, it's all just superficial. Laughing and crying and friendship all seem like fantastic ideas until you actually try it out without any soul. You reject traditional ideals, try to make yourself out as an individual that stands out in a society that assumes that they're in a place they're in out of divine will. You're an outlaw and a rebel." Lithmanar rested his head back, staring at the ceiling as Jordan had been a moment ago. "But the truth is that it's a miserable existence. You love the cash flow and the glory of the job, knowing, or at least thinking, you're the best at it. But then your morals get in the way. The reason you do it in the first place becomes clouded and artificial. You say the reason you do it over and over is just an excuse, and you're not fooling anyone. And so you think of everything that brought you to where you are now, hoping to find the dreams and goals you discarded that you could embrace once more. And when you reach that instant, the moment the reason becomes clear, you sink ever deeper into the shadows, trying to hide how shameful you feel and how much you wish it had been you instead of her." Jordan's ears perked up. "Her?" Lithmanar's eyes got wide and he winced. "Nothing. Never mind." Unquote. It's a bit exposition dumpy and doesn't really feel
feel like supernatural dialogue, to be perfectly honest. But I can forgive it a little bit because I do find it interesting that these two characters are discussing this and opening up rather than the whole thing needing to be overseen and overruled by Lewis, which I think has been a major issue up until now. All conflict, be they physical or emotional or philosophical, always seems to be solved by Lewis kicking someone in the nuts or going on a rant and kind of shuts everyone up. So it's nice to have a genuine moment between characters without that brat constantly being in the center of the conversation. And what's more is Jordan then goes on to open up about her experience as being a member of the New Blood Order, how she worked for everything that she got to the position that she's in, and how the existence of the Linkara almost seems to take away from her faith and her beliefs, as well as her being in a completely different frame of time than she was before. Everything about her life, including where she even goes after death, afterlife, her religion, her way of living, has all been stripped away from her, and she's left kind of not knowing what to do with herself, which Lithmanar ultimately relates to, and so they decide to drink a little bit more and toast to trying to figure things out. Meanwhile, Lewis is desperately trying to teach Endo how to play chess, but she just can't seem to wrap her head around it, which is a kind of cute interaction between the two. Then later on, Lithmanar and Jordan eventually get so drunk and emotional that they end up kissing each other, and then they go on to have extremely loud sex. So, yeah. Chapter 6. Passing the Time 2. So this chapter is kind of long, but honestly, what it amounts to mostly is, first off, Lewis in a rather creepy fashion asked how the sex was to Lithmanar and Jordan since he overheard them, I guess, from his room last night, and this seems to frazzle them.
So, how was your night, you two?
The two looked up at Lewis, who stood with a tray of food in his hands and a wide smile on his face.
Well,
He asked, still waiting for a response from the two. Neither Lithmanar nor Jordan gave a response.
the only reason I ask
Lewis said, pulling his tray back over and stabbing his fork into a piece of meat.
is because I find it very difficult to sleep when there are loud screams and moans coming from 2 rooms over. You two could have been a little more discreet and courteous about your sex, instead of going at it like a bunch of horny lemurs.
What's a lemur? White Raven asked. And what does it being horned have to do with sex? Endo also asked, turning to Lewis. Lewis rolled his eyes and shook his head, cutting his round cakes with a fork.
I hate this shithole planet.
Well, it's not like anything we did was wrong, Lewis. It's nothing that you and Endo aren't doing. Lewis coughed, almost spitting out the food in his mouth. Endo blushed and bit her lower lip, causing Lithmanar to start giggling. Realizing the tables had turned, Lewis finished chewing and swallowing his food before he spoke again.
Excuse me?
Aren't you and your beloved having sex? One would think that you would be after so much time spent apart, Jordan stated.
Jordan, Endo and I are 15 years old,
Lewis replied. What does that have to do with sex? Sex is rarely more than an exercise between troops in the Keen Army. Since troops joined the army at an early age, I was having fun with many members of my unit when I was a pertit, Jordan explained.
Well, maybe that's how it works in Keen, but that's not how it works in AI,
Lewis replied. I seem to recall the priestess girl prostituting herself out to further achieve our initial journey and stripping in warriors' rests in order to get rooms at inns, Lithmanar laughed. Endo clenched her teeth and blushed more prominently, her face turning a pink hue.
Those were, Lithmanar, shut your hole. Those times are over now. And the 2 15-year-olds are not going to sleep with each other, no matter how much they're in love, Lewis stated.
My love, I'm not really 15. I'm 148 years old, Endo said, wincing, unquote. Bro. Really? We're really doing the she's 15 but like 100 years old actually and fucking whatever years thing? Well, anyway, Lewis then begins to bitch and moan about how fucking bored he is aboard this ship, and several people note how negative he's being, which he comments back, quote,
"What I'm doing is complaining to keep my sanity in check. If I complain about something each day, then I won't simply try to repress it and bury it until my feelings explode and alienate me from the rest of you. And also, back on the subject of sex, with certain attractive cat girls, it should be noted that I come from a planet where sexually transmitted disease run rampant, and teen pregnancy is at an all-time high. I think I should be a little cautious about what I should be doing here. My planet has plenty of diseases that are still around, that don't affect people anymore, that I could have carried over here just by my presence. I'm not going to even guess what my physiology could have on you guys and anyone else. End of line,
Lewis explained, unquote. You know, the more these books go along, the more Lewis feels like the biggest,
actually,
guy in the universe. Also, random tangent, but what is it with internet, how do I put this? Interesting internet people, we'll call them, and saying end of the line at the end of rants. I've noticed this strange behavior quite a few times at this point. Has anyone else noticed this strange phenomena? Well, anyway. Then things get interesting with a giant octopus monster called a Kilotrat attacking their ship. Lewis ends up having to fight it with his golden armor, and the fight scene is again actually alright. It's definitely not bad. Ending with Endo casting a big-ass magic spell called Angel's Vengeance to defeat the beast for good. It's basically a giant energy blast. Think Dragon Slave from Slayers as an example. However, in the scuffle, Lightrbinger was hurt badly by one of the stray tentacles of the octopus. Chapter 7, History Lessons 1. This chapter sees Lightrbinger sick from the bad poison of sorts that he got from being attacked by the octopus, and so everyone is rather concerned for him, hoping and praying that he doesn't die from his wounds. However, strangely enough, they also find that they have a stowaway on the ship, who seems to be an old friend of Lightribinger's past, who's described as, quote, medium height with deeply tanned skin and noticeably brown hair. His outfit was very colorful, consisting of a red bandana around his forehead, white and brown shirts and armoring, and a pair of baggy green trousers. His feet were adorned with soft leather shoes, obviously for the purpose of sneaking around, unquote. Through some interrogation to see what he's all about, I see that he's very clearly a thief, who tries to make up a lie about accidentally being here, but they see right through his silver-tongued words and lock him up in the brig for now. Then, as Lightrbinger recovers from his poison, he overhears that they have a thief named Enrique being held captive, and so he goes to talk to him. Quote, hello there. Who might you be? Enrique asked quizzically. Lightrbinger rolled his eyes. Drop your attitude, Enrique. I'm not in the mood for it. Whatever you talking about? Enrique asked, tilting his head to the side in mock confusion. Lightrbinger waited a moment and then turned to the others. Leave me alone with him, he said. Are you sure? Endo asked. Lightrbinger nodded in response. If you need us, we'll be right outside, Jordan stated. Lewis looked at Lightrbinger and nodded, complying with his request. The group walked out of the room and closed the door behind them. Lightrbinger followed them briefly, stopping when the door was shut. He kneeled down and examined the lock on the door. After a few more seconds of examination, he looked in the area immediately around him and saw a splinter of wood on the ground. He picked it up and stuck it into the lock, twisting it around for several seconds before he heard a snap, indicating that the door was now locked. He pulled out the piece of wood and slipped it into his pocket before turning to Enrique. Enrique had stopped smiling. He let out a great sigh and sat back down on the bench, bringing his hands to his eyes and rubbing them furiously. Lightrbinger walked closer and sat in front of the cell. Tired? He asked. Exhausted, Enrique replied, the pleasantness and joy gone from his voice. I've got this paranoia in the back of my mind that says if they examine the storage area I was hiding in, they'll find my valuables. It's been keeping me up when I don't want to be. It was a particularly frustrating fear when I went on those midnight raids for food supplies and my little hiding spot was left unguarded. Very interesting company you're keeping, Lightrbinger. Lightrbinger looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Well, Enrique said, looking down at Lightrbinger. For one thing, you're traveling with a Linkaran priestess, a Dark Knight war criminal, and a keen warrior. And then there's that boy. Who is he? The kid? He thinks he's the Linkara, Lightrbinger replied. Really? Enrique asked, suddenly intrigued and bright-eyed again. Yes, so does every other member of that religion that we run into. I admit, his skills are impressive and he fulfills the prophecies. That doesn't mean that the religion is correct, Lightrbinger said. I've heard about your own little escapades while I was gone. In any case, what are you doing here? If you wanted passage on a boat, you could have booked passage message on any of the vessels heading out to Igel, Lithmanar suggested. True, but this was the only ship that has you aboard, Enrique stated. Lithmanar glared at Enrique. You've been looking for me this whole time? Enrique nodded. Why? Enrique looked past Lithmanar's shoulder, making sure the door was locked and that no one was listening in on their conversation. I was sent here to request your assistance. The royal family has been slowly instituting reforms that have the intention of arresting and executing every thief within the land. Royal authority has been tightening the noose around agriculture and the merchants, making it nearly impossible for anything to get done. By our estimates, the land's economy will collapse in only 3 years. There have been talks of revolution, but most of the peasant and working classes are afraid of retribution if they should fail. We need help. Lithmanar looked at Enrique, waiting until he was finished. Finally, he shrugged. So? He asked. Enrique groaned and rolled his eyes, standing up. Don't you care about your homeland? People are suffering and dying over there, and they need your help. Lithmanar glared back at Enrique and stood up. I vowed never to return to that place, and you'll know exactly why. If you wish to go home and help, be my guest. However, I will not enter that place ever again. When the royal family is gone, then maybe I will return and live out the rest of my years there. But until then, it will take all of the angels in heaven to make me re-enter that accursed land. Unquote. So yeah, clearly Lithmanar's past with this kingdom is being properly built up by now, and it's, dare I say, not too bad so far. By this point, I was definitely very interested in what the story was going to be with his past by now. I have a little bit of a guess, and without spoiling it, it did turn out that my guess was indeed correct. But regardless, this is one of the few times in this whole series where a character's story isn't immediately spilled out, and instead is held back with pieces being given to us a bit by bit. Not bad at all. Chapter 8, The Exercise of Vital Powers. Long chapter this one, but basically they arrive in Igel and quickly get a pretty different culture than what they're used to, with Jordan, White Raven, and Endo all being shop monkeys and wanting to look at and buy all the cool stuff they see, much to Lewis's annoyance. Meanwhile, Lithmanar is rather reluctant to leave the ship for now, and eventually a man in a cloak comes up to the group and says, quote, I'm not looking to peddle anything to you. I was wondering if you've ever seen this individual, the man asked, pulling out a small piece of paper from his cloak. The group looked down at the piece of paper. It was faded, cracked, and worn down painting of a single individual at the age of 13 or 14, dirty blonde hair and a smile on his face, and an age around 13 or 14. I already said that, but... Although the image portrayed someone a bit younger, it was quite evident to the group that it was Lithmanar. Lewis immediately said, Yeah, we have him on our boat. Why? The man quickly put the picture back in his cloak and shouted, Never mind! And with that, the man quickly ran in the opposite way, heading straight for the docks. After he disappeared in the crowds, Lewis hit himself on the forehead in realization of what had just happened. Shit! He exclaimed. What's the matter? Endo asked. Considering Lithmanar's reluctance coming here, it's probably because there are some people who are after him. We have to get back to help him, Lewis shouted quickly and began weeding through the crowds to get back to the ship. Unquote. Pretty dumbass move on Lewis's part, I must say, not just lying and saying they don't know who that is. But regardless, the hooded man goes to try and kill Lithmanar, but Lithmanar is able to quickly dispatch the man, and then pulls the cloak up over him to reveal who his would-be assassin is. And it just so happens to be someone from his past. A man by the name of Chancellor Lemoneth. And basically, he quickly mocks him for trying to get him and fails, and then Lewis and the bunch go in there and they kind of hoist Chancellor Lemoneth away, and then Lewis demands that Lithmanar tell them what the hell is going on. What exactly is his backstory in this region so that they can know from now on who to avoid and what to look out for, as well as Lewis just believing yet again that there should be no lies between the group. And so from here we get a solid info dump regarding Lithmanar's backstory and why he didn't want to return to Igel to begin with. Quote, Alright, he said, you want the truth? About 3 or 4 years ago, just before I became a thief, I was working as a palace servant in the land of Lohrin. I was exchanged around a bit between certain noble houses within the government, including the former counselor, Lemoneth, from whom I learned to use a sword, and then surpassed. The royal family was rather kind to me and the other servants, despite our differences in society. Their daughter, on the other hand, was very kind, if you understand me. You had an affair with the princess of the land? Jordan gasped. Lithmanar shushed her. Quiet. The affair was brief. It only happened twice. I'm not sure how it happened, but her parents found out. Rather than risk a scandal where their pure daughter was soiled by a commoner, they threw me out of the palace. However, they didn't stop there. Although what had happened to Princess Anna Lee wasn't official knowledge, the royal family quickly made sure that my life was in ruins because of the things their daughter had done with me, which, by the way, they blamed me for. I was taxed heavily. People rejected me because they knew that I had been marked for punishment. I had to scrounge for food like a dog, barely surviving on the meager, decaying scraps of food and life-giver that I dug out of the alleys. I left the land, but their agents followed me. Everywhere I went, I was harassed by the agents of the royal family, attacked and robbed at every opportunity. Finally, a thief helped me. He taught me how to steal and defend myself, particularly with throwing knives. The royal family eventually captured him and executed him. He had helped me for a year, and I felt obliged to finally fight back. I raised an army of thieves and other citizens who were sick of the high taxes and the royal family and tried an uprising. I commanded such great loyalty from them that individual who bowed before me back in the 3rd Division was one of those who fought for me. Why were you so disinclined to tell us this? White Raven asked. Lithmanar sighed and turned away, wincing. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Because I made a great, embarrassing, and terrible mistake. The night before our final attack that would have toppled the royal family, Princess Anna Lee managed to find our staging area. She came to me and said that she had always loved me and wished to be with me and help me with the attack. I, in my youthful lust, fell in love with her very quickly and slept with her once more. I then revealed our entire plan to her before falling asleep. Sometime during the night, she snuck back to her parents and told them the plan before returning to my bed. The attack was a disaster. Few of the people survived the attack, myself included. When I went to the princess, she laughed in my face and revealed that the whole thing was a setup. In my rage, I murdered her. I took one of the throwing knives that belonged to my thief mentor, Darrell, and stabbed her 20 times in her belly. The royal family hunted me down until I finally escaped to AI. Lithmanar turned back to the others and glared at them. Now do you understand why I'm so disinclined to come back here and be seen in the public? The wanted posters have been taken down, but my face has forever gone down into the minds of all the people of Igel, so that if they see me, I will be killed on sight by anyone with a decent memory. We exchanged glances, and then looked back at Lithmanar. Lewis stepped forward and nodded. Let's get to the church before somebody becomes suspicious of us, he said, unquote. So yeah, pretty interesting story, and pretty dark and grisly at that. And while I do want to expand upon this and my thoughts, well, let's just say that the whole story still hasn't quite been revealed as of yet, so I'll leave my full thoughts for later. But for now, I will say that this has a lot of potential for good drama later. Anyway, by chapter's end, they head to a church and find out how it's possible for Lewis to get back to Earth. And while I would go into all the details, the short version is that they need to get this MacGuffin crystal, which will allow them to travel between dimensions, which they find out by some research by a guy who did just that in the past and wrote of his journey. But basically, the one place here that they know of that would have some of those crystals, since they are exceedingly rare, are in the capital of Igel, the very place where Lithmanar is trying to avoid. As the monarchy are faithful to the Linkarans, however, they have many artifacts of the religion there. So, the Linkara, Lewis, believes that he will be able to persuade them to hand them over. And so, off they go. Why'd she have to go? I don't know, he wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Chapter 9, A Different Sunset. So this chapter sees the party off on their way and eventually setting up camp for rest. But while they rest and Lewis is away for a bit, the group all discuss if they are going to go back with Lewis to Earth whenever they get the crystals and whatnot. And it is with deep sadness that the entire group starts to realize that they all have reasons for why they shouldn't or can't go with him. White Raven doesn't want to go because she feels responsible over the fates of Mira and Varric the Destroyer, and so long as they exist and can cause trouble, she wants to stay here to try to find them and destroy them. Jordan doesn't really want to go because she's already a fish out of water in this place, and then she'll be an even bigger fish out of water on Earth, so the whole thing just seems like it would be even harder for her to adjust there. Lithmanar seems keen on joining joining Lewis since he's really got nothing to lose, and it seems like it could be somewhat of an interesting ride. And Endo, surprisingly, doesn't seem to want to go with him either. And it's because she is sad that she will have to leave her family and life behind, but is afraid to tell this to Lewis because she knows it will break his heart. So she plans on telling him closer to time once they actually have the artifacts. So yeah, again, I do kind of like this, that all the characters are getting time to sort of talk and discuss their feelings amongst themselves, and showcase their different interests and goals outside of simply serving to help the Linkara. Are they the most complex characters? No, not at all. But they definitely feel more like characters and not moving objects around the Linkara in this novel in particular, which I can appreciate, and sort of see Lewis, the writer, growing a bit here, and trying to make this book better than the last two, so I can commend the effort if nothing else. For now though, none of them relate these feelings or thoughts to Lewis, and so they all head to bed, before then suddenly being attacked by a shadow in the middle of the night. Quote, "What is it?" Endo asked, readying herself for a lightning spell if necessary. "'Tis the demonic creature that forced Lewis and I to go back to this time period. It attacked and murdered my unit. Kill the beast, Lewis! It deserves worse for its crimes, but I am feeling quite generous at this late time of night," Jordan replied. "I'm very tempted to, Jordan, but I think we should try to get some explanations out of the little bastard before I slit his throat from ear to ear," Lewis growled. "My ruler shall rip out your spine, you insolent," the shadow hissed. Lewis pushed the blade against the shadow's neck, a few sparks of electricity hitting its skin, unquote. They end up knocking the creature out after this, and instead of killing it, they wish to interrogate it and find out who it was sent by, to which the creature describes its master as, quote,
"He is a great demon of limitless power. He consumes the souls of the living and regurgitates them as shadows and servants. He wants dominance over this world and all others." "He sounds gross. Why the interest in my armor and me?"
"The Great One knows all, but your armor is a mystery to him. He cannot see what it is or where it came from, and an unknown to one who knows everything is a threat. When we could not learn the secrets from you, it was decided to simply kill you."
"How come it took him this long to send someone to kill me? Sounds like your boss is kinda lazy," unquote. Now, this is actually a lie by the shadow, because in truth, the one who sent him, as we already know, was Thesia, who seems to exist in this void space of sorts. Quote, "Wherever Thesia was, she smiled. She hadn't actually taken the time to name the place she was in. She merely considered it her void, a place of infinite black and emptiness, where she could finalize her plans for Sin and herself. It possessed all of the necessary tools and resources that she needed to conduct her normal operations, which was absolutely nothing. She herself had gained enough strength over recent years to build up her power and plan out exactly what she was going to do at every step of the way. Years was an interesting way to describe how long she has spent in the void, since time seemed to operate under different circumstances here, to the point that she wasn't sure if she'd been in this place at intervals of seconds or centuries. For the moment, she was content to merely smile and watch. She was pleased that her shadow servant had played the role exactly that she told it to. After her failed attempt to gain information on the Linkaran armor by having her shadow invade his mind, she had taken the time to carefully consider all her plans and come up with one that would suit her needs for now. She had at first appeared to the watchman and murdered him to either push the Linkara boat off course or kill him, or simply to allow him to start becoming suspicious about the things happening around him. Her next step had just happened. With her shadow appearing and attempting to murder him, she had figured that even if Lewis lost and had indeed died, she would have had infinite time to study Lewis's armor and try to get it from his corpse. Lewis had managed to save himself and even capture the shadow, just like Thesia had wanted, unquote. So yeah, she seems pretty cool, I guess. I can't wait to learn more about her. Not in this book, though. Yeah, similar to Mira and Varric the Destroyer situation, we are given a small peek behind the curtain at a cool villain who seems to be plotting things that goes nowhere in this novel for now. Chapter 10, A Chance Meeting. So this chapter sees Lewis and co. make it to the capital and talk to the king and queen
to get those crystals that they need. However, there's a little bit of an issue with that. See, they no longer have the crystals they need. Even though they would love to give them to their lord the Linkara, the crystals were unfortunately stolen by the Assassin Society of Dunham. Think sort of an assassin guild of sorts. And so Lewis decides they are going to need to break into that place and get the crystals from there. And ends up kind of planning things out in the middle of the throne room. But while planning, he accidentally mentions the name Lithmanar in the king and queen's presence. And they just so happen to know that name, since according to Lithmanar, he killed their daughter. Quite the stupid thing for Lewis to have done, I must say, but they are actually interested in the name Lithmanar for a very different reason than Lewis would be thinking of. Quote,
"Well, I guess we'll have to sneak in to find them. Unless, of course, you have any spare jewels, like the one I need."
The king and queen both shook their heads.
"Alright then,"
Lewis said as he stood up. The other people at the table quickly stood up in response to Lewis's standing. Lewis looked over to Endo to speak.
"Endo, I think we'll be staying here another day or two to plan the best route to Dunham. In the meantime, I want you to go back into the city and see if you can locate Lithmanar. Explain to him the—"
"What did you say?" the king asked, his eyes widening and his mouth agape. Lewis swore in his head. He turned back towards the king and queen.
"Oh, nothing. I need my friend to go back in town and find our friend Leventha. He's a tricky little dwarf who—"
"You said Lithmanar," the queen interrupted. Lewis shook his head.
"No, I didn't."
"Yes," the king said, taking a step forward. "You did." Lewis swore again under his breath.
"It doesn't matter what I said. It's not like it's somebody you really know."
The king gritted his teeth together and glared at Lewis. "You've met Lithmanar! You've found my son!" It was Lewis, Endo, and White Raven's turn to get wide-eyed.
"Your what?"
White Raven shouted.
"Guards!"
The queen shouted, unquote.
And so they then need to make a hasty escape
when the diplomatic conversation doesn't work out the way they wanted to, since they are also now convinced that Lewis isn't even the real Linkara and he must be some kind of mage of some sort lying to them. So after a quick battle, they all end up escaping from the castle, and then through the use of spells find out the place that Lithmanar went to go hide out while they were all there. When they finally find Lithmanar again, the jig is clearly up, and Lewis is pissed and demands that Lithmanar not lie any further, and to finally tell the truth about his past, and if he is really a prince and what have you, leading to a chapter all about Lithmanar's true backstory. It is interesting, right, that Lithmanar lied to them again, and I can understand Lewis being kind of upset about that, but also this entire mess was entirely Lewis's fault because he stupidly said the name. In fact, the conflict for quite a bit of the rest of this book would have never happened if Lewis hadn't have made that fatally stupid mistake that he should have known by now to not make. But, whatever. On to the next chapter. Chapter 11. History Lessons 2. Quote, "From the day I was born, I was told that I was special, that I was different from the commoners. In fact, the point that I was above them was burned into my mind, so that I understood it to the core of my being. At age 5, they began to formally educate me in all things that were known in the world, although my parents stressed knowledge in the Linkaran religion. Unfortunately, I admit that I was pretty good at it. I memorized the prophecies and the history of the Linkaran Church from its foundings in the first war with the Terrafell Arbiters to the purest revolution that had led to the creation of the San Tunfall itself. The education was where I got my knowledge of ancient writings and languages, which is how I knew how to read Serjet's prophecies. As I grew older, I slowly began to develop my basic idea about the world and my place in it. I ordered people about on my slightest whim, and the servants in the palace were happy to comply, lest they face my wrath and the wrath of my parents. I believed that I was special, that I had been anointed by the angels of heaven to someday rule over Sam Tonfall, and possibly more." Unquote. Lithmanar then goes on to describe how one fateful day, a strange interaction changed his entire perspective on his and others' place in the world. For some time I had been taught about the evils of the world, war, death, and other such terrible things. However, my parents seemed keen on teaching me that one, depravity, above all else was guilty of exile, sanction, and possibly even death. Thievery. Stealing amongst the peasants was to be expected from vermin, but to steal from the royal family, it was an offense that could never be forgiven. After all, why would we want something clean to be soiled by the hands of the rat peasants who dared assume themselves superior to those whom the angels had blessed? I had just finished with a bit of purchasing in the marketplace, my guards always standing near me to protect me from any potential assassins or kidnappers. It astounded me that such primitive and foolish commoners could create such jewelry of beauty and intensity. When we had finally made it back to the carriage, there was someone waiting for us. How can I describe something like this? Obviously she was a peasant, something that was apparent because of her ragged clothes and demeanor, but her face and perfect blonde hair, she was an angel. However, she was also a thief. She attacked, knocking over 2 of my personal guards before reaching and grabbing the jewels that I had just purchased. This girl of merely 15 years had attempted to rob me. To attempt robbery against the royal family was just suicide. I managed to grab hold of her arm and hold her long enough for my remaining guards to rush up and restrain her. Now you have to understand that this was possibly the oddest thing that I had ever witnessed. I had certainly known about stealing and theft, but I had never before witnessed it with my own eyes. The guards turned the struggling girl around so I could face her, and again I was met with her features of beauty. Did I say she was an angel? I take it back. She was a goddess, fair, strong, and so wonderful in so many ways. I merely stared at her, dumbfounded by this turn of events, as she only looked at me with contempt. Why did you do this? I asked her. I did it because I was hungry and I needed to pay for food. I did it because I have nothing but contempt for those of you who sit in splendor while people suffer needlessly. I did it because although I'm a thief, I'm not a monster, she replied, her voice soft and yet so powerful. I had not expected such a response. I had expected her to say, because it's in my nature, or I wanted to die, but nothing like that. I stared at her for a bit before I finally asked her name. Annalie, she replied carefully, although still glaring at me. There's something you should know about Sam Tunfall names. Syllables make the person. If you're nobility, or someone in a high political position, your name had 3 syllables, like the name of our land. If you were a commoner, you had 1 or 2 syllables. To have 3-syllable name without possessing a certain amount of money meant certain death for you. Death would probably fall upon your family as well. Now sometimes, a high-ranking official would be stripped of his position, title, and money. When that happened, his name was reduced to a syllable to solidify his new status in society. This girl's name, although automatically supposed to inspire disgust at a filthy creature that didn't even have the dignity to have 3 syllables, inspired only pity and joy, oddly enough. Release her and let her go on her way, I ordered the guards. The guards looked at me confused. I shot them a glare. You heard me, I yelled at them. Without saying a word, the guards let Annalie go. She blinked, almost as confused as I was that I had given such an order. She smiled, thanked me, and then quickly ran into the nearest alley. I tried to run after her, but by the time I went around the corner to see her, she had disappeared. I instructed the guards not to tell anyone of the event, or talk about it amongst themselves under pain of swift punishment. They obeyed my commands without a second thought. That night, I was kept awake by all sorts of new thoughts and considerations. Now obviously anyone who would even try to stand up to the royal family was going to be put down and killed immediately as an example. However, there was this girl, not only had the bravery, or possibly insanity, to attempt to steal from a member of the royal family, but also had the audacity to call us monsters. I wanted, no, I needed to know more, unquote. And so the young Lithmanar goes out of his way to do just that, and he starts finding and hanging out with the girl to learn more about her way of life, and talks about how over the next year they grew to really become very, very good friends, as he learned more about her perspective and why she saw him initially as a monster. She showed him the evils that his mother and father had done to the land, with the damage of the high taxation, the damage to the farmlands, and the child labor that was rampant everywhere amongst the poor. Bit by bit, Lithmanar began to understand that the angelic chosen family weren't so angelic after all leading up to the moment that finally shook Lithmanar to his core, made him realize the true evil and hypocrisy of both his mother and father, but also those who were using the name of the Linkara to do terrible things. Quote, the final thing that convinced me of everything, though, was what she showed me at a Linkaran church. Harlot! She is a temptress and a whore! A young girl, probably no older than 16, had been accused of sleeping with an older member of the church. They did a limited investigation, not even bothering to ask the girl whether or not the allegations were true or not. At the time, I had only a small knowledge of sex, and even then it was only that it was used for reproduction. As I watched from an opened glass window on the top of the large church, I heard the poor girl crying and pleading for mercy as she was dragged and pulled towards the priest of the church. The crowd of people, all members of the church, began calling out for the priest to kill the young girl by whatever means he saw fit. The priest continued his insults at the girl as he drowned her for a minute in a pool of holy life giver and then quickly pulled her out. She was stripped naked so they could see the body of the temptress. I could see an older woman being held back by knights of the Linkara, and I figured that this woman was the girl's mother. The priest stood behind the girl and quickly laid her on her stomach on a pedestal. All the priests and priestesses ignored her cries of innocence. They took a bunch of ceremonial daggers and began stabbing the girl to death. They subsequently placed the older woman in prison for producing a temptress. I'm not sure of what happened to the man who the girl had been accused of sharing the same bed with, but knowing the church, it was either a minor punishment or a similar fate to that of the girl or woman. That night, for the first time, I had borne witness to a tragedy that makes me sick anytime I think of it. I threw up in the alleyway that Anna Lee had taken me into after witnessing the spectacle made by the Linkaran church. Do you understand what I was trying to show you here? Anna Lee asked me after I had partially regained my composure. I shook my head, still in a bit of shock. Monsters and demons rarely come in their native form, Lithmanar. It's easy for them to seduce people if they're in the form of an angel. The Linkaran church is like that. They draw people in, promising salvation from a savior who will someday end the darkness, and then only pay you back with punishment at the slightest infringement of their tenets. You have to decide for yourself what you want to believe in, but I encourage you to make sure you know as much as possible from both sides, even if both are biased ones. At the time, I thought that she had meant that I shouldn't trust the Linkara. My naivete and simple-mindedness were what caught up to me in the end." Unquote. It wasn't long before Lithmanar's parents started noticing Lithmanar's strange behavior, and eventually Anna Lee teaches Lithmanar how to be a master thief as well, or at least a pretty damn good one. He begins questioning his parents' rule, and their orders, and their religion, and their philosophies to their face. This eventually is what leads them to finding out about Anna Lee, them seeing her as a threat and a terrible influence on their heir. They take drastic actions, spying on him until he is eventually caught with her, and both are captured. Quote, "You associate yourself with this rat! Have you no decency? Are you a prince or a common thief?" My father yelled at me. "But father, she's not a..." My mother slapped me. "That's exactly what she is, you little idiot! No, she's less than a rat. She's a thief. A plague to be removed from this earth. I'm sure this one has been spreading her filth to other men. Tell me, thief, are you a whore too? Do you break the sacred tenets of the Linkara?" My mother shouted at Anna Lee. Anna Lee merely glared back at her. "Did you sleep with this vermin, Lithmanar? Did you lie in bed with her?" My father growled at me. "No, we never did." I was slapped again, but this time by my father. "Tell me the truth!" "We never slept with one another. We're your friends." "Friends?" my mother shouted. They were hysterical at this point, not truly listening to anything that anyone else was saying. They had made the decision that she was the cause of my recent resistance to their teachings, and that I had been a fool to believe anything that she had said. "You cannot be a friend with a thief, Lithmanar. You are a prince, and she is the lowest of the low. She has corrupted you with her foul, demonic teachings, and your cleansing shall begin now," my mother growled. And with that, she grabbed one of Anna Lee's throwing knives and plunged it into her stomach. I screamed, and my father hit me again to keep me quiet. As Anna Lee collapsed to the ground, she looked over at me with such sadness and pity that I can still remember to this day. My parents tried to drag me away, back to the castle, but I resisted. I slammed myself against the nearest knight and escaped their grasp. I then grabbed his sword and aimed them at my parents. "Put down the sword, Lithmanar," my father ordered. "No!" I shouted back at him. "We are your parents and your king and queen. You will obey us," my mother stated. "No, I won't," I said, glaring at them, tightening my grip on the weapon. She was right. I never wanted to believe her, but Anna Lee was right.
You're not rightful rulers appointed by the Linkara to watch over the lands. You're monsters, creatures of darkness that seek only to make everyone around them suffer for your own perverted pleasure. And I am the spawn of such monsters. Well, from now on, until the day I die, I shed myself of thee. You wanted to raise me into a monster, but I shall raise myself to be an angel. I then abandoned the sword and ran as fast as I could. The royal guards were good, but I wasn't using traditional rules of combat to get away from them. Annalie had trained me to move and act like a thief, and I wasn't going to let a single part of her training go to waste. For 2 hours I evaded them as I doubled back to the alley, hoping to find Annalie and bury her outside of the city in a proper way that she deserved. My parents' guards had long since left the alley, not even caring about Annalie's body. To my utter surprise, I found that she was still alive. I knelt beside her and held her in my arms, begging her to be alright and asking her how she had survived. Elysian dust that I kept on my belt, she responded, her breathing weak as her body growing a little colder. But the wound was too deep, Liftmanar. I'm going to die. No, you can't die. I need you more now than ever. I'm so confused and angry. Please don't leave me, I sobbed. He smiled after coughing up some blood. He looked up at me with tired eyes and stroked the side of my face, wiping away my tears. You can survive, Liftmanar. That's what thieves do, you know. We survive, she said, closing her eyes. No, I can't. I love you, I cried out. She nodded her head, her eyes still closed. I know, Liftmanar. I'm sorry that I won't be the one to help you with that. She then gave out her last breath as she went limp in my arms. You'd think that by now I'd become accustomed to some of the horrors that I had beheld while in Annalie's company, but this was by far worse than anything I had ever seen. I sat there for a time, simply letting my tears fall down my face as I stared at her body. Even in death, she looked purely divine in all things. I'm not sure how long we were there, but it must have been for quite a while, since it started to rain, and the afternoon turned to night, unquote. He then goes on to describe how Enrique was then there to take him in and help him give shelter from his parents, and grow him into even more of a thief. And that's how he became the man he is today. And overall, I gotta say that I unironically really like this chapter. Is it a little bit cliche that the thief/raider character is secretly a member of royalty? Yeah, sure. Is some of the dialogue from Annalie a little bit, maybe a bit too nuanced for a character that was like literally like a teenager? Perhaps, but none of that matters if it's handled well. And while it may not be perfect, after so many missed opportunities and squandered bits of its potential in these books thus far, due to, well, mostly the books being written by a 14 and 15-year-old, Liftmanar for once feels like he has a story that matches his character and gives him more depth that actually really makes me care about him as a character. I'm actually, dare I say it, invested in what's going on. Crazy, right? Now I want to see his mother and father get what's fucking coming to them. The villains of this book aren't this nebulous evil darkness or, I don't know, cackle rapist that is sort of just there. These are characters that actually have a history of doing evil in the name of doing something good. They are literal child killers. And while I guess Mira is also that, I suppose with Mira it was so over the top that it kind of was too much for me to take seriously. With this, it actually feels a lot more nuanced, I suppose. And it also gives a really good example to characters like Indo and Lewis for that matter, the evils that have come from their religion specifically, rather than the nebulous darkness or dark knights or the Terrafell arbiters who are just evil clans that are evil because they're evil. So yeah, overall, pretty good stuff. One can only hope that this is not then squandered from here. Chapter 12, the Shinji Ikari Complex. Okay, it's not a deal breaker, but you ever feel a sense of whiplash so bad that you feel like it actually warped your brain a little bit for like just a moment? Well, that was exactly how I felt going from that pretty well written chapter, all things considered, into this chapter title. Made all the worse and more annoying by the actual context of it as well. So with that in mind, what is this chapter about? Well, this chapter sees the gang decide to
make their way to the Assassin City and see about making a deal to get the crystals from the Dunham Assassins or whatever. Also, they all understand Lithwinar more now, so that's good and shit. Though, oddly enough, Lewis doesn't really have a whole lot to say on the matter, which is interesting because he usually has a lot of opinions about fucking everything. But he seems to have no strong feelings or thoughts in regards to the people that are using his name for such evils. But along the way, what Lewis does get philosophical about is his own optimism, and we get into what he likes to call the Shinji Ikari complex, and it's, how I put it, very cringe, extremely so. Quote, Lewis was laying at the edge of camp, his eyes transfixed upon the stars above him. Lithwinar approached him, a bowl of soup in his hands. Frankly, I don't see what your problem is with soup. It's simplistic and nourishing, exactly what life should be, Lithwinar stated as he ate another spoonful.
Yeah, for you, maybe. I prefer a wider variety of foods other than broth, meat, and vegetables, Lewis responded, closing his eyes.
You're upset, aren't you? Lithwinar asked, putting down his soup.
You're damn right I'm upset, he said, turning to him. I'm sick and tired of having to do this. Travel around on one journey to the next with a goal in mind, but it's always just out of reach. I'm irritated by always being on the run. Someone chasing us down with the hopes of killing us. The darkness did it, the Terrafail Arbiters did it, those shadow things are doing it, and now we're being hunted by your people, Lithwinar. What kind of shithole planet is this? Where the sum total of one's existence is moving around being chased by God knows what, and even knowing whether the next day will be your last one.
I know what you mean, kid, Lithwinar chuckled. Lewis sighed and bit his lower lip.
I'm sick of feeling this way. I don't want to be the one complaining about things. I'm an optimist. We're not supposed to do this. We're the ones who combat evil with smiles and cleverness, not complain about the little details. My God, I must have the Shinji Ikari complex.
Lithwinar stared at Lewis, bewildered. The what complex? Lewis grinned and began to explain.
You know how on Sin there are theater plays and such? Well, we have them on Earth, except sometimes they can do entirely with drawings instead of real people. One is called Evangelion, and its main character is one Shinji Ikari. Shinji Ikari has had it rough. His father left him when he was young, his mother died, and he's now chosen to be the world's savior. The problem is that, because of various emotional and social issues that he acts depressed and whiny all the time. The Shinji Ikari complex is something I invented after finishing Evangelion. Essentially, the complex is where the hero, instead of thanking the world for what he has, decides to complain and whine about his life. I have so many great things here on Sin. A girl who loves me, good friends, adventure, and the ability to fly through the air while kicking the asses of bad guys. And yet all I can do is complain about the fact that I get chased around a lot. What I need is a good old reminder about what it is to be an optimist and a generally upbeat guy, unquote.
I don't want to go into great depth about why this reading of Evangelion is wrong, since many of you may not even be aware of what the hell I'm talking about here, and maybe some of you don't care either. But needless to say, Lewis, and I mean Lewis the author's reading of Shinji Ikari as just a guy who was whiny and not appreciative of what he had in life, is a very childish and immature reading of the show, which I suppose lines up. He was a teenager when he wrote this too. I think he was around 17 or so when he wrote this. But I also find Lewis, the character, very annoying. Not because he's whiny, but specifically because of this entire concept that he's built up in the book. Because I suppose there's supposed to be an obvious parallel between him and Shinji Ikari, which, I'm sorry to tell you, Lewis, but that's a very arrogant reading of your character, especially when we compare and contrast between a character, that being Shinji Ikari, being a 14-year-old who has constantly been abandoned by everyone consistently, whose father seems to actively hate him from his perspective, who's thrust into saving the world by using a giant robot to fight Lovecraftian abominations. Oh, and the robot has the soul of his dead mom inside it, and every other person around him is also depressed, has PTSD, and doesn't know how to properly share any of their emotions. And on top of that, he as a character is constantly being manipulated or gaslit by other characters or concepts or elements in the story that makes his gradual breakdown of psyche pretty understandable, I would say, on top of your average, everyday teen angst and feelings. Meanwhile, Lewis, in his story, is an invincible god angel warrior with a cat girl bitch and a bunch of people who support his every single move. He's literally Jesus in the fantasy world. And while yes, he does have people coming after him trying to kill him, once again, I must note, bro is literally invincible. And he's crying because he is tired of eating soup. I'm an Evangelion fanboy, don't get me wrong, but it's not even so much that it's spitting in the face of that series, it's just more so that Lewis the character is comparing himself to a character that has it so much more worse off than him, it just makes him come off as an even bigger narcissist. And that would be okay if someone would call him out on that once in a while, but again, no one ever does, because when Lewis goes on a rant in these books, he always wins the argument. But moving on, I suppose. Eventually the group finds himself out in this big flower field of sorts that has this strange drug-like effect if you breathe in the fumes for too long that causes you to go all loopy and shit. I guess it's something like extremely strong weed or psychedelics, something of that sort for this fantasy universe. And it's here where they meet up with one of those assassins from the Dunham Assassin Guild by the name of High Road, who is also that character that Lewis mentioned in the intro to the book that one of his friends actually created. And we get a description of her as follows. Quote, she was female, but her nose and mouth were being covered by a mask of some sort held up in a chain behind her head. She was about 5'5", with gray eyes that had a gold outline. Her long hair, which had the back of it tied in a ponytail while the rest just brushed her shoulders, was a combination of gold, red, and orange, resembling tree leaves in the fall. She had a black blouse and miniskirt, but her legs were covered by some sort of combination of trousers and stockings. Her arms had belts wrapped in certain areas, while her ankles and wrists were covered in black leather armoring. Flowing behind her was a black cape, but it appeared to be easily detachable. Her feet, instead of being protected by shoes, had sandals on them, unquote. And so she reveals after a quick fight that she actually means them no harm, and that they have been expecting them come, actually, and they welcome them all into the city of Dunham with open arms as fellow enemies against the evil royals. Chapter 13, Assassins. So they get into the city and we learn some lore about how this assassin guild works and yada yada yada. It's alright. It's definitely some of the better put together bits of lore Lewis has come up with. And then Lewis goes on to ask them about the crystals and if he can get them in exchange for something, whatever. But as it turns out, Luthmanar's evil child-killing parents aren't exactly the most trustworthy folks on their word. So they soon find out that the assassins never stole the crystals from that place. And in fact, they are trying to have some sort of sense of peace because the royals want their society destroyed. So they are trying to make up some sort of peace treaty or something with them, all of which really pisses Lewis off because he really wanted those crystals to go home. And thus now they all have a common enemy. So they plan to get those gems and possibly make peace between the two cities. And yeah, characters sort of hang out for a little bit then, and we get this quick little backstory for the character of High Road. Quote,
So what's her story? She doesn't seem to act like the other assassins here.
Lewis asked, pointing at High Road. Endo looked over at High Road, and she spun a series of knives around in her hands. Well, I was curious too, so I asked some of the other assassins about her. Apparently she wasn't born into the Assassin's Guild, but was adopted by it later. She was born into the service of a nobleman, along with the rest of her family. However, her mother was suffering from a disease of the mind, and as time went on, she eventually grew more and more mad. At the age of 12, High Road was raped by one of the nobleman's sons and became pregnant. However, the rape cut the final string of sanity for the mother. She eventually became a recluse in her room. 7 months into her pregnancy, High Road went to her mother in the hopes of comforting her and rekindling her mind. However, it was too late. The mother killed High Road's unborn child through a vicious attack with a knife, and then killed herself with the same knife. The nobleman, fearing scandal, had High Road healed, but expelled her from the city. She wandered into Dunham, and they took pity on her. They adopted her into the guild and trained her to be an assassin. Lewis blinked and slowly looked at Indo.
Is it just me, or does everyone on this planet have some sort of dark, depressing past or secret that forces them into deep emotional trauma at some point in their life?
Unquote. Interesting. It's a shame we don't really see much of this character again after this, but still a very cool detail to randomly give her some backstory to make her a little bit more memorable, I suppose. And I also think it is very much in character for Lewis to hear this tragic backstory about this character, and then for him to point out how,
wow, that seems kinda cliche at this point.
But anyway, they all then hang out there for a while longer, and then Jordan and Hyro decide to spar a bit, and we get an actually really fucking cool scene of these two characters with very different outlooks on life and upbringings debating each other while they also fight. Quote, Hyro took a few steps back from her and then bowed in respect of Jordan. Jordan did a similar gesture to Hyro and brought one of her lighter axes to bear. Hyro pulled out 2 throwing knives from behind her cape and tossed them at Jordan. The spinning blades headed right for her shoulders. However, Jordan brought her axe up and deflected the first knife with the blade of the axe, while the metal hilt of the weapon blocked the other one. Jordan stepped forward and swung her axe across Hyro's chest, but she had already leapt backwards and out of reach of the blade. I admire your people, Hyro. You possess a drive that I wish had been more prevalent among the sand warriors of Keen during my time, Jordan pointed out. Hyro then forward slashed with one of her knives at Jordan's legs. However, she jumped up and out of the way and brought her axe down on Hyro's skull. Hyro blocked it with one knife and then tried to slash at Jordan's legs again, but Jordan bounced back and out of reach, twirling her axe around, once in her arm. As I told you before, our methods of conducting matters are entirely different. Keen believes in victory and honor, while Dunab trains to kill and only kill, Hyro stated. Jordan charged forward once more, but Hyro leapt up and grabbed onto the branch above her. While Jordan was spinning to attack, Hyro swung down and kicked Jordan in the side, pushing her onto a branch. Hyro got down, picked up one of her discarded throwing knives and flung it at Jordan. Jordan rolled to the side as the knife hit the part of the branch where she had been moments ago. She then got up and pulled out a throwing axe, returning the gesture at Hyro and tossed it at her face. Hyro dashed out of the way as Jordan got herself back up. And yet it's done with honor. I saw the regulations that you set up for assassinations. They outline what sort of assassinations cannot be done, and what assassinations should be done. Assassins do not like assassinations based purely on greed, or if the assassination would cause a region to destabilize. Your assassinations against political leaders, though highly profitable, are done only if they feel it's in the best interest of that land, Jordan rebuked. Hyro charged at Jordan with a sword that had been on her back. Jordan swung with her axe, but Hyro ducked out of the way and lunged with her sword. Jordan sidestepped out of the way, but Hyro slashed out the side towards her legs again. Jordan jumped up and brought the axe down between her legs, slamming the heavier weapon against the sword and pushing it into the body of the tree. Your attempts at fighting fair, as you do, only lead to weakness. What is a warrior but a killer clothed in the shroud of armor? In the end, an assassin has accepted their reason for continued existence, their lust for death. We are as morbid as those who act as coroners, fascinated by death to the point that we try to inflict it upon those around us in order to see a single instant what happens at it. Assassins have accepted this, but your keen warriors are clouded by idealism. You describe a murderer, assassin. In my society, one who kills without honor or reason is a murderer and therefore punished. Do you presume? Tell me that your society, however advanced in the way of discipline and warfare, is without those who cause damage to it as a whole? It is easy to judge, jury, and executioner in a society that has a government, warrior. There is no leadership, no individual or governing body in Dunab. Everyone does as they feel they can. If there is a majority that wishes to decide upon something, They decide, and that is the finality of the matter. We police our own whenever we can, but it's not easy when those we are policing possess the same skills as the rest of us, and therefore are just as powerful as any of us. We are spread out across the world in the hundreds and thousands. We cannot have people watching over the activities of every single assassin. Jordan realized that the area around them was beginning to take an orange hue. Night is beginning to fall. Lewis once told me that the sunsets seemed different here, and for some reason, I tend to agree with him. The two hadn't moved for some time now, but they remained in the same poses they had been for the entirety of their spar. They were fighting differently now, looking for some place on their opponent that they were vulnerable, where they could attack and be victorious no matter what their enemy did. It was just as much a psychological battle as it was a battle of strategy. Their discussion was their attempt at attacking their opponent while simultaneously learning more about them on a level different from those of their skills as a fighter. You speak of your Linkara with such respect. He is not my Linkara. I am a member of the Order of the New Blood. If he is not your Linkara, why would you follow him? His continued existence only mocks everything you believe in. In some things, all people can be right, whether they know it or not. I believe that the souls and spirits of those whose blood has been shared with mine exist within my body until they wish to surrender to the abyss of non-existence. If you were a true warrior, you would believe in nothing but your axe. What? Assassins are taught from birth to not believe in anything except their weapons. Faith is a distraction from what one has to do. Fight, kill, and die. When people believe in a higher power, they put something ahead of everything else in their life, causing both their mission and themselves to be in jeopardy. Jetalism is the only sure way to avoid being harmed by the controls of religion. My faith makes me stronger, assassin, not weaker. It reinforces me when I am weak, and it guides me through my way of life. My choices are influenced by it, but always for the better. What about love? Do your people believe in love, or is it another distraction? Love is most certainly a distraction. I've heard of some assassins finding it, but this either isn't very long, or they stop being an assassin when they attempt to pursue it. Breeding is a cultural necessity, one that I sadly can no longer perform for Dunham. Jordan blinked, understanding her meaning. Have you found anything? Ira shook her head. No, I am just as unsuccessful as you are. Hyrode and Jordan relaxed. They extended their right hands to one another and shook them, smiling. It seems the only way to win was to not participate, Jordan stated. I look forward to doing this again. It was fun, Hyrode replied, unquote. Again, actually really well done. And by this point in reading the novel, I was taking that Linkara pill by this point. When it came to several of these characters, with Lithmanar and Jordan for sure being my favorites, as well as Hyrode, I suppose, even though this is the only chapter we really get to see her. I still find Lewis himself to be rather insufferable and just way too overpowered to be very interesting. But again, other characters are allowed to breathe some in this novel, so it's, overall, been a much more engaging read. Even though Hyrode is only here for this one chapter, I like that we get such an interesting backstory for her, and she actually leaves a mark on Jordan as a character moving forward, meaning that this brief encounter was actually well worthwhile and wasn't just complete filler. It's genuinely good stuff. But yeah, by chapter's end, with the plan in motion for Lewis and co to go back to the Sumton Hall royal family and what have you, and I guess try to make peace with them or something. That part of the plot is a little bit confusing, I won't lie. I don't really know why the assassins feel the need to try to make peace with these people. They know they have Lewis, right? He could just literally kill the corrupt king and queen and have it be done. Or at least have them exiled or some shit. He is their god after all, but whatever. Chapter 14, The Times Between. So, in this chapter, Lewis finds out that Endo doesn't intend on leaving Sin to go to Earth with him, something that does end up hitting him pretty hard. However, on the flip side, after the long debate with Hyrode, Jordan has been given some perspective on her life as of late, and decides that she will be going with Lewis to Earth when the time comes, and she explains to Lithmanar why she has chosen this path for herself, saying, quote, "Because I have come to some very simple conclusions, thief. When I was in Dunab, I was confronted with what could possibly be considered my antithesis. It is to kill without honor or regard for victory. I wanted to return to my time, to win glorious battles and fight in an evil enemy. However, the glory of the individual cannot be given through such a war as that, where it has already happened. And the sacrifices of those who have been lost are not truly appreciated by the world. I have looked to the past to try to find myself, but I have forgotten that the keen warrior always looks ahead for what is to come next. The assassins are caught in limbo, teetering on the edge of honor and death, and unable to make a choice as to which they want. Although their methods and training are unparalleled, they do not have the true spirit for combat. Such a sight inspires me to see new things, fight new battles instead of ones in the history books, and seek new ways to improve my people and myself. Are you still in? Litlminar smiled back at her and tossed a new coin in the pot. Call. Jordan smiled and laid out her cards. It was a full house consisting of 3 jacks and a pair of 2s. Litlminar grumbled at his 3 8s, and Jordan laughed. She pulled the money towards herself, unquote. Again, very well done. I really like the character of Jordan, and yeah, honestly no complaints. Meanwhile, Lewis comes across a character that only shows up for this chapter, but seems to be his philosophical opposite. Again, sort of like the whole Jordan and High Road conversation. And after a quick description of what the character looks like, the two begin to talk about their adventures and the like, noting, quote, the man wore a long black coat with armored shoulder pieces, a black shirt with matching trousers, and a round black hat that covered his face. His boots and gloves were similarly colored, and Lewis saw that the man had a rather long sword hanging from his belt.
You're very optimistic about your profession. You haven't encountered the things that I have. You're young.
Darn tootin', baby. A little youthful optimism is something more people should embrace. I personally have found that it to be better than the alternative.
The alternative?
A twilight that refuses to accept more light out of fear and anger over things lost or what might be lost. Sure, I like the broody superhero once in a while, but you can't live your life in the shadows. Otherwise, you'll become so attached to them that you won't be able to tell the difference between them and the things you're supposed to be fighting.
The world is not so simplistic, boy. You have not experienced all the horrors of it and the mistakes that can arise.
I defeated a big blob of evil by ramming myself into it like a torpedo, got sent back in time and killed without regard for circumstances in the same name of vengeance, got my mind raped by some shadow thing, and have had a distinctive honor of being shot at, stabbed, betrayed, smacked around, hit, and chased around. I'm no stranger to pain or misery, my black-clad friend. I've made plenty of mistakes, and ones that I feel deeply sorry about. But sometimes you just have to stick with the plan you had from the start. Otherwise, you get buried in a bunch of debates that have no end. I'm not saying that you shouldn't change the little things in order to help you out, but the goal should remain constant, and your attitude towards it probably should remain the same. Lewis stood and extended his left hand. The man couldn't help but see the gauntlet on his right hand, but didn't think much of it considering Lewis's attire at the moment.
Well, been pleasure waxing philosophical with you, but I need some sleep. I'll see you, unquote.
Then they are randomly attacked by some knights that are after the guy clad in black, and ultimately they beat them pretty quickly. Again, overall, a nice set of scenes. I definitely prefer the ones with Jordan and Litlminar. I can at least see that he's trying to have the character of Lewis be a little bit more here, but again, it sort of falls flat because he wins the argument again. Oh, and also the character that he was talking to is later revealed before he leaves for good to be called the Black Master. Yes, he is called the Black Master. Very fascinating name, I must say. Chapter 15. Shades of Grey. So they get back to the capital city, and within a pretty quick amount of time, Lewis begins reading out the treaty between the assassin city of Dunab and them, but then something happens in the throne room that takes all the focus away from this treaty and really turns it on its head. Lithors and Minar shifted their gaze over to Litlminar, their smiles dropping. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they held them back as Litlminar nodded his head. Mother, father, it's been a long time, he said, his fists clenched. Far too long, my son. It's wonderful to see you again, Minar cried. Will you not step closer, Litlminar, so that your parents might examine how much their child has grown over the past few years? Lithors requested. If you'll forgive me, your majesty, I much prefer where I'm standing currently, Litlminar replied, his face expressionless. Minar bit her lower lip and started fighting back her tears as Lithors merely nodded. Very well, if that is what you wish. he said as he led the queen back to her throne. When they sat down again, the king crossed his legs and said, "You may proceed. You have a declaration from the Assassin's Guild of Dunab." Lewis nodded and reached into his overshirt, pulling out a rolled-up parchment from it. He unrolled it and held it in front of his face. He hadn't had nearly enough practice with it, so he kept his eyes glued onto the paper so that he could read off what the assassins had drafted.
To the royal family heading the land of Samtun Fall, the Assassin's Guild of Dunab has long since been an opponent of the monarchy. However, due to the circumstances of our ancestors, this has been the commonly accepted foreign policy of our nation. Over the past over 100 years, we've had grown in our knowledge of the way the world works and understand how monarchies cannot simply be opposed because they are monarchy. As such, we wish to put an immediate end to all hostilities between our lands. The border skirmishes shall end. No assassin shall set foot upon Samtun Fall without the consent of your royal highnesses, and likewise for any Samtun Fall soldier or citizen who attempt to entry into Dunab. We have sent you a group of messengers to carry this message to you in the hopes that the light of peace shall shine upon our two lands. We humbly apologize for the atrocities carried out by the people of Dunab and beg for your forgiveness and mercy. The messengers have been charged to negotiate a mutually acceptable peace treaty between our two nations, and hope to help any problems either of our lands are experiencing. If you wish for the messengers to continue with the requirements, we currently wish for a lasting peace. Please do so now or refuse them, and they shall promptly return to Dunab.
Lewis looked up and smiled, thinking he had done a fantastic job articulating the words written out for him. He looked forward towards the king, and his eyes got wide as his face paled. Sitting beside the king's throne was a naked woman, around the age of 20, with a chain around her neck that latched her to the side wall. To be more specific, the woman was a naked Anako, her cat-like ears and her tail low and rarely moving. The Anako looked down to the ground, daring not to look up at anyone in the room. She did little to shield her modesty. What little spirit remained in her had obviously been crushed by the bruises and cuts occupying various parts of her exposed body. Lewis looked over at Lithmanar, who was looking similarly shocked, although he definitely seemed to be more angry than surprised. He had seen the Anako being placed next to the king while Lewis had been reading off the treaty. Lewis snapped his head to the other side to see Endo's reaction. Endo had her eyes off to the side, not looking at the naked Anako woman. She was clearly not surprised by the sight before her, but saddened by it. Lewis looked ahead once more at the king and queen, who were now grinning widely. "Is there a problem, my lord?" Queen Minar asked, clearly having added the "my lord" as more as a sneer than a genuine sign of respect. Lewis looked back at the treaty and smiled. He crumpled up the paper in his hands and tossed it aside.
No thank you, I think we're done. Sorry to have wasted your time,
he shouted as he immediately turned around and began marching out of the Great Hall, unquote. So yeah, it seems that there truly is no stop to the cat-girl abuse in these novels. However, after this, they are all suddenly hit with a gas of sorts, and are captured, with Lithmanar being put into his old room, quickly escaping it of course, but then seeing a little girl out in the hallway that he soon realizes is the king and queen's daughter, meaning that he has a sister. She immediately takes to him, much to the delight of the Queen Minar, who is overseeing the whole thing happen. Meanwhile, Lewis and Endo are put down into the castle dungeon and forced to drink water with brainwashing plants in them. It's the same one used for the stuff that was out in the field when they first met High Road. And the king goes on to monologue about how he has used this exact concoction to keep his citizens from rebelling over the years. Quote, "You see, deceiver, a true king understands the dangers that exist in his life every day. One of the reasons why you're not the Linkara is that you don't understand all the things that make a leader, not the least of which is the need for total loyalty from your subjects. As I'm sure you're aware, there is a native flower in Samtun Fall that releases pollen into the air during this time of the year, and when inhaled, makes one calm and happy, lacking any real will to do anything other than live a joyous, peaceful existence. A long time ago, The plant was experimented on to see if it could be used in suppressing the population, make them so happy with everything around them that they wouldn't want to rebel. However, we soon discovered that, in liquid form, the pollen would make one lose most of their willpower to do anything. They wouldn't be very happy, but out of that, they'd have no spirit through which to be so angered by my queen or me. We introduce it into the local life-giver well site every week, and thanks to the addictive properties of the liquid, the people continue to go back to the life-giver and get the chemical, even if they don't realize it. We have now completed a batch of super concentrated liquid, and we decided to see if it would benefit us or make things worse." Unquote. In other words, the king is straight up poisoning the water supply, straight up putting gallons of fluoride in that bitch. But yeah, the chapter ends with Lickminar not really knowing how to handle having a sister, this complicating things for him, I guess, and Lewis and Indo passing out into a collective dream state brought on by Indo using her magic to try to fight it off and it having adverse effects and blah blah blah. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Well, I believe in yesterday. I still don't really know after pretty much the full context of this book, and because I make these videos, I kind of have to almost read these books twice, essentially. I don't really know what this song in particular is supposed to represent in the novel. It's a pretty somber song, and it doesn't really fit the tone throughout most of this novel. The only thing I can really see it representing, I guess, is Lickminar's backstory, but the lyrics don't really quite line up with that either. And if I was just reading it for the first time, I would almost assume that based on these lyrics, that we are hinting at a darker ending for this novel as we approach the final few chapters. But that's just not the case. It has a happy ending and everything, just like every other one of these novels. But it just really doesn't fit at all. So I'm left with really the only guess being that Lewis just really liked this song, I suppose. Which, fair enough, but still, would have been cool if it was a song that coincided with Lickminar as a character or something cool like that. Maybe I'm the only one that cares about that because, again, I like doing that with my stories, but oh well. Chapter 16, Why I Hate Cherry Blossoms. So, I want you to bear in mind at this point that we are officially in the finale parts of this novel. I mean, there is more after this, but all the drama and story besides the random other stuff has been focused primarily on Lickminar, his family, the evils they have brought onto the world in the name of Linkara, and everything people want having to do with the shit going on in this castle. That should be fairly obvious to any person with a functioning brain watching this video, right? Well, bearing that in mind, you can imagine my reaction while first reading this, when suddenly we are no longer doing that. We are no longer in the realm of that anymore, and are now in a dream sequence, one shared by Lewis and Indo, that looks kind of like the real world, but it's not, through the effects of poison and her magic mixing in an unholy fashion, which is fine. A dream sequence is perfectly fine, but what if I told you that from pages 193 to page 212 that we would be in this dream sequence that holds no, and I mean no, none, zilch bearing on the plot of anything else in this book, and is specifically just here for Lewis to blow his collective load all over the page about all the random anime, video games, comic books, and other such stuff that he loves, and end up being like the longest chapter in the whole book. Well, maybe after everything that we've read up to this point, that's not all that big of a surprise to you, but it is nonetheless exactly what this chapter is. I suppose that there is some charm about that, in a funny sort of sense. And you know what? From that perspective, it's not bad. But wow, does it ever drag on and on and on? I'd go over all of it, but I think this scene where Lewis goes to suit up with various weapons to fight the alien bugs that are in this dreamscape, which, by the way, there are alien bugs in this dreamscape that they have to fight off, with Indo, will give you a good taste of what I'm talking about. Quote, Lewis stood in front of Endo's sporting, of course, a black trench coat, but now his body was littered with devices and trinkets that normally were reserved for an overly obsessed geek at an anime or science fiction convention. Starting from his feet, Lewis's Converse had been traded for tight combat boots, and his ankles were covered in specially made jewels that Lewis recalled as magic enhancers from Slayers next, although he couldn't remember if Lena ever really wore any of them on her ankles. His jeans had been transformed into black leather pants with leg holsters for guns covering each of them. On his right leg, there was a standard gun in the lowest holster, a blaster pistol from Star Wars in the middle holster, and Vash's gun from Trigun on the holster closest to his hip. On his left leg was mirrored with an average handgun, a Type 2 hand phaser from Star Trek, and to counter Vash's gun, a gun that Lewis recalled Spike Spiegel had used in Cowboy Bebop, although his memory didn't seem to be what it once was, thanks to having spent too much time on Sin. His waist was covered in a black utility belt from either Batman or Nightwing, although this one had things that neither comic book character had. For instance, on Lewis's right side were 6 spheres magnetically kept themselves attached to the belt, colored red on top, white on the bottom, and met with the center with a black line indicating that they were Pokeballs from Pokemon. On his left there was another gun holster, but this gun was significantly smaller than the guns attached to his legs. It was black and obviously intended to use by smaller hands. Right behind the smallish weapon was a small round tag for the Narutaki Detective Agency, indicating that his weapon was from Steam Detectives. Farther back behind the gun was another weapon from Star Wars, a lightsaber. Behind the Pokeballs was a similar weapon in principle to a lightsaber, although it was from an anime. It was almost flat, but shaped like it had been woven together with straw instead of whatever materials had been gone into making it. It was a light hawk sword from the anime Tenchi Muyo. Lewis's t-shirt and plaid overshirt were replaced by a white shirt with frills in the middle and a black vest that was closed around above his waist. His arms were covered in the black trench coat that he had grabbed earlier, but that wasn't the only thing that was covering him. Instead of attempting to reform the gauntlet that was so clearly identified him as the Linkara, Lewis's right arm was covered by a dual set from Yu-Gi-Oh!, a deck already constructed and ready in the main slot. On his left arm, Lewis had taken some elastic band and tied a Digivice from the Digimon anime onto his wrist to keep it steady. He knew that without a Digimon partner, the thing was virtually useless, but thanks to his encyclopedic knowledge of the series, he knew that it served other purposes. To finalize his costume for his arms, both arms had fingerless black gloves on them, although the left one had another advantage, a power ring from the Green Lantern comic books. The things covering his back and head were the simplest of the entire outfit. Lewis had 3 holsters on his back, each carrying a wholly unique item. Going past his left hip and extending to his right shoulder was Sailor Saturn's glaive from Sailor Moon anime. From his right hip to his left shoulder, Lewis had placed a sawed-off shotgun from the Evil Dead movies at the ready. Finally, straight down the center, on his back was a large sword arranged in the shape of a cross, almost longer than Lewis himself. It was Dee's sword from the anime movie Vampire Hunter D. Up on Lewis's head, instead of going for strange weapons or any sort of useful gadgets and designs, Lewis had gone for the simplicity of merely wearing a black, wait for it, fedora over his head and a pair of sunglasses over his eyes. However, these sunglasses had been the kind Lewis had always wanted. Instead of tinted black or any kind of dark color, they were purely white and could be seen through his side perfectly. As Endo took in the sight before her, Lewis promptly extended his hands and cracked his knuckles, stretching out a few other parts of his body. He tilted his hand down, his glasses falling, just enough so Endo could see his eyes. He gave her a wink, crossed his arms, and spoke groovy, unquote. Oh my fucking god, what a fucking nerd! Now, admittingly, it does get kinda cool, I guess, when he does start using all of this stuff to fight the aliens in this pseudo-Earth space, in this dreamscape him and Endo are in. And they even get into a giant mech at one point during the fight scene. I again, pretty cool overall, but it's not real. None of it's real. And by chapter's end, they wake up from the dream. So, moving on with the plot now, I suppose. Chapter 17, History Lessons 3. So this chapter, in essence, is the finale of the novel. There is one more struggle after this, but this is really the big climax of all the emotions and backstories and stuff pulling together, and, how do I put this? It's awful. It's fucking atrocious. It's one of the most disappointing chapters in the whole series by far because of all the interesting and cool stuff that came before it leading up to this point. Unlike the other two novels that kind of were whatever and sort of had anticlimaxes, mostly the second one had an anticlimax, but I just wasn't all that invested in them, honestly. And so they sort of just felt like whatever endings to the story. But with this novel, while not perfect, and certainly still filled with a lot of issues, had a lot more potential, and I was genuinely interested to see how the finale was going to be handled. And then I was immediately reminded, oh yeah, this was written by a 17-year-old, because this was all pretty quickly squandered, almost completely. Again, not to shit on them too much, but to say this one kinda actually disappointed me a little bit is just me being honest. The basic rundown is that Lightrbinger, in what is without doubt one of the most dumb character assassination moments ever, decides that he wants to stay as the prince to his evil fucking parents because he has a sister now, and that's it. No greater plans, just because he has a sister who he isn't even sure if she's actually really his own sister at this point, might I add, and not just a manipulation tactic, which it's clearly being used as a manipulation tactic from his mom regardless, to get him to stay here, is a very strange and sudden reason to completely throw away everything that his character was. I mean, I get it. He finds out that he has family, and an innocent one at that, and wants to protect her. But then he should want her taken away from here then, rather than to stay amongst these literal child killers. In fact, that could have caused even more drama because he could have wanted to take this child in and try to take care of her, and maybe felt that it was his responsibility to do so now. And he would have a hard time trying to make her see and understand why her parents were evil, much like he was. And a kind of interesting twist of fate, he would be taking on the role that Annalie did for him, except now they're brother and sister. But regardless, while he will have been doing the right thing for his sister, him taking her away from her parents, which is all that she knows, is probably going to make her resent him or even hate him for taking her away from her parents. Would have made very interesting stuff for a possible sequel. But no. Instead, Lightrbinger says, quote, I have a sister that I never knew about. I can't just leave her here to be shaped into what my parents want her to become. However, she's too young to leave. I survived outside this place through a lot of pain and hardship. She's innocent from all that. I can't allow her to have to endure the things I had to. However, if I'm here, I can teach her behind closed doors. I can let her know the truth about this place and the world. 3 years away from me has softened the hearts of my parents. I may even be able to convince them of the merits of reform. They also do not have many years ahead of them. Even if I'm unable to convince them, I will need to assume responsibility for my land and do changes that should have been made a long time ago. Lightrbinger smiled and looked up at them. I can do such good here, you guys. Not just for myself, but for my sister as well. She'll be happier here, and maybe I'll be happier here too. I hope you understand. To which Lewis responds with, Lewis half smiled and put his hand on Lightribinger's shoulder. Lithy? He then promptly used his other hand to smack Lightrbinger across the face. The three women gasped as Lightrbinger fell back onto his bed and sat up, clutching his reddened cheek and staring at the angered face of Lewis.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard! Where in the hell have you been these past few years? You called them monsters before. Demons that will never change and never relent. Now you're saying that you can play with your little magic flute and assume they'll fall in line? Lightrbinger, nothing of what I've seen shows they're going to change. If anything, things are going to get worse. If you truly love your sister and want to protect her, you'll get her out of this place and bring her to a place where she'll be raised right, unquote.
Yes, literally that. But fuck, why did Lewis, and by that I mean the author, have to make such an interesting character just to completely make him a total dumbass at the end? Oh yeah, that's right, because his fucking self-insert can then be the one to solve the problem again. However, then Lewis goes on to say,
Of course, if you want to let her stay here in comfort and free from the horrors of the world, that's fine too, but you can't be seriously buying into the bullshit you're spewing out.
Why would he do that? These people poisoned their own people. They killed children. They tried to kill their own child because he didn't like that they were doing these things. This girl is not safe here. Fuck it. Well, anyway, is then revealed, as they start to make their escape, that the assassins tricked Lewis and gang and had always intended to use this peace treaty meeting and shit as a following, distraction, as a means of being able to destroy the water plant that's been poisoning the water supply, thus finally freeing the citizens from their drug-addled rule. Which is cool, I guess. The peace treaty thing makes less and less sense the more I think about it, though. Then Lewis and co. get the crystals they need to go back to Earth, and a big fight then commences in the main hall of the castle. And for some strange reason, the king and queen are really, really good fighters, and are able to hold their own against the assassins that are now trying to kill them. Now, you would think with how passionate Lewis is as someone who believes in justice and doesn't want to see good people get hurt, that he would want to use his OP god powers to fucking nuke this king and queen right here and now, or at least imprison them or something. After all, they are not only evil, but they are doing all this evil in his name no less. However, quote, Lewis honestly didn't want to kill the man. Even in spite of all the things he knew he had done, Lewis was simply sick and tired of the constant battles and wanted to get out of here, and on his way to get to the exit to get to safety, unquote. Lewis doesn't fucking care. He just wants to go home and leave these rulers to continue to hurt people. Instead, he lectures the king for a bit, stating, quote, Lewis rolled his eyes and went down to the ground, trying a sweeping kick to the king, but the man simply jumped to avoid it.
You know, for a guy who managed to gain the power of the land and rule over it for so long, you're as dumb as toast, Lewis replied.
How pathetic of a worm, too. The king failed to finish his sentence as Lewis rammed his fist into Lithor's belly, pushing all the air out of him. Lewis then proceeded to slam his knee against the king's legs. As the king cried out in pain, Lewis pushed him by the shoulders so that he was lying on his back.
Would you shut up for once in your life? My God, you claim to be so superior to me, insulting me at every opportunity you have. I've got news for you, pal. Things are falling apart around you. If you royalty folks are so perfect, then how come one of you could get so corrupted in the first place, like Lightrbinger supposedly did? The king rolled to the side and jumped up, tossing away his robes and reclaiming his sword. He swung at Lewis, but Lewis grabbed hold of the sword with his gauntlet and smiled. Here's the truth of the matter. You guys are just too wound up and uptight, he proclaimed.
Lewis crushed the metal of the blade easily thanks to the enhanced strength of the armor.
Why don't you just mel?
Lewis released the blade and swung his right fist across Lithor's face, punching him.
Low.
He punched him again, this time with his left fist.
Out!
Unquote. Yeah, man, why don't you just mellow out? Chill out, dude. You're being cringe. You need a Snicker bars or something? You're not like you when you're hungry, man. What the fuck is this? Why is Lewis suddenly so forgiving of these people? Why these people, who the whole book has built up as being evil, does he take mercy on? Well, what about Lightrbinger? What does he have to say about all this? Well, when the assassins say that they plan on killing the whole royal family, including the daughter, Lightrbinger takes their side and makes the assassins leave to protect his sister, and threatens that if they try to hurt them again, he will find them and kill them all. And so the evil king and queen get to keep being the evil king and queen, and everyone lives in the situation that they were before. So long as, quote, Lithor said, you have saved our lives, Lightrbinger. We are grateful for such a thing. We shall not halt your exile, but you and your friends may leave the land immediately, provided that we never see you.
You won't,
Lewis interrupted. And with that, the five slowly made their way out of the palace and the Samton Fall, dragging an unconscious Enrique along with them, unquote. Sick. So all that conflict and buildup amounts to fucking nothing. I mean, yeah, I guess the brainwashing water supply has stopped working now, so I suppose there is the implication that the king and queen's rule is not, long for much longer. But they could easily, get the water plant fixed again. No one in the city seems to actually know that they're being poisoned either, so it would be pretty easy to get this done without much resistance, and even if they somehow do know that they're being poisoned, and they do go to actually overthrow the king and queen, what the fuck does that mean for the little girl? This kingdom bred an entire society of people who sees killing children as good, so why not kill the daughter then too? What if the assassins call Lithminar's bluff and come back and kill them all? None of this would be a problem if Lithminar took his sister into his own hands and protected her away from his evil parents. If Lewis actually cared and did something about this corruption. If literally any of this shit was properly handled. This honestly makes me hate Lewis as a character so much more, because even if he was an arrogant asshole, at least he was consistent with his morals. It also kind of feels like a lot of that really long chapter where Lewis the author wrote like this crazy crossover fanfiction was him kind of blowing his creative load in this book and having no fucking energy left to actually conclude the story that he wrote, which is a real shame, because again, up until this point, I would say that this was without a doubt the best written of the 3 books, and had the most interesting character moments of the series yet, but it feels like Lewis didn't really have an ending in mind for this book, and thus sort of didn't know how to finish all these plot threads he had built up till now. This needed more time in the oven, and if it had a more satisfying conclusion to its conflict, I would have happily been saying that this was actually a pretty decent book. Again, not amazing, but certainly a real improvement over the other 2. But with this lackluster finale, it sadly just doesn't stick the landing, and overall is a book of strong character moments, but not very strong plot. But all this complaining aside, there are still technically 2 more chapters left, so let's quickly go over them. Chapter 18, The Wings. Alright, so this chapter is basically a little moment of reflection for the whole group that amounts in all of them deciding that they want to go together to Earth, to not break their little collective family apart and all that stuff. I go into more detail, but that's really the gist of it. Endo loves Lewis and wants to be with him. White Raven figures that Mira and Varric aren't that much of a problem, and Lithminar and Jordan were already gonna go, so there you go. They're all gonna go together. Chapter 19, To Earth. So the group gets together to use the teleportation vortex spell and the crystal to be able to go to Earth. However, as they go through the portal, they then end up in a long spiritual hallway of sorts, and while they try to make it to the end of said hallway, they all eventually collapse. They then see 2 figures called the Pillars, and meet up with this other character called the Stranger in this ethereal realm. And while some of the stuff told to them is vague, we basically get a bunch of lore about the planet of sin, and they tell the Stranger how they want to go to Earth, and the Stranger doesn't really understand why they would want to go to Earth when there's so much more potential in sin, and then he has this vague line about the person who destroyed sin was a human from Earth, and yeah, again, I would go into more detail, but none of this shit matters. At all. Like, not even slightly. It's kind of a cool scene, I guess, and that they're seeing these gods or aliens or something like that, but none of this is going to come up in the 4th novel, and all the vague posting that these things say amounts to nothing. And so they all go to Earth finally after this long thing, and Lewis has his hair back, because he didn't actually have his hair throughout this whole 3rd book, because remember, he lost it in the 2nd one. And they're all happy, and they're ready to go on adventures on Earth. Lewis respawning right in the same antique store that he first started out this trilogy in, all of which will be the setup for the stories in the 4th and final novel, but not before a quick epilogue. Epilogue. The epilogue is nothing special. It's basically just Mira and Varric the Destroyer planning and plotting and knowing that Lewis and co are on Earth finally. I don't know how they know that, but somehow they figure that out. And so then they use a spell in the Darkness book, which I guess allows them to go to Earth too? I don't really know how or why, but regardless, point is, Varric jumps through the Darkness teleportation portal and ends up on Earth too, ready to finally kill Linkara, who he has never actually been able to meet face to face. Again, building up for stuff in the 4th novel. The end. In closing, I think I've pretty well expressed my thoughts on this 3rd book, especially in that last chapter with the conflict and stuff. But as a whole, yes, It has many parts that are done better than the first two books, but the ending was handled so extremely poorly and made the whole thing kind of feel pointless by the end. Any and all investment in the drama being thoroughly punished on the reader. Once again, I think this stems from Lewis just not really being all that experienced as a writer. So while I can definitely see some real improvements in his work at this point, it's still, unfortunately, objectively pretty bad. But hey, there's still one more Linkara book to go, one more novel for yours truly to break down. And it's the shortest of the bunch at that. Will it finally be something pretty good, with the skip in time between this one and the other? Will the setting of Earth give way to more interesting storytelling and character moments? Could it possibly be the worst of the bunch, through some cosmic force of tragedy? Well, there's only one way to find out, my friends. Angel Armor, Where the Heart Is the fourth and final entry in the Angel Armor series, and is published, according to Amazon. Oh, it's not on Amazon, or available to buy anywhere else for that matter. Huh. Yeah, in my research I found that the fourth novel of the Angel Armor series seemed to have had a fair bit of mystery surrounding it, since unlike the other three books, which you could easily buy a physical or digital copy of, including right now, I found no such trace of this book for sale seemingly anywhere, and finding any info on this last book was even harder than the last three. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that this final book was on the Internet Archive, I would have had a difficult time figuring out that this one even existed at all. And so I was determined to find out the answer to this mystery. When was this book actually released where people could actually read it? And why is it seemingly unavailable everywhere despite it being the technically newest of the series? I searched around for a little while and eventually found the answer I was looking for on none other than the Lightrbinger.com. While we may not be quite talking about the Lightrbinger comic just yet, this last novel is the most relevant to that comic to say the least. And after digging through the website's old Angel Armor / Lightbringer blog that Lewis posted to fairly often back in the day, I finally found some answers to the mystery around this last book's release. In a blog post uploaded February 13th, 2007, Lewis wrote the following, quote, "Book 4, for free. Confused? Most of you should be, but of course I only like confusion if there are answers for it, and I'm going to give you them all, for 1 week. See, I can understand that even if fans of the comic like it, they don't necessarily want to shell out $16 for a book that they're not sure if they're going to like. As such, I'm giving you a little sample of Angel Armor. For all the weekend and next week, a special preview of the 4th Angel Armor book will be available for free to be downloaded off of lulu.com. You'll need something to read PDF files, so I hope you're ready. Lightbringer's taking a 1-week hiatus until Monday, February 26th. That guys gives you 1 week to read an explanation on how Lewis got to Pharaoh City, who he is, and how the Darkbringer was created. Get a little deeper insight into its religion, and even some more of the Code Poet. Lightbringer even makes a cameo appearance. This is your chance to get a little bit of a sample of what I have to offer in just writing. No crappy artwork to get in the way. Teehee. I will note, however, that my editor and cover artist is incapacitated at the moment, so don't try to purchase the actual physical book. There aren't any page numbers yet, and the actual cover pick hasn't been finished. Still, it's not anything that will detract from reading the absolutely free ebook. I do apologize though, since Lulu requires you to log in and provide credit card information, even though it's a friggin' free download. In any case, here you go, unquote. Sadly, the link leads to, well, nowhere now, and searching for this final book on Lulu's website gives you no results, despite the 3rd novel still very much being available to buy there. This seems to have been the first main way to read this novel, and I guess it was also the first and, I'm going to assume, only way to have actually bought the novel as well. However, sadly, I do tend to wonder if there was ever even a way to buy it at all, physically or digitally. The reason I wonder this is because I still cannot find any trace of being able to actually buy the last book in any kind of physical form. In fact, I've never seen a cover art for it whatsoever, which leads me to believe that there might have never actually been a cover art for this last book, thus meaning that it never officially got a physical release either. Mind you, I could be wrong, and maybe there is a physical edition that is just exceptionally rare, and if you happen to know more information about that and have some pictures to provide regarding that, please let me know. However, back on my theory that I don't think there actually was ever a physical release, the blog post that follows this last one might say something about why that in particular is the case. Quote, "Atop the fourth wall. Well, while I was disappointed by the small number of people who took the time to obtain the fourth book, even just downloading it to read it at some later point would have been fine, I'm still happy about the people who did. Kudos to you. Have a cookie. Gives cookie. Still, the fourth book isn't necessary to understanding issue 6 and 7, but it sure as heck helps. In any case, I just wanted to promote a new little venture of mine that I'm trying to do. A website that reviews bad comics, going through them step by step and scene by scene and pointing out why they suck. It's called Atop the Fourth Wall, and it's located here, atopthefourthwall.blogspot.com, unquote. Indeed, this right here might as well be one of the most iconic posts Lewis has ever written, like looking destiny straight in the face. The birthplace of what would soon become his legacy, as well as the deathbed for the Angel Armor series. Now, while I cannot confirm this information as of yet, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt, but my guess is the reason you cannot find this final book available to buy anywhere is because it just simply was never available to buy, never had a physical release. And after this last book came out for free, to all the fanfare of barely anyone reading it or even downloading it at all, Lewis might have been discouraged and just sort of left the last book to kind of rot. I mean, after all, he had his new creative venture of doing Atop the Fourth Wall, and well, I think we all know how much more iconic that series would be, and how much more time and creative energy Lewis would be putting into the work of eventually becoming a full-time video creator. However, sadly this means that the Angel Armor series ended on a whimper, cast aside to be forever forgotten, until some crazy person made a multi-hour video series covering all the novels. You're, welcome, I guess. But, with all that being said, what content lays within the final entry of the Angel Armor series? This quadrilogy left to die. Did it, if nothing else, at least have a satisfying conclusion? Well, let's finally get right into it. Okay, real quick before we get into the final novel, I did want to add this extra little bit of bonus content for this director's cut of the video. Something that I discovered recently was Linkara's old DeviantArt account, and while most of the stuff on there pertains to his YouTube channel and his Lightrbinger Comic series, which will become more important to us later, if you go into his favorites and go all the way back to the very beginning of them, you'll find some art by the DA user known as Artsy Hime, who has the third novel's cover of Angel Armor as their DA icon, and that's because they are the main artist behind the Angel Armor series, or at the very least, the second and third books, I believe. I'm not so sure about the first one. And on their profile, you can actually find several what I'm going to call official art pieces for the Angel Armor characters, including this piece which shows our brave hero Lewis in his iconic Angel Armor, as well as Mira, which I think this is the only official art ever made of Mira, and even Varric the Destroyer, which is very cool to see. There's also these other two pieces depicting Lewis and Varric fighting each other, which I guess, spoilers ahead, is gonna be a big focus for this final novel. There's also a sketch of Varric here as well, which you can probably see was a character that Artsy Hime really seemed to enjoy drawing. Can't say I blame them, I always love drawing villains as well. All these pictures also have Lewis down in the comment sections giving thanks for the art being made, as well as some criticisms. Quote, "Very nice. If I had to make one critique, I'd say it might be a good idea to add stress lines under his eye, albeit considering the agelessness of Dark Knights, that actually might not be feasible." To which Hime replied, "A stress line? Like a wrinkle that follows the bottom of his eye? Even if they're ageless, would they really be ageless anymore? In any case, even if they are ageless, everybody's face wrinkles when they scrunch their face. I will try that." Quote, "Practice or not, I'm
I'm favoriting. Lewis's armor still looks awesome, as does Mira, and while Varric seems a bit short, his arms, cape, and legs look great.
For this exchange.
It's chibi fighting! Haha! It's a start, at least, and it shows you still care about it.
Of course I care. What made you think I didn't?
Nothing. My addled brain just makes me wonder what people are doing all day when they're not paying attention to me. Pay attention to me! Gets bonked in the head by mental asylum and dragged away.
Silly you. I guess some of this is just kind of what I call DA speak, which is kind of a mixture between old internet talk with more weird lol random taco talk mixed in. But it's still rather an awkward exchange. Like, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I can't help but feel Lewis is always being ever so slightly passive-aggressive, with this last exchange being the final example of that. Quote,
Not particularly fond of Lewis's mouth, but damn if I don't love everything else. Hugs Hime-chan and favorites pick.
Any suggestions on changing the mouth? I'm not quite sure how to fix that. Let me know, please.
You can probably edit it in a paint program, but otherwise I think it could probably be more of a scowl like Varric.
Alright, I will edit that, unquote. But then again, maybe this is just these two's relationship and how they talk, so hard to say. But regardless, I mainly wanted to show you these pictures and exchanges so that you can see some semi-official art for the characters in the novel series, since art of them is so few and far between. But now on with actually talking about the contents of the last novel. Starting once again with yet another introduction, just like the third novel, with more thoughts and insights from the author Lewis himself on the state of the series and his overall feelings. Quote, Here we are once again, on the road to adventure. This is where the heart is, the fourth book in the Angel Armor series. Of course, if you purchase this book, odds are you probably know that already. At the time of writing this introduction, I'm in college, and subsequently, less of an idiot than I was when I first wrote the previous 3 books. I still believe they're good, of course, but a lot has changed since then, so I can recognize where I sucked and where I did good stuff. First and foremost, it was almost absolutely necessary for me to have a chapter where there consisted of a mental battle in some way or another. This was really just an excuse for me to have Lewis fight with imaginary weapons created in animes, TV shows, comic books, and etc. It's not that these scenes were necessarily bad or good, but I did devote a lot of time to them, didn't I? Next, to my shame, I must admit that when I first started writing Angel Armor, I didn't have a backstory or history for the Linkara armor. After my first semester in college, however, I come up with one that I believe is fairly original, and I look forward to seeing what you think of it, since this book will reveal the origin of the wondrous weapon that Lewis possesses. This will also be the story where we shall be formally introduced to the co-poet, along with a slew of other characters. As such, along with the main cast we already know for Lewis's party, I can understand how all of this can be a bit daunting to keep track of. I can only ask that you bear with me and enjoy things as they come along. Now, the reason I mention co-poet in particular is because she has already made an appearance in the Angel Armor universe. As if people weren't aware of already, I have a webcomic called Lightrbinger that takes place in the same universe as Angel Armor, where co-poet made her first appearance at the end of issue 2. Lightrbinger will even have a cameo in the book later in order to help foster the idea that this is a universe I'm building. Since so much time passes while I'm writing these books and my developing skills as a writer, there can be some issues relating around time. The first book took place in 2002. However, as time has advanced, there are certain events and real-world actions that happen to shape the universe of Angel Armor. So behold, not 10 years old, and I'm already doing my first retcon. For those unfamiliar with the term retcon, in short, for retroactive continuity, this means that I'm changing some details and facts from the past in order to make this book fit into its current position, as well as possibly altering minor details from the past. The retcon in this case is that the story now takes place in 2007 instead of 2002. That is all on the matter. Perhaps the greatest compliment I've received about both Angel Armor and Lightrbinger is not mentioning how good they are, although I really do appreciate it when people tell me it is, but but how even if they didn't like the story, they were enticed enough to want to continue reading. Sure, I'd like it more if they actually did like it, but I think it's wonderful that I'm good enough to hook readers for the next installment. Also, I'm just going to say, never sign a contract before reading it. In the third book's introduction, I mentioned how much I disliked pretentious themes in books, attempting to only entertain the reader to the best of my ability. However, after going through college and expanding my reading repertoire, I found myself now unable to stop myself from promoting an ideology. It's mostly because I've seen the value of promoting something in the printed world, especially if it's done in a manner that is subtle. Me? Subtle? Ooh boy. In this case, it's the overarching theme of happiness and optimism. In so many ways, I feel that it can feel absolutely pretentious, and I apologize right off the bat if people feel that way about it after reading. This book will also try to explain more of the motivation and ideas behind the darkness, something severely lacking in the previous books. In the first, they were just some vague evil force that vaguely resembled the shadows from Babylon 5, particularly in his discussion with Lewis at the end of the first book. However, while I enjoy villains who are unreputedly evil, some of the best evils are the ones who actually have kind of a point behind them. Hence, where we can see a better idea of why exactly Dark Knights aren't supposed to smile. To sum up, this book is actually shorter than my other exploits, perhaps even the shortest of my novels, considering it's even supposed to be a larger allegory for something else. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can guess what it is. I sincerely hope that people still feel as good a read as any of my other books." Unquote. It is once again quite interesting hearing Lewis reflect on the series as a whole, as well as his lack of planning. And actually what's interesting is in the third book, much of Lewis's thoughts at the beginning of the novel seem to come from a place of what he wants people to see him as, while this one seems to be much more honest with himself, and everyone reading for that matter. I find it notably interesting that comments on how many people have noted how they don't like his books, but are usually at least interested in what comes next, which I suppose I could kind of fit into that category. I don't like a lot of the stuff in the books, but they are at least pretty interesting if nothing else. But I find this comment to be rather interesting, especially with how Lewis has been kind of infamously known to not take criticism as well these days. But here, he seemed to have taken it quite well, and perhaps true to his character, remains optimistic and happy that he at least got people's attention, even if they didn't enjoy what they ultimately read. I think it really humanizes Lewis the author a lot more. Once again, he was only a teenager, now a young adult by this point, writing these books to entertain people, and while they may be often quite bad, I feel like it's terribly misguided to hold anything in these books against him personally or creatively for that matter, especially today. This mindset of, well, at least they were interested even if they don't like it, once again feels like it was a contributing factor in why this was the last novel, and why this one never went outside of being free through his blog. Because at the end of the day, if no one seems to like them all that much, and now no one's even reading them period, I could see it being rather easy to say, why bother anymore? Especially if someone just learning and trying their best, much more success in another creative field. For Lewis's case, that being videos. Regardless though, I also find the whole ideology comment he makes to be pretty funny, since we've already established that this has been a thing ever since the first one of his books. I guess he's just being more honest here with himself and saying that, yeah, this is something that he likes doing and that this book will definitely focus on, even noting that this whole book is a allegory for something, and wonders if people will guess what it is. A small spoiler, it's going to be pretty similar to themes and stuff to everything else that's been in these books thus far though. But with that said, let's jump into the actual story content of the novel now. There is once again a quick prologue just covering what we already know before we then jump into Chapter 1, Home. So basically this chapter sees Lewis introduce his family to his crew of misfits, and we see a few nice interactions come from the whole thing. However, before that, the group all start out in this old antique shop that the whole journey began in, and make their way outside, the store owner telling Lewis that he can keep the golden gauntlet for free, and that the store owner refers to him as the Linkara. However, before Lewis has a chance to ask him how he knows he's the Linkara or what his connection to any of this shit is, the whole group see a strange woman outside, who is described as, quote, Lewis snapped back to reality and looked down to where the others were standing, before kept their distance away from a single figure lying in the grass, but were close enough to be easily noticed by the frightened individual who was slowly starting to sit up. She appeared to be in her early 20s, but around 5 feet tall in height. She had short blonde hair, covered by a red helmet, as well as matching red armor on the rest of her body. There were two rather distinctive features about her, however, that caught everyone's attention right away. The first was the long, fresh scar that had been carved into her face from one corner to the opposite. It didn't appear to be bleeding, but it was quite menacing and appeared to be something that had happened to her recently. The scar was only part of her injury, since the blade indentation in her armor indicated that someone had swiped down from her face through her chest, a killing stroke. The second odd thing was the fact that her entire body appeared to be partially transparent. They could see the grass under her, unquote. This, however, is just temporary before this woman fully becomes visible, and while the group go out of their way to help this woman and bring her along with them to Lewis's house, we the audience already know that this strange girl that appeared here before them is none other than Thesia. What she's doing here, well, we'll find out eventually. So the group all head to Lewis's house, and at this point, Lewis has some splaining to do with his parents, John and Erica, wondering who the hell all these people are. Quote, John and Erica Williamson slowly looked from Endo to Lewis and then back to Endo again. They both sat down on the couch of their living room in front of Lewis, whose armor encompassed his body. Endo stood beside him smiling and holding a lightning spell in her hand, small orb illuminating everything in the room.
So, what do you think?
Lewis inquired, winking at his parents. Both sat with their mouths agape at what they had seen and what they had been told. After arriving back at his home, Lewis waited for his parents to return and promptly explained about the people who were now in their house and why there was a woman unconscious in the guest room. He had left out a significant number of details to his angered parents, who were in the middle of chastising Lewis for letting people in their house, while they weren't home when he suddenly brought out his gauntlet and allowed his armor to form around him. Needing a bit more convincing, Endo had been happy enough to show the stunned adults her ears and some of her magics. They were still in awe of the revelation that their son had been in another world for several months, hadn't aged a day from the experience, and the fact that he was the figurehead of the world's largest religion. This is a lot to take in, Lewis, Erica stated.
Of course. Take all the time you need. However, I hate to say this, but everyone in the group needs accommodations while I figure out how long they'll be here. We intend on going back to Sin. We're just not sure when,
Lewis pointed out, looking over at Lithwinar and Jordan. The two in question were amazed at the refrigerator and the fact that it seemed to generate cold air without any magics. Lewis' father raised an eyebrow and looked up at Lewis.
You didn't think about how long they'd be staying before you brought them here?
Lewis shrugged and replied,
Well, kind of got swept up in the excitement of getting back here. Think of this like taking on foreign exchange student. Well, a few exchange students, unquote.
There are several little fun, cute moments after this, with many of the characters getting quite the culture shock in this world, and being quite fascinated by all the stuff there within it. Also, Endo and Lewis actually have a couple sweet moments together in this chapter, something which I found to be kind of a nice change of pace. The group also discover what pizza is.
Quote, This, my good friends, is pizza. Eat heartily, but try not to take in too much,
Lewis said as he opened the Pizza Hut box top up and revealed to them his first example of Earth cuisine. Endo reached for one first, while the others were more reluctant in going for pieces of the food. Jordan in particular was examining the pizza with a skeptical look, making sure she didn't spot any pieces of meat mixed in with the cheese. After Endo grabbed onto a slice of pizza and pulled it away and onto her plate where she could get a better look at it before she began eating, she leaned in and sniffed at the dish, raising an eyebrow as she looked over at Lewis.
It's quite greasy, she commented. Lewis rolled his eyes. Yes, it's supposed to be. Eat up, or it'll get cold. Endo shrugged and raised the triangle-shaped slice to her lips, biting off a piece quickly. She chewed for a few moments and swallowed, proceeding then to quickly gobble down the one slice and start reaching for another. While Littlenar poked at his slice with a fork, Jordan and White Raven ate as calmly as Lewis's parents and his brother, George, who was still trying to wrap his head around the revelation that Lewis had been gone for a year without anyone noticing it, or that any time had passed at all. Needless to say, he was more than a little perplexed by the whole thing. So let me get this straight. I leave you alone for 2 hours and you manage to not only save the planet, but get a girlfriend and a whole heap of other people to stay at our house? That's just typical. You know that, dork? George commented. Kindly do not refer to my love as dork, Endo said, between finishing one slice of pizza and starting on another, unquote. Cute. However, it's not all sunshine and roses, as by chapter's end, we see Varric the Destroyer also make his way to Earth in a pretty cool opening scene for him in this novel. Give me some, damn it! Fuck you, I did all the work! Two muggers argue continuously in the back alley of a downtown St. Paul. With the night came the way the two had to make ends meet. Thievery. Both had knives in their hands, ready to stab one another over the wallet and purse they had just stolen off of a couple that had been walking home. However, just before their argument could escalate any further, the alleyway was suddenly encased in light. The two hoodlums, in shock over the bright yellow illumination that had just filled their alley without any visible source, covered their eyes and dropped the pilfered items. They steadied their weapons as well, wondering if the police had actually managed to track them down, or if they had just been lured there by the shouting. The light faded shortly afterwards, returning to its previous ambiance. The two uncovered their eyes and looked down the alley corridor, seeing a man crouching on the ground, his body encased in black armor, as smoke drifted off of him, as if he had been on fire a few seconds before. The crouching man's body quivered in the darkness, his eyes closed as the two muggers slowly stepped closer to him. Foregoing normal sense in such a situation, curiosity overtook the two muggers as they walked up within reach in distance of the crouching man. Holy mother of... one of them began to exclaim. However, before he could finish his sentence, the crouching man's arm quickly lashed out and grabbed his leg, pulling tightly to the side and sending the lawbreaker into a nearby brick wall. The other mugger, in shock over how his companion had been flung away like a rag doll, proceeded to turn around and start running down the alley. Unfortunately for him, the crouching man rose and reached over to grasp the sword hanging on his side. He charged after the mugger and unsheathed his weapon, swiping it across his back. The mugger fell forward, yelping in pain. The crouching man brought his foot down on the mugger's back and kept him pinned down.
The Linkara, he whispered. Where is he?
Unquote. So yeah, pretty decent, interesting stuff so far.
Chapter 2, The Stirring of Wolves. So this chapter is basically about Thesia's backstory being relayed and her sort of becoming part of the gang. The chapter's opening noting, quote, "I'm, or rather, I was a conqueror," Thesia stated. After briefly allowing Thesia to relax from the sudden rush of waking up, the assembled group had retreated to the living room, hoping the cushioned sofa would be a better place for their formerly comatose companion. Despite the fact that she was beginning to look more comfortable, the group noticed how she kept bringing her hand towards her face, to the area that Scar had been. White Raven stood nearby, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "I've heard of you, Thesia. Your only claim to that title is leading a gang of bandits into a city in Onair, and managing to take it over for a few days before the army retook it," she replied. Thesia smiled and leaned back into the couch. "And that was a glorious time, if I do say so myself. No one believed that some simple blonde woman could do such a thing in Onair. After all, such gorgeous women were meant to be ladies of pristine quality and refinement. We were meant to be bargaining tools in an air for people to gain social favor. But I knew we were every bit as strong as the men, and I proved it to them. I bested every male those bandits sent against me, and made them swear their allegiance to me. Of course, Onair was also suffering from attacks by the darkness at the time, so I admit that the army probably would have struck back against me sooner if they not been busy at the time," unquote. Now, if you're a little confused, so was I. Isn't Thesia supposed to be this evil void lord that has been plotting against the Linkara for the last couple books? Well, yes, but something is a little amiss here, and what exactly it is hard to explain without simply going through the rest of this book, but keep that thought in the back of your head in mind for now. Meanwhile, Varric is still very much interrogating that random mugger on where the Linkara is. Quote, "What is this place?" Varric the Destroyer stood upon the roof of a 6-story building in downtown St. Paul. It looked down upon the streets. His cape fluttered in the wind as he crossed his arms, examining all the events occurring below him. Varric glared at the people who walked by, his fists clenched in rage. He turned around, remaining in the same pose, as he looked at the man tied up on the rooftop ground. The man was one of the 2 criminals he had assaulted upon arriving on Earth. His body was covered in bruises and cuts as a result of Varric interrogating him earlier. "I come from a world known as Sin. Do you know why we refer to it as such?" Varric inquired. The mugger remained silent. Varric had half-choked him before during the initial interrogation, so his throat remained sore, and it hurt for him to speak. "I admit most people aren't aware of the legend behind it. Even if they did know it, they wouldn't make the connection right away. To them, the word sin is nothing more than the name of their world. Only well-educated nobles are aware of the negative connotations associated with the word. According to the myth, Sin once experienced a great catastrophe as a result of a single person's sinful behavior. As such, the goddess, Mistress Kaus Dragon, decided that the world must forever be encased in a state of sin. So she changed the name of the world, made everyone forget the old name, and replaced it with the new one." Varric walked over to the mugger and crossed his arms as he stared down at him. The mugger responded only by looking up at Varric's face, too weak to even ask what Varric was talking about. "Do your gods think so little of your world that they would willingly allow you to wallow in this pit?" Popular rumor was the world of the Linkara was an amazing place filled with innovation and a species of thoughtful, wonderful beings that stood on top of it all. And yet all I behold is a landscape that has paved over things bright and lit and covered the remains in a thick layer of grime and filth. This place both disgusts me and entices me." Varric sneered and walked away from the man, back to the edge of the building. Sin leaks out from every crack and crevice, like some dark, murky life-giver that drips from the gutters of a small house. I hate to say it, but the darkness would have thrived in a place like this. I can feel every bit of I suppose, emptiness would be the appropriate word that comes from this place. The hopelessness of its people are tossed from the windows, and I breathe it all in from the air. The darkness would have built quite a following from this place. I embrace the dark willingly, because it has truth and meaning to it. But the darkness here is without soul. My God would have given purpose to it." Unquote. Kind of a cool idea that the darkness would have thrived on Earth. It suggests that the darkness is a lot like the devil or Satan, and I just generally find it kind of clever that because of how Earth is, someone like Varric the Destroyer may actually be more powerful here than in the Land of Sin. Also, his dialogue in general just kind of goes pretty hard. It's edgy, yes, very much so, but it's a fun kind of edgy. I can dig it. Anyway, Varric leaves this conversation still unsure of where the Linkara is, but ready to search for him to face him head on. Meanwhile, Thesia is still unsure why she is ultimately here on Earth with the rest of them, but decides that her destiny is unwritten now, and that she might as well make the best of this situation and stay here, hoping that Lewis will be a good teacher for her to teach her the ropes of this new world. Chapter 3. Friends Old and New. So here's where things get extra, interesting, as we are then introduced to Lewis's old group of friends from school, of which are presented with descriptions as follows. Quote, "Although Lewis was familiar with pretty much everyone in his grade, thanks to spending school school with them for 7 years, he had a close-knit group of friends that he spent most of his time with, out of mutual interest and the fact that they had all been so quirky on their own regards. The one Lewis had known the longest was Alice Below, nicknamed the co-poet by the group. She was the most technology-minded individual of the group, always having a laptop in her hands and coding a program. Sometimes she was writing software for some simple little happy face to wink at a person, while at other times she could be finding new ways to break encryption software. In fact, there had been a rumor going around Hillside High that she had actually managed to hack into the CIA's mainframe. Whenever someone asked her about it, she merely smiled and leaned back, not answering. To accompany her nickname, she usually wore black or purple at all times, accompanied by a beret on top of her long brown hair. She only differed from the look when the sun was too bright to wear dark clothes, so she wore all white in those situations." Unquote. Note that the co-poet is actually notable because she actually appears within the Lightrbinger comics later on. So, yeah. I also once heard from someone that this character is somewhat based off of Lewis's real-life mom, but I've never actually seen any actual evidence for this beyond hearsay, so I don't actually know how true this is. But I figure I'd know it all the same in case someone knows more lore about this and is willing to share within the comment section. But yeah. Nonetheless though, kind of a cool character design-wise. Nice drip. But back to the group of friends. Quote, Theodore Ted Sage was Lewis's best male friend and was nicknamed Shades by the group. This was done for the fact that due to an eye condition, he had to wear sunglasses most of the time during the day. In the group, he was the most unusual. His knowledge of philosophy was unchallenged by any at the hillside. But what really gained him his popularity amongst students was his propensity for offering people gum at the most inopportune times. This was part of his offbeat personality, since he would constantly be sending in submissions to the school newspaper, ranting sometimes violently about any little subject and promoting Ayn Rand's objectivist philosophy, but then be the calmest, most laid-back individual, sometimes to the point of apathy or laziness when one was actually talking to him. The other male of the group was Trevor Hagen. While they had trouble coming up with a nickname for him, Trevor still had his own quirk that made him unique within the 5 friends. He rarely was without a book in his hands, and any time he did have one in his possession, he read faster than any thought was humanly possible. He read Gone with the Wind in 17 hours, and comprehended every word of it with ease. The only time he ever had a problem with his speed reading was when he hit a typo or a spelling error. When that happened, he was stuck at a single problem point, unable to move on until someone either turned the page or pointed him to the next word. The final member of the 5 was Mandy Chanette. Like Trevor, the group had a hard time coming up with a nickname for her, so she just went by her first name. However, her own unique skills were in the knitting needles. She was constantly working. She had become something of an entrepreneur at Hillside, knitting scarves, shirts, and other various outfits for a nominal fee. She always acted sweet and cheerful around others, and in private, believing that anger, resentment, and other negative emotions need to be bottled up and saved for when they were actually needed. Once she happened upon a student who was in the process of stealing a laptop from the technology department, not only did she manage to knock the boy twice her petite size onto his back, she kept him there for 10 minutes so she could lecture him about morality and theft. The rumor had been that even after security finally found them and began bringing the boy to the principal's office, he was still ranting at him from across the hall, shouting so he could hear her. Unquote. So yeah, that's the Earth gang of friends. And while it is a little bit stilted to just introduce them all right here and now like this, they are at least kind of interesting. I don't know how realistic it is for any of these people to be 15 to 16 years old, but they at least seem like they have some interesting traits. And they all start having conversations about such interesting topics as, quote, "This is so typical. We both get sent down to the principal's office one day, but it's you who gets to become the superhero and save the world. All I get is another worksheet's worth of homework because I ended up late to class," Trevor said behind his book. Lewis rolled his eyes. "If I recall correctly, it was you who insisted on running the class to get on time because you wanted to finish reading that stupid book of short stories. What was it called again? Tonto and the Lone Ranger boxing match? Fist fighter in heaven, not boxing match. And look, I feel bad enough as it is having to read that tripe. I just wanted it over and done with," Trevor replied as he flipped the page of Sense and Sensibility. Ugh. You had to read that thing too? It was like a book version of a Coleman Francis film. Murky, depressing, and confusing as all heck, Ted groaned.
Don't forget racist. It's always nice when you have to read something that constantly talks about how white people are evil, racist bastards who spend all their time harassing Indians,
Lewis stated as his second gauntlet flowed back into the first one. Native Americans, Mandy corrected. Mandy, they call themselves Indians in the book, Ted said as he leaned down from his position in the tree.
Doesn't make it right,
Mandy said softly. Endo giggled softly to herself and looked at the assembled group.
It's amazing how I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. It's exhilarating. Now you know how I felt back on Sin,
Lewis said to Endo, embracing her. Unquote. So, yeah, we're already getting into talking about random things, like racism and opinions on books and what have you. Which, speaking of, the main highlight of this chapter is when White Raven, Jordan, and Lithmanar learn about the atom bomb and have quite a strong reaction to it, only for Lewis's dad to go on a very, very long rant about the atomic bomb and the general justification for why Japan was nuked. White Raven quickly ran past Lithmanar and into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The former prince blinked and walked over to the bathroom door, knocking on it as he heard the sound of coughing and wheezing. Raven, are you alright? He asked. By the pit, she whispered to herself. Lithmanar walked away from the bathroom and over to the living room, where Jordan sat on the couch. She was breathing slowly, her face pale as she stared at the television set. Lithmanar looked to the screen, wondering what was causing the unusual behavior of the group. The television had been set up with a TiVo, so the image on the screen was paused so that the two didn't have to watch any further than what it was at the moment. On screen was an image of an atomic bomb explosion. What's that? Lithmanar asked, pointing at the screen. The end result of Lewis's great world. They call it a nuclear weapon, an explosive capable of death and destruction on a scale I doubted possible even for magics. Kind of weapon that my people have always been terrified of, Jordan responded. John walked in, blinking in confusion. Hey, what's wrong, White Raven? He's throwing up in the bathroom. We have beheld your Deathbringer, Jordan said, pointing at the mushroom cloud on the screen. Ah, I suspect you haven't got anything like that on Sin, do you? John asked. I conceive that there are probably people on my world who are capable of such insanity, but to actually go through with it, Jordan spoke. Insanity? Pardon me, miss, but nukes aren't insanity. They're a deterrent, John replied. Oh, this looks like fun, Lithmanar laughed, sitting down on the couch. If they're such a deterrent, how come you use them during your world war? Jordan asked, almost yelling at him. They're a deterrent when we used them during the war and after it. If we had invaded Japan, millions more would have died on both sides. And don't assume that they would have surrendered after an initial conflict or such crap. They were utterly devoted to winning no matter the cost of their own country. And once the war was over, once humanity realized the sheer power of the weapon, the two remaining superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, never used them against each other. Oh sure, there were threat posturings, arms races, but the fear of mutual annihilation kept both sides from ever firing a nuke at each other, John explained. You stood on the brink of total destruction thanks to these devices, Jordan stated. I sincerely doubt that. The closest it ever came was the Cuban Missile Crisis, and even then, it was settled peacefully. People who claimed that we were constantly on the verge of Armageddon thanks to the nuclear weapons themselves don't understand a damn thing about this world. They assume that it's crazy, trigger-happy morons that have their finger on the button, that they're going to be responsible for bringing the world to its knees, that if the right people were in charge, everyone would live in a hippie commune without war or starvation. The truth is that the right people are in charge of the world, but the right people don't equal the best world. The weapons themselves are not going to bring about the apocalypse, John stated. And with that, Lewis's father calmly walked away, leaving Jordan grumbling as she sat back down on the couch. I see where Lewis got his tenacity, she grumbled, and his speechifying. Although, he's right, you know, Lithmanar commented smugly. I've been studying the history books. Wars have actually gotten smaller since the invention of this device. More contained. Oh, be silent, Toad, unquote. So yeah, clearly Lewis has some thoughts about this stuff. And I guess for the actual character of Lewis, we now see where he gets his penchant for passionate rants from, though I will admit that, for once, this rant at least does serve some purpose for the narrative, since it makes sense nukes would probably scare people from another world who had never heard of them. After all, they do tend to scare people here who do know about them. It also serves as a decent character moment for all involved. It isn't just Lewis randomly ranting about something that no other character has any context to. So I guess there is at least that as far as an improvement goes. The rest of this chapter then breaks from the established perspective to be from the first-person perspective in a journal written by Varric the Destroyer, where basically we hear about his side of things, about how important the darkness was for him, and how ever since the darkness has died, his black hair has slowly been turning lighter and lighter blue like it was when he was born. How this world is yet again very interesting to him, full of disgusting creatures, but also will make a fertile ground for the darkness should it be able to return, etc., etc. And overall, it is just kind of interesting seeing the perspective of the main villain like this, and not just some random villain that is not important to the rest of the plot, the book, but the actual villain of this book. So once again, a nice improvement. Chapter 4, That's What Girls Do. So this chapter can mostly be summarized as Lewis and co. have several conversations about random things Lewis is interested in and that 15-year-olds probably wouldn't be talking about IRL. I guess this kind of makes more sense if you read it from the perspective of like college students, which again is what Lewis was at this point, like the intro noted, but he kind of forgets that. In the actual book, all of these characters are like 15 years old, not college students, but they all talk like college students. So yeah. Quote, is exactly the kind of attitude that keeps them down and enforces outdated stereotypes, Trevor stated firmly.
Perhaps, but the stereotype is an accurate one, and I speak from experience on this one, Lewis responded.
But that doesn't mean that they're all like that. Why are you being so prejudiced against them? Harry queried.
Guys, I'm just trying to say why an ethics paper on the oppression faced by zombies isn't going to work,
Lewis replied. Lewis, I'm telling ya, it's gold. Look at the way zombies are portrayed in movies. They're slow, dim-witted flesh eaters who do nothing but cause a menace to society. Is a xenophobic and deadist point of view, Ted continued.
Deadist?
Lewis asked. You know, like racist or sexist, but against the dead, Ted explained.
Well, not exactly a prejudiced view when it's 100% accurate,
Lewis replied, unquote. By the way, there is no context to this. This is where this conversation begins and ends. Meanwhile, the girls are having girl conversations. Quote,
so this mall is essentially just an indoor marketplace?
Endo asked, looking around her at the various shops and stores. I suppose you could say that. So, you do have capitalism back on Sin? Alice queried.
Well, I'm afraid that while I've studied various subjects and fields in my normal teachings and learning, I never really got around to economics. We could very well have it, but I wouldn't know for certain because I don't know what it is.
Alice and Mandy took their time teaching Endo various economic models as they moved on from shop to shop, focusing mostly on getting Endo some new clothes to wear. From capitalism to communism to monopolies, they gave Endo a crash course in business and money based on whatever knowledge they retained from the economics classes they had during their first 2 trimesters. Interspersed through their discussions, they had to somehow convince Endo to try on some new clothing, unquote. Once again, I find it very interesting that a bunch of 15-year-olds are discussing economics, specifically different economic models. But, you know, whatever. They're doing girl shit, I guess, talking about economics and stuff. Anyway, this talk of Endo trying on new clothes, though, eventually moves into a discussion on women and their role in society and all that sort of stuff. Quote, why? Mandy stared back at her. What do you mean? Why would you want men to look at you? Endo queried. It was Mandy's turn to be confused. I don't know. I suppose it's because then you can feel appreciated and beautiful because all of those people looking at you in envy and admiration. Endo's brow furrowed slightly as she tried to make sense of what Mandy was saying. But you're already appreciated and beautiful. Why do you need the validation of others on it? Their opinions on your beauty are as irrelevant as their opinions on what color
color the sky should be. It does not change the true facts of the situation. I'm not some statue to be ogled at. Right on, woman, Alice said with a laugh, distracting the two from their train of thought. Endo looked at Alice and smiled. Alright, I will wear this ridiculous outfit, but only if I can wear some other long sleeves shirt over it. I want to at least cover my arms. Deal. Change back into your robes and we'll go pay for the clothes, Alice said, handing the robes back over to Endo. The priestess went back inside the fitting room to get back into her normal clothes. Alice looked to Mandy, who shrugged her shoulders and leaned back against the wall beside Alice. I don't see anything wrong with liking to be looked at, Mandy said. Neither do I, and I suspect Endo doesn't either. She just doesn't come from a place where the mass media creates an irregular standard that people, especially women, are supposed to live up to, Alice explained. Mandy rolled her eyes. Please. You don't buy into the idea that people are that influenced by the media. We've talked about this. People are only influenced by it if they let themselves be influenced by it. People have free will and can make their own choices. Alice smirked. Yeah, but does Endo get that? Unquote. Pretty interesting stuff. I have always enjoyed the constant theme of free will in its existing trumping all other things within Lewis's work. But even more interesting is that in this novel, Lewis seems to have decided to give other characters like his dad or Earth friends his opinions to speak rather than strictly himself or his self-insert. He does kind of make the Earth people feel like strange variations of himself in many ways, but on the other hand, it does allow other characters to speak rather than strictly him having all the opinions and what have you. So I guess I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Anyway, that's when they catch something interesting on the TV while at the mall. Quote, in other news, questions still remain unanswered by the Faro City Police Chief Eddie Crane on the actual relationship the police now share with the costumed vigilante, Lightbringer. The question came about after Chief Crane announced his public support and commitment to working with the superhero in cleaning up the crime rate in the city. While public opinion of the world's first real superhero has been high, many lawmakers and law enforcement personnel are taking offense to Chief Crane's support of what they call a violent law-breaking vigilante. The Faro City Police Commissioner has so far refused to comment on, unquote. That's right, the Lightbringer is a real superhero in the Angel Armor series, and this won't be the last time we see him in this book either. Anyway, the chapter ends with Lewis's brother George realizing that Lewis fucking killed people back on Sin. Hundreds of them, in fact. Something that sort of throws him through a loop when he learns about it through Lithminar and the like. It's not really expanded upon, but I do find his reaction to at least be kind of funny and realistic given the information. Then the chapter ends with Varric the Destroyer fucking busting through the doors of the mall and telling Lewis that he's gonna beat his ass. Chapter 5, The Way of the World 1. So, Varric comes in to beat Lewis's ass, and then they somehow, become invisible to everyone else. I don't really know how this happened. It's like some kind of, interdimensional force field that makes it so they can only see each other or something. But regardless, Lewis ends up taking the fight to Varric, who is a magic user and seems quite aggressive. Quote, who is this guy? He asked himself. How did he get to Earth? Why is he so intent on killing me? Weren't the Dark Knights of Sin happy now? Unquote. So the others decide to head back to Lewis's house as they try to explain what happened to the both of them. Again, it's not that important, but they try to make their way to Lewis's house to inform everyone what's going on, and then we randomly cut away from this fight scene just as it's about to begin, back to Lewis's house, where we get this interesting rant about books and John Norman, and I'll just read it out in full real quick. Quote, Lithminar called back. Lewis recommended that I use his laptop to download an ebook to read through, to get a better understanding of how Earth views so-called fantasy worlds like Sin. Well, it took me a bit of time to understand how to use this curious device.
My general searching has come up with several recommendations for both, and I frankly don't feel like trying to read 2 books. So which should I choose? Lord of the Rings or Tarnsman of Gore? Neither, in my humble opinion, John mumbled from the table as he continued to watch the chess game slowly unfold.
You're not going to get either!
Erica called as she stomped over to the living room.
We have the DVDs to Lord of the Rings movies, and you can watch those if you want. And if I see anything related to Gore or John Newman in this house, digital or print, whatever is being viewed on, I'm going to set fire to.
Littleman blinked and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why the disliking of the books? According to what I've read, it's a fascinating philosophical read, and I could be able to understand the plot thanks to the fantasy setting. Littleman, that philosophical read is nothing but a misogynistic handbook. There have been philosophers in the world who I have disagreed with. There have been liberal writers who I wanted to have jailed and imprisoned for the kind of garbage they peddle out, and there has been more than one occasion when I wanted to just shoot myself instead of listen to an idiotic speaker talk. But John Norman is heralded by some circles as a fucking philosophical liberator. That crap he wrote. He believes that women are the submissive natural helper, and figuratively speaking, then the slaves of men. His books have women delighted and elated that suddenly they're wearing chains and collars and BDSM. Crap.
Littleman, I'm not a feminist. I believe that men and women are very different, and that more usually than not, men are better at something than women are, and women are better at something than men are. But the presumption of some science fiction writer to fucking tell me that I'm supposed to be submissive to men in order to be happy? Not on your life. On top of that, people actually live their lives according to this guy, surrendering their freedom to live 24/7 life of servitude to a master. It sickens me to think anyone would ever willingly give up their freedom. Just sickens me, Erica said, shaking her head and going back to her pot pie. Littleman blinked. So, Lord of the Rings then? People on this planet really like to give speeches on ethics, White Raven stated. Unquote. Yeah, they sure fucking do in Lewis's novels. Very interesting. The topic of women has come up a lot in this book thus far. Their role in society and feminism, and yeah, I don't really have anything else to note on this. I don't even know if Lewis has anything else to note on this, to be honest, but just an observation I made during this book. Also, this rant has nothing to do with anything, so sadly we are back to the random rants about things that don't really relate to the characters. It's loosely there, I guess, since Littleman was gonna read a book they don't want him to read, but the whole thing just seems kind of random and cartoonish, to be honest, as well. But, random rant aside, the group make it back to Lewis's house and are trying to find out where Varric and Lewis went. Meanwhile, Lewis and Varric fight, and it's actually not too bad. Quote, each attempt at Lewis's life was countered and avoided, but Varric wasn't showing any sign of irritation from this. Lewis hoped to taunt Varric into making a big mistake, allowing him his chance to dispense with him and have Endo send him back to Sin or get him arrested by the police. Oddly enough, despite the sudden intrusion that Varric had created, the police were nowhere to be seen. However, Lewis didn't give this a second thought at the moment, since his attention was focused on Varric and all the things he was trying to do to him. Face it, Varric, there's no point to all of this. I'm the guy who beat the darkness in the first place. What makes you think you're gonna be able to beat me? You're swinging like a madman, but all you're hitting is... Varric slammed his fist into Lewis's gut. Lewis hadn't seen it coming at all. The force of the blow completely knocked the wind out of his lungs and sent the pain spiraling through his stomach. Varric swiped with the sword again, but Lewis dodged it, narrowly. The edge of his shirt was split by the blade. However, despite dodging the weapon, Varric was suddenly moving faster than he had before, allowing him to go up and punch Lewis across the face. Lewis felt a tooth come loose in the punch as he collapsed to his side, once again barely avoiding a blade that came to his head. He rolled over to the side, but Varric used the opportunity to kick Lewis in the back, sending him rolling away and into a brick wall.
You killed the darkness, didn't you? Varric growled. Lewis got up and fought off the pain that was irritating him. His armor began to form on his body, but it was still far too slow. Varric came up and and slammed the hilt of his sword against Lewis's forehead, knocking him backwards. Varric slashed across Lewis's stomach, this time drawing blood from the Linkara. Lewis was dumbfounded by this sudden change of events. How had Varric moved so quickly? A moment ago, he was just a big brute force that couldn't swing fast enough to chop a tree, much less at him. It was then that Lewis realized it. Varric had been testing him, seeing how fast he could go before he tried to really assault him. Seeing the need to take it up a notch, Lewis summoned his wings from his back and jumped up to see what he could do from the skies. However, Varric quickly lashed his arms around Lewis's legs, holding him back from flapping up and out of his range. Varric snarled and pulled a small dagger from his gauntlet, taking the blade and jamming it into Lewis's leg. Lewis yelped in pain as Varric dug the weapon into his flesh, not even smiling at this small victory. All Lewis could see in his attacker's eyes was pure, unbridled rage. Varric pulled Lewis down and threw him by his legs over to a brick wall, smashing his back against it. Lewis yelled from the pain that went through his spine as he fell to the ground, his wings melting into his back. Varric slowly walked towards Lewis, his blade dragging across the ground.
Little boy murdered the only thing that ever cared about me, that actually gave me purpose and solace during the times when all hope had been destroyed. How does it feel, boy? How does it feel to be as helpless as my god when you slaughtered him?
Varric's voice was cold and unsympathetic to Lewis, whose breaths were becoming quite pained. He looked up at Varric, blood seeping down from his mouth.
You really think you're going to defeat me by taunting me, you pasty son of a bitch?
Lewis coughed.
No, I'll defeat you and bring justice for the darkness like this.
Varric proceeded to kick Lewis in the stomach again, causing Lewis to spit blood from his mouth as he gasped for air. Unquote. Whoa. Boys and girls, is Varric an actual threat? Why, yes, he actually is. In fact, Lewis gets his ass completely and utterly handed to him by Varric, and Varric is about to kill Lewis by this chapter's end, until Endo is able to find their location and saves Lewis just in the nick of time by using magic down on Varric, in which he decides it's probably best to leave now and finish the Linkara off later. Quote, Endo landed alongside Lewis, who merely laid upon the ground, tears flowing from his eyes and mixing with his blood as he sobbed openly from his pain. He slowly looked to Endo, who took him in her arms and wept alongside him, horrified to see him in his state of total defeat. Unquote. Oh my fucking god. Finally, this cocky piece of shit gets what he fucking deserves. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. When I first read this chapter, not only was I actually impressed Lewis, the author, had managed to have a villain be competent and an actual threat for once, but I was also so happy that Lewis, the character, had finally lost. We are 4 books in, and it only took till now for Lewis to finally have a significant defeat, unless you count him losing his hair in the second book, but I really don't, since he recovered from that almost instantly. I have been so tired of Lewis complaining, acting cocky constantly before breaking down and crying the moment anyone tries to ever make a good point that something he may be doing is crazy or dumb. Him stupidly comparing himself to Shinji Ikari, and how much better he is than him at the same time. Him going on crazy rants to people and always winning every single argument he ever makes with any character he ever talks to about any topic. Being a bitchy brat over eating fucking soup or people not getting his dumbass jokes, and being a negative little prick, and then the moment another character shows any kind of negativity or a moment of weakness or emotion, he tells them to shut the fuck up, kill themselves, berates them, or gets on his opportunistic high horse and act like he never has moments of weakness and is suddenly a pillar of pure optimism, being a constant Gary Stu with no threats that are capable of even touching him, and then by the end of the 3rd novel, leaving a whole city and a little girl on their own under the power of an evil king and queen, killing and abusing children in his name no less, and simply decided to be selfish again and doing nothing about it because he would rather just go back home to Earth than deal with any of that. Lewis is a fucking psychotic piece of shit, and I guess that, if nothing else, has made him a very interesting character to follow, but on the other hand, it makes me actually root for him to be humbled, to make a mistake, to actually have to try for once, because it also kind of has made him a boring and eventually very annoying character. So, in other words, sick. Lewis has an actual threat this time. Varric punted his bratty little ass, and now he's going to have to actually try. But let's see how the rest of the story progresses and see if this development continues to go on and be interesting, or if it is all quickly thrown away. Chapter 6, The Dark Things That Hurt Me. So, the long and short of it is this chapter sees Lewis licking his wounds and cries about, losing. Meanwhile, Varric recruits a random mugger from before. Remember the guy he was interrogating when he first came here? Who really wants to join in and become an evil Dark Knight just like him, which Varric ends up doing just that, and ends up knighting him and dubs him Darkbringer. Going into a little more detail, Lewis actually ends up relating his feelings to Thesia, of all people. Quote, "How are you feeling?" Lewis took a step forward and descended himself down by his knees, enough so he could slam his gauntlet-covered right fist into a rock. As soon as he hit the rock cracked and exploded into powder and smaller pieces. Lewis's hand continued to hit the grass beneath it. Thesia jumped back a little and gasped at this, not expecting the maneuver. Lewis remained where he was as he closed his eyes. He spoke softly. "With this gauntlet, I can crush a rock with my fist. The others were so impressed by it, and I loved it. I can smash through a building, I can fly through the air, and I can defeat big blobs of evil by plowing myself into them." Lewis quickly got up and turned around to face Thesia, opening his eyes. "But got my ass handed to me by some dark knight. A dark fucking knight!" He stopped for a moment and giggled, closing his eyes. "It's weird, you know? When I started trying to get to Eigel, I find a way back here. I tried to stop swearing so much, but now that I'm back on Earth, I've been swearing up Lewis collapsed to his knees, and his smile disappeared. Tears flowing down from his eyes, and he sobbed, his hands going over to cover his face. Thesia looked around and bit her lower lip. She wasn't exactly sure what she was supposed to do. If she had seen someone crying back before she had been killed, she would have either ignored them or stabbed them for their weakness. Now, however, she was reforming herself, and she didn't have the slightest clue what to do with the boy. "He beat me, Thesia. He beat me!" he cried. Thesia winced and approached Lewis. The only thing she could think to offer comfort was put her hand on his shoulder, unquote. Sick, cry some more. Basically, Lewis has a big temper tantrum over losing. Meanwhile, as Noah before, Mugger gets knighted by Varric. Quote, "So not only are the criminals in this world poor at their skills, but they are also fools. No wonder this world is so corrupted by its own light and hubris," Varric sneered. "Since you don't know anything about me, I'm gonna let that slide. I'm gonna be honest, Destroyer. You scared the shit out of me when you killed Jason, and I was hoping I'd never see you again. But a few hours later, I started to realize that the things you did, what you were capable of, and where you came from, well, it was all like something out of a sci-fi movie, and I'm not going to be sitting on the side watching it all. I want to be on the action," the mugger stated. "There is no action to be had. I am here to kill my enemy and anyone who stands in my way or annoys me," Varric replied. The mugger stopped leaning against the door and held up his hands in a surrender gesture. Whoa, don't kill me until you've heard my pitch. I've been following you, Destroyer, ever since you first beat the shit out of me and killed my partner while you were out and hunted for Linkara. I snuck in here and took a look at your little book. At first it was a blur to me, but I was able to read it within a few seconds. I even took a peek through your journals, which is how I know your name. My patience and my irritation are quickly rising." "Make your point," Varric growled. "After you kill the Linkara, what are you planning on doing?" the mugger asked. "Return to sin," Varric yelled his answer. "And?" the mugger further questioned, wanting to know more. "And," Varric paused. "And I don't know. My thoughts are only for revenge against the false idol.
Then allow me to offer you an alternative. You wrote in your journal that the darkness would have thrived in this place. Why couldn't it? Why bother with simple revenge against the Linkara? Why not instead humiliate him, shatter the faith he has in his own religion, and bring new life to the darkness here? The Margaret suggested. Unquote. I don't know who the fuck this random mugger is, but I really like him. Talk about total fucking evil maxing. But Varric seems to agree, and then ends up Dark Knighting him, and he becomes the Darkbringer, and now has some Dark Knight magic and what have you. Meaning that there is now 2 dangerous threats that Lewis and his gang will have to face. Chapter 7, The Night When Stacy Died. So, this chapter is kind of like nothing but people talking about random stuff for a while. I mean, I suppose it is kind of significant in that the character Lewis, the Linkara, ends up going on a rant about what else but comic books, which, you know, is pretty interesting to say the least. It unfortunately is kind of like not all that interesting and doesn't really amount to anything other than just another random discussion about Silver Age comics and general comic book history, which I won't bore you with, but this last little note on the topic I did find to be quite funny. Quote, Endo, I won't let it happen. You hear me? You and me are going to be side by side, and we're going to take on Varric, and he's going to regret ever having signed on with the darkness to begin with. And you know what? It's not just the 2 of us either. Jordan and Lithy and White Raven. Hell, even Thesia will be standing with us, and we won't let anything happen. I promise you, kitten, Lewis reassured her. Unquote.
Don't worry, my Discord kitten. All shall be okay. Your Rizzler has your back.
Chapter 8 plus 9. Missing Things 1 plus 2. So I would go into more detail over these 2 chapters, but basically this whole chapter, or 2 chapters rather, is like a big Sailor Moon fight where the Darkbringer summons a monster somewhat based on Missing No from Pokemon, and the whole group have to fight it. It's pretty cool, and admittingly, I have no real problems with these chapters at all. It's not bad. It's just nothing at all narratively interesting happens here for us to discuss. It's just one really long fight scene, essentially. And we've, you know, gotta summarize this at least a little bit where we can, so moving on. By these 2 chapters end, after they've defeated the Missing No inspired monster, the group then ends up having to fight Varric and the Darkbringer, leading into Chapter 10, The Way of the World 2. Remember how the first book, that the chapters that were in parts like these meant the Endo was gonna be, well, sexually assaulted, and in the second book it meant White Raven was gonna, I don't know, do something fucking stupid? Well, in this book, chapters with this title means Lewis is gonna be, violently assaulted by Varric, which is a good way of summarizing this chapter. But going into more detail, something I do want to take the time to note is the way fight scenes are written in this book are actually a fair bit better than in the other books. They still can be rather stilted, mind you, so I'm by no means saying this shit is, like, actually super great, but it's amazing how much having an actual threat mixed with slightly better prose can make all the difference in the world. Quote, happiness is a crutch. When one has joy, it pacifies them into only attempting to be at ease. There's no patriotism, no sacrifice, nothing that will make someone stand up and do what needs to be done, Varric growled. Varric charged in and swung his sword towards Lewis's side. Lewis spun himself to face the oncoming sword and blocked with both of his blades, trying to force the sword back against Varric. And no pride? No pleasure out of what one does? A life of happiness is just emptiness. Even through all the terrible things I've experienced, I know that I had fun through most of it, and nothing can take that away from me. Lewis responded as his blades scraped against Varric's sword. Lewis jumped up and away from the sword, allowing Varric's swing to continue and throw him off balance. While he didn't get close enough to make a deep cut, he did slice his blade across Varric's face, cutting skin deep. Varric brought his hand up to feel the bleeding cut as Lewis landed, spinning to face Varric and grinning widely. Varric narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Ah,
There it is, the moral decay of your world seeping through. I had heard such wondrous things about your world, Linkara, but I can see it for what it really is. You speak of fun. If an event is painful or tragic for people, there's no fun in that. You've enjoyed yourself? You enjoyed stripping the Dark Knights of everything they believed in. There is the truth of it. Linkara, your world takes joy from pain and torment. You're sadistic, every single one of you. Lewis was about to respond when Varric quickly plowed his shoulder into Lewis's chest, forcing him to the ground. Varric got on top of him and slammed his fist against Lewis's face twice as he struggled to force him off. Varric finally got off on his own power, but kicked Lewis in the stomach twice hard, the electrical surge actually lessening each time he hit him." Unquote. So Lewis continues to fight Varric, while the others fight the mugger-turned-Dark Knight Lightrbinger, and it seems that he is quite the fearsome foe, actually. Lewis and Varric continue to debate the philosophies, and they pound into each other, Varric, however, clearly having the advantage of simply just being a more skilled fighter than Lewis. He also seems to like distracting Lewis with these debate points, and then punching him in the heat of the debate, which is actually kind of clever. Lewis has to win every argument, and Varric knows this, and is using this to his advantage. By the battle's end, Varric once again defeats Lewis, however, having clearly gotten inside Lewis's head at this point and overpowering him physically. However, just as the Darkbringer suggested, Varric takes this opportunity to demoralize, humiliate, and truly put the great Linkara in his place. Quote, Lewis coughed up some blood and glared at Varric.
"And you killed anyone who disagreed with you."
Your Linkaran order had already declared war a millennium ago, when your seer foretold of the darkness's coming. On top of that, your existence is an evil one that would never have been stopped being blinded by light and trying to destroy us. That's the truth. You know that. You surround yourself in light, hoping its radiance will blind you from the pit you've dug for yourselves. Darkness is the world's natural state. Anything else is a perversion. Varric brought his foot down onto Lewis's chest. To his surprise, the electrical defense of his armor was not blasting into the metal greaves. Varric lifted his sword over his head. And if it had not been for your vile treachery attacking the darkness when you were an honored guest, the war would have been won by him, Linkara. The darkness was right, and proved his righteousness by continual victory in battle. And now, I give you another example of our might, so that you may one day realize your folly. Varric brought his sword down right on Lewis's left shoulder, cutting straight through and removing the arm completely. Lewis's body lurched up and no sound came out of his throat as his eyes widened. The armored parts of it vanished in a puff of smoke, and Varric got off of Lewis's chest, aiming his hand down at the dismembered limb and firing a blast of black energy down on it. The arm vaporized within 2 seconds, and Varric merely floated into the air. Consider your convictions, Linkara, and see if they are as strong now as they were before. He spoke. He called to the Darkbringer, who was still clashing with Endo. The two had been having an exchange of magic attacks, usually small things like fireballs or dark bolts, but as soon as Varric called to him, the Darkbringer stood, bowed to Endo, and jumped up to meet his lord. He swung onto anything he could find, using complex agility and leaping, as opposed to flying as Varric did. Endo chose not to pursue, levitating up to Lewis and gasping as she saw the blood exiting his shoulder. She landed on the roof and ran to him, already beginning to cast a spell to heal up the injury. She looked around for his arm, hoping she could reattach it, but she winced as she didn't see it. As such, she focused her attentions on sealing the injury directly. Lewis slowly turned his head to where his left shoulder had been, his body shivering as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His armor was beginning to shrink and revert back into the gauntlet, melting away as it was a candle left in the hot sun. Lewis's pupils shrunk quickly. If it had not been for the fact he was still in the magic subdimension, his scream would have been heard miles away. Unquote. And that's how that chapter ends. The villains taking another big W, and Lewis having lost one of his arms. Shit's gotten pretty real at this point.
Chapter 11, Back Through the Looking Glass. So this chapter is, not important at all. It's a chapter that takes place 3 months into the past, back into the world of sin, and follows Garrick, again Indo's dad, basically finding out what the last piece of the Linkara prophecy had said. And it seems to have said that the Linkara would destroy the world in the end, which is pretty interesting and ominous stuff, I suppose. But sadly, as you'll see, this plot thread ultimately goes nowhere and gets left behind. So, I'm moving on. Chapter 12, The Break 1. Quote, Alice, Ted, Trevor, and Mandy slowly walked into Lewis's house, not wanting to rush in despite the rain that was falling around them. Linkara led them into the kitchen, where everyone else except Lewis had been gathered. Most of the group was standing, their bodies leaning against counters or walls. One exception was Erica, who sat at the table, her head in her arms and lightly sobbed. The other was Indo, who also sat but was not crying. Alice was the first to ask the question that the four were wondering. What happened to him? Linkara frowned and looked over to them. We encountered Varric and engaged him in battle. He had an accomplice who kept the rest of us distracted, and some powerful magics I haven't seen before, Thesia interrupted, rubbing her sore arms. Her muscles ached as a result of battling the blackened tentacles that had grabbed her when she attempted to help Lewis. She had fought them valiantly, but they kept her engaged throughout Lewis's entire match with the Dark Knight. Lewis took on Varric himself again, and he seemed to be doing well at first, White Raven explained. Just tell us what he did to him already, Ted demanded to know. Oh God. Erica tried to speak, but could only cry loudly into her arms. George embraced his mother, trying to calm her down. Varric cut off his left arm, Jordan stated, closing her eyes. The four's eyes went wide, taking in the news. They exchanged a few glances with one another, and took in some deep breaths, their eyes shifting around a little, as their minds comprehended the simple 6 words that Jordan had said to them. Where is he now? Trevor queried. Can we see him? Alice asked. Upstairs, but he won't see you. He went straight to his room and won't see anyone, Linkara answered. Mandy looked over to Indo, her eyes shadowed by her long hair. She hadn't spoken a single word since the group had returned to Lewis's house. Unquote. So clearly everyone is quite upset and scared at this point. Lewis has been defeated, and for once there is an actual serious consequence. One that both his RPG party and family and Earth friends all can clearly see, and begin to cry and panic over, everyone reacting in their own way. And to Lewis, the author's credit, this whole scene is actually, unironically, really well done. And it's all really well done because then when everything is already bad and everyone is already feeling terrible, everything then proceeds to get actively worse, as everyone's emotions start to reach their peak, and they all begin turning on each other. The conflicting personalities, worldviews, etc., finally all coming to a head, now that their brave leader, who would solve all their conflicts and issues for them, has been so thoroughly thrashed. Thesia stepped up in front of Indo, glaring back at Mandy. Doesn't work that way. If we still had the arm, we could reattach it, but Varric knew that. He destroyed the arm after he severed it. Magic is not some omnipotent force capable of anything. It is a science and a tool to be utilized like the technology of this world. Fat load of good it did with Varric, Mandy yelled back. Who was helping Varric? Why weren't you able to just plow through him and help Lewis in his fight? Trevor asked. That's what I'd like to know, Lewis's father asked, walking up to the kitchen counter towards Thesia. The only reason we even let Lewis out of the house was because we figured he'd be safe having all of you around him. Where the hell were you when he needed you? Jordan stepped in between John and Thesia. We were fighting for our own lives as well, you know. Even despite this, Lewis shall arise stronger than before. He has the heart and spirit of a warrior, unlike no other, and I know he shall plunge his blade through the heart of the monster who did this to him. And again, there's that accusation that my son is a killer. I don't know what kind of fucked up planet you come from, lady, but here on Earth, we don't send teenagers to fight and kill in war, John yelled. White Raven tried to pacify the growing conflict. Let's try not to argue here. What we need to do is help Lewis.
You didn't do a damn thing to help him when he needed you. He's not going out again to deal with the monster you brought with you when you came from that planet of yours, Dor stated, almost growling at them. That planet of ours? Excuse me, but that's the place I call home, you know, Lithmanar injected. Ted smirked and pulled out a piece of gum from his pocket. Yeah, a fancy land of magics that aren't helpful. People who send children off to fight and die in war, and people who sit in judgment of those around them. Gum? Varric was right, Endo had spoken softly, but everyone had heard her. They all looked to the one Lewis had been closest to since he had come back to Earth, despite his desire to be with his family again. The Inako priestess stood, her fists clenched, as she slowly looked from one member of Lewis's Earthborn friends and family to the next. I could hear everything he said to Lewis as he defeated him. Maybe that's why I couldn't fight back his accomplice. I was distracted by the words. The problem is that everything he spoke was the truth. In many ways, I knew it before I even came here. Lewis mentioned the terrible things that had happened here in history, but he focused so much on telling all the glories and wonders of Earth that I ignored them. But I understand it now. The moral decay of this world is mind-numbing, and I've been seeing it firsthand since I got here. I have seen it in the way your people view themselves. She spoke, looking to Mandy. I've seen it in the way you destroy yourselves with your weapons that are more devastating than any spell I'm aware of, White Raven said, glaring at John. You said it yourself, Mrs. Williamson. There are people who surrender themselves to philosophies that destroy their value as human beings and their freedom, Lithmanar stated, looking at Erica, who had stopped crying, but looked sullen at the events unfolding before her. Endo cleared away the hair from her eyes, showing their bloodshot state so they could tell she had been crying just quietly. This is the perfect spot for the darkness. People have become so mired in their ambiguities and self-defeat that they can no longer see any way to right themselves. If the darkness began to offer freedom from that, people would line up from city to city trying to get what it offered to them. And the worst part is that no one would stand up and say, "This is wrong. I must do everything I can to bring down this evil," because you have forgotten that there is evil in the world that must be opposed. The potential is there for greatness, but it is wasted. Earth is in a dark age. Only if people like you make it into one, Ted yelled, pointing at Endo and glaring at her. I listened to you people sit there in judgment of us, and now it's time you had a little bit of it yourself. Oh, this should be good, Thesia laughed, sitting down in what had been Endo's chair. Of course, the world is imperfect. It's harsh, it's unfair, and it hurts sometimes. Do you know what you do when you realize the world doesn't make sense? You force it to make sense. You suck down those cynic thoughts that you're spewing at us, and you tell yourself, it's going to be better because I'm not going to let it get any worse, Ted spoke. Your optimism is misplaced, boy, Jordan stated, crossing her arms. Oh, is it? It's not optimism, you thug, and don't glare at me like you're doing now. It's exactly what you are. You're from a culture based around the honor of beating other people senseless. When Lewis first told me about you and Keen Society, I was almost elated. At last, a people who understood individual freedom to the point where people knew the need for life and aspiration for one person, who understood that selfishness is about being concerned for yourself, not the negative connotation of being a greedy asshole. But now I can see your way is only achieved by destruction, Ted said. Arrogant toad, I should cleave you in half, Jordan growled, pulling her axe from her back. Oh, we haven't even begun, Trevor stated as he moved forward, deciding to step up and offer his own opinions. And what have you for us then? Lithmanar asked. Only that I don't see anyone here from Sin who has any right to judge me or the society that I grew up in. I think Ted goes a little wacko when he's in Rand mode, but at least he knows where he stands, Trevor replied. Mandy nodded and crossed her arms. Trevor's right. Look at you people. You talk about how we're mired in ambiguity and gray areas, yet I'm not seeing anything better on your end. The murderers who can't decide what to do with their lives. The prince who pretends to be a thief. The priestess who... Shut up! Everyone, shut up! Unquote. I'm a sucker for scenes where characters break down and we see shit get real. And this whole argument feels both fairly realistic from the perspective of all these characters struggling and all having feelings and fears at this point, especially since it's likely Varric will eventually come and kill them all eventually, and the fact that they all are very opinionated and
have loss of thoughts about lots of various things. But I was also surprised that the rants, both semi-relevant to the world and what seemed to be kind of not relevant, all came back here, strangely enough. Meaning that all the crazy rants that were said earlier were actually completely relevant to the plot and the later conflict. Meaning Lewis, for once, made the crazy rants important. And this all leads to Lewis, the one-armed, once cocky hero, yelling at, well, everyone, and having a total mental breakdown in front of everyone. Quote, everyone turned their heads towards the kitchen entranceway and the hallway that connected with the front door. Lewis stood against the doorway, glaring at them as he walked towards them. No, my love, it's time I spoke my mind. The truth is hurtful, I know, but you need to understand the true nature of your world, Endo tried to say. Lewis gripped his head with his remaining hand, his eye clenched tightly, shut as he took in deep breaths.
Just shut up! I've heard everything you've been arguing about, and I can't take it anymore. I feel like I could rip you all apart if I wanted to. I hate you all. I hate all you fuckers and your damn pessimism, and I just can't take it all anymore. My arm's gone and my armor's not coming out of my right, and... He began stuttering as he gripped his hair. Alice moved towards him, reaching for his arm. Lewis, maybe you should head back to bed. We need to... Lewis brought his arm away and sneered at her, his teeth grinding together as he looked back at her. No! It's all too much. I can't think. My love, he's right, Endo said. Lewis growled and looked back at Endo. Oh, go to hell, you stupid bitch! The group gasped. The blood from Endo's face drained away, leaving it to appear paler than before. She lipped the words, what did you say? But did not speak them loudly. How dare you lecture me or anyone else about Earth and morality? Little miss, I'm going to strip and whore myself out? Is going to give me a debate on ethics? Lewis roared, his eyes twitching. That's enough, kid, Lithmanar yelled, getting between Endo and Lewis. Oh, suddenly the fucking thief is going to play hero. You're even worse, you know that? At least Endo can justify herself by saying she was trying to help me, but you're just a greedy coward who ran away from home because mommy and daddy were mean to you and your girlfriend, Lewis yelled. Lithmanar swung his fist and punched Lewis across the face, sending him back against the wall. Lithmanar was fuming, barely holding himself back from pummeling Lewis. White Raven approached and put her arm on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. We all need to lower our tempers for a moment, alright? Lewis is just tired from what happened, she spoke. Oh, I'm very much awake and energized, and I have a good deal more to say, especially about you, Raven, Lewis said, rubbing his chin. That's enough, Lewis. Go to bed right now, Erica commanded. Lewis just leaned himself against the wall and laughed. Or what? You'll take away my computer? You can't even order me around anymore, you know that? You've been treating me different ever since I came back from Sin. Like I'm more mature or something. And the truth is, I'm not a kid anymore. I haven't been ever since I first killed a Dark Knight. And I'm glad I'm not. I'm not some whimpering child anymore. I'm... Lewis took in deep breaths and winced in pain. He looked down at his armless left side. He quickly turned away and opened up the closet door, grabbing a trench coat. He began slipping it on as he ran out of the house, and the others trying to follow after him. They called out his name, but he merely kept running as the rain soaked around him, the heavy drops obscuring him once he got far away. The group stood in the foyer of Lewis's home, slowly looking to one another. Endo stepped up to the front and walked to the front door, grabbing another coat from the closet and moving out. I need some time to think on my own, she spoke softly, no one trying to argue. White Raven and Thesia looked to one another and moved towards the door as well. We need to try to hunt down Varric on our own. He's probably stationary now because of the rain. It may be helpful, White Raven explained as she ran out, Thesia following behind. The rest looked to Jordan and Lithmanar, who merely stood and blinked, not making a move towards the door. What are you looking at us for? I'm not going out while it's raining, Lithmanar said as he turned and walked towards the living room. Neither am I, Jordan spoke, heading into the basement. Unquote. Amazing. Just simply amazing. What a total piece of shit Lewis is. Like, really, what a total motherfucker. Especially the comment about Lithmanar, his mom and dad. Like, oh, you're like too mean to him? Bro, they literally abused him and killed his girlfriend. What a disgusting thing to say, especially because Lewis had the power to do something about that situation
and chose to do nothing. Then throwing all that shit in Endo's face despite him being the one to encourage her back in the day about doing that horseshit. But you know what? Just because a character is kind of a piece of shit doesn't mean that they are automatically bad, even if they're the protagonist. In fact, this total breakdown honestly made me feel like Lewis, the author, was done playing around, finally allowing his flawless little Gary Stu to not only lose, but ultimately be disgustingly flawed in this moment of weakness, and not in the usual way where everyone just suddenly falls at his feet and allows him to win the argument. There was, for once, actually no winner in this argument, just hurt feelings, bruised egos, and terrible, terrible words. Though I will admit it is a bit disappointing to see that all of Lewis's friends just immediately fall apart the moment he's not around. On one hand, it's kind of realistic since he literally solves everyone's problems, but on the other hand, it also follows through that same mentality that he is the only one that can save everyone and they're all worthless without him. So, a bit of a double-edged sword with that one, I suppose. Something further reflected in the paragraph after this one. Quote, "It was all over for him, but he simply didn't care anymore. Lewis fell down in the street as the rain continued to let small drops of water descend and drench his form. The colder air would probably get to him next. He figured, but it didn't matter to him. His optimism was dead now, torn from him like the left arm that Varric had sliced off. The images of how he had become handicapped in such a manner haunted his bewildered, traumatized brain. Some small part of him continued to keep searching for that small twinkle of light, the spark of optimism that would inspire him to do great deeds and be the superhero that he had convinced himself he was, but it found nothing. It came to Lewis then that his religious and philosophical ideas of free choice were self-destructive for him. He had chosen to go back to Earth instead of trying to stay on Sin to help the people they rebuild. He had chosen to engage Varric instead of fleeing or planning out a logical strategy, other than being an arrogant, pig-headed teenager. And he had chosen to speak harsh words to his friends and family, the people he relied on for love and support. His attitude had cost him everything now, and he didn't have any hope left to call upon. And so, he simply allowed the rain to fall around and on top of him, while he remained on his back. His eyes were closed, too tired to keep open and focused. It was too much for him all at once, so he just waited for the inevitability of his death to come. It was even more than just a little saddening for him, since he knew he would never again see the people he cared for, but at least maybe Varric would leave them alone. For the first time since he had begun his journey on Sin, Lewis Williamson surrendered. It was the end for him, at last. And for a moment, he even saw some clarity in everything he had done. Every snotty remark, every rude comment or boisterous outburst against what he considered right or wrong were judged, sentenced, and appealed in his mind. But it wasn't for him to worry about anymore, since his battle was over. All of a sudden, the rain stopped hitting Lewis's face. He slowly opened his eyes, confused, since he could tell the rain was still pouring down everywhere else. With his tired eyes open, Lewis could see a figure standing over him. Much to his surprise, it was the old man from the antique shop, where he had first obtained the Linkaran gauntlet. He was holding an umbrella over both his own form and over Lewis's upper body. The man sighed softly and pushed back his glasses onto his face, shaking his head down at Lewis. He then reached down, offering his hand to help the boy up. Lewis considered it for a moment, wondering if it was worth it all to try to keep on fighting, especially with all that happened. Within a few seconds, his mind just shrugged and said what the hell, and promptly allowed himself to reach up with his right arm and get alongside the old man. "Come along, Linkara. You and I have a lot to talk about," unquote. Ending the chapter out, and yeah, overall, I really liked this chapter. I thought it was pretty well written and felt honestly pretty invested in the story at this point. There's an actual threat for once, everyone is at their lowest, and for once it can't all just be simply solved by Lewis being overpowered. I also like that the novel calls Lewis out on his behavior and how he is being extremely fucking pathetic, and even some of his past actions being pretty pathetic, like again, leaving for Earth instead of trying to help Sin rebuild and get rid of the king and stuff like that. I can only hope that my investment is not once again punished by book's end. Chapter 13, The Break 2. So this chapter sees a few very big developments. To start, the antique shop owner is revealed to be Thomas, and he is like an immortal disciple of a great king from many, many years ago. He's the one who wrote the Linkara prophecies back on Sin, as a matter of fact, and it is also revealed that there have been many Linkaras before Lewis too, always chosen by him to fight evil. The gauntlet then built and maintained by him and imbued with the power of angels, as angels come in the night to imbue it with their, magical power, I guess. Thus, the angel's armor. And while Lewis is being handed all this lore that I pretty much just summarized right there, Endo is in Pharaoh City, sort of like sitting on top of a skyscraper by herself, thinking about shit, when she is suddenly visited by a certain light-bringing superhero. Quote, there are safer places to relax than this. Endo looked up and gasped, leaning back in shock. A man was floating in front of her and smiling, his arms crossed in front of him. His hair was short and artificially blonde, his skin Caucasian and a little pale. The upper half of his face was covered in a white mask that hid his features along with lenses that protected his eyes from being seen. He wore a costume that mixed white and black, the fabric itself looking like sweat clothes. Endo slowly regained herself and moved closer. My apologies. I never expected anyone else to be able to fly, she stated. Likewise, it's not every day that I see a woman with fur. If I may ask about it, the man queried. I'm in Anako. I believe the word that you people have as an equivalent is cat girl. I am visiting your world, although I'm not sure for how much longer. My name's Endo, by the way. You actually seem quite calm considering I just told you I wasn't from your world, she answered, holding out her hand to him. The man smiled and took it, shaking it gently. Mine's Lightbringer. As for not being surprised, well, as you've noticed, I can fly, so I'm not exactly unfamiliar with the unusual. Lightbringer sat down beside Endo and hung his legs down over the edge, like her, as she looked at him, smiling as her eyes brightened up. Oh, I've heard of you. You're the world's first and only superhero, she stated. Lightbringer nodded. That's me. Now what's got a lovely woman like you so melancholy? You weren't exactly looking at things down there like you wanted to be there. Endo looked back down at the people, down into the streets. This world was not what I was expecting. While I have lots of pride in where I am from, I expected this place to be somehow better than mine. It hurts inside to think about this place. Earth is technologically more advanced than mine, but the morality is the same. There's too much evil, a lot of ambiguity, and not nearly enough good. She turned her head over to the Lightbringer and frowned. I've done a lot I'm not proud of, Lightbringer. I've done shameful things, and things that I wish I could have taken back. For some reason I expected a lot of those feelings to be gone when I came here, but it's just the same if not worse. Because those aren't feelings you can get rid of. Our emotions are part of who we are, and while some people say it's rational or logical to deny them, the truth is that how we feel is every bit a part of who we are, as our appearance and how we perceive ourselves. However, that doesn't mean you have to be mired in them all the time, Lightbringer replied. How do you mean? Well, think about it. You can't tell me that this place has been that bad, has it? Endo winced. My beloved had his arm cut off here. Then he said hurtful things to me and his friends because of his rage and grief. Do you still love him? Of course I do. Then it shouldn't matter. Couples have fights all the time, Endo. And usually it's because of misplaced feelings. He's in pain because of losing his arm, but that pain's not necessarily going to last. If you don't feel you can handle that pain alongside him, then you have every right to leave him. Otherwise, you can help him through it. Be the light in his life that makes it so that it doesn't matter what he's lost, as long as he has you. All that matters is that he loves you, and you love him. If you come out of a verbal argument with something better than what you started with, then you've really got something special. Of course, if he's abusing you physically or emotionally, dump his ass and it doesn't matter what he thinks, Lightbringer advised. He has never harmed me, even when I have harmed him. Endo turned her head to the Lightbringer, still frowning. And what about the world? Loving one person will not change the nature of this place. Lightbringer got off the edge and floated in front of Endo. You see this city all around you? Endo blinked, looking at Lightbringer, as if he were insane. Of course I see it. I'd have to be blind not to. You know about its reputation? How much crime and corruption that there is? Endo nodded. Well, I'm going to save it. I'm going to make this place the best city in the world to live in, and it doesn't matter how long it takes for me to accomplish that goal, and it won't be easy. Men and monsters will try to stop me, and they'll tell me the same things you're saying about the world, that it's corrupt, it's hopeless, it's a dark, dismal place that will probably sooner destroy itself than be saved. But I won't believe them. Why not? Endo queried. Lightbringer leaned in and whispered into Endo's ear. Because I wouldn't be a good guy if I let evil be right. My love for this place is the catalyst for changing how it is. If I didn't care about it, I couldn't do a thing to help it. But I do. And now I'm taking action the best way that I can. But what about me? I'm not a superhero like you. Maybe not. There was a world before I became a superhero. And there will be a world after I'm dead. Everyone has the power to change the world, be it actual physical change or how we can view it, Endo. The world is what you view it to be. I was once told that the world is a place for the dominating and the dominated, and I refused to see the world that way, so I didn't allow the view to alter mine. The world is painful, there is no denying it, but I don't think that's the only thing about it, even in light of all the evil in it. So I bolster the good while defeating the bad. I fight to bring the world to where it should be. It doesn't matter if I actually succeed. I live my life as if the world is a place of goodness, to show it that it can be a place of goodness. Endo raised an eyebrow and recalled Ted's words, speaking them softly. You forced the world to make sense. What was that? Lightbringer asked, not hearing her whispers. She paused for a moment and then smiled. She jumped off the ledge and began hovering, leaning over and giving Lightbringer a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, sir. I believe I have what I need, she spoke before flying away from him. Lightbringer blinked for a moment, then smirked and put his hand on his cheek where Endo had kissed him. I tell you, Hannah, only in this city, unquote. So yeah, overall, pretty interesting scene, and I think a pretty good introduction to the Lightbringer as a whole and his philosophy on the world and what have you. Anyway, meanwhile, White Raven and Thesia go to fight Varric, but well, let's just say they get their asses handed to them and leave it at that. Meanwhile, Thomas says that he should be able to upgrade Lewis's armor to help him have a better chance at fighting against Varric the Destroyer. But it will take some time, and they have precious little of that. So in the meantime, he hands him a duffel bag full of guns and other such goodies to help defend himself the best he can while he goes about upgrading the armor. But this also means that Lewis will not have his protective armor to save him, so he's going to have to use more than just pure brute strength to live and last a little while longer and help protect his friends, all while only having one arm. So the stakes and threats are pretty high at this point. All things set up for the big grand finale. Chapter 14, Calvary. So to summarize this chapter pretty quickly, basically, Lewis gets back home after, being encouraged by Thomas and blah, 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 blah. The armor's going to be upgraded, that sort of thing. And he quickly apologized to everyone, and they just sort of were like, yeah, that's fine, Lewis. We got Varric the Destroyer to deal with, so, it's fine. It is handled a little bit too quickly, in my opinion, and I do kind of wish that there was more drama in that regard, but whatever, they gotta deal with Varric. And that's when White Raven comes into the house and is all beat the fuck up. She proceeds to tell them about how Varric has a plan to bring the darkness back using the Black Oracle book, and he plans on using Thesia as a sort of sacrifice to the book to bring back the darkness. So Thesia is actually kidnapped at the place that Varric is held up currently. So that means they all have to come up with a plan quickly to take care of Varric, save Thesia, and make sure the darkness doesn't come back. Which, just in the nick of time, fucking friend the co-poet comes in, and they all go outside, and there is like a bunch of FBI agents everywhere. And this is because Alice, the co-poet, is in cahoots with the fucking FBI. This apparently happened because she hacked into the FBI mainframe or fucking whatever, and instead of like taking her to jail, they're like, oh, well, you're pretty good at hacking, little miss fucking 15-year-old. You want to work for the FBI? Which I think is like child labor or some shit, but yeah, regardless though, she decides, yeah, I want to work for the FBI, and so, yeah. Kind of a little bit of a stupid plot point overall, but whatever. And so then they decide to come up with a plan that's semi-planned off the page. But it's clearly going to involve them all helping, with the help of the FBI as well, and the Lock Manwo spell too. Meanwhile, Varric the Destroyer has Darkbringer leave him behind to go and spread evil and the influence of the darkness in Pharaoh City. So that way, even if Varric should fail tonight, the influence of the darkness will live on. And since that's the city where Lightbringer takes place, well, you can imagine the Lightbringer going against the guy called the Darkbringer is kind of an obvious thing. So now it's everyone versus Varric. The stage all set for the grand finale. Chapter 15, Dark Beginnings. So, in what is a, interesting creative choice, this chapter is entirely the backstory of Varric the Destroyer, his origin with joining the darkness, why he's so dedicated to it, and also kind of his own edgy manifesto on why he hates women. No, for real, it has kind of been hinted at that he's not the biggest fan of women throughout these novels up until this point, but now we realize through this chapter that he really fucking hates women. This is My Twisted World by Varric the Destroyer. Quote, "And I may fall into oblivion if I should fail. Nothing else matters anymore. Only resurrecting the great darkness. When I think of his glory, his absolute magnificence, it makes me want to smile and be joyous, but I restrain myself, knowing that those are the things that no servant of the darkness should ever allow himself to experience. And yes, it's himself. I never understood why the darkness would ever allow women to be part of his plans. They are vile beings to the last one. Everything about them implies weakness. They are no better than breeding horses, to be used only to produce more warriors for the darkness. Bloodraven betrayed the darkness, ideals first. I don't understand why the darkness didn't see that her weakness was because of her femininity. Of course, I was but a simple soldier in those days. I dared not question the darkness or his ways. I believed in equality for all under his rule, regardless of gender or species. I said once that in Shadow there is no gender or distinction amongst us, but Bloodraven was the first sign. She showed what happens when you let emotional creatures like women enter into perfection. They betray it. I despise Mira as much as I despise her now, but for different reasons. Back then, other than being a woman, I had only one other reason for hating her. But now, after the darkness gave her back to her emotions, as a way of ensuring that the other Dark Knights need not feel jealous of the elite horsemen of the Armageddon, she has become a power-mad dictator who embraces her restored happiness and laughter so that she might drink and whore herself out to make up for lost time, while also trying to dominate anyone and everything she can get her hands on. She became psychotic and lustful, giving in to her pleasures and desires, instead of just doing what the darkness commanded. In that respect, I suppose, I'm satisfied that I was never chosen to become a horseman of the Armageddon. Of course, at least Mira had some semblance of sanity within her during the first time I met her. The next woman I had to be partnered with had her senses knocked out of her long ago. She'd laugh, a deep, throaty laugh, and I'd cringe. It wasn't even a natural laugh of ha. For some reason, she'd do it slowly, and it sounded more like haw or ho. The darkness had given me strict orders not to harm her until Gritsnack was resurrected. But now, I so wished I could have silenced her by jamming my sword down her throat. Instead, I just had to stand idly by while she smugly stood in her red armor, laughing insanely at our enemies when there was but a simple sign of defeat on their part. She couldn't succeed in even killing one of them, and yet she always stood confidently. Thesia the Conqueror, I hated you from the very moment I met you. So you're the famed General Destruction, she had said to me, smiling. She was always smiling. My name is Varric, woman. My nickname is Destroyer, but you shall address me as General or Sir. Sorry, can't do that, Varric. I'm afraid I've no desire to be under your command. I am here merely to assist you in the darkness, where you failed, but perhaps you and I could get a little more acquainted with one another later, she said, wrapping her arm around my shoulders and looking into my eyes with lust.
Filthy cow!
Just for that, I should have cut her stomach open with my blade.
Women are whores, and all they crave is sex.
Every woman I've seen or heard about has been like that. It was always like it from the start, from the very first woman I ever had the misfortune of meeting. Veril, darling, go into the other room. Mother has to help some of her friends out. I was never really a child. I know that now, and I'm glad I never was. Children are taught to believe things contrary to what the nature of things are. They're taught light and told to embrace it instead of giving into darkness, the natural state of things, until light perverts it by revealing the ugliness behind it all. It's why my mother never whored herself out at night and always kept the candles on in her room when she brought home friends. I stood in the other room, listening to her take multiple men into her room at night. They'd use her and discard her after an hour. Whenever I ventured into her room afterward, she was a drunken wreck, her body covered in whiskey and other liquids. She was so inebriated, she couldn't even open her eyes. Sometimes I'd prop her up so she wouldn't choke on her own vomit. After a few years, I finally asked myself the all-important question: why bother? Let her destroy herself, or better yet, cleanse myself of her and eliminate her sickness from my life. I did it after one of her sessions. The men left. I went into her room like I normally would. She was a little more conscious this time, much to my surprise, but she was in no state to fight me off. I took one of the kitchen knives, one of the ones I had used to make my own meals since I was 5 years old, and plunged it through her heart. I'll never forget the look in her eyes after I had done the deed. She simply stared back at me as if she couldn't contemplate what I had done and why. Could she have even comprehended what she had become and what she had done to me? Unquote. So yeah, Varric really fucking hates women. And after this, he goes on to say how he left into the world and to find his own meaning and whatnot, and that's when the darkness came to him in his time of need, to give his existence meaning and all that kind of shit. And how he loved the darkness, and how the day Lewis, the Linkara, killed the darkness, there was a hole deep inside him that he was never able to fill since, and how if he can't kill the Linkara tonight, he's ready to die. Chapter 16, The Way of the World 3. So here we are at the grand finale of the novel, and the series in general, I suppose, starting out with Varric and Thesia having a discussion. Tell me, Destroyer, what makes you think any of this is going to work? Thesia grinned as she looked over at Varric, tilting her head ever slightly to the left. It was the only movement she was capable of making thanks to the bindings on her, keeping her firmly attached to the spire of the landmark center. Varric ignored her as he looked to the Black Oracle, reading the next part of the ritual to bring the darkness to life. The first part had been completed. Blot out the sun in order to prevent sunlight from eliminating the newly formed mass. You can't possibly believe this is going to work, can you? Even if the Linkara and his companions don't slice your throat, the military of this place will surely not allow the darkness to form here and have its way. Have you seen the weapons these people have produced? They can level an entire city with the drop of one explosive and leave it uninhabitable for years. I hope your new darkness enjoys its precious few minutes of life before it's eradicated. I would think that dying once would have already softened your tongue, woman. Yet, you still seem devoted to smacking your lips together until my ears fall off, Varric finally replied, not taking his eyes away from the Black Oracle. Thesia arched her neck back slightly and laughed wildly into the air. Varric narrowed his eyes and slowly turned them towards his captive, reaching slowly for the knife hidden in his gauntlet. Thesia stopped laughing and kept her eyes focused on Varric, seeing what he was starting to grab hold of. So, Destroyer, still not cracking a smile, are we? She queried. Varric winced and held the knife in his hand, gripping it tightly. It is getting rapidly difficult to keep myself from controlling the emotions of happiness and joy. For example, I gain immense pleasure from the image of carving your innards from your stomach, Thesia smirked. And your hair is now blue. Missing your god that much? Varric turned to Thesia and held the knife to her throat, pressing the edge gently into her skin. The darkness shall purge these horrid imperfections from my being and restore me to my natural state. It's a pity you can't watch his resurrection.
but your blood will be necessary for the...
Varric the Destroyer!
Varric shifted himself away from Thesia and walked to the edge of the roof to see who had called out his name. In the streets below, the FBI cars had all stopped and taken positions around the landmark center. Dozens of agents were aiming assault rifles up at the roof, taking cover behind their vehicles as they all tried to approximate the best shot necessary to hit Varric from their places. Alice stood in front of the other FBI agents with a megaphone in her hand, aiming it up at the roof so she could speak to Varric. You will surrender immediately, or we will have to remove you by force, she called out through the megaphone. Varric merely glowered back at her, making no move to do anything else. Lewis got out of the car and ran over to Alice, asking for the megaphone. He carried the duffel bag on his back, not wanting to be separated from its contents. Alice gave the megaphone to him and he looked up at the Dark Knight.
Varric, it's me! Your mortal enemy is here! What's the matter? Are you finally afraid of me?
Unquote. But they all have a plan set in motion as Lewis is spellcasted up onto the rooftop where Varric is. In no armor no less, since it's currently being upgraded as I noted before. Meaning Lewis can't use brute force on this. He's gonna have to be more cunning than that. And so the two have a conversation about emotions, happiness, etc. Lewis landed softly on the rooftop and smiled at Varric, whose spell faded as soon as Lewis had arrived. Varric turned away from Lewis and back to the Black Oracle, flipping its pages as he readied the next section of the spell. Lewis put down the duffel bag and sat down, continuing to grin at his opponent as he unzipped the bag itself.
So, no threats? No exclamations about how I'm weak and the darkness is great and all that?
He asked. There is no need for it. The darkness will tell you himself before he squeezes the life from you and spills your blood on the streets of this perverse world, Varric answered softly.
Oh, is that so? How do you know I won't stop you?
Lewis questioned. Varric turned around, pointing his knife at Lewis and scowling. You? The very example of everything wrong on this planet? Hardly. I broke you before with the darkness power, and now he can do the same. I see even your vaunted armor has abandoned you, since you wear nothing but the garb of an ordinary urchin. Lewis glared back at Varric, his smile gone.
And here we go again. You ranting about the wickedness of Earth and its people and how happiness and joy are self-defeating and destructive to us.
The darkness removed happiness, so we did not contrast it with tragedy. Without them, we had the noblest feelings of pride and patriotism through the flag of darkness. We were not taken in by childish promises of seeing the light, or that there is a happily ever after like in fairy tales. There is good and there is evil, and whoever wields the greatest might and power will be the one that wins through in the end. It's the way of the world, Linkara. Lewis shook his head and smiled.
You know when I really hate Varric? When someone tells me that they didn't like that a story had a happy ending. They tell me it's unrealistic. Why is that, Varric? Why is it that an unhappy ending is, with things turning out so badly for people, more realistic?
Isn't it? Lewis shook his head.
Varric, there are 6 billion people on Earth. You're telling me that more often than not, lives end in unhappiness and tragedy? I can't believe that. You see, I believe in those childish things that the darkness abandoned. I believe in happily ever after. I believe in the power of love and hope and dreams, even if everyone else is outgrown them or discarded them as childish novelties. There's nothing funny or corny about cliched concepts like believing in hope or thinking that the worst of situations will get through somehow. People die, of course. That's an unavoidable consequence of existence. But death after a lifetime of happiness, or average happiness, is not a death made in horror, pain, or tragedy. I'm an optimist, Varric, which is why even after everything that's happened, after you've beaten me twice, even cut off my arm and made me unable to wield my own armor, I still have faith in my ability to beat you. Maybe it's insanity. Maybe even it's childish foolishness. But may God have mercy on my soul if I let you have the world you want, where darkness encompasses our vision and hate is a superior emotion to happiness. And even if I'm wrong, and you kill me today, my world will beat you. Because the way of the world is not tragedy, but triumph.
Varric's lips almost began to curve into a smile, but he managed to restrain himself. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. And what are you going to use to beat me, exactly? You have no armor to fight me with, no sword to wield or axe to cleave. You're just a boy. Lewis grinned and narrowed his eyes. No, I'm a boy with a friend who just took your magic book. Varric's eyes widened and snapped around, gasping in shock as he saw the Black Oracle gone. He heard a whistling sound to signal him, and he immediately turned, his sight towards a building across the street from the landmark center. White Raven stood on its rooftop, holding the Black Oracle in her hands, with an arrow shot into it, attached to a rope. She smiled and waved the book at Varric. Varric, in his anger, looked back at his enemy, who stood up confidently with a double-barreled shotgun aimed right at his chest. And I'm a boy with a gun, unquote. However, it takes a bit more than a gun to kill Varric, because the guns that he had in the duffel bag, for some reason, have rubber bullets instead of real bullets. I don't really know why. But anyway, Lewis jumps off the building at this point to get away from Varric, who is swinging his sword madly at him, and then the FBI agents open fire while Indo begins casting a spell. Quote, the FBI agents all began to shoot at the landmark center's roof, hoping one of the bullets would hit Varric. Varric himself turned to Thesia as she formed her sword from her hand, but she moved too slowly. Varric reached out and grabbed Thesia by her neck, breaking her concentrations and disrupting her ability to summon her own weapon. As bullets flew through the air around them, Varric held Thesia up by her neck, his fist glowing with blackened energy. Thesia kicked him as she felt him squeeze, desperately trying to get out of his grasp. Die, witch, and behold sweet oblivion, Varric growled. The glow from Varric's fist encompassed Thesia's body as she screamed in pain, feeling as if her entire body was burning. White Raven's eyes widened from across the street as she saw what Varric was doing, and quickly brought her bow and arrow to bear. However, despite her trained speed and skillful precision, she was too late. Thesia's body vaporized along with her armor. 2 seconds after, White Raven's arrow bounced off of Varric's armor. White Raven stood in stark horror as she saw how coldly and easily Varric had eliminated Thesia, but it quickly turned to anger as she held the Black Oracle in her hands. Unquote. Yeah, that's right. Varric just straight up killed Thesia. But remember, she's supposed to be like an all-powerful Void Lord, right? Well, yeah. Again, keep that in the back of your mind a bit longer. At any rate, though, Varric casts a chaos shield around himself so the FBI agents can no longer have any chance of hitting him with bullets. And then all hell breaks loose when he flies down to Jordan and Lithmanar and starts to fight them head on to protect Indo as she continues casting her spell. However, Varric pretty easily dispatches Lithmanar and Jordan, not killing them but knocking their asses out. And that's whenever White Raven gets the idea to imbue magical abilities onto Ted, Trevor, and Mandy and Alice, and give them magical abilities, which they then get all based on, like, stuff from their personalities. Notably, Alice, the co-poet, gets the ability to travel through technology, which she can't use in this battle at all, so it's kind of dumb, but she is a superhero character in the Lightrbinger comics, and I guess this is the origin point of her getting those magical abilities. And so then they all comically fight Varric for a while, and he's kind of like surprised that they are suddenly with powers, and so he's taken off guard. But again, he is then quickly able to dispatch them, knocking their asses out quickly after the sudden shock of them using magical abilities. It's all a pretty funny scene, and a kind of inventive use of magic on the spot. But then the upgraded gauntlet is finally delivered to Lewis, who is in quite a lot of pain from jumping from a building just a few minutes ago. And the upgraded armor is described as, quote, the side panels and the underside were silver instead of the full gold as before, and it looked as though much of the metallic paneling of the armor itself had been changed in design, in addition to a blue jewel that was equipped at the end of the gauntlet, where the elbow would be located, unquote. With that, Lewis calls out to Varric, who had just got done beating his friends' asses and was getting ready to kill them, but now his attention is fully onto the newly armored Linkara. And what's more is the armor is able to actually rebuild his arm. So now he has both his arms again. Quote, Lewis sent the mental signal for his gauntlet to cover his body, but it felt different than the previous times. As if the armor was renewing him somehow, he shuddered as he felt the nerve connections starting to form again in his left shoulder, and he looked down to see flesh growing out from the spot where his arm had been cut off.
pale skin coating the newly formed muscle and bone. After the hand itself had finished forming, the armor followed suit and created the mere copy of his right gauntlet over it. There were pockets of silver incorporated into the new armor, particularly in his abs and along the underside of his circlet and along his legs. Lewis held his rebuilt arm up and extended the blade out, his wings flowing out from his back as he looked from his blade to Varric.
Groovy,
Lewis said proudly. Varric aimed a glowing hand at Lewis, a ball of dark energy rocketing through the air at the Linkara. Lewis's blade extended from his right arm, and he slashed up at the ball as it came in range, dissipating it with ease. Lewis ascended into the air as Varric came running at him, his feet soon leaving the ground to follow Lewis. With both blades extended, Lewis flew right at Varric, ready for the final confrontation." Unquote. They then proceed to have a big final fight, again the prose being a fair bit tighter for this final fight, and by the fight's end, they eventually end up in this building, and in the scuffle, the entire building collapses down on top of them. And while Lewis's armor is able to protect them from the debris, Varric is not so lucky, and ends up being cut up, impaled, and lay there dying now, thwarted, and thus Lewis and Varric have their final conversation. Quote, Varric sighed and swallowed. A bit of blood was dripping from the tip of his lip. "It seems you have won. You are indeed a skilled fighter, boy."
Or you just have incredibly bad luck,
Lewis responded. Much to the surprise of the growing group around him, Varric smiled and laughed into the air, sighing as he looked up at Lewis with tired eyes. "So this is elation. It seems I need it to feel better about this. I think I'm dying," Varric spoke.
Save your strength. We'll take you to a hospital,
Lewis said. Varric shook his head, still smiling. No. I do not intend on making myself a prisoner of this place. I am dying, and will soon be free from this horrid world."
So it's over? The last of the darkness gone?
Endo asked. Varric laughed maniacally into the air.
"Over? Gone? Stupid girl, it is only the beginning. Even now my disciple, the Darkbringer, heads to your Pharaoh city. He will bring the world of the darkness with him, and it shall spread. The glory of the darkness shall enter the hearts of the people, and you will see yourselves for the evil that you are. The darkness will live on, and where I have failed, he shall succeed. And before you go rushing to rescue your precious wicked world, I have even better news, O Linkara. Do you recall Mira? The vile witch has been very busy back on Sin before he became convinced that he could bring you to join us. The darkness plotted and planned, looking for every single weapon he thought capable of destroying you. His storehouses and arsenals still exist, and Mira is going to take every weapon there and slaughter you and every other Linkaran to cleanse Sin. Behold, Linkara, darkness shall triumph."
Varric chuckled and laughed, letting loose a torrent of joyous emotion to compensate for the immense pain he felt from his body. For a few seconds, the group just stared at Varric as he laughed, but eventually the sound faded, and Varric closed his eyes, dead. The group exchanged glances, all slowly looking to Lewis. Lewis crossed his arms and glared down at his dead nemesis.
"Not today."
Unquote. Ending the chapter on that note, and a pretty good note at that. For once, I feel like it was a pretty satisfactory finale as far as final battles go. I like that almost all the characters got a chance to shine and fight/help against the foe, instead of it all kind of just being Lewis doing all the saving and defeating. Also, in a kind of a bit of a clever bit of irony, the thing that ultimately kills Varric is his own destruction, as he destroys the building and it comes crashing down around him. I also like the inventive use of magic, and just overall, it was a lot more interesting than the previous 3 books finale-wise, especially the third one. Overall, not too bad. Chapter 17. Wonderful. So in short, this chapter sees everyone celebrating the victory over Varric. Everyone is happy, apologies are handed out, that sort of thing. But also reveals a big twist that Thomas, the man in charge of the Linkaran Gauntlet and what have you, was actually once a brave knight of the legendary King Arthur, and the king that originally enlisted him with this goal in mind to build the Linkara gauntlet that would be imbued with Angel's armor and what have you, was all under the command of King Arthur. The book ends with Lewis deciding that he's going to go to Pharaoh City to go and take care of the Darkbringer, most likely with the help of the Lightbringer, and then go back with his friends in the Land of Sin to probably take care of Mira and rebuild Sin into Camelot. That being the note that the series overall ends on. Well, if it wasn't for the epilogue. Epilogue. So, this final epilogue sees Mira plotting shit, and basically, she casts a spell to unveil that the Darknesses has like this ultimate true weapon, which is an evil gauntlet that basically is like, instead of angel armor, it's like the demon armor, to oppose the Linkara gauntlet, which I guess is kind of cool, but obviously this plot thread amounts to nothing since this is the last book, but yeah. Meanwhile, we finally see the big twist with Thesia, that being whenever Varric killed her, it sent her into this void space of sorts, true darkness I guess one may call it, and made her essentially not exist in any part of time, but also sort of exist in all parts of time, thus explaining the stuff that she does in the other books. But I thought she was friends with Lewis. Well, she was, but eventually she sort of sits there just by herself, hoping that Lewis and friends and all the people she met along the way would come and save her. But that never comes, meaning that, in her mind, they moved on without her, leaving her truly and utterly alone. So, left to her own devices, she begins to kind of go crazy and extremely vengeful, and through sheer force of will, she is eventually able to kind of escape this void, but not really, through transferring her existence on into other parts of time, and essentially becoming a master of this void, being able to use her magics in very specific and interesting ways here, and vows her revenge against the Linkara, and to find out the truth about the angel armor and where it gets its power, that sort of thing. Making this whole thing kind of like a big time loop of sorts, which, again, all of this sounds very interesting. It sounds like it would have amounted to a very interesting villain with a lot of like void time travel-y shit, and was clearly set up to be the next big major villain in concept, but once again is left behind entirely because, well, this is where this series ends. So overall, my thoughts on this last book is that it is a serious improvement over the last 3 books, and I was actually pretty invested overall in what was going on and the general drama there within. It does help that this book is a fair bit shorter and just much more tightly paced than the last 3 books, but overall I just found the use of characters and even rants to be more interesting, and it felt like Lewis was starting to actually kind of get a grip on how to write more interesting and engaging scenarios. Is it perfect? No. Is it amazing? No. Is it even that great? Not really. But is it entertaining and actually much more competent than the last works? Yes. Yes, by quite a bit in my opinion. Which means this series ends on a pretty high note, all things considered. But it is also a bit of a sad note in that so many interesting things and concepts were ultimately left behind. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome, but I did actually kind of get invested in some of these characters and stories by the end. And I think there is, without a doubt, so much charm throughout the series, even if there is also a lot of bad there within it as well. On the whole, I'd rank the last book the highest of the bunch. The third would have been the second highest, and I guess overall, content-wise, it's the second best. But unfortunately, it has that really dumbass ending, which makes me want to place it in third behind the first book, since at least the first book, it didn't piss me off by ruining Lithmanar and completely blue-balling me with the finale. And then in last place would be the second one, simply because honestly it's just the most boring one of the group in my opinion. Outside of like 2 rants, the rest of that book is kind of just a blur. With that being said, I guess this ends the Angel Armor book series retrospective. It took a long time to put this all together, but now if anyone ever is curious about these books and what content they hold, they can come to this video series and learn all they want about it. Even if this is a more niche curiosity for many at best, I'm happy to have reviewed these books and presented them all to you, as well as take a look at what young Lewis's creative works were like before going into the deeper dive into the more recognizable stuff from Lewis, like the Lightbringer and, of course, his Atop the Fourth Wall series. But with all that being said, let's do one more fun little thing, shall we? With so many plot threads left unanswered and concepts left behind, I decided to put some of these concepts into ChatGPT and then edited them some to my own ideas and what have you, for a final note to end the series on. That way there's a little bit of randomness mixed with my own specific stuff, and I think you'll probably recognize the parts where I took creative liberties. That being said, what would the plot of the 5th and final book for Angel Armor be? Even though I'm pretty sure there would have been much more than 5 books, I feel like there's probably going to be like 7 or some shit. But let's just pretend there's just one more after this. Well, to start, I imagine the conflict with the Darkbringer and Pharaoh City would have been handled in the Lightrbinger comic and not in the books, and ultimately end with Lewis and the Lightbringer teaming up to defeat the Darkbringer, more than likely, thus starting the 5th and final book with them all going back to Sin. Then, according to ChatGPT, as well as my own creative additions, quote, "In the realm of Sin, where darkness and magic intertwined in a delicate dance, Lewis the Linkara, gathered by his party of friends for a quest of utmost importance. With the fate of the world hanging in the balance, they set forth on a journey to confront the malevolent dark witch Mira and her dreaded demon armor that threatened to plunge the land into eternal shadow. Leading the charge was Lewis, his angel armor pulsing with ancient power as he marshaled his companions. White Raven, whose arrows always struck true. Lithmanar, a master of thievery and a skilled fighter. Jordan, a stalwart, keen warrior with fierce skills. And Endo, a cunning and powerful priestess with magic beyond comprehension. Together they braved treacherous landscapes and faced countless perils, their bond of friendship serving as a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. As they neared the heart of Mira's domain, the air grew thick with malice, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. At the gates of Mira's fortress, the party stood united, their resolve unwavering in the face of adversity. With the mighty battle cry, they charged into fray, clashing with Mira's minions, that of orcs and other creatures that she twisted to her will through the power of the demon armor. Within the depths of the fortress, they confronted Mira herself, her dark magic swirling around her like a shroud of despair. Clad in her demonic armor, she exuded an aura of pure malevolence. But the heroes stood undaunted, their spirits bolstered by their shared purpose. The battle that followed was fierce and unforgiving, a clash of steel and sorcery that reverberated through the halls of the fortress. In a climactic showdown, the heroes emerged victorious, their combined strength proving too much for Mira and her foul machinations. With a final desperate cry, she is vanquished, her demonic armor shattered, and her dark reign brought to an end, by none other than the very cat girl that she once beat and abused and raped, Endo, dealing the final blow, once her armor was destroyed, and smashing her face in with her boots, leaving Mira a disgusting mess of blood, bone, and broken teeth, still barely alive to slowly bleed out as they left her to rot, the orcs coming in to dine on the rest of her flesh, them no longer being under her influence. As the dust settled and the echoes of the battle faded, the heroes emerged from the fortress, triumphant, their hearts filled with pride and relief. But their journey was far from over, for now they faced the daunting task of rebuilding what had been lost. With Lewis at their helm, they set to work on restoring Camelot to its former glory, their efforts fueled with their shared vision of peace and prosperity. And as they worked tirelessly to mend the wounds of war, a new era dawned upon the realm of Sin, guided by the light of hope and the strength of friendship. And in the heart of it all, Lewis the Linkara stood as a beacon of leadership, his crown a symbol of the enduring spirit and unity that had brought them all together." Unquote. And so that's how the story ends. Until, twist, there's either a 6th book, or this book has several more chapters left in it, and there's now a time skip with Lewis and Endo married with a kid, Lithmanar having taken his sister away from those evil parents of his, all living within Camelot, but all now fully restored. But then the world starts to slowly break apart, people disappearing and falling into a void space of sorts. And that's when Thesia finally comes into play. But this conflict cannot be solved by any mere simple battle, for there is yet another twist. Quote, "As the crowned king of Camelot, Lewis the Linkara found himself faced with his greatest challenge yet. Alongside his steadfast companions, White Raven, Endo, Lithmanar, and Jordan, he stood ready to confront the enigmatic lord of the void space, Thesia, whose blonde hair shimmered like golden flames against her crimson armor. Thesia had long been a mysterious figure, her motives obscured by the shifting sands of time and the depths of her own realm. But now, as she threatened to pull everything into the void, Lewis and his friends knew they had to act swiftly to prevent catastrophe. With a powerful incantation, Thesia whisked them all into her realm, where time and space danced on the whims of her will. Reality itself seemed to warp and twist around them, as they found themselves standing before the imposing figure of Thesia, her gaze like a stormy sky, promising destruction. But as Lewis and his friends attempted to reason with her through both words and might, they discovered a startling truth. Thesia's actions were driven by more than malice, but by a newfound sense of purpose born from Lewis's arrival in the realm of sin. It seemed that Lewis's very presence had set in motion a chain of events that threatened to unravel the fabric of reality itself, just as the Linkara prophecies had predicted. He might have brought happiness and prosperity to the world of sin, but ironically, he is also its death, the Linkara's ultimate fate to become a beacon of light from the darkness, so great that it brings about the heat death of the universe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lewis knew that mere words would not be enough to sway Thesia from her course, that even though she wanted to stop now, this was far beyond her to stop the void from consuming them all now. This was fate. And so, with a solemn determination, he made a bold offer, his own armor, imbued with the power of the Linkara, to bolster Thesia's strength and grant her the ability to hold back the encroaching void, thus making her the next Linkara. With a hesitant nod, Thesia accepted Lewis's gift, her form shimmering with newfound energy as she became the final Linkara, existing simultaneously in all time, yet not at all. With her newfound power, she stood as a guardian against the void, her will holding back the darkness that threatened to consume them all. However, in order for her to truly become the final Linkara, Lewis would need to die. He would need to cease to exist entirely, and thus after his final goodbyes and final words to everyone he touched in this journey, who he loved from sin and earth, Lewis falls into the void willingly, with both his and Thesia's sacrifices becoming like that of the sun and moon, light and dark, the gravity of the universe. Indo goes on to raise their child into a brave man, just like his father. Lithwinar protecting his sister in the new capital of Camelot, White Raven preaching the words of the Linkara and all who would listen of both his and Thesia's sacrifices for them all, and Jordan hooks up with Lithwinar, a brave general now for Indo's kingdom as queen, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. So yeah, that was a mixture of ChatGPT and my own ideas. Is this what was going to happen in the final book/books? No, probably not, like, at all. But hey, they don't exist, so my little fanfiction is just as valid as any other, I suppose. But with all that being said, I think it's time we get out of the pages of these books and onto the web pages of the Lightbringer. Around the time Louis Lovehog, or Linkara, was writing the third novel in his Angel Armor book series, he had started creation of what would become one of his major, shall we say, legacy points on the internet. That being the Lightbringer webcomic series, hosted on the webcomic site Comic Genesis, which, while not important now, will be something we'll be taking a deeper look at a little bit later. The Lightbringer webpage is very simple. You have the logo and the catchline, that being the Lightbringer, the world's first superhero. Below that, you can access the homepage, fan art, cast, storylines, which in this case are just the individual issues, about page, email, forum, and link pages, some of which, again, we'll explore a bit more later. The whole site being pure black with white text and the comment panels serving as the light in the darkness, you might say, with the first issue being titled The Lightbringer, Let There Be Light Part 1, front cover page of which first being posted on March 15th, 2006. The first page features our hero, the titular Lightbringer, holding a ball of light, in addition to some author's notes underneath the page, something of which this comic has, like, a lot of, and of which will be interesting to read through as we progress through the comic, to put it lightly. But for this first one, it says, quote, I actually drew this after the first several pages, but I realized that I would need a cover for the issue. The cover itself is an homage to the ever-homageable Identity Crisis 2, albeit certainly more positive than that comic. Also, it's a mistake that Lightbringer's hair in this picture doesn't have the combing it does in later comics. I had originally intentioned that he would comb his hair to further alter his appearance, but I eventually decided that the coloring was enough. Unquote. By the way, the cover he's referring to is this one, in case you were curious. On to page 2, and wow, there is a lot to take in. This is Pharaoh City, according to the text box. Despite the drawing, here not really depicting anything large enough to be a city, and I suppose now is as good a time as ever to address the rather large elephant in the room. Lewis isn't exactly the best at art. In fact, he will note several times across this comic's run that he is very much learning as he goes. Now the thing is, it would be very easy to shit all over him for this. Like, you know, the fact that the perspective in this one panel alone is broken all over the place, with this parking lot especially defying all logic, or the strange, cornfields, ominous yellow texture bits that surround the city, etc., etc. But, to his credit, he usually doesn't have an ego about this and is willing to admit his art and skills objectively leave a lot to be desired, and he has a lot of room to grow, which he of course even notes in this particular page, saying, quote, "This was the first comic I ever drew. My artistic talents are so clearly laid out, they're utter craptitude. However, I think Pharaoh City, when I first designed it, was pretty nifty, despite the fact that I wanted more buildings than I ended up with." Unquote. Yeah, pretty nifty, alright. But what matters is that he's learning and trying his best, so that's at least commendable. That being said, we also won't be playing shy at the obvious mistakes and many pitfalls the series finds itself within. But I figure I might as well address it early on, that yes, the art is quite bad, but hey, at least he's trying. Anyway, the comic panels continue with, quote, "It all started off well enough. A fantastic peaceful metropolis within the Midwest, but it was almost amazing at how quickly it fell apart." Unquote. Which leads into our third panel, with our protagonist, Carter Granholm, walking down the street, looking rather sorrowful, surrounded by text boxes. So, I suppose we ought to read them, eh? "My name is Carter Granholm. I have lived in Pharaoh City for 12 years, ever since my parents moved us here in hopes of finding the grand opportunities promised. My parents were murdered several years ago. It was declared a mugging, and the perpetrator, suspected to be a gang member, was never caught. I can't take it personally, of course, since not a day goes by in Pharaoh City where someone isn't murdered, or kidnapped, or raped. It's the police I mostly feel sorry for. Most of the citizens have lost hope in them to solve their problems. I sometimes wonder if the cops have lost faith in themselves, too, considering the circumstances. The city feels like it's cast in perpetual twilight, always light flowing in around me, but always a darkness tainting it somehow. I don't think I've really seen the sun in years." Unquote. Very dramatic. But I suppose it does get the point across about how bad Pharaoh City is, though it also showcases a bit of a problem that's going to come up time and time again throughout this comic, and will progressively get worse and worse as we progress through it. That being the use of tons and tons of text boxes about any break in shot or a new angle or panel to help emphasize the points that are being made. But more on that later. The author notes, quote, "My first attempt at being artsy while still drawing a semi-decent picture. Most of the time, you won't see the yellow lines that separated the sides of the road. It's really a combination of laziness and the fact that it's hard enough to come up with the scale when it comes to streets and making sure everything's at the correct angles and parallels." Unquote. We won't be reading every single author's note, mind you, but I think many of these early ones showcases Lewis's mentality when it came to creating this series. The next panel depicts Carter at his desk because, you see, according to the text boxes, he runs a little business, a furniture store with chairs that apparently have a rusty, shitty-ass texture on them and defy all logic of perspective. And apparently sales have been down lately, and he's had to take drastic actions to keep his business afloat in this crime-ridden city. The author's note says, quote, "The desk layout is actually based on one that I have at the furniture store that I work at as a stock boy. One of the things that people have commented on is the fact that I do a good job of of integrating my characters into the background of a pic, instead of just having a background. Mostly it's done out of my own desire to see people actually immersed in their world, and because, psychologically, they can sometimes look really weird if they're not involved in the action somehow." Unquote. What is bro going on about? Fuck. Wow, it didn't take long for him to start huffing his own fumes and getting his head lodged up his ass, getting really deep in his own head about these sorts of things. It's strange, his point isn't technically wrong, mind you. It's an important thing to do, have a character integrated into the scene. It's just really, really funny to have him write all of this underneath well, this. In the next panel, we have, oh lord, that is a lot of text. And is that goth girl on a fucking leash? I guess let's read the context. Quote, "Serpent. He's a loan shark, a thief, a murderer, a rapist, and the man I owe money to. Hope business treats you well, Granholm. After all, you've got to pay me back by Friday. But first and foremost, he's a member of the most organized gang in Pharaoh City, the Slavers. You'll have your damn money by then, Serpent." The Slavers are exactly what their name implies. They kidnap someone in the middle of the night, usually women or young children, and sell them to the highest bidder. Usually it's sexual slavery, but there are plenty of people who use them just as cheap labor. Their organization is almost uncanny in its strength. The few who manage to escape the slavery itself generally end up dead, tracked down by the slaver gangs, and used as examples to anyone who would try to oppose them. They don't sell their slaves cheap, usually, so even if someone were to talk to the police, the benefactors of the slavers either hire someone to kill them or use expensive, skillful lawyers to protect the slavers in court. Police rarely even try to hunt them down anymore, since family members of the officers then get kidnapped and used by the lieutenants and leaders of the gang. If they have no family, the officers themselves are either taken or killed. I look at this girl and try to avoid thinking about what these people have done to her. I try not to think about the fact that she probably has a family that can't find her. I try not to think about any of these things, and as a result, all I can think is that she's older than what Serpent usually prefers." Unquote. So that is a lot to throw on all at once. Firstly, the lore about these slavers, while intimidating and kind of interesting conceptually, doesn't really make any sense. How fucked is this neighborhood if this guy is openly walking around with his kidnap victim and not getting caught, when he has also apparently had literal child sex slaves walking around on leashes before? Like what? How have they not been caught when it's so openly and stupidly obvious? Like, I get it. The rich people and what have you try to protect them. But then for this to really work, the police kind of would need to as well, and just openly turn a blind eye to it. Which, if that were the case, then yeah, makes sense, fucked up city and what have you. But spoiler alert ahead, that is not at all how the police work in this comic. They seem to actively want to get rid of the slavers, but also are so incompetent that they can't even catch the guys literally walking around on the street with slaves. And doesn't even go into the fact that the name The Slavers as a name is just a little too fucking on the nose. I guess what I'm saying is, Lewis clearly wanted this to be a really fucked up and evil syndicate of sorts that's very powerful and what have you, but did nothing to actually make it really make any sense logically how they operate. And again, I know I'm kind of jumping around a little bit with this, but the entire concept of the slavers never ends up making sense in this comic, and only gets more dumb the more is revealed about it. This is also just quite a giant info dump. Now, I don't actually hate info dumps like so many seem to. In fact, sometimes it has only gotten me more interested and invested in the story once the world and the concepts have been strongly established. So showing a lot of that stuff early on actually can get me personally extra invested in it. But Surely these many panels could have been spaced out between 2 or even 3 pages, maybe with some cool shots of the slavers kidnapping people, or buying off people, or shooting up a place. Would be pretty cool, and be a showcase of the different types of crimes that they do that go alongside the text boxes. But instead, it's just presented flatly, a problem that will only continue to persist as the comic goes on. In the author's note, he says, quote, "And thus the introduction to the first villains our hero must contend with. Their criminal nature is of a more mature status, and this was done for 2 reasons. The first would be spoiling you, so I'll reveal that when we get to it. The second reason is that the majority of comic books don't cover the subject matter of human slavery, whether it's in the form of cheap labor, forced prostitution, religious oppression, or other forms of tyranny that involve treating people as possessions or forcing people to adhere to something they don't believe in." Unquote. That's cool, buddy, and a pretty funny perspective, since personally I could name several comics that came out before this that cover those very topics. From Japan. Yeah, I guess Lewis is more of a Western comic guy versus a manga guy, and that's okay. It's okay to have inferior taste. Moving on though, Carter notes how it was probably a slaver who killed his parents, and Serpent is basically just here to be like, "You gonna give us our money, pussy?" So Carter can say,
"Yeah, I am,"
shaking his fist with light-filled fury. Then in the next couple of pages, we get this big backstory dump about Carter and his powers, which reads, quote, "When I was 7 years old, a family picture was taken. My parents got mad because my part of the picture had an unusual white glow around it. We didn't take a lot of pictures in my family, but any that featured me always had a strange glow around me. A few years later, I learned that I could look at light and change its direction, focus it even, into beams that could burn anything it touched. After some practice, I learned how to change how powerful the beams were. I even learned how to create the light on my own without an external light source. The thing that really creeped me out was when I figured out how to make the light solid. I couldn't create something alive, of course, but the ability to create a glowing object out of thin air was weird to a little kid. The constructs didn't last long before they fell apart, usually depending on the size of the object. I kept it from my parents, of course, since I was afraid they'd think I was a freak. Except, if they had known, maybe I would have been there with them when they needed me. Maybe I could have saved them from what fate had in store for them. However, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. My parents would have hated me for life if I had saved their lives like that. They were both devout pacifists, thinking that no problem could be solved through violence. They thought that if only people approached one another with an open hand instead of a closed fist, everyone would make friends instead of enemies. And in the end, their philosophy got them killed. As I stood over their deathbeds, I vowed to stay true to pacifism. However, to pray, hope, and try to oppose violence in any and all situations. It's why I've never hit the slavers for their threats against the people I care about. Why I've had to ignore all the horrible things they do and display to the world. It doesn't mean I don't still get angry, though. My powers seem to spark whenever I get mad. I need to be careful, though, to ensure that I don't let anyone see them, particularly the slavers. If they saw what I could do, they'd kidnap one of my employees, try to force me to do things for them. But the worst part is that if they ever did try to do something like that, they wouldn't be able to force me to do anything for them, because instead, I don't want to think about what I'd do to them." Unquote. On the second page, there is another author's note about Lewis's thought process behind this backstory. Quote, "The simplest and subsequently worst looking page so far in terms of artwork. For some reason, profile shots of characters just look fugly, and I'm working on getting better at it. When I originally conceived of Lightbringer, I hadn't thought of the pacifism angle. The original motivation was just simple cowardice or lack of will. Eventually, there would be so many things eating at him that he'd have to take action. However, I think the pacifism idea works a lot better for 2 reasons. One, it provides possible drama later on for the fact that he has to go against what his parents taught him. And the second reason will be explained later." Unquote. Funny that he says this is the worst page art-wise, since it's probably one of the better ones so far just because there isn't any egregious perspective fuckery going on. But anyway, yeah, Carter is a pacifist and basically just takes it up the ass and watches other people take it up the ass too, I guess. This, however, is tested in the next few pages when Carter sees a woman getting assaulted by a man looking to probably kidnap and rape her. So you're probably thinking that this is the moment when Carter becomes the Lightbringer. He just saw a girl before who was the slave to some of these pieces of shit that he has to deal with. His parents died in an alleyway, just like the one that this guy is currently assaulting this woman in. He's angry and stressed, and basically the whole issue up to this point seems to have been leading up to this very moment. So does he go and save the girl? No. He instead runs away like a fucking bitch.
I ran as quickly as I could after I saw it. I was almost hyperventilating as I tried to push out the screams for help from my mind. No matter how far I ran, they were always there, scratching at the back of my thoughts and overwhelming my reason and sanity. Damn it. Why do I have these abilities? I never wanted them, and I sure as hell can't do anything useful with them. I ran as quickly as I could back to my apartment and gasped for air during the entire run. My body ached. It wasn't used to the sudden jolts like this, but I knew I had to get out of the streets, get away from the screams. But as I ran from the woman and her screams, a new voice entered my mind. The voice was of my mother, telling me how one should never fight evil with violence, since it only fueled the evil and made it stronger. As I ran, it seemed as though the rest of the city had been emptied, so as to allow me to get back home as quickly as I could. I can't remember seeing a single car or person as I fled from my own conscience. I don't even remember going into my apartment. My mind was completely out of focus, and I couldn't take it anymore. I try to throw up, to release the stress I'm feeling, but nothing's happening. Nothing feels straight anymore. Nothing's clear, and everything's tilted slightly. The world isn't right. The face in the mirror has no comfort to offer me. All I see is a man who could have done something but did nothing. Is this the face of a coward? The true face that I try to hide behind? A face of detached angst? No, it's not cowardice. I understand now. May God help me looking at this face and thinking of everything that has happened to me, happened to my city. I can see it all so clearly now. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but you were wrong. You were completely and utterly wrong. One cannot stop evil with pacifism. Evil doesn't feed on violence, it feeds on indifference. Evil feeds on pacifism. It feeds on people not doing anything to stop it. And when people do nothing, evil is allowed to continue its business. A person must not bow to evil, nor can he allow himself to not fight back. Unquote. Wow, wouldn't that have been a much better conclusion to come to after you save the woman? Like, that's cool you realize that now, but, you know, it just kind of comes off as a bit pathetic at this point. Maybe that was the point, though. Let's see what the author's note for this page says about this. Quote, here's that second reason I was referring to earlier. I truly believe that pacifism doesn't work to stop evil. Now, that doesn't mean that I support violence in every situation where there's a perceived evil. For instance, violence was not going to remove the British Empire from India. Violence was not going to force equal rights for blacks. However, against people like Saddam Hussein, or in this case, the criminal elements of Pharaoh City, pacifism will give a person nothing but a bullet through the heart, or, as with Carter here, extortion, blackmail, and fear. Pacifism only gives evil a free ride to continue engaging in its practice without anyone to oppose it. It's really the basis for all superhero comics if you think about it, that violence can be employed to solve problems. Might is not right, but as King Arthur said in the Once and Future King, why can't you harness might so that it works for right? I know it sounds nonsense, but, I mean, you can't just say there is no such thing. The might is there, in the bad half of people, and you can't neglect it. You can't cut it out, but you might be able to direct it, if you see what I mean, so that it was useful instead of bad. Might for right, baby. Unquote. Ah, I see now.
So much like his Angel Armor series, the Lightbringer narratively and thematically reflects the beliefs and current philosophical thinkings of Lewis the creator. Much like how in Angel's Armor, the Linkara represented optimism, and the darkness represented, I guess nihilism to some degree. The same sort of stuff can and will continue to be found throughout this comic, but to an even grander degree, honestly. And so with his hands balled up in a newfound vision and goal, the Lightbringer is born, and we even see him use his light beam abilities to take down some bad guys, who was gonna like stab this woman holding a knife in just about the most awkward pose you possibly could. Following panel, we see the Carter, or the Lightbringer rather, tells the girl he saved not to worry. He didn't kill that guy who was gonna kill and rape her. He just knocked him out. As if she would fucking care about the life of that guy, but you know, whatever. This is mostly Lewis's clumsy way of showing that the Lightbringer doesn't kill bad guys, something he elaborates on in the author's note. Quote, "That's supposed to be smoke coming from his chest, by the way. This is meant to indicate that the Lightbringer can control himself, and he won't be a killer. Sorry, Manhunter fans. I don't like people who are supposed to be superheroes, and yet still kill people. That's the game of the villain, not the person I'm supposed to root for." Also, the top page really has the two look like chibis, doesn't it? On another note, right around this time, Paint Shop Pro decided that its text function didn't want to work anymore. It crashes the program whenever I click it. So now, I'm making the text in Photoshop. It takes me a few pages after this to get the new size for the text to adjust and whatnot, unquote. I mostly want to note this because many people say that Lewis drew this comic in MS Paint, which is just not true. He was using Paint Shop Pro, an art and photo editing program I very rarely hear people talking about anymore, despite it still being updated to this day, even under the more well-known name these days, Corel Painter. But just thought I'd note that, just because I found it interesting. Anyway, this all ends with this last triumphant picture of the Lightbringer flying into the sky. Now beyond that, you might have noticed something rather interesting on this last page. That being that it says it was written by Louis Lovehog, while the pencils, inking, and coloring was done by some guy named Ted Sage. But who the fuck is that? I thought Lewis did all of the art for this comic. All of his author's notes make it seem that way, and indeed, he did. It's just according to the FAQ part of this website, he notes that, quote, "So wait, then who are Ted Sage and Fred Goldart? They keep appearing in the credits to the storylines. Ted Sage and Fred Goldart are pseudonyms for myself. Frankly, I like to try to make this look like a real comic book as much as humanly possible. A nearly impossible feat considering my poor artwork. And as such, having all the credit go to my own name just looks silly, in my honest opinion. Even mainstream creators use pseudonyms for various purposes." Unquote. So yeah, I guess that explains that. But with all that being said, let's move on to the next issue. Issue 2 sees this iconic cover of the Lightbringer flying through the sky. Something, by the way, if you're confused how or why he can do that, is because he can manipulate light to make him float. I don't really know how that works either, but his powers seem to just do whatever the hell he wants them to do, so whatever. The first couple pages show in a rather flat fashion a bunch of people wondering who the Lightbringer is, who this brave new savior stopping crime is, and how he has superpowers, as Carter remarks how fulfilling it's been to stop robberies, save people from becoming slaves, and cleaning up the streets in general. Then we get a page detailing how he made his outfit and temporarily colors his hair blonde, with the suit being made of old furniture he had at the shop, and his hair is colored through fucking touch-up paint for furniture. Pretty sure that will result in the Lightbringer getting fucking cancer with that shit seeping into his cranium, but you know. Anyway, then we cut to this character, Police Chief Eddie Crane, who is basically the Commissioner Gordon of Batman for this story, who will end up working alongside the Lightbringer and what have you, and will even have a Lightbringer signal just like the Bat signal. But at first, he wants his officers to find out any info about the Lightbringer that they can and what have you. However, what's much more funny about this page is the author's note that says, quote, "When I originally conceived this page, there was going to be other police officers in the shot, including a detective who would become Lightbringer's contact. However, thanks to my ever valiant efforts to integrate characters into a background, that didn't pan out. As such, that's why the Chief Crane's head doesn't show up in the first panel. The focus was meant to be on the detective I was going to draw. Go figure. On another note, this page was my first attempt at shading. I thought it turned out fairly well, but frankly, it was far too time consuming, especially when I wanted to get the comic on a twice per week basis." Unquote. I love how he is like, well, I was gonna have lots of police officers, but I just had to integrate the character into the background, you see. By which I mean, have a background at all. Then he's like, I tried shading out, but I found that it's just way too time consuming to have done for my schedule, when all this bitch did was make the tiniest little bit of shadow on the character. What do you mean that took too long? That shit couldn't have taken more than a minute, 2 minutes tops. Anyone who's actually an artist or has ever done digital art should look at this and know, yeah, that didn't take any time at all. Laziness, I swear. Also, on one last note, it was in this exact panel that I realized that Lewis drew his character's eyes in a very distinct way, with a Pac-Man-like shape with a little rainbow on the side of them. And it was actually my friend that pointed out that this is actually the Sailor Moon eyes. Or rather, I should say Lewis's attempt to make the Sailor Moon eyes, and just not really understanding what makes those work stylistically, which you can see a comparison for right here. Anyway, Eddie then gets a letter from the Lightbringer to come meet him up on the police headquarters rooftop alone. Then we get a page dedicated to introducing the 2 employees that work at Carter's furniture store. Michelle Alott, who likes to read romantic period literature, I guess, and Gary Manning, who has lots of funny jokes to tell. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of Michelle as the comic goes on, but Gary not so much. Then this fucking pink-haired version of the stalker from Perfect Blue busts in through the door. However, this person is actually the girl Carter left behind in the first issue, and she's apparently a friend of Michelle, and wants to work here as a stalk girl. Carter remarks, though, that it's a little unusual to have a stalk girl, since they will have to be lifting a bunch of heavy stuff, so in response, she goes over and picks up a stone-top table, and apparently 100-pound table, up and over her head, somehow, astonishing everyone. This is then further commented upon by Lewis in the author's note. Quote, Hannah was originally meant to just appear in that one part of issue 1, and then we'd never see her again. However, as I continue working on the comic, I realized that in the first issue, every woman seen was being victimized in some manner, betrayed as someone who needed saving. As such, I want to have a strong female character as part of the main cast. Thus, we see part of the explanation of how Hannah escaped her attacker. The full story is at the beginning of issue 3. Winky face. Unquote. So yeah, he basically retconned this because he was afraid of the comic coming off as sexist, and maybe he started thinking about Carter leaving behind that girl to her fate being pretty shitty. Regardless though, the Lightbringer meets up with the police chief through some very ugly panels and weirdly placed text boxes. He wants to work with the Lightbringer as a sort of hitman or man outside the law sort of thing, specifically to take down the slavers syndicate once and for all. So on his way back, Carter sees Serpent and his minions, who he knows works for the slavers, so he beats them up and then suspends Serpent upside down high into the sky and starts interrogating him on who the leader of the slavers are, and where their headquarters are, all that sort of stuff to put an end to them. Ending this issue on a cliffhanger as the chief then introduces the Lightbringer to some FBI agents who are going to help him take down the slavers. One of those FBI agents being the Code Poet, also known as that one girl who was in the 4th Angel Armor novel. Issue 3 of the Lightbringer sees our hero beaten, bruised, and surrounded by dark figures, of which Lewis notes, quote, The original concept I had for this cover was that I'd individually draw each slaver that surrounded him, pointing guns or other such weapons, but instead I went with this for simplicity's sake, as well as tying in with the whole demonic feel that Lightbringer associates with them since he believes a member of the slavers killed his parents. Also, I'm not entirely copping out by not filling in the lines and just making them it all black with red eyes or using silver lines to make out heads. It's also to associate with the unnatural and perversity that is associated with the slavers. Now, if you don't buy that artsy explanation, I'll just say it was lazy, unquote. Fair enough, I suppose. Then we have this fucking atrociously put together page with text bubbles flying all over the place in a very confusing manner. The conversation of which boiling down to them explaining why they're recruiting the Lightbringer because he works outside the law, even though he's quite literally working for the law right now by them recruiting him, but whatever. The real answer is it's because it's a fucking superhero with light beam powers. That's why they want to have him on their side. This issue is titled The Last Lesson of Walter Kovacs and says it is dedicated to everyone who believes the good and evil aren't subjective. More on that later. So Carter is sort of nervous about all of this, working with the FBI, fighting the slavers head on, and what's more, businesses start picking up at his shop. He starts thinking about the fact that he could die from this mission. So to clear his conscience, he decides to tell Hannah about how the first time he really ever saw her was when she was being attacked in an alley, which leads to an interesting plot development.
This is not the reaction I was expecting. Believe it or not, I wasn't just some random damsel in distress. I was orphaned when I was very young, so I learned how to survive in both a home and on the streets. I'd always heard about Ferris City and how it had great opportunities for people. I was cynical, of course, about it, but decided to check it out anyway. Man, this city was so far gone when I got here. The sheer amount of crime I saw on a daily basis bugged me. I decided to see for myself why it was happening, so I decided to conduct a little experiment. The idea is that I'd walk around until someone tried to mug me. I made sure to stay within people's sight for the purpose of this experiment. An hour later, one man finally tried to rob me in plain sight of bystanders. I cried out for help, but no one came for me. I realized that the reason why so much crime has occurred in this city is because no one has made a true serious effort to stop it. After a few minutes of crying for help, I finally just punched the guy's lights out and walked off with Michelle, who had stayed close in case I needed help. Needless to say, I was fuming. I know you're upset for not helping me, boss, but it doesn't surprise me now. People are just paralyzed with fear thanks to the gangs. But now that Lightbringer guy's shown up, he's showing people that they can fight back. Wow, Hannah is a fucking dumbass bitch who fucking stands around trying to get robbed. What if the dude had a gun? What if a gang of people tried to get her instead of just one guy? Is she like just that fucking stupid? Or is she just that strong that it wouldn't have mattered and she would have stood her own all the same? Really, really silly stuff. But nonetheless, this encourages Carter, seeing how people are starting to see the light, so to speak, a hope from the Lightbringer, and so he continues on with his mission. We then see him break into the slavers' headquarters via an air duct. From the air duct, Carter sees there is a slave auction going on, and notes how there is a variety of people at the auction, both very rich and very poor, ready to buy sex slaves. He then breaks down into the building and finds the office of the leader of the slavers, General Wares, who has a chain on his door because, you see, they are the slavers and they put people in chains. Once he gets inside, he starts going through Ware's files and getting into any info and dirt that he can, and it's here where he finds out some rather interesting information. General Wares created the slavers. What kind of sick mind is responsible for all of this? Whatever these files are, hopefully they're the tangible evidence I need. What the? These are financial records for donations, public schools, cancer research groups, homeless shelters. At least 30% of all the money the slavers make go directly to charities. What kind of person is this? Right beside a list of school districts in Ferris City in need of financial aid is a leather-bound copy of the complete works of the Marquis de Sade. Why does the leader of the slavers have a list of charities? He's assisting in the same room as the writings that could be considered the Sadism Bible. I came in here for solid evidence of the slavers' activities, either to seize it for their arrest or destroy it to cripple their activities. Instead, I find something that paradoxically exists as both an angel and a demon.
This rather odd discovery is then followed up by the Lightbringer finding the body of a dead woman who's met a terrible fate.
And behind this door is... I feel sick, and not for the first time since I came into this place. That woman, what has this monster done to her? I hear footsteps behind me. My mind is in too much shock by the sight before it to get me to react. All the blood, too much. Too much. My mind is split. Half of it is in shock, and the other half is reasoning, concluding, doing all the things it needs to do in this situation. So much. Can't breathe. Reason wins out. I'm thinking clear now. The footsteps behind me have stopped. The light is turning on. There would only be one person here at this time like this.
You the Lightbringer?
I have found my enemy.
Man, oh man. You know, I get that he's bad at art, but this almost could have been an alright or decently done scene if there was less text boxes everywhere and more panels of silence, allowing the visuals to speak for itself, rather than all these text boxes cluttering the page. Even if the drawings are done badly, you could still attempt to have more angles, more panels, more pages to emphasize something, because all these text boxes cluttering the page makes it seem as though he's trying to stretch one drawing as far as it can go, which has nothing to do with raw talent, skill, or know-how, and everything to do with laziness and cutting corners. This is made worse by the long-ass author's note below this, which reads, quote, "No, I won't tell you what happened to her. If I did that, we'd have to change our rating from Web 14 to MA, and even then I consider drawing this actually showing what has done to her, but I prefer the suggestive nature of the partial outline. Why? Well, let me put it this way. There was a scene in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre that involved a girl being dragged into a meat locker and having her back impaled on a hook. As the story goes, the director wanted to actually show the penetration, but the MPAA said if they showed it, the rating for the movie would have to go up a notch. So they compromised. Instead of actually showing it, they showed you the hook, they showed you the girl, and one was supposed to make the connection without actually showing it. And that, my grossed out friends, is real horror. Not in your face gore, but suggestive fear that puts a shiver down your spine. Hence, also why I will not tell you what General Wares did to this girl. And yes, he did do something horrific. I got the idea from my modern philosophy teacher when he described the words of Marquis de Sade as like a telephone book directory on how to mutilate someone. No erotic passion behind it, just cold instruction. Since I have never actually read any of his stuff, I don't know if that holds up, nor am I particularly inclined to find out." Unquote. You know, it's bizarre to me. What he says about Texas Chainsaw Massacre is actually totally true, and he seems to understand part of what makes that film good, with how its shots and violence is presented. But he really doesn't have any of that here, because again, all the text boxes clutter the image, and to compare this to that film is kind of arrogant, even if he didn't really exactly mean to do that. Also, good rule of thumb, probably not the best to include books or in general talk about stuff or concepts you don't actually know anything about, besides what some person told you, but that's just a general writing tip. Anyway, the leader of the slavers turns out to be some fat ginger guy who calmly has some things to say to the Lightbringer about why he does what he does, which goes on for fucking ever and is one of the worst cases of lazy ass stretching one drawing out. Way too many fucking text boxes, and just frankly, just way too wordy for a comic. Still, with all this text, clearly Lewis wants to convey something narratively or thematically, and is very important to him that we read it. So, let's go ahead and read the following 4 pages of text.
General Wares.
Welcome to my office. If I had known you were coming, I would have changed the night of the auction. I admit, I was wondering if I was going to encounter you.
You're the one who started the slavers. You're the monster responsible for all the deaths, the rapes, the extortion. How many people have ended up like that woman in your dungeon?
Yes, I admit, my fetishes can be a little violent. However, it's all for the better purpose.
What?
Please, did you really think that I started the slavers just so I could fulfill my sexual desires, or to become rich? No, it's more important than that. I see you looked at some of my files. Considering what I keep records on in my office, I can only assume you've seen what I do with most of the money I make selling slaves. This was a very messy town before I came to take control of a loosely associated gang of pimps. I organized everything, conquered the attacking gangs, and made them part of the slavers.
You're insane. You call what you've done a good thing?
Of course I don't. That's because good and evil are meaningless when it comes to real life. The people who were living in the streets, scrounging for food, didn't give a damn where I got the money from. They just needed it to survive, and survive they did. I had an epiphany when I started the slavers. Human beings have always existed in one of the two states, master or slave. Whether it comes to their emotions, their job, their devotion to others, it doesn't matter. They're always either controlled by someone or in control of someone else. As such, the true moral purpose of the slavers is to set up a hierarchy where we can use that relationship to make the world better. The slavers aren't your enemy, Lightbringer. We're doing exactly the same thing you're trying to do. But we don't just foolishly rush in and start punching away at something and thinking that taking down criminal after criminal will make everything better. We take action. What you're not doing. You have so much power, but you squander it like this. The other gangs are content with simply being psychotic, but I put the money to the slavers to good use. Schools, roads, anything that needs to get its money. Pharaoh City doesn't survive in spite of us. It survives because of us. More than half of the public works and services would fall apart if the slavers weren't providing the necessary income to sustain them. We're the good guys, not you and your subjective little ethics about the big bad guys who like their women chained. The real power that keeps Pharaoh City surviving isn't with your light hero, it's with me. Now, if you'd kindly get out of my office, some of us have to work for the greater good.
The greater good? Subjective little ethics. It's not the first time in my life that someone's called good and evil subjective. Philosophers for thousands of years have tried to come up with a logical and rationalistic reason for it. Ultimately, they failed. What was it Chief Crane said to me? See the senior criminals of Pharaoh City and then tell them you're not going to kill? In my mind's eye, I see my mother talking to me about the importance of pacifism in stopping evil. My blood boils with rage. My hand sparks with light as it drains away the ambient light of the room to feed the burning power I have. Someone is about to be hurt in some way, and you help them. How is this not good? Why is an action that benefits or saves or anything like that not anything but good? Why aren't some actions good or evil or something in between? General Wares has done terrible things to countless people. How in the hell are his actions morally neutral? What the hell does this intent have to do with anything? How are his actions not evil?
Wow, what a fucking read. This is like taking the weird, overblown speeches in Lewis's Angel Armor series, but on crack. I mean, I guess it's interesting to hear the ideas of this villain, but the way it's presented is so overblown, way too wordy, such a terrible fucking slog that I feel my eyes constantly slipping away from the page. But Lewis needed to present this character this way. He needed you to understand all of the philosophical ideas of this character right off the bat. Now, why, you may ask, did he need to do that? Well, that, my dear viewer, is because General Wares is a straw man created for his self-insert, the Lightbringer, to destroy. Now you might be wondering, a straw man of who? Or what? Seems like a very oddly specific thing. A sex slave mafioso who also donates to charities. Well, let's read the author's note and I think it will become much more clear. Quote, "Hunker down. There's a lot to say about this little page. First and foremost, I first thought I'd have Lightbringer speechifying in this page, and the next one to the general about the evils of what he was doing and whatnot. But I decided that the general statements were ridiculously horrible enough that they didn't need any more inputs from Lightbringer. Besides, he already did that with Serpent. Teehee. I went back on this again after I had that chat conversation in the early morning of July 28th. The Comic Genesis folk are nice, wonderful people, but I disagree on them on a lot of things, particularly when it comes to things like ethics. The discussion we were having was on whether or not actions are good/evil, if good/evil actually exist out of human construct, and etc. Now, I'm a Christian, and I believe firmly in moral absolutes. While I admit there's a gray area, you can't have gray without white and black to begin with. The problem is, when one is arguing for moral absolutes and the existence of good and evil, there's no logical, physical proof for it, so the argument sadly cannot really be won. As such, I gracefully exited and left them to their business and decided to revise the dialogue a bit, and add in some more I was seriously lacking in text on this page, in order to try to better make my case. Odds are my argument will still be torn apart, but it's what I believe, and no one's going to move me on this. I believe actions can be good or evil, just as the people or intentions of those actions can be good or evil too. I will say one thing though, to leave this on a happier note. Contrary to popular belief, my slack-jawed idiots, inanimate objects cannot be inherently good, evil, gay, retarded, or any other such things. Well, maybe retarded if the thing is slow due to the definition of retarded, but you get my drift. Unquote. Wow, that's something alright. Now, I'm not gonna talk about his stance on good and evil being moral absolutes because frankly, I don't care. But that comment about this page seriously lacking in text confounds me and makes me wonder if Lewis understood anything about comics at all. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from real life or even online conversations and applying them to your work. But when it's done in this preachy, over-the-top, strawman, text-fucking everywhere fashion, it just doesn't work. What's so funny to me is that Lewis literally has an outline for this by simply adding his inner thoughts and rants to the author's notes of these pages. Theoretically, you could make much tighter pages, badly drawn or not, and had more of his actual thoughts and arguments down in the author's notes rather than up on the page. But this did get me thinking about Comic Genesis as a community for webcomic artists and how his friendships and interactions on there not only shaped this comic, which I hear almost no one bring up when discussing this comic online, but also how, despite the badly drawn pages and messy text and moral grandstanding, this comic was actually fairly popular on the site, at least enough for fan art to be made of it frequently, something which has been dispersed throughout the pages of this webcomic that I haven't really shown until now. He even had a little contest where he had people in their own art style try to redesign Hannah Mentz, which you can see here got lots of people actively trying this out, which I think speaks to the type of community this website had. How many probably simply loved making art, and these redesigns or draw my character in your style type challenges seem to have been a hit over on the Comic Genesis forums, even when the original art style of the character you're redesigning, well, looks like this. Though, then again, maybe it's because it looks like this that it was so tempting for artists to try their hand at redesigning and possibly fixing it a bit. It actually got me interested in looking into this community more, since it's an aspect I've never really seen anyone else cover or discuss when going over the Lightbringer comics. But before we get into any of that, let's quickly talk about how this issue ends. Basically the Lightbringer beats General Ware's ass, and then his self-insert superhero bravely stands above them all as this final note is given about the slavers and their leader.
None of them are making a sound. No guns, no threats, nothing. I threw the leader of the biggest gang in Pharaoh City through a glass window, right into the crowd of his lieutenants, his clients, his lawyers, and his slaves. They all see me, and they all see him, and they know what has happened. No one could do what I have done. The fear of recrimination, the fear for their lives, and the for their power have prevented them from taking action against General Wares. But they all see, and they all understand. It's over. The code poet gave me a secondary radio signal designed to bypass any jamming equipment the slavers might have. It can't send a detailed message or anything, but the signal had one purpose: calling in the FBI, the Pharos Police Department, and every other law enforcement officer in the area to come in and arrest all of the slavers and free those they had taken. I activate it. It's over. The slavers are no more. Unquote. So yeah, then as General Wares is being carted away, screaming about how this isn't the end, that sometimes you gotta compromise to do the greater good or fucking whatever, the Lightbringer simply says no, not even in the face of Armageddon, never compromise, noting in his author's note, quote, "Now then, back during the first arc, I mentioned that there'd be a second reason as to why I created the slavers, and here it is. During the second season of the Battlestar Galactica, there's an episode titled Black Market. In it, the character Apollo is investigating an illegal black market of supplies, drugs, prostitution, and even child prostitution for clients who raped children. In the story, when given the same choice Lightbringer was given, Apollo shot the leader of the black market in the head and had the black market continue because he felt that it did more good alive than dead. I'm pretty sure he shut down the child prostitution part of it, but I'm still so mad at the episode that I can't remember exactly. Again, my philosophies are seeping into the story, and part of it is that while there are some moral gray areas, there are still moral absolutes of black and white, and continuing something that's evil just because some good comes from it is just terrible and definitely on the black side of things. So this was my needed response to it." Unquote. Damn, that conversation really hit loose at its core. It's interesting to me because as someone who has read his Angel Armor series, I know that he writes his self-inserts as receptacles for his philosophy, and pretty much always has, be he admits it or not. And that in those same books, he is always allowed to win every argument without really any pushback from any other character. And now I wonder if those two were based on interactions or arguments that he had with people that he either lost or gave up on. And if these books and comic are sort of a way of having one of those imaginary fights in your head, where you have the answer to literally every rebuttal someone has, and you win out in the end, that I think most people will have in their head once in a while, even if it's not a argument, and more so just a scenario you came up with in your head about how you wish you could have handled someone being rude rather than just eating shit and smiling about it, you know? In that sense, this comic really digs into the mind and thought process of Lewis, that while I admit I'm quite entertained by, it is also a little bit pathetic feeling, you know? It's kind of like seeing the inner thoughts of someone that should have stayed private. It doesn't really matter if you agree with what they're saying or not, it just kind of comes off as petty and too much information, you know? But nonetheless, it is interesting all the same, and I would be lying if I didn't say that I find this exact sort of content to be some of my favorites online. But anywho, the issue ends with Hannah accidentally finding out about Carter's secret lair, and now she knows that he is the Lightbringer because he didn't lock the door to the area where all his Lightbringer stuff was, and yeah. How will this plot development develop? Well, let's find out. But first, so let's take a tiny break from the Lightrbinger Comic issues to now go and look at the website Lewis has posted all his creative work to, comicgenesis.com. And according to their About section, quote, Comic Genesis is KeenSpot's free comic hosting service, run by comic authors for comic authors. Launched in 2000 as KeenSpace and relaunched in 2005, Comic Genesis hosts over 6,000 fresh, raw, new, experimental, and even established webcomics
us since the turn of the century. What do we offer? Free unlimited hosting, no space limitations, little to none restrictions of content, and the freedom of your own website design. 50 comic images on a page? No problem. Use Flash for drawing? Come on board. All we ask is to carry an ad banner. Built-in content management. No need to update your page every day. Let our auto-update engine do it. It's the same one KeenSpot uses. Free forums. Get your own, hosted on our forum server. Community support. We've been around since the turn of the century, and many folks have stuck with us to help you out. In fact, one of the admins has a comic here. Your own domain. yournamehere.comicgen.com or even .comicgenesis.com. Got your own? Don't redirect, we'll service it directly. Like all that? Think it's worth trying out? Come join us. Unquote. The two main creators of the website are then noted as, quote, Kelly Stred Wolf Price, the anthropomorphic artist and writer behind Stalag 99. Kelly has been part of Comic Genesis when it was first founded as Keenspace in 2000. Moving his comic to the servers in 2001, Kelly volunteered to help Keenspace, and within a year was granted administrator access to the server. He now splits his time between making Comic Genesis better, helping users, and Stalag 99 at his home near Baltimore, Maryland. And Kisai was brought in by Kelly to help him with the administration of the servers in 2002. Within the year, she whipped the comic server into shape, wrote the code behind the guide, the news box, and many of the user abilities, and then tweaked the auto-update engine to handle the large load of comics. Currently, in the British Columbia province of Canada, Kisai keeps an eye on the servers and works to further enhance them, unquote. Which is all very interesting to see. So then I decided to take a little peek over at the forums and see what those are like. Fairly standard, it would seem, and it looks like there are a total of 68,005 members for the forums. Most users ever online was 721 on Sunday, May 3rd of 2020 at 9:25 a.m. And of the 32 people online, at the very moment of the screenshot, there was 33 guests and 1 registered user. Now you might be wondering, why am I bothering to show you all this information? And well, that's mostly because I really love documenting these websites and forums of old. Places that were once very active, and the type of place I would definitely go and lurk around back in the day as a kid and teenager, especially now that they are more or less complete ghost towns at this point. This is also especially important to me in case these places are ever deleted or taken down, so that at least there was someone who documented a little bit about it, because without that, it's almost like they never existed at all, and I just personally find that to be quite sad. All that internet documentarian shit aside though, I was also curious if it would somehow be possible to find Lewis's old account on these forums and actually read through some of the posts he made somehow. And so I started digging, and it didn't take long before I found both Linkara's account and his Lightbringer forum section. According to his profile, he first joined the site on Monday, April 17th of 2006, and has 2,211 posts on the forum in general. It's here that I found some interesting bits of lore and conversation about the Lightbringer and Lewis as a whole, and even some more Angel Armor lore, like this post titled Angel Armor Book 4 Preview, where user Toby Mobius asks, quote, well, I got into Lightbringer about 3 years too late to get the special PDF from lulu.com. So I don't understand too much about Angel Armor and the comics connection. I kind of get the gist of who Lewis and the Darkbringer are, but I'd love to read the extra stuff so that I know their characters better. If anyone out there still has it, could they possibly email/message it to me? I'd like to get into Angel Armor, but don't have the cash right now to buy the books, and I don't do digital downloads of entire books as a rule. Sorry, Lewis. To which Lewis responds, sorry for the late reply. Well, the thing is that now that I'm older and wiser, I realize Angel Armor, at least the first 2 books, are not that great. I'm trying to kind of hush up for a bit for the time being until I get the time to actually rewrite them properly. The 3rd and 4th books are fine, but I really have no desire to release the 4th book again until I fix the first 1 or 2. Still, all you really need to know is that Darkbringer was a petty thief who was taken under the wing of a dark knight who allowed him access to dark and terrible magics, unquote. Which is pretty interesting to say the least, and more evidence that the copy of the 4th book that is available on the Internet Archive must have been downloaded by one of the original people back when it first came out, unless Lewis at some point re-released it somehow. But it's utterly shocking to me how close it seems this 4th novel was to being completely lost media. Also on the topic of Angel Armor, since, you know, I did kind of make a whole 8-hour documentary about them, I'm a little invested in the lore about it. In the official thread about Angel Armor, Lewis actually reveals some new info about the books I've never seen or heard of before, when he answers some of user Subzoo's criticisms about the villains in his books, and in general. Quote, Thesia is a harder nut to crack. Both Thesia and Varric were characters in my short-lived Angel Armor RPG I made using RPG Maker 2000, who have carried over into the books because I liked the characters. In the case of Thesia, she really was a psycho at first, but then she got kind of dead, slashed across the face and chest. The sudden death triggered the empathy for her to change her ways before something else happened, as we saw in the book. Still, thanks for reading, unquote. Bro, there is an RPG Maker game out there with Thesia and Varric in it? Did he ever release that thing? Was it all only ever on his computer and he never put it out there online? I guess we may never know for sure, unless I go looking for it sometime, since I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that is probably even slightly interested in trying it. But, oh well. Lewis also later asked if anyone ever guessed what the larger theme of the 4th Angel Armor book was, but no one successfully guessed it because it was just too complex, it would seem. There's also this forum post made by Lewis himself, where he asked what people generally think about the webcomic, and he asked for criticisms and the like about the Lightbringer. Here are some of the more interesting responses to this. Sun Tzu writes, quote, Alright, the bad. Well, the art almost looks like I could have drawn it myself. Then again, progress since the first pages is visible, and I can tell what's going on, so no big. Story-wise, I worry at times that in the attempt to portray Lightbringer's philosophy, the villains might end up as strawmen for different viewpoints. It's hard to see something like General Wares committing the kinds of acts he did, and giving half the profit to charity for part of the greater good, but it's not outright impossible either. The good, several interesting characters already, an equally interesting philosophical side, and a fresh approach that feels like the writer has learned the lessons of regular comics, both original and fun. I'm thinking of the way things went with the police, or how Lightbringer handled Hannah's request to join the team. Spoiler, I guess, for next issue, unquote. To which Lewis responds, well, thanks for saying that the art's improving. I sometimes fear it's not getting any better. The concern of the villains being villainous, if only for the sake of promoting different philosophies, is to my attention, and hopefully that kind of progress will be broken with the introduction of White Death. I love what I've come up with her in her origin, and the 6 villains created in the recent contest. Hopefully, I'll break a few more superhero conventions in the issues to come. I want both to reinforce certain mythos regarding the superhero, as well as break some cliches. Unquote. I guess we'll have to read more of the comic to see if this ended up being the case or not. At any rate, Vinny D then says, quote, I've been touting the merits of your comic for a while. There are some comics I read strictly for the art, some for the writing. Your art is still in its developing stages, and some formal lessons would benefit it, as well as plenty of practice. But the writing is really what I read Lightbringer for. It is good to see a level-headed, thinking superhero, whom as a comic book fan myself, sees the attempts to avoid the cliches, but at the same time, makes foolish mistakes when he gets carried away with fulfilling his comic book dream, unquote. So, much more positive read, I suppose. Then we have The Wandering Observer, in what is quite the long critique, and far more critical than any of the others thus far. So let's give it a read. Quote, the review I'm about to give may be a bit more critical than those that have been posted on this page up until this point. An open mind might not be a bad mindset to have upon reading. As far as developing comics go, Lightbringer has its ups and downs. Although it has attracted my attention 3 times a week, I still would not endorse this comic to other enthusiasts. That threshold has yet to be passed. While the comic updates frequently and provides a well-paced story, the narrative is sadly flat. As far as this comic has gone, there has yet to be a character that contains innovation or personality. Title character, a store manager by day, light-bending vigilante by night, is one such character that is sadly lacking in basic personality. Touted as a level-headed character above the common mistakes and emotions regular superheroes face, the Lightbringer lacks almost any kind of emotion whatsoever. Lightbringer is almost too perfect, a good guy who wields light with incredible power to satisfy a city that loves him. Even his overt situation lacks drama and complication. While some heroes are hated by the city they protect, and others do so to controversial ends, Lightbringer's reputation stands above the fray, without any other dimension of drama to compensate. Not only is Lightbringer's popularity without problem, his mental faculties are superhumanly problem-free, to a flat and unrealistic degree. Lightbringer does not make mistakes. He knows everything a good Cape vigilante should know and then some. Despite the problem his character avoids with his mental prowess, Lightbringer's situation seems boring and unrealistic because of it. Once again, as Lightbringer stands above the common fray of other superheroes, the higher drama which should be reserved for only the greatest superheroes is nowhere to be found. Lightbringer's alter ego, Carter Granholm, lacks the same dimension his alter ego desperately needs. Managing a moderately successful furniture store, Carter is still level-headed and capable. Even Carter's angst over his parents' pacifist beliefs are steamrolled quickly, so Lightbringer can torture gang members high above the streets. One would think that growing up in a home of pacifists would have a profound effect on the Lightbringer, but instead the hero decides rather quickly that pacifism is completely and utterly wrong. Quoted from Let There Be Light Part 1. It does not help that the pacifism that Granholm overcomes in the first issue has little similarity to the pacifism used by Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Granholm sees pacifism as indifferent compliance, not passive resistance and civil disobedience, which is how it has been used correctly in real life. Pacifism is not alone in the numerous moral dilemmas Lightbringer easily pushes aside in the comic. Along with them are freedom of the press, compromise, and the place where the line between right and wrong blur together. Each issue is either poorly defined, weakly supported, or knocked down with a seriously flawed argument. For a comic that is abundant with moral standpoints, such is a very unfortunate flaw. Not only do the moral dilemmas within the comic need more substance, so does the narrative structure, which is largely broken in chapters 1 and 4. 1 needs more transition, and 4 has almost no ending. The narrative of the comics as a whole is often not enough to stand by itself, and is often explained or completed within its associated text, which is conveniently used for supplemental purposes within webcomics. I still read Lightbringer often daily, despite its flat characters, flat moral points, and subpar plot structure. Enough has been said about the drawings. If there's one thing that Lightbringer has, it is a story that has hooked me for some reason that shouldn't exist. Maybe it's because I think there's a possibility it will get better with enough effort and focus. I hope that's it, since it has been improving, and because I sincerely wish Mr. Lovehog good luck, and hope that he becomes the writer he wishes to be. I hope this critique becomes irrelevant as Lovehog gains knowledge and experience." Unquote. Lewis responds, but I won't read through the whole thing so that we don't go over every long response like that. But essentially, he starts the thing off by saying, first of all, thanks for reading. Second of all, screw you. I'm kidding. And proceeds to then basically defend all his points, taking in some criticism from what the Wandering Observer had to say, but also defending other things, like it's never been clearly said that everyone loves the Lightbringer in the city, despite that pretty much being the case, yeah. Or the pacifism that Carter's parents believed in being different than the ones Gandhi or Martin Luther King used. And also defending his views on the press, which we haven't gotten to that part of the comic yet, so not really worth going over that just yet, but we'll get there when we get there. But overall, he did seem to appreciate the critique, even if he is mostly defending the things being critiqued, and knows that he'll try to rectify the Lightbringer's personality by giving him a little bit more something there, and maybe bringing the pacifism angle back up. At any rate, others tended to agree with the Wandering Observer, like that of Lost Legend, who also threw in a few other suggestions as well, and a bit of a stinger at the end which reads, quote, "I would love to see a reason LB has powers too. Superman was an alien, Spider-Man was bitten by a radioactive spider, Batman was just rich and bored, but LB has nothing, no story to his powers, no science, just, oh, would you look at that, I can do things." He doesn't even wonder himself, doesn't question why he's different, just beats up bad guys, whee! Overall, the comic seems to serve one real purpose. It's a fantasy world for the author. No offense, Love Hog. And I'm not saying you're crazy or have problems or anything. I too have written yarns about characters about who are built around me, but your whole world is everything seems to exist as an outlet for political rants, philosophies, which I personally tend to disagree with, and projection for the author. The story is buried beneath it, and it's mostly burdensome. Some things, needing violence to attain peace for instance, can be worked into the story with some grace, which you've managed somewhat, but it gets excessive in LB. Think about the story, the characters, what makes LB unique in the world of comic book heroes. Write that. Don't turn it into a battlefield for your own opinions alone, unquote. To which Lewis responds, quote, "Nope, sorry.
I hate you, you commie liberal tree-hugging liberal commie terrorist." I kid.
Unquote. Before going on and noting on those 2 points, quote, "As to where LB gets his powers from, well, I'm still not telling. I may never tell in Lightbringer, either. It's just one of those things that'll either be forgotten or saved for when we have characters who also have a bit of might, as it were. Hehe. I will say Lightbringer's human. He wasn't descended from angels or demons or aliens or parallel universe monsters, nor is he some evolutionary leap up. Yeah, in some respects, I suppose I get too mired in my own beliefs to let the story just flow naturally. As such, I'll try to continue working on the critiques you've brought up. Teehee, unquote. Some of these critiques will become more clear as we continue through the comic, but I noticed when met with criticism that Lewis sort of has 3 approaches to this at this point in time. First of all, 1, joking hostility, usually next to, yeah, you're right. 2, a sort of, oh yeah, I also thought of that issue before you noted it. It will be fixed probably. Finally, 3, you don't really understand the full story yet. It's not the worst way to address criticism, mind you. He's being cordial and not losing his shit like many others might, but I thought it was worth noting all the same. And truth be told, Lewis is actually very respectful and very well put together with handling the criticism, especially with just how many forum threads are in the Lightbringer forum, basically either arguing with him about philosophy and politics, or breaking down why Lewis is a bad writer and a bad artist. Being fair, they are usually pretty cordial, and there aren't really any that just outright make fun of him or anything, but their words are still quite cutting and very brutal, and dare I say, even a little condescending once in a while from what I've read. In particular, there's actually a ton of forum threads by user Sunsu that we've already read at least one thing from before that specifically go at Lewis for his politics, philosophy, and other such boring, greasy, no-bitch behavior type shit for hours and hours on end. From what I saw, Wandering Observer also did this occasionally as well. I would go over more of them, but it's not all that interesting to be honest, and I think you sort of get the point by this point. But hot damn, that Sunzu was like the first ever Linkara A-log or something, because he was at him every turn, arguing, questioning, and telling Lewis why he was wrong, and why he was bad at what he was doing. Though, Lewis never seemed to mind all that much. On a final note though, outside of all that shit, there's also yet again quite the fabled, very interesting little post by Lewis himself. In fact, it was the last post that he ever made on the forums, which says, quote, "So I'm considering writing a column, sort of in the vein of the Agony Booth or Jabutu, but in this case it's comic books, reviewing them on a detail-by-detail basis. The problem is that to do so, I'll need material to work with. So then, what do you guys think are the worst comics ever by individual issue numbers?" Unquote. Which sounds awfully familiar to something I'm sure most of you who are aware of Lewis knows about. To which someone notes a few years later, back in 2012, quote, where it, atop the fourth wall, all started. Which Lewis responds, indeed, so long ago, and so far away. Yep, yet another origin point for the Atop the Fourth Wall series. But with this detour out of the way, let's get back into the comic proper and get through the rest of these, shall we? The Lightbringer. Rainbows may not be scary, but this smiling man is. The fourth issue of the series, which introduces a new villain. Like this. Quote, I really don't see why people like you keep trying to stop me. I mean, honestly, what do you get out of it? You get paid regardless of whether or not I get what I'm looking for. And what did you get out of it, eh? That's right, you know what you got out of it. You people are much too tense. Too unnerved by the simple little things I do. Is all for the best, really. Someday you'll understand that. In the meantime, you can just follow my strategy. Don't meet challenges like this with anger or with fear. Do it with a smile. Unquote. So yeah, we got one of those types of villains, which could be pretty cool. He definitely seems a little bit more interesting than General Wares, if that counts for anything. But moving along, we then get this interesting conversation between Hannah and Michelle. Yet again, a very awkwardly put together text bubble written page. Quote, you bought a breast expansion device off of eBay? I have a small chest and a lot of extra money thanks to working here. Only because we live together and you don't pay any rent or anything. As I recall, I offered to pay rent, but you outright refused. Why do you want larger breasts anyway? It'll just reinforce the foolishly modern idea of a larger bust being the only routine to success. I'm a stock girl at a small furniture store. What exactly are you talking about? Carter, can you talk some sense into her?
Well, first of all, it's her decision to make. Secondly, I don't think it's entirely appropriate of me to discuss the bust size of one of my employees, and beyond that, my underage employee. Thirdly, don't you two have work to do? Hannah, do you have that SKU information for the Hitachi set?
Unquote. Now, this conversation may sound like a bad and weirdly written bit of text between two female characters written from a young man's mind that doesn't really know how women talk to each other or really anything about them at all. But it's actually a plot point in this issue, believe it or not, and also the former thing as well. Anyway, Hannah reveals to Carter she knows that he is the Lightbringer, and she wants in. She wants to help him out, to which he agrees to on the spot. Hannah is surprised that he's so willing, but he notes that he could always use more help. Carter then goes on to talk about his whole story, and Hannah notes how he's kind of like Batman, but with superpowers. Meanwhile, Police Chief Eddie Crane tells Lightbringer about the mysterious smiling man guy stirring shit up. Then the Lightbringer has a conversation with Hannah about the breast enlarger some more. Quote,
so did you really buy a breast enlarger off of eBay?
Whatever happened to it's her decision or the bust size of the underage employee?
We're partners now, not just co-workers. Trying to attract some guy?
Don't be silly. I wouldn't do that for a guy. My old friend Rose, on the other hand,
did she, how should I say this, like boys' attention?
Let's just say I never drive along the highway quite the same way again.
In any case, when is it coming?
It's already here. I didn't tell Michelle that part since she'd try and get it before I could test the darn thing.
Does it work?
I wish I knew. The instructions are baffling. To do the thing you want, turn the knob, but not too much because it's bad. Oh, and something about tearing a hole in the space-time continuum, but I think that was just...
Hang on a second. I see something down on the Flesher Boulevard.
Unquote. This, yeah, I don't know if I actually have a proper comment, but needless to say, this whole conversation is a bit weird. A strange plot point, and the weird comment about never going down the highway the same way again, and Anna never actually explaining why she wants the bigger breasts. The whole thing's just kind of a loop around conversation that just seemed like Lewis wanted to talk about it more for no fucking reason. But anyway, the Lightbringer confronts the smiling man, and they have a little conversation. Once again in a terribly put together text box riddled page. Quote, talent gem.
is worth only a few $100 here, but where I'm going, it'll be absolutely priceless. But of course, you wouldn't know anything about it, Lightbringer.
So you're the smiling man, eh? The papers didn't say you had eyes on the back of your head.
Nothing so crude, Lightbringer. It's just this is always the point where you find me. I've just gotten down to memorizing it.
What?
Oh, never mind. I don't know why I bother to say such things. So you're here to arrest me, eh?
That's the general idea, murderer.
Ah, the righteous tone of voice. I remember that. I used to have it myself.
Tell it to the judge, pal. Surrender peacefully, or this is going to hurt.
Well, I'm afraid I have very important things to do, so I can't surrender at this moment. Take your best shot.
I'm serious here. I don't take kindly to murderers, and in case you haven't heard, my light burns.
Oh, I know you are. You were serious the last time I saw you, and just like I told you then, I used to have the same black and white view of the universe. But then I saw things as they really are.
Who is this crazy guy? I've never met him before in my life, but he talks like we have,
unquote. Ooh, very ominous. So yeah, then the two of them fight, and the Lightbringer's light seems to completely be useless against the Smiling Man. And the Smiling Man then proceeds to kick Lightbringer's ass in two much cleaner pages, I'll say, which Lewis notes, quote, sadly, not a lot of dialogue, and there's a gradient background, but for the first time we saw Lightbringer get smacked, and by a special effect. Wow, unquote. The fact that he's worried about there not being enough dialogue during these two action scene parts really says something about him having the wrong mindset when it comes to writing a comic book. I sometimes wonder if, because he was bad at drawing, if he thought that the crazy amount of text boxes, dialogue, and the like would possibly make up for it. Obscure or hide the fact that he's not that good of an artist. Either way though, it's kind of a bad look. And there is more evidence for this possibly being the case, as from this next page, we get to see the Lightbringer exposition about what he's doing and thinking, and it's just so fucking bad, man. I can't keep harping on this point forever, but good lord, it cannot be stated enough. Anyways, we have a pretty badly drawn action sequence. Again, I guess at least he's trying though. This is followed up by another text box riddled page that the TLDR is the Lightbringer realizes he's gonna have to take a different approach because the slavers were easy to beat up because he's a superhero, but the Smiling Man is his first ever super villain he's come across. So Carter gets back to his base and licks his wounds while Hannah consoles him, but uh-oh, the Smiling Man actually followed Carter right to his base. Hannah instantly goes on the attack and tries to punch the Smiling Man, but he of course dodges it with ease. So Carter inquires what the Smiling Man wants, since clearly he could kill them right now if he wanted to, leading to this silly little exchange and vague post by the Smiling Man. Quote,
alright, you've once again proven your superior fighting skills, Smiling Man. What the hell are you doing here?
Don't worry, Carter. I'm not here to kill you. This is just a surprising coincidence. I'm here for that.
A breast enlarging device? What are you hoping to become, the smiling transsexual?
Just give it to me, and I won't gouge out your eyes, Lightbringer.
Take it and get out.
That I shall do, good sir. Hannah, kindly stay back. I wouldn't want to hurt you just yet, would I? Sorry to take this, but it really is the last thing on my list. To answer your question, Carter, no, I don't intend to give myself larger breaths, while that may be a side effect of the device. What I'm sure you didn't know was that this is a deuterium generator. In any case, I'm glad we had this chance to meet, Carter, because we won't be seeing each other for a while. I've got bigger things to take care of now, and this generator is a perfect power source for what I have in mind. Hannah, nice to see you too.
He's a murderer and a thief, no better than any of the common criminals I deal with on a nightly basis. His powers are just like a gun or a knife. I will not allow him to escape justice. You're not going anywhere, murderer.
Ah, Carter, still playing the hero. Well, I give you credit for trying. You're not going to disrupt a portal like this with just light.
farewell, blink, unquote. And so the chapter ends with Carter and Hannah not sure what to think about the smiling man, but understand that whoever he is or was is all part of a much bigger thing than they are currently aware of. And I mean, I'll give Lewis some credit. Past the bad art and other issues, the way that this smiling man villain is introduced and presented is at least kind of interesting. I like that he is so clearly way more powerful than the Lightbringer, and that his ultimate motivations are mysterious. He leaves me at least interested to know what his plans are going to end up being. And the way he sort of vague posts about Carter and Hannah having all met before in some point, all adds to that. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Issue 5, entitled Comes the Gentleman, introduces another new villain for the Lightbringer to deal with, and, well again, shoddily drawn, does have a somewhat cool design, and some drip at least. In the author's note, he says that the character design is actually based off of the character of Dr. Carlo Lombardi from the B-movie The She-Creature, which I thought was a cool bit of trivia he included. The issue proper starts with a hooker and, her lesbian pimp? Well, that's a new one. Arguing over money with sucking dick or whatever, when the gentleman comes in and stabs the lady pimp and hypnotizing her with his gaze, noting that her blood will send a message for all the world to see. Then we get this panel where the highlight is mostly Hannah's new hairstyle / design being showcased, which really is a pretty minor change, and then her and Carter talking about what little details they have heard about the gentleman, and also noting that Hannah is now 18 years old, something that Lewis notes below as something he promised he would do. Quote, as you can see, Hannah's hair has been redesigned so I can draw it easier. The design is based off of the fan art provided in the contest a while back by Glary G, unquote. Which you can see here, by the way. Pretty good redesign, I'd say, even if Lewis's art skills don't really do it a ton of justice. Quote, remember when I said I have to make Hannah 18 so I wouldn't feel guilty? Well, here you go, unquote. I went and checked out the post he's referencing here, since it was such an odd thing to note, and with her age going from minor to adult, well, I'll just read you the quote from the post he's referencing. Quote, this pic features Hannah in much hotness. Of course, this forces me to accelerate my plans of making her 18, because otherwise, I'm kind of a perv for thinking like that about a 17-year-old. And if you think it's weirder that I think this way about a fictional character, obviously, somebody hasn't read up on my philosophical writings about whether or not fictional characters are real or not. Teehee, I personally think they're just as real as you and me. Discuss, unquote. What I love about this post in particular is somehow him referencing the ethics of him perving over a 17-year-old character he created isn't even the weirdest thing said here. It's been building for a while now, but this is another example, the last one being from the Angel Armor Book 3's author's notes at the start, where Lewis references the fact that he, at this point in time, seemed to believe that fictional characters are just as real as you and me. It sort of speaks for itself at this point, but that's pretty fucking interesting, to say the least. Anyway, the Lightbringer is flying around looking for stuff with the gentleman, I suppose, when he sees a woman jumping off a building and goes to save her. Well, it turns out that she is actually a news reporter who did that on purpose so she could, get an interview with the Lightbringer. Good thing he was around, I guess. What a fucking dumbass. But anyway, this leads to this rather interesting exchange about the media, the government, and yeah, I'll just read the page. Quote, oh, I don't mind at all. I'm Iris Kellert with the Pharaoh's Guardian. Is this a good time for an interview? Wait, why are you putting me down here? Because I have nothing to say to you or any other reporter. Why not? I have questions that need to be answered. For starters, who are you behind that mask? The public has the right to know who they've suddenly put their hopes in for saving them when they walk home at night. You know, it's so funny when reporters say that people have the right to know something. I don't recall seeing right to know anywhere in the Constitution. Nor do I recall a right to privacy for public figures, which is what you are. Is that why your paper and other papers carried the story of how the government tracks down terrorists? Because they're public figures? What are you getting at? I'm saying that on a fairly consistent basis,
All reporters like you have done recently is try to get people afraid when they don't need to be. Look, I'm not getting into this. You're a public figure, and you have an obligation to answer my questions. Here's one for starters. Do you have any statement to make on the current level of prostitution in this city, especially in light of all the recent attacks by the gentleman? No comment. And by the way, next time you try to get my attention by throwing yourself off a ledge, please keep in mind there are people who can't read a paper because they're serious about jumping, and it had nothing to do with you winning a Pulitzer.
Unquote. This is further expanded upon in the author's notes. Quote, I realize in this one, Lightbringer comes off as a bit of a jerk. Sorry there wasn't a lot of panel space for the discussion, so I did the best I could. His views are better explained in the later page. Also, the story about how the government tracks down terrorists is in reference to a New York Times story done several months ago. It told the procedure of how the government tracks down terrorists through various electronic means. Now, on its own, it's a perfectly legitimate story idea. The problem being that it caused a lot of hullabaloo from people claiming that the government was tracking down ordinary citizens, or that civil rights were in danger of being violated. They weren't. Furthermore, the article had the bigger problem of altering terrorists to the procedure for how the US is capable of tracking them, bringing the conclusion to this: if this is how the infidels track us, perhaps we should stop doing this. Sadly, all my attempts to locate an online version of the article have come to naught. If anyone knows about it, please let me know. Unquote. Hate to be this guy, but if I'm reading this correctly, it's sounding an awful lot like Carter, and by extension Lewis, is kind of a government bootlicker, who is okay with the government having more power over him for the sake of destroying the enemy, and that reporters should not report this for the greater good, that the public doesn't deserve to know this information, in which case, it's very cringe and yucky. Also, that little comment about the government tracking down ordinary citizens not being true, how about that good old-fashioned Patriot Act? Not sure if Lewis was actually aware of that existing at that time, so I would just chalk this up to ignorance on his part, since he tends to be pretty ignorant of a lot of things, but regardless, just figured I should note that. And sadly, this ignorant point is further expanded upon in the next page as the Lightbringer discusses the Watchmen comic with Hannah. Quote,
I hate stakeouts. I don't know how cops handle it.
Well, at least you have me to talk to. Oh, and I finished reading Watchmen.
Oh, what did you think?
It was great. I love the aspect of deconstructing the superhero.
Heh.
What was that for?
Because everyone always seems to say that about it. I don't think that's what Watchmen is about at all. Watchmen is a story about how not to be a superhero. You shouldn't be a gun-toting psycho like the comedian. You shouldn't be in it because someone forced you like Silk Spectre 2. Dr. Manhattan has all the powers, but he has no humanity in which to put those powers to real good. Rorschach is so obsessed with the job that he kills criminals and can't exist outside of the Rorschach personality. Ozymandias is the greatest example though. Why's that? Hubris, Hannah. There's a reason why a powerful superhero doesn't just conquer the world or try to control everything secretly, even without the fascistic elements involved in it. It's too big for one person, super or otherwise. Never forget that lesson, Hannah. Know your limits.
And that's why you're just a one-town superhero, eh?
That's right. Speaking of which, the fog's rolling in, and it looks like a very well-dressed man is talking to our hooker. Time to get to work.
Unquote. This is, yet again, further expanded upon in the author's notes. Quote, so in case you weren't paying attention, I like Watchmen. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten Night Owl. Hehehe. In any case, this page has some philosophy for you. Look at all the difficulties that the President of the United States has in trying to manage a country that has so many diverse opinions, religions, philosophies, viewpoints, etc., etc. Now try to imagine a single figure trying to manage the entire world, trying to play all the millions of factors and differing beliefs into something that, for the most part, runs fairly smoothly. I won't say it's impossible, since I don't really believe in impossible, but consider the sheer difficulty of it. Ozymandias in Watchmen believed that he could control it all, or at least shape things the way he thought needed to be done. But the truth is that no one can know the exact outcome of things. There is no pattern outside of true, pure mathematics that will always display the same predictable answer, and no one person should think they can do it all. Ozymandias didn't understand his limits, but Lightbringer does. He's not a god. He's just a guy in a cape and a mask who wants to help people. And that, my friends, I'd say is a nobler way of doing things than thinking too far outside the box, unquote. This is yet again one of those discussions that seems to come from Lewis not really understanding what he's really talking about, but just the vague idea of them instead. It's hard to actually engage with them because, well, obviously these thoughts and feelings only reflect the Lewis of then and not now, but also because so much of it comes off as, we all have our place in the world, and you should never think outside of that. You should never strive for more, want to obtain knowledge, that it is far more noble to stay in your lane, which is funny since the Lightbringer is literally a superhero who regardless seems to want to change the world around him for the better. Doesn't really sound like he's staying in his lane, now does he? I guess the major point I'm trying to make here is, it's strange for a superhero called the Lightbringer, literally a symbol for a light in the darkness, a vision of the future, a path forward, like a candle in a dungeon, allowing one to escape these dark hallways, that superhero would advocate for people to stay in the dark when it comes to politics, government actions, or even just question any level of corruption that could exist in your authority figures, the police, the government, etc., etc. I guess he does point out a level of corruption that could exist within the media, which, yeah, I would also agree is also very corrupt, but I suppose it just doesn't feel very even-handed, and his reasoning for not liking the media in this case is for them reporting on possible corruption within the government, which again, there is plenty of, objectively speaking. It's not a matter of debate. I don't know. He just seems cringe and lame, and I think you should go back to Reddit. But where was I? Oh yeah, this issue was about the Lightbringer fighting a guy in a tuxedo. Kinda forgot about that along the way. So they meet up with the gentleman, and he tries to hypnotize the Lightbringer, but it doesn't work on him. So then the gentleman grabs hold of the hooker he was about to kill, and threatens to kill her if the Lightbringer doesn't back off. And he also notes that him and the Lightbringer are after the same goal, that they both want to stop the corruption in Pharaoh City, but the gentleman is taking a more direct approach by killing hookers, I guess. Anyway, he makes his escape, but the Lightbringer sticks a small dart of light onto him before he moves into the mist that I guess he emanates and follows with him. It's not really explained why there is a strange fog that surrounds the gentleman, or if there's just a natural fog he's using. Maybe he just emanates a general smoggy ass brap or some shit. I don't know. So then the Lightbringer goes after him, and then, oh my fucking god, another page about his politics and the media. At this point, the gentleman character basically has taken a back seat to these political conversations. It's a shame because he kind of has a cool design, but clearly Lewis has his priorities set somewhere else. So, fuck it. Let's read this page now. Quote,
You know, this whole thing has got me thinking. About what? About what both the reporter and the gentleman have said. Should I be speaking out? Should I be trying to be a public figure and a role model? I don't know, boss. Well, that reporter wanted you to give an opinion on prostitution. What's your opinion? I don't have one. Aw, come on. It's true, Hannah. Sure, I have beliefs on the matter, like no one should ever be forced to be a prostitute, whether it's for economic reasons or slavery, but the profession itself, I have no opinion. Look, there are people who do actually like being prostitutes. Good for them, but I don't think they're the reason for the decay of ethics that the gentleman seems to think. So why not speak your opinions? I want to, Hannah. I really do. But then I turn on the news and see how things are. It's not just that the news creates an unwarranted air of fear. It's the bias. Oh, come on, you're overstating your case. Am I? Hannah, false documents are put on as news without verifying their authenticity. People who are activists for liberal groups are merely presented as activists, while their opponents are labeled conservatives. And the instant that someone mentions the possibility of bias in the news, the media attacks the person responsible instead of addressing the issue. And what does that have to do with you not being able to speak your opinion? Because my opinion is irrelevant, Hannah. I'm not a god. I'm not a public figure. I'm just a guy trying to make things better. But they want to turn me into a celebrity figure who we have to hang our every word on. Hang on. Something's going on in the warehouse. Unquote.
And of course, there is another author's note for this one as well. Quote, okay, confession time. This issue, while I originally had it be another philosophical one, seems to have drifted more into the political side of things. My apologies. I really try not to be preachy in my work, but it can certainly come off as so. Really, this issue was supposed to be about the idea of whether or not a figure like Lightbringer should be taking sides on any issue, or what his role is in the public eye. But I've gotten kind of ranty with my attacks on the media. Sorry. Still, at least I have the courage to admit my bias. Of course, I'm going into ranty mode again, someone hit me. The problem is, they really don't realize they're biased. To them, their viewpoints and the way they present the news is not liberal, it's moderate and their rational ways of doing things. And when people have legitimate reasons not to conform to those views, they automatically assume they're somehow different from the norm and label those individuals without proper cause. See Bernard Goldberg's book Bias for a better account of this. Is this misguided view and elitism that just bugs me? Okay, rant over. Return to the shiny special effects for the next page. Unquote. So basically, this is more about the media having a bias and a left-leaning one at that. And yeah, that is true, right or left. They pretty much all have an extreme bias, yeah. But it does seem kind of strange at this point now, how in both the Angel Armor books and the Lightbringer, the topic of prostitution has come up as core plot points. And most of the time, Lewis's stance on it is, yes, please be a hoe, please be a hoe. If you like being a hoe, please be a hoe, but also don't let others take advantage of you. Seems like Lewis couldn't decide if being a hooker was empowering or not for women, but also he's really horny, so he likes the idea regardless. A very mature stance, as you can see. But anyway, then the gentleman has a grand speech about what his goals exactly are. Quote, "Peoples of the world, please watch carefully, for this message is vital to your future. For the last several centuries, I have watched this world grow older, but not better. I have witnessed the decay of morality and the growth of chaos and corruption. Women have become whores, whether on the streets or in their schools. Men are lecherous, cowards, more inclined to fill their blood with chemicals instead of courage. I have tried many times in secret to try to get you to look at your own sickness. In the Whitechapel area of London, the Black Dahlia, the Hammersmith murders, the Zodiac incidents in California. Each time I try to get you to look at yourselves, and the message never gets through. It's so tiresome watching you people descend into anarchy. I have been called to a higher purpose, so that you may all stop your decadence. Everything I have done is your fault. You have all had the power to stop the evils you have committed, yet you do nothing. As such, I have to set an example for you. I'm going to slice this whore's throat from ear to ear, and you're all going to watch and see. Try and act like more civilized beings from now on. Would you please?" Unquote. You know, it's almost interesting. A villain that wishes to expose the truth and what have you, born from the fact that the city is so gross and filled with crime, or I guess society and what have you. And he's been alive for like 400 years or some shit, and apparently he was the Zodiac killer and behind the Black Dahlia and a bunch of shit. Sounds like quite the crazy serial killer. I don't know how he's lived for that long either. Seems like quite the villain. But, he took a back seat to talking about fucking the media and politics this entire issue. Also, his grand plan for making society more civilized is by killing some random fucking hooker on live TV? Like, what? That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Nor does any of the other things, mind you. But damn, man. It's about as dumb as the Jane the Killer mythos, in which she tries to stop Jeff the Killer from killing people by killing the people he's planning on killing first. Some really next level 4D chess maneuver type of shit, you know what I mean? Well, anyway, Lightbringer comes in to stop the gentleman, and pretty easily defeats him, despite him being a 400-year-old sorcerer or some shit, and being like a big mastermind who never gets caught. He's pretty easily defeated, all things considered. Pretty underwhelming. Then the Lightbringer goes and talks with the reporter from before and basically tells her he doesn't want to talk about politics and ideology and stuff because he's a symbol, and that stuff just gets in the way of his work. And yeah, that's pretty much the end of the issue. Well, not before a little tease for the next big bad, the Darkbringer. That's right. The villain's sidekick of sorts in the 4th Angel Armor novel is finally here. Meaning, for those of you who watched through my video on the Angel Armor series, we are getting a continuation of that story from here on. Well, not before this first. We have our first and only interlude of sorts. A mini issue, I guess. This one's subtitled, How to Deal with Blackmail. And here, the Lightbringer sees Gary, the guy who works as one of the employees at Carter's business, in case you forgot, wife looking to be having an affair. Then in the next panel, Carter is telling some jokes to Gary, but Gary is acting uncharacteristically sad and tired, and he explains this because his wife has been distant, depressed lately, and won't talk to him about it. So Carter decides he will help Gary out by being a third party in this, the Lightbringer. So he confronts Gary's wife and asks her why she's having an affair, and she explains that yes, she is having an affair on her husband, but not of her own consent. Quote,
Yes, but not with my true consent. What do you mean? A few weeks ago, I got into a car accident. Usually, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the guy in the other car, I recognized him. He's the son of one of the businessmen who built Pharaoh City. He threatened to sue me for the damage to his expensive car. He just kept yelling and telling me what he'd do. My husband and I can't afford a legal battle. When I mentioned that, he said he wouldn't do anything if I slept with him. He made me sign a contract and everything. Oh God. Don't worry, Mrs. Manning. We're going to get you out of this. But it won't be entirely easy. If you want this blackmail to end, here's what you do, unquote.
And so the Lightbringer, of course, offers his help in the situation, and he does this by getting her to tell the truth to her husband, which is fair enough, and tell the guy that he can't blackmail her because she already told her husband about the affair, and that he's more mad at him than he is her, and that if he tried to take her to court, then he would get in trouble for the blackmail as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess he just gave her advice on how to get out of the situation, and the guy just decides, yeah, she's not worth the effort anymore, I suppose. And Gary seems much more happy now because, his wife isn't lying and sad anymore. This whole interlude just feels kind of confusing and less than half-baked. Maybe Lewis wanted to show that the Lightbringer could help someone through advice rather than pure might and powers or something like that. But it seems like something as dramatic as an affair through blackmail, no less, that it would perhaps have a more interesting conclusion. But Gary and everyone involved are so cartoonish that the serious topic or plot is just kind of undercut completely. The whole thing is solved so fast that it just sort of feels unrealistic at best, and just plain stupid at worst. Again, a case of Lewis seemingly wanting to tackle a more interesting or complex issue or situation, and just not having the ability at this point in time to see it through to any sort of interesting conclusion, or at least to something that is more interesting dramatically speaking. But with all that said, let's get right into issue 6 and the introduction of the main big bad of the Lightbringer series. Besides, I guess, the Smiling Man, but we'll get into that later. Issue 6's cover showcases the new villain, the Darkbringer, in all of his glory, with the very next page teasing that none other than Lewis, the Linkara from the Angel Armor novels, is here, talking about everyone's favorite catgirl Endo over the phone no less. And just like where the 4th novel stopped off, he's here to help stop the Darkbringer. Meanwhile, Michelle is upset because she thinks Carter and Hannah are in a relationship, and basically fucking in the back room, even though in actuality they are just working together as Lightbringer teammates. And so they decide that maybe it's best to just let her know the truth about him being the Lightbringer and what exactly is going on. Also in the newspaper, there is also a reference to the grand finale of the 4th Angel Armor novel. Michelle and Hannah then have a heart-to-heart, mainly pertaining to Michelle being kind of snippy at Hannah, and how she's just looking out for her. And if her and Carter want to be in a relationship, she understands, and is okay with it. Hannah then begins to tell Michelle the truth about the situation before the restaurant they are in suddenly goes very dark. And then black tentacles break out from the ceiling. I think. The picture is actually a little bit hard to read if I'm being perfectly honest. Carter then sees on the TV that Hannah and Michelle are being held hostage, so of course he suits up to go and save them. Lightbringer then meets up with the police chief, and he basically just says that the guy doing this has made no demands, so they are worried that he is planning on killing the hostages. Also the whole time throughout these last few pages, Lewis has been schizophrenically jabbering about why this page has shading and this one doesn't, but the TLDR is sometimes he felt like shading and other times he just got lazy. What precedes is this page of inner monologue between the Lightbringer and the Darkbringer, and sort of their backgrounds and their philosophies, and why they oppose each other, which I suppose we'll give a read. Quote,
I've never told Hannah this, but after my first night out as Lightbringer, I came back to the store and threw up all over the desk downstairs. For all my dramatic poses and one-liners I'd spew off after I took out a common criminal, the whole thing was terrifying me.
I never told my former liege this, but my initial plans upon joining the darkness were to simply take its powers for my own ends. I gave my liege a song and dance about how I wanted to join his cause, but I knew in my heart I simply wanted to be more powerful than cops and gang thugs.
I had made a choice about my parents' form of extreme pacifism, but you don't just abandon 15 years of beliefs easily.
I had made my choice a long time ago to be a criminal, but then he said his magic words, and I met his god, and he became mine too.
I spent the night tossing and turning to nightmares of my parents telling me I had betrayed them.
I spent an eternity conversing with the darkness, learning his will and his way. My liege told me later it was only a few seconds. It was at that moment my convictions were made whole.
The nightmares have stopped now, but sometimes even I have to turn the photos of my parents away from me when I go back to my home.
I know that if the darkness was still living today, he would be proud of me and of what I will achieve on this day. This false angel will pay for his presumption.
In the name of the light, I will punish you for what you have done and prove it was right to choose as I did.
In the name of the darkness, I will punish you for what you have done and prove I was right to choose as I did. Unquote. It's not a bad idea, actually. I do like that the Darkbringer's text bubbles are dark, so it reads much easier on the page as well here. Despite the page still being filled to the brim with the text boxes, again, I would have personally had a page where we get the Lightbringer's thoughts as he's flying towards the Darkbringer, and we get a separate page where we see the Darkbringer's inner monologue, with more pictures to actually follow along with these descriptions. Like one where he actually is standing before the darkness and his liege, that sort of thing would have been super duper cool. Maybe even in black and white, just to emphasize it was from the past or whatever. With a final third page where they meet up, both echoing the final points of each other and the same way it kind of did at the end of this page. Sometimes it's not always the content of the words that's the issue, it is the way in which they are presented that is the issue. And while it seems like Lewis wants these words, and in fact many of these philosophical encounters with villains to be dramatic, they are just simply presented far too matter-of-factually to truly hold any dramatic weight. And when there is no drama, the narrative also feels weightless. And thus these words that could have meant something, could have been that punch to something visually interesting, it just feels like blobs of words that are a chore to get through. Said it once and I'll say it again, presentation matters. And I'm not even dogging on specifically Lewis, but consider this as yet again one of my general personal writing tips that I think it is fair enough to apply to just about every person's writing regardless of the format or the genre of the story being told. If you're not presenting your story in a dramatic or visually interesting manner, why bother? At any rate, they then confront each other, after the Lightrbinger drops a bunch of lore from the Angel Armor books that, as someone who has read those, understands what he's saying, but I imagine if you were just a casual reader of the comic, this would all kind of seem like a lot of words and ideas that are just being kinda tossed around out of nowhere. Then they talk, and the Lightrbinger, in the most clunky way possible, literally says, "I am your antithesis, your opposite number," and over-explains himself in what is honestly just really bad dialogue. So then the hostages escape, and then we get this perspective from the Lightrbinger about how he truly believes he is the good guy, in a similar fashion to how Varric the Destroyer and the Darkness from the Angel Armor novels also felt that they were the good guys as well, saying, quote,
How do you fire those energy blasts?
"Magics. I really don't understand much of the physics behind it, but the power is flowing through me. The power of the darkness."
Quit the mustache twirling, it makes sense.
Mustache twirling? Ah, I see. You think I'm the evil one. That when I speak of darkness, I talk metaphorically. You think that because I inconvenienced a few restaurant patrons, that I'm a being of evil. Yet it's you who give people false hope that someone is going to rescue them, that good deeds will ultimately lead to good returns, or that light is the pathway to salvation. I was a common criminal once, you know, no better than a rat who stole crumbs to make out a meager living, but then I met a prophet. I read his holy book and underwent a ceremony to change me. His god was known as the Darkness. He spoke to me and revealed the majesty and horror that is the world of good and evil, and of people like you. People like you delude yourself into thinking that the struggle of good versus evil will end, but it doesn't. There will always be some new evil or injustice to fight. The fight of good versus evil is a stalemate. But the darkness knew the truth. Instead of rejecting those evil forces, you embraced them, twisting them to fit the greater good. To truly defeat evil, you must become dark. And the darkness shielded us from evil while we joined with it. A cloak made of black steel. We can commit evil acts while keeping ourselves clean. We were cleansed of false idols and of the hypocrisies of people like you. I wonder if you even understand the depth of your wickedness, your presumption and hypocrisy in things like hope and light. It sickens me. You believe in hope and light, but where is your payoff, hero? Where is the triumph of the good of light? I have wasted more than enough time in the stench of your inquisitiveness. Burn, false angel. Unquote. So basically, the Lightrbinger just adds a bunch of context and brings people up to speed about his backstory, and what have you from, yet again, the 4th Angel Armor novel, while again spitting his ideals. Something which Lewis notes more upon in the author's note. Quote, "Wow, an artsy shot. We haven't had one of those in a while." And yes, inquisitiveness is a word. This was one of the few pages of the comic that I actually scripted out. Not a highly detailed solid one, mind you, but the dialogue needed to be worked in right. See, it's difficult for me to come up with the philosophy/religion of the darkness, beyond what has been seen in my books, and even then, it's been mostly about rejecting happiness. Since I don't believe in the same things as the darkness, my logical little mind has trouble coming up with rationalizations for the terrible things that followers of the darkness do. Not that I agree with the rationalizations, since they believe themselves to be morally perfect. The original scripting for this page had a lot of text bubbles, so many that I fear if I had included everything, the entire page would have just been text. As such, I made sure to streamline it down, and I actually like the results here. Okay, we've got the baseline for the Darkbringer's beliefs here, so now let's examine why he thinks heroism and the light are wrong in the next 2 pages. Unquote. What I find really funny about this is how Lewis almost looks at making sure the audience understands the philosophy of the villain as a thing to be checkmarked, which, while interesting, I think is going to be pretty clunky no matter how you do it when it's their very first appearance in the story. Some mystery I think goes a long way. Vague posting truly is a virtue at times when it comes to villains, rather than just exposition dumps like this. I personally quite like knowing the villain's philosophy, even if it's simply nothing at all. They just like doing evil shit. But regardless, I think that's something that's best maybe alluded to at first, rather than showcased instantaneously like it is here, and pretty much every other villain that the Lightbringer has faced off against thus far. Once again, I think this may come down to the fact that Lewis isn't a very good artist, and thus fight scenes are not going to be his forte. But because these are supposed to be confrontations, I think Lewis's solution to not being able to do fight scenes so well is to have very little of an actual fight scene and have the actual confrontation be more of a argument, which is much easier for him to do because it just requires text. This is actually a pretty common practice when it comes to writing novels. You can have action scenes, but at some point it is just going to be reading descriptions of people's movements, and that can get boring. So oftentimes arguments or conversations are much more interesting for an actual confrontation in a novel. However, yet again, when it comes to comic books, it is less interesting, unless also paired with some strong visuals to really drive the words home. But anyway, then the Darkbringer gets some good shots in on Lightbringer, followed by, oh my fucking god, the most text bubble riddled page I have ever seen in this comic thus far, followed by a crazy fucking long author's note. Okay, well, let's fucking go. Let's hear what this Darkbringer has to say now. Quote, "You know what I'm doing to you, hero? I'm letting you experience the true corruption and perversity of the earth. Since the darkness's magics are connected to it, I can tap into it and unleash every horrible evil upon you that this dreadful world has to offer. It is truly evil to believe that hope prevails, that light overtakes dark, that you need to embrace love and joy and happiness. Every victim of a crime has their hope crushed. Every person who has clung to light has been swept away in darkness. Love, joy, and happiness only lead to lust, bitterness, and envy. Your hypocrisy is clear. You believe in all the things that lead to evil. Why do you continue to defend this twisted world? You call yourself a superhero. It is a childish thing meant only for the impotent to cling to before they are eradicated by the strong. Everyone on this world takes joy from the suffering of others, be it in a comedy, the sexually deviant, or enjoying the drama of a tragedy. I wonder, as a child, did your parents fill you with immature dreams and fairy tales of happily ever after, of doing the right thing for the sake of the right thing? Tell me, hero, is taking pleasure from something horrible good or evil? Well, allow the darkness to cast a shadow over these blinding, childish notions. There is no happily ever after. We lead lives of pain and sorrow that bring us to our deaths in a bleak and meaningless universe. And doing the right thing for the sake of the right thing? It doesn't matter how many people are rescued, how many sins are atoned for, or how much freedom is given to the oppressed. There will always be another life destroyed around the corner, a new sin to be committed, another set of chains to be placed on an innocent. I almost pity you, but then I remember the words of the darkness. No mercy for the wicked, no pity for the weak, and no sympathy for the unremarkable, for they shall use your charities as chains to drag you down with them as they descend into the pit. Now, burn, you abomination! Unquote. As noted before, this is followed up by an author's note. Quote, there wasn't enough room to explore this within the pages itself. So let me try and explain why exactly the Darkbringer believes the Lightbringer is evil. The Darkbringer believes that the binary nature of good and evil forces them into a stalemate, that good cannot completely triumph over evil, and that evil cannot fully conquer good. However, because the two forces are forever locked in opposition, there must be a reason why one is not stronger than the other. The Darkbringer believes that might is right, as indicated above. In a twisted way, he believes that because good and evil cannot reconcile with each other, one can lead to the other. After all, the promise of good is that it will eventually defeat evil, that it will be a shining light over that cannot be forever blotted out. Since it is, in the eyes of the Darkbringer, an impossibility, it makes the idea of good into a lie. Since good is then committing an act of evil by lying, it indicates that maybe good and evil are of a similar nature, or at least that being purely good is a hypocrisy. As such, the only way to end such a dilemma is to knowingly adopt the methods of the opponent. Ergo, one must become partially evil in order to destroy true evil. He then believes that his soul will not be tarnished by the evil he commits because the darkness protects it. But since he also knows that those who claim to be of the light, of the pure and good, are also hypocrites, and no better than pure evil itself, he thinks that they are equally his enemy and must be destroyed. Unquote. Oh my god, alright, I fucking get it already! It's clear that Lewis really wanted us, the audience, to understand why the Darkbringer thought of himself as good. To the point that I feel like the point has been overstated and just feels like it's wasting too much time over explaining it now. Again, same point I said earlier. Some mystery and vagueness go a long way of villains. But anyway, the Lightbringer responds to this assault of words, like this. Quote,
images flash before my eyes. I see children slaughtered, women raped, and men surrendering to avarice, greed, and cowardice. I see every terrible thing on earth, and I want to throw up, to scream and just surrender to the pain and horror, but my body won't let me, because overriding my disgust and fear is my anger. I see this horrible disregard for everything I believe in, and I am enraged by the Darkbringer. I will not surrender to this. You do not embrace evil or darkness. You fight them. Go to hell.
What was that?
I didn't quite hear you. Go to hell!
Unquote. This is followed up by an action sequence all played out on this one page through all these panels. And it's bad, but you already knew that. But in the end, the Darkbringer wins this fight, tossing the Lightbringer off of the building. He says some stuff about how there won't be another hero like him, a legacy hero like in the DC Comics since he's the only superhero, and that when he dies, the only one who will remain is the Darkbringer. However, in the next panel, the Lightbringer tries to focus and work to save himself from death. But he isn't able to focus. Thoughts of his mom, dad, and Hannah come to his mind. And just as the Darkbringer is getting ready to revel in his victory, at the last moment, the Lightbringer is saved by a familiar face. It's none other than Lewis, the Linkara, the hero of the Angel Armor book series. And Lewis, the author's first self-insert, which means, by the way, that this comic now has 2 self-inserts by Lewis the author. That's gotta be a record or something. But with that being said, so ends issue 6, so let's move on to issue 7. Issue 7 shows a cover where our brave self-inserts are shaking hands as the Darkbringer comes in to use like a wrestling move or something on them. It's here that we get a flashback to Carter's childhood about how he wasn't allowed to read comic books because they gave him a false narrative about angels coming down to save them when pacifism is the only way or fucking whatever. Well, now here Carter is looking to have just been saved by a literal angel. Then Lewis fucking does this bit that's like a reference to V for Vendetta, but instead of every word starting with V, it starts with L because his name is Lewis the Linkara. Yeah.
Lovely. Let me loosen lips and light the lamp of legend. This locus of leaps and lacerations locks lords of light against lawbreakers. I loom here to lighten the load and lift you from languishment. Of late, I have learned of a lineage of lore lasting lifetimes, when not loitering about a literal locale. Leer if you like, but our lot loves the lavishly ludicrous. Luminous lucidity is my lodestar, as is yours. So let me just say, it is my very good honor to meet you, and you may call me Lewis. Unquote. So then the two decide to team up against the Darkbringer, which, for those of you who watched my Angel Armor video, know that this was the goal of Lewis that he had at the end of the 4th book, yada yada yada. So they advance up, Lightbringer questioning where Lewis came from a bit, then they both cockily taunt the Darkbringer, then Lewis charges forward with his gauntlet swords, only for the Lightbringer to stop him, shooting a light blast at him, and allowing time for the Darkbringer to escape. Then the two argue because apparently the Lightbringer thought that Linkara was gonna stab the Darkbringer in the face with his, gauntlet sword, when actually Linkara was gonna stab his shoulder. And of course the Lightbringer doesn't want villains to die or whatever. But anyway, after the bickering, they then go after the Darkbringer. Then the two talk about the past, and Lewis gives a very abridged version of his story from the Angel Armor novels. And we even get this cool little official sketch of Endo. He notes how he has killed many before, but realized back then that killing was not the answer. And Lightbringer asks him how he can trust he won't kill again, to which Linkara asks Lightbringer if he reads comics. And then he says, Cassandra Cain, and this makes the Lightbringer trust him, for some reason. This is luckily explained in the author's notes. Quote, Cassandra Cain is the 3rd woman to be Batgirl. She also had a strict moral code that resulted after she had killed someone as a child and realized how wrong it was to kill. Hence the connection in the above page. Unquote. Which, fair enough, I guess. It's just kind of funny how they are both such fucking nerds that the way they gain each other's trust is by randomly referencing a plot point in some fucking comic book they both read. Couple of fucking stinky ass Reddit mods over here, I swear. Anyway, they find the Darkbringer, break into where he's at, and they start fighting him, to which he holds his own fairly well against the two, and he seems to stab his black tentacles right into the Lightbringer, seemingly killing him. He also has a fair bit of dialogue here, which I'll go ahead and read. Quote, They're here. Good. I panicked when I was suddenly encountering 2 enemies, but I am prepared now. Let it be ended. Let there be tragedy. Let there be pain. Let there be sorrow. Let there be horror. No!
Let there be an end to childish things. Let there be death.
Lightbringer!
Wham! Let there be shadows overtaking the light. Let the glorious dead be avenged. My liege cut off your arm, and yet you managed to grow it back. Let's see if it'll happen again with your head. Let there be darkness. Unquote. Then he gets ready to stab the Linkara, but it turns out that the Lightbringer wasn't dead yet, and he slaps some cuffs on the Darkbringer, which seems to stop him in his tracks from being able to use his dark magic powers. Somehow. This was absolutely not fucking established in any other part of the comic and makes literally zero sense. Like, is there just magic handcuffs that suddenly make all magical abilities not work anymore? Would those also work on the Lightbringer, or do they specifically work on the Darkbringer? And if they do only specifically work on the Darkbringer, who invented those? How did the Lightbringer have them? So many questions, and absolutely no answers. So he then takes down the Darkbringer, knocking him out, and, is it just me, or did you also notice that these last couple pages have been flowing a little bit better? Not nearly as much useless dialogue. And the art even looks just a little bit better here? Interesting. Sadly though, it seems Lightbringer is still dying due to his wounds. But then he wakes up perfectly fine, I guess. I don't know if he eventually healed himself due to his own powers of light, or if the Linkara healed him through some kind of magic. It doesn't really say, which is weird, but regardless, the day is won, and the two then bond over their love for comic books. They then talk about the Scarlet Witch or some shit, and then they part ways. Linkara most likely going back to meet up with Endo and the rest of his friends to go back to the world of sin to recreate Camelot or whatever. Meanwhile, the Lightbringer goes home and has this whole bit of dialogue with his dead parents. Quote,
Mom, Dad, I'm home. Boy, you wouldn't believe the day I had. Hannah was kidnapped by the psycho. I almost didn't make it out, but it turns out I'm not the only superhero out there. Damn it all. Yes, I had to hurt him. He was trying to kill me. You can't just leave guys like that to the police. They weren't equipped to deal with his powers. I'm sorry. I just can't deal with this right now. It's been too long a day. Good night.
Unquote. Interesting. I suppose this is addressing the fact that Carter pretty much threw away his upbringing and stuff like instantly in the first issue, which I and many others, including the forum members, pointed out as being kind of weird and rushed. And just overall, this issue was a lot better than the one before it. Part 2 of The Darkness, I mean. By chapter's end, while still not necessarily good, the drawings seem to have a bit more care put into them. There are less text boxes all over the place. And the fight scene in the factory, or whatever that was supposed to be, was much more well done than the one on top of the building, or any others before that for that matter. You can actually see a visual improvement to Lewis's skills as both an artist and the way he is going about presenting this comic. Things are actually maybe starting to look up a bit? Well, let's see if this trend continues as we move on into issue 8. But first, another small detour. I wanted to note this before, but in between these issues, there has been a ton of fan art made around the Lightbringer, and quite a few of these are actually really cool. It's actually very wholesome to see that Lewis made sure to highlight each and every piece of fan art that he got. Someone even made him in the City of Heroes, that old MMORPG where you can play as your own custom-made superhero that no longer exists. He also made this short little comic that I won't bother reading in full, where the Lightbringer meets up and fights with this guy named Mr. Threat, and this was actually his contribution at the time to a far larger collaboration called The Crossover Wars, which at first I thought was just a small collaboration between him and the guy who created this character. But I was actually completely wrong, and this is a far more elaborate crossover than I could have expected. And as a matter of fact, there is an entire website dedicated to this crossover war thing. And as their page denotes, quote, "The Crossover Wars, largest webcomic crossover project so far. Welcome to the central hub for the 2007 webcomic event known as the Crossover Wars. Here has been gathered the comic strips marked by the conflict as it spread across the continuums. If you wish to read the strips as they went up, have your pick at the daily reports. However, if you want to try and follow a certain storyline through all the webcomics it touched, feel free to browse among the various storylines below. By the Warmongers." Unquote. Lewis participated in particular in the Super Wars, war, but there's also an Adult Wars, Fantasy Wars, Forum Wars, all sorts of things. And this would eventually lead to Lewis Lovehog leading the charge in a much bigger crossover collaboration by the name of Crossover Lord. which you can actually see the first cover of here, which notes in worlds undreamt of, in realms unexplored, smiling in shadows. The Cross Overlord by Ida Kirkengard, Abby Lurk, Lewis Lovehog, Neil Purcell, Al Schrodner, and Remus Shepard. Now, what's interesting is I was actually reached out by a few of the other creators of this crossover comic for context regarding the story, because, believe it or not, this Crossoverlord comic is actually where the Smiling Man, you know, that super powerful hat-wearing guy a few issues ago that seemed to have mysterious motivations, that guy? Well, what if I told you that he only ever appears in the Lightbringer comic itself like one more time after that appearance, and his story, and thus part of the Lightbringer narrative, is actually finished in this collaboration comic, because that's indeed the case. Indeed, almost no one ever brings up this piece of lore about the Lightbringer series, either. However, this is also a series that has a lot of different artists and their own superheroes and villains that they have created, and thus their own batches of lore, their own webcomic series to go through. And to really talk about this Crossoverlord comic properly, I would have to go through and talk about at least the introductory to almost all of these other webcomic heroes and series, which is well, this whole Lightbringer series and Linkara book series is already a kind of a bit of an extended side tangent of the main Channel Awesome retrospective, so I'm gonna be real with you guys and gals, I just can't fucking do that, man. A guy's gotta know its limits, you know? However, what I can say is that the Crossoverlord and the crossover namesake is actually the Smiling Man. Indeed, the main villain of this crossover is Lewis's creation. However, despite this, most of Lewis's ideas regarding the Smiling Man never really went into this comic. Well, at least for its conclusion. See, Lewis's backstory for the Smiling Man, that again only appears in this crossover comic, was that the Smiling Man was a reality-crossing serial killer who murdered every incarnation of the Lightbringer across the multiverse, except for the one who stars in the Lightbringer webcomic. Thus, why he acted like he had met the Lightbringer before in that issue, because he literally had met and killed every other version of the Lightbringer. And so for this crossover comic, the overseer of the multiverse, named Ringo apparently, summoned all these heroes from multiple realities to team up to try and stop the Smiling Man. However, none of these superheroes could even touch the Smiling Man. So how are they going to be able to defeat him? Well, that's where Lewis's idea came in. Since, again, this was originally his idea, this whole crossover, the concept for defeating the Smiling Man was for all the heroes, including the Lightbringer, to basically go to an armory and get a bunch of upgrades that would beef up their powers to defeating the Smiling Man, including the Lightbringer getting a homing shot thing for his gloves that would make his light hit the Smiling Man. However, the others thought that this would be far too simple of an approach, and that it may kind of come off as a cheap way of defeating such an unstoppable villain just by getting some new stuff kind of out of fucking nowhere. Which, I agree, that would have been really fucking stupid. They instead decided to focus on a part of the backstory for the Smiling Man's motivation that Lewis came up with. See, Lewis wanted the Smiling Man's motivation for doing all of this to be revenge for the death of his wife. But apparently he didn't have a super compelling backstory for the Smiling Man's wife, Rachel, and so one of the other writers of Crossoverlord, Remus Shepard, created a backstory for the Smiling Man's wife in which her travels through the multiverse caused multiple versions of herself to converge into one being, a state which forced the Overseer Ringo to erase her from reality, which of course pissed off the Smiling Man since that was his wife, so he decides to start using multiverse trickery to take it over, destroy Ringo, and, well, yeah, get revenge. Through this narrative idea that they ended up defeating the Smiling Man, as one of the characters eventually give the Smiling Man his wife's journal, one of the last remaining things of her existing at all. It's basically her memoir, and a warning about the danger she discovered in traveling the multiverse. And it's this revelation that apparently morally defeated the Smiling Man, making him realize that all of this was pointless and that he needs to learn to move on without her, and that she definitely would not want him doing all of this for her sake. So in other words, they basically defeat the crossover lord not through sheer power, but by getting him to see the wrong in his actions, and that this isn't what his wife would have wanted, which is actually pretty cool in my opinion, as far as villain defeats go. Mind you, I am simplifying things a bit, and if you want to see all this play out for yourself, I recommend just going and giving the crossover comic a read. Especially if you're a super big Linkara Lightbringer fanatic that just wants to know everything there is about everything with it, it's definitely worth reading through. However, I must also note that many of the other writers involved with the crossover lord mention how midway through or so the development of this comic, Lewis allegedly kind of just ghosted them and sort of left them all to finish the project, or was involved with it very little at some point, despite the whole thing originally kind of being Lewis's idea, and also pertaining primarily around his character, the Smiling Man. And this shift from him being extremely involved to not being involved at all by the story's end was because Lewis was apparently quite busy. With what, you may ask? Well, you probably already guessed it, it was with making the Atop the Fourth Wall show, which again, according to them, he never informed any of them that he was doing this at the time, and they only found out about it by one of the group members stumbling across it sometime later, meaning the conclusive arc to this Smiling Man story seemingly was done by them with no real involvement from Lewis, which is a bizarre outcome to say the least. Later on, as we get close to the end of this webcomic, you will also note that the Atop the Fourth Wall series definitely took precedent over his own webcomic as well, by like a lot. It was, admittingly, pretty shitty for Lewis to just kind of abandon everyone with this big crossover thing, and not even let them know any of the stuff that he was doing in the meantime. But, you know, people change, new priorities are eventually set, and with how much success and newfound attention he was getting through this series, it's very understandable to me why he would set his focus on that rather than the random webcomics that, as far as his involvement in any of it was going, or his own webcomic, he was mostly just getting mockery and criticism for, and not a whole lot of praise. Nonetheless, it seems like everyone involved eventually got to use it as their own creative outlet to tell a pretty interesting story by the crossover lord's end, and I should hope that no one has any true ill will towards anyone by the end, since it's almost been 20 years at this point, I suppose. All the same though, still a very interesting little piece of trivia regarding Lewis, the Lightrbinger Comic, and his greater role in the community he was a part of, and how he kind of abandoned it. But anyway, enough about crossovers and creative differences. Let's get back into the Lightrbinger Comic proper. On to issue 8, which seems to be completely from Hannah Ment's perspective, opening on her waking up from bed, all groggy and saying how she hates mornings and shit. You'll also notice that there is a new artist name, Fred Goldart this time, which Lewis explains in the author's note, quote, "New artist? Wow! Well, okay, it's still me, but as you've seen, the artwork has taken a bit of a change, and as such, I decided to reflect that in the title page. While recent reviews have recommended that I drop the pseudonym art credits title, upon later considerations, I decided to keep it. Can anyone guess where I got this name from? Here's a hint. It's an anagram." Unquote. Yeah, pretty silly, but whatever. We then get this inner monologue from her about life sucking and shit. Quote, "Men's War Journal. Whatever sick, twisted supervillain invented mornings should die. Life freaking sucks because of mornings. Then again, Michelle's singing doesn't exactly make me happy to be alive. Life sucks. I've got to convince Carter to take the patrol down to 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. because this is seriously starting to bug me, and he was doing this even before I signed on. No wonder he has lines under his eyes. Life sucks. Same routine every day. I get up, I take a shower, I change clothes, I go to the kitchen, I go to work. Life freaking sucks." And there's Michelle. Every day for the past month, she's been like this chipper. She starts off the day bright and cheery, with a song in her heart and a new hairstyle on her head. No, she's always like this, even before she and I were rescued, if you can call it that, by the Lightbringer. I don't know how she can stand it all. Dear God in heaven, I hate mornings. Unquote. Well, ain't she a chipper bitch? Also, Lewis notes, quote, I'm not exactly sure when it was decided to make Michelle so busty. I guess it was just one attempt to make her look more unique. Plus it adds into why she wouldn't want Hannah back in issue 4 to buy a breast enlarger. Unquote. So yeah, but this is all just a setup for a joke where she finally gets her coffee in the morning. Now she's like, light frickin' rules! She goes on saying how coffee is the nectar of the soul or whatever, and then Michelle vaguely asks if Hannah can tell her something good, which she says never mind too quickly after, puzzling Hannah with exactly why she asked her to do that. They then remark on how they enjoy their job, and how they have been worrying about Carter lately, and how the Lightbringer is going to have to appear for a trial case for general wares, I guess. This panel is definitely Lewis trying new angles and stuff, which I commend the effort for, even if it's, yet again, totally broken perspective-wise. He also addresses some criticism in the author's note here. Quote, one of the criticisms I've received for Lightbringer is the fact that sometimes I tend to write too much dialogue, or text for a page. It's part of the problem from transitioning to a novel/prose style of writing to a comic, which usually has a limit of around 28 words per panel. Sometimes it's just hard to break that habit, when I have so much to say. Unquote. Well, I mean, I'm glad by this point he's at least heard the issue out and is trying to break the habit. Again, commendable. As for if he will actually continue trying to not do that or not, it remains to be seen. But so far so good. Anyway, Michelle almost walks into the downstairs area where the Lightbringer stuff is at, and Hannah stops her before she can go down there. Luckily, Carter saves her the trouble and makes an excuse for Hannah to go and get the thing that they need from down there instead of Michelle. He then remarks how there are good, bad, and totally bad customers that come to the store. Then later she remarks how they really need to get a secret base or something for the Lightbringer stuff, since it will become easy for Michelle and maybe others to find it here. Then in the next page, Hannah notes about how Carter is always waxing philosophical with her, and her thoughts about him doing that, I guess. Quote, he gives me this lecture at least once a week. It's the ethical imperative of violence to stop evil speech. I swear he waxes philosophical so often you can see your reflection in his skin. Sometimes I think he's just trying to justify it to himself. Carter, get it through your head. I don't do this out of some sense of objective morality or crap like that. I do it because I want to help people. Unquote. Then she notes how sometimes there can be an hour or so where she won't hear from the Lightbringer because he is quietly staking out a place or fighting someone, etc. And thus, she takes this time as a break and starts wailing on a punching bag, playing opera music as loud as she can. However, she then hears the Lightbringer over the comm, and he says that one of the bad guys injected him with fucking heroin. And so she suits up to go and help him, and calls the police to help in the situation as well. By suit up, by the way, I meant she puts a fucking bag over her head. So anyway, they then go and pick up the Lightbringer, and he's all kinds of fucked up at the moment, and then takes him back to base, making sure to protect his identity and what have you. Then, when he does finally wake up, he's angry that Hannah went and saved him, and how she could have been hurt if any of those gang members had woken up, which pisses her off to no end. And so she kind of lets him have it at this point. Quote,
You will not put yourself in unnecessary danger again. That's an order.
I think we need to make something clear between us. I am not your sidekick. I am not your slave. I am not your soldier. I am not your assistant. I am not your companion or your butler or your employee when we're down here. And I am sure as hell not someone who takes orders from you. We are partners. Powers are not. We are equals. Clear?
Crystal, well, obviously we've both had a stressful night. Why don't we take the next 2 days off? Both in the store and down here. Sounds good to me, boss. Unquote. So yeah, and the chapter ends with Hannah looking to become a full-fledged hero, I guess a kind of sidekick for the Lightbringer in the future. Overall, this issue was kind of not much, but I did kind of appreciate getting to know Hannah the character a little bit more. I would even say I sort of like her character to some degree. I don't really have much to say about this issue. So, on to the next one. So, technically before issue 9, there are 2 guest stories that come out first. One by Eric Lemon, who for sure has a pretty interesting art style, but since this isn't written by Lewis, I don't really care and will be skipping over it. There's also a guest story by Vinny D, who again has a very interesting style, but if Lewis didn't write it, then who fucking cares? I'm only here for the real deal, baby. And also there's this very, interesting picture and interaction here I thought I'd note. Quote, funny story behind this piece of fan art from Ann Onimus of the Watch fame. Over on the Super Dickory forum, there was a discussion going on about, well, support for female superheroes. He's talking about stuff for their boobs, by the way. I supplied a theory about an inbuilt support in costumes, but that I didn't know much about how uncomfortable any such thing would be, seeing as I lacked the proper chest. And then subsequently PM'd me and told me such things were dangerous to say around her. I started to ask her what she meant before it suddenly occurred to me and I began to run. Seeing as my avatar over there was Lightbringer, she then sent me the above work. Thus I was ka-girled. Subsequently, I realized she still hasn't changed me back. Unquote. Okay. But weird fetish shit aside, onto the actual issue 9. And the author's note on this one makes it out to be a real epic story. The first 3-parter of the comic thus far. Noting, quote, and we're back. Sorry for the lengthy hiatus, but it was necessary to get everything ready. Prepare for an intense 3-parter where questions are asked, questions are answered, and plot threads that started a year ago are finally realized. Unquote. With all that said, let's see it unfold then. The chapter starts with Lightbringer visiting General Wares in prison, and he has an edgy speech about how he's been keeping the city alive, and just kind of repeating the same stuff he said before, and noting how his lawyers plan on getting him out of prison for the illegal stuff that the Lightbringer did to him, beating him up and what have you, I guess. Then Lightbringer asks him why he started all this to begin with, and Ware simply tells him that there is no answer that would satisfy Lightbringer, but regardless, he would never tell him the true answer anyway, all while this mysterious woman in a blue robe walks out from the shadows. Meanwhile, Hannah is building this radiant manor or fucking whatever, while Lightbringer is running errands for this upcoming trial, including hiring Carrie, who is, I guess a lawyer. Co-Poet is also getting ready to go to the trial as well, and, sees something about a prison escape or something, and Carter is taking this character Sandy out on a date or something, and Hannah is mad, and, it's like a lot of info on one page, as you can see, but whatever. But anyway, then Sandy tells Carter about a paper she's writing about the masks we all wear and basically Jungian psychology stuff, which Carter as the Lightbringer is all too familiar with. Then the Lightbringer watches as General Wares is being moved from the prison to the courthouse for the trial, and making sure no one tries to take a shot at him since he wants justice to be served properly, only for something to be spotted speeding by through the sand. It's the blue-robed girl from before, and she seems just as pissed off at Lightbringer as she is General Wares. So she quickly uses her super speed to jump up and punch Lightbringer in the stomach. So the two fight, resulting in Lightbringer catching her in a big wall of light so he can question her. He asks her who she is, and she reveals that her name is Lady Anal Emma. Yeah. And so she says that the people that did this to her wanted to create someone like the Lightbringer, but before he can question her more, another masked figure punches him from behind. This one goes by Power Glove. He takes fucking Lady Anal with him towards a portal, noting that there are some people who will want to meet her, but not before Lightbringer steals the glove from that man with his light powers. Then later, Carter and Hannah take a look at the glove, and she has him look at an article released by the FBI about the stories of most of the
freed victims of the slavers. And then we are quickly thrown into the next page where I guess General Ware's lawyer is making a defense for him and what have you. And man, this issue's plot feels really fucking manic. If it feels like I've been rushing through this issue, I guarantee you that that's just how this whole issue is paced. I guess the upside is things are constantly going on and it's at least kind of interesting. It's hard to focus in on any particular detail. However, from here, we then see the Lightbringer and the co-poet discuss the info in that article, and I'll just read the pages for this. Quote,
Heyas, long time no see, Lightbringer. Listen, I wish I was here under better circumstances, but I had to come tell you, Linda Sherman. What? An elementary school teacher here in Pharos. She was kidnapped by the slavers about a year ago. She was sold to a paramilitary group engaging in experiments, ones designed to instill abilities in ordinary human beings. When the slavers were stopped, funding for the operation ceased. There was a fire at their base. Everyone supposedly died in it. Yet somehow the FBI had records about the 100 people who participated in the experiments, including the only one who survived the actual experiments. First of all, I wasn't involved in that. Secondly, if this is about the government wanting to have superpowered soldiers, I don't give a damn about that, considering what I'm capable of. I'd be surprised if you didn't pursue it. What I do care about is the fact that the FBI knew damn well about the experiments, and they did nothing to help those people. There was no legal way to arrest the people responsible, or search their base. Damn the law, those people needed help. If we had gone in at that point, the slavers could have had them out of jail in a day. We needed to build the case against them, or else we couldn't stop them totally. It's like when I said, the first time I met you, sometimes the law fails. Then you should have followed my example in the first place. Tell me, do you even have any inkling of how many people in high places don't like you because of that example? The day I actually do this in order to be liked is the day I fail everyone. Damn it, Lightbringer, you didn't give me a chance to tell you why I came here. I came to warn you, unquote.
Ah, and the plot thickens. Then Hannah and the Lightbringer bicker over if he was too cold to the co-poet or not, and Hannah explains how she's slowly trying to figure out what the Power Glove does. Meanwhile, Lady Anal meets up with this mysterious figure in shadows who is assembling a team who wish to punish evildoers and those that protect them. And so she meets the team consisting of Power Glove, Lacey Boyle, Legato Sin, Bruiser, and fucking Fire Demon. Ending issue 9. Issue 10 sees this new cast of fellas standing over what I'm gonna assume is soon to be the Lightbringer. We then get this explanation of a couple of these characters' backstories, so Lady Anal here feels more at home. Quote, "You said surprisingly little. I'm not certain about all of this. Why? I don't trust most of them, and I don't trust you. I don't even understand how some of them are even here. Legato Sin used to be a prize-winning pianist, but a sickly person, a gangster, kidnapped her, replaced her hands with metal, and cured her ailments. She was to be used as a weapon. She resisted, and now continues to seek revenge for victims like her. There shouldn't be any children involved in this. They shouldn't, but she does have a stake in this. Lacey was a direct victim of General Ware's. And that man, Bruiser, was a special ops military man, but later joined the Pharos PD. He was a good cop in a place where gangs punished good cops. His children were murdered right in front of him. Now he's sworn to avenge them by ridding the city of crime." Unquote. Interesting. But there's also a very big author's note below. So let's give it a read, shall we? Quote, "Sometimes the problem with long-term planning is that things occur between the time the idea is originally thought up and the time the actual story comes along. Take, for example, the villain contest. When I originally conceived it, I don't know the things I know now. For example, the fact that I became a feminist. between that point and this has caused me to become a bit more squeamish when it comes to the origins of female characters. It's why I pushed White Death's story out of issue 8 slot until I could revise it to not make it such a gendered story with a cliched trope, though I kept the idea of the story from Hannah's perspective, plus her yelling at Carter. However, I also made a promise for those who took the time to participate and won the villain contest that I'd follow through with their characters. Although I've made minor tweaks here and there to make them fit better into the Lightrbinger universe. Had I known then what I know now, I probably wouldn't have even created the Slavers. They would have just been some gang. However, I do believe in acknowledging my failures and simply trying to build something better out of it. As a result, we have 3 female villains, who are all villains only because they're victims. Sure, we have Bruiser, who's also a victim, but he's only a victim because someone else got directly hurt. As such, hopefully by the end of this 3-parter, I'll be able to make something good out of my mistakes. Because if I don't, I'll just be throwing more mistakes onto the pile, and I hate it when I make mistakes." Unquote.
Ruh-oh, Raggy.
Someone is a feminist now and is afraid to write female characters that his feminist online friends might not like. That is actually a very funny perspective to come to. In becoming a feminist, now he is afraid to write female characters, period. This development is whatever. I'm not sure what he's even going on about, since the problem with the Slavers was that they were unrealistic and cartoonishly evil, and fucking dumb at that. Not the concept of people who human traffic people, because you know, that is something that actually does happen. It doesn't make you misogynistic to write about that. It just makes you an incompetent writer when you can't write it correctly, or make it seem realistic or have any logical sense. Lewis was just too young and inexperienced to do the concept any justice, but the same can be said for nearly every plot thread and element of this story. But I guess we'll see how this perspective changes his writing from this point forward. The Shadow Man then goes on to explain that the Power Glove is a mercenary guy and the Fire Demon is literally just a fire demon he summoned to have help them. And so they plan their attack against Lightbringer. Meanwhile, Lightbringer is talking with the police chief about how he's upset that Serpent is gonna get off easy with just 6 years in prison by testifying against General Wares, since they were both bad men, and it could even be argued that Serpent did even more things bad than General Wares. But the police chief says that they needed his testimony to ensure Wares gets the maximum sentence, and is ultimately put away for good. The Lightbringer understands, but still hates the compromise. And then we cut to him arriving at the courthouse, take the stand and testify against General Wares, to much fanfare and pictures. And when he does take the stand and says that his name is Lightbringer, this is immediately objected to by General Ware's lawyer, since he is technically committing perjury, not saying his true name. That's when Carrie, the lawyer that Lightbringer hired earlier, comes in to help him out. After she lists off why he can choose to keep his privacy, Lightbringer goes on to tell the story of what happened, after which the following exchange is had. Quote,
"At which point the general was arrested."
No further questions. Tell me, what other methods of fighting Mr. Wares did you consider besides throwing him through a window?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, through something other than violence. Something more like pacifism.
Sir, pacifism can work wonders. It's an active tool that can and has been used to stop many forms of oppression.
Then why didn't you?
Because I have faced drug dealers, rapists, murderers, and monsters. I have fought a man who claimed to be Jack the Ripper. I have battled a thief who wielded dark powers. And if you think that pacifism would have stopped Wares or any other evildoer like him, then your head is quite frankly stuck in the clouds.
Unquote. Now, after this, there is a rather interesting author's note that extends beyond just this page, and really the comic as a whole. Quote, "Consider this my apology page for the remarks about pacifism early in the comic. I know it's not the best thing, and it comes off kind of stilted in the way the question is framed, but there you have it. Pacifism can be useful in the right situations, but in Pharaoh City, it isn't. Actually, this page is an example of a flaw I've noted before. I don't script prepped a lot of these beforehand. I have a vague idea of what's going to be said when I draw it, but most of the time the actual words aren't there. As a result, I'll draw something in reference to something I had originally planned on saying, but then it gets cut out. Like for example, the chains behind Lightbringer in the third panel. I was going to make a reference to the Legacy of Chains thing that Wares would rather see me in chains type of dialogue, but it didn't make it. Plus, I rewrote this twice because originally Lightbringer was going on for a bit about why pacifism works in other situations, but doesn't in Pharaoh's case, and it sounded even more forced than this dialogue. If I had actually drawn a second page for Lightbringer answering questions on the stand, we would have seen a bit more of him talking about why there needs to be superheroes in this world, unquote. Then why didn't you fucking draw a second page? It is really interesting to see Lewis coming to terms with the flaws to his approach with comic book writing, and seriously considering the criticism of others though. I mean, again, many others would be quick to disregard anything anyone had to say about one's own work, with the default of most simply being to fight back against the criticism. And while sometimes people who are criticizing your work don't always know what the hell they're talking about either, I like that this note seems to be an issue that Lewis himself has come to with his comic, and is perhaps something that will be fixed in the future ? It is interesting that he brings this up now, but he could have just as easily just made another page. At any rate, the next page takes us to another location, the Obelisk Square, and Carter is going out on a date with Sandy, and I gotta say, Carter and Sandy dating has been one of the weirder plot elements that's come up lately, primarily because Sandy was barely introduced at all in this comic. She was a friend of Michelle's, and I guess her and Carter are dating now. She was introduced, I believe, in the issue where it's all about Hannah, but only for like a page, like a panel of a page. But regardless, as far as I could tell, Carter and Sandy had never had any interactions before they started dating in the comic. But anyway, Carter then woos her with the words of Alan Moore. Quote, "Hey Carter, yeah? Tell me something good, huh? You know, something decent or kind. What brought this on? I don't know. Just tell me something good. Okay, let's see. Oh, I know. Okay, when you were born, a million other kids could have resulted from another cell meeting that egg. Multiply that by the odds of your ancestors meeting and producing every person that eventually led to you, Sandy. The sheer impossible odds of that make you a miracle. To quote a hero, you are rarer than a quark and unpredictable beyond the dreams of Heisenberg, the clay of which..." unquote. Which is something Lewis notes below. "Lord Byron, eat your heart out. I've got Alan Moore to give me romantic stuff." Unquote. This goofy ass nerd, I swear to fucking God. Well anyway, then Hannah tells Lightbringer in another quick transition that she found out that the glove has the ability to reduce an object's mass to almost zero. When Lightbringer asks her how she found that out, she said that the internet was her friend. Then Lightbringer meets up with Miss Anal, and he tells her she doesn't need to do this, and that she used to be a teacher, and all that stuff that the Lightbringer somehow knows about. And so she sicks the fire demon on the Lightbringer. He blocks the demon's attacks and shoots his light beams at him. They continue the fight, Carter remarking how punching the creature is like punching a furnace. Then Powerglove comes in, tossing a car at Lightbringer while he's deflecting a fire attack, it blasting right into him. Then Bruiser readies his sniper rifle to take out General Wares once and for all while the Lightbringer is distracted with the fight, but is then beaten up by a mysterious person. Then Lightbringer faces Legato, who he knows for some reason? Okay. So she slashes him up some and he defends himself. Then Lacey, the little girl, comes in and slashes him as well, and Lightbringer is pissed now that a child has been brought into this. But then Anal comes in and punches him. Then the police chief corners Bruiser, and he recognizes him because he was a cop and blah blah fucking blah, you kind of get the picture. So it looks like Lightbringer is outmatched by all these superpowered fellas, who point out that if they don't kill General Wares, he will escape prison through some loophole or something, and that he must be killed. But then, just in the nick of time, Hannah Mentz comes in to help, ending the issue off. And according to Lewis, this plot point of Hannah becoming a Lightbringer's sidekick has been planned for over a year now, and he says that he wanted to do this for a character that's been treated so badly in the past, which I don't really know what he's talking about. I guess it feels like a bit of an overcorrection at this point, of something that was already overcorrected with her surviving that initial attack, like all the way back in issue 1. But it seems that one moment, when Carter left Hannah behind in that alley to die, seems to really still haunt Lewis up to this point. So at this point, he just wants to give Hannah as much as he possibly can to make up for it, I suppose. But whatever, just means that we get a second superhero character, so that's cool. There was apparently a hiatus at this point in the comic, so Lewis then drew this brief little story so far type page for everyone to enjoy. Then a couple months go by, and still no new Lightbringer stuff. So Lewis decides to tide everyone over with, this fan service drawing of Hannah Mentz. I figured I should do something to hold you over until new comics start. As such, here's some fan service for the heterosexual men, homosexual women, and bisexual both genders. Homosexual guys, sorry, but I'm fresh out of fan service. Of all the questions I could ask, I only have one. Why the cape? Unquote. Okay. But then, after another week, Lewis finally had the front page of issue 11 ready, and the epic conclusion to his 3-part story to be unveiled. So, right off the bat, Mrs. Anal Lemma sends the fire demon to go take out Hannah. But lucky for her, she emptied out all the contents of a fire extinguisher and put them into metal bombs of some sort to hurt the fire demon, which, Lewis notes, quote, "Yeah, Hannah's been planning this for a while," unquote. And yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Quite clever of Hannah to do this, and have this plan so that she can thwart her enemies, and how did she know there was going to be a fire demon? How could she have been planning this for a while if she had no idea about any of these enemies? Nor did the Lightbringer, despite the comic trying to gaslight me into thinking that they did meet before, sometime besides just now. I mean, Power Glove and Anal met with him briefly, and I guess we're supposed to believe that he met up with the Clawed Hand girl at some point in the past off the page. But Hannah certainly hasn't met any of these people, and none of them have ever met Fire Demon until just right now. So, how could she have planned this out, let alone have planned it for a while? Well, I think I have the answer to that. See, Lewis made a real rookie mistake. When he says that Hannah had been planning this for a while, what he really meant was he had been planning this for a while. But he forgot to establish how Hannah or Lightbringer knew or could plan for any of this, thus creating a solid plot hole. It makes sense that with the hiatus that he had, that he was planning out how Hannah was going to use different technologies and stuff to fight against these people. But in the actual context of the story, it doesn't make sense because she would have had like no time to see any of these characters at all. I won't harp on this too much after this, but I think it's another good example of remembering what you know versus what your audience knows versus what your characters know, all being very different things that you need to account for when writing pretty much anything. But anyway, Hannah starts kicking ass with the help of her newfound strength that comes from this power glove, which she enjoys greatly, tossing quips every second and remarking how someone should sing a cool theme song for her before she kicks their ass. But then this group's mastermind teleports them all away for now, since this was clearly too much for them to handle, I guess. Lightbringer is then quite proud of Hannah, but remarks that she will need her own original costume design if she's gonna be his sidekick, which she is very excited about. Meanwhile, the Chief confronts Bruiser, and Bruiser remarks how he quit the Force to go after the people that killed his kids, and he says that he should let him go, that after all, he knows what the Chief did to all those that killed his family too. Damn, everybody has had their family killed in the series. But yeah, so he lets him go. Then we jump to the next night, where Carter and Hannah are talking about how Wares went crazy on the stand, and how he lost handily because he was, dumb, I guess. Man, all that build-up for this big trial and shit all flushed down the drain. I mean, don't get me wrong, the trial wasn't the most interesting thing going on, but for it to have been handled completely off the page is kind of funny for how much it was being emphasized. At any rate, they then start discussing bringing Michelle into the fold and letting her know about all of this very soon. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure berates them for not defeating the Lightbringer or killing General Wares, and as he's ordering them around to do more stuff, Lacey throws a knife towards him and tells him she will be taking no more orders from anyone, which the figure just accepts, I guess, because the girl was scary? Question mark? So they then start thinking of a new plan, and then Lightbringer is summoned by the chief, and he just tells Lightbringer General Wares has been found guilty on all charges and will be sentenced tomorrow night at 3 a.m. in secret as to not getting any more public attention. Lightbringer then asks a favor of the chief, but we don't see what that favor is for now. Then, the next night, the group are set up again to kill General Wares when he exits the courthouse. But Lightbringer is here to try and talk to them into not doing this, to which Lewis has Lightbringer go on a grand speech about why not killing the criminals is actually morally just. Quote,
I am begging you, please don't do this.
I was wondering when you'd show up. Beg all you like. We're going to end this. Letting the monsters live so they can hurt more people. That's the world you represent, hero.
You all have such great ability and promise, and you squander it like this.
What, and be like you?
I don't think you realize how important we are. Those people out there, the ones we've sworn to protect on this insane quest of justice for all, they look up to us because they see what we should be, heroic, strong, and flying with the angels. We look up to them because we know they can and will be that way someday. They look up to us just as we look up to them. We're the ideal. We're the symbols of decency, of honor, of everything that people want with the world. We draw a line in front of the darkness, and we give it our all, not because the world can't do it, but so we can show them how to do it. And it's not about who can lift a car over their heads, or who can shoot beams of light, or who's smarter than everyone on the planet. It's about the symbol. We represent a world where you don't have to kill your enemies to beat them. A world where a person's very presence can prevent a crime. And a world that's like a utopia, not because of world peace or anything like that, but one where everyone is heroic, where everyone is brave and strong with both flesh and spirit, where our ideals are not just illusions or impossible dreams, but the true, real promise of tomorrow. And the simple fact of the matter is, we don't get to that world by becoming hypocrites.
Unquote. This is followed by a small author's note, again about how this page was inspired by what else but a debate over on the Comic Genesis forums. Quote, over on the forums, there was an ongoing debate occurring about the philosophy of a superhero engaging in no killing whatsoever. After about 4 pages, inspiration finally hit me about the reason for it, and we see it above. Simply put, Lightbringer wants to create a better world where there is no killing, and he doesn't want to be a hypocrite by building that future on the deaths of other people, no matter how malevolent or twisted, unquote. These characters, however, are not convinced, and so Lightbringer decides to temporarily blind them by using his powers, so light cannot enter their eyes, which is kind of a pretty interesting ability he has, actually. And in the process of doing this, Legato turns against her own and knocks them all out. Then on the next page, it notes how these superpowered fellas will be contained, or, in the kid's case, put through therapy. And the Lightbringer and Legato had apparently planned this beforehand, when the Lightbringer temporarily captured Legato in the last battle for an exchange for something in return. That something in return was for the Lightbringer to change her metal-clawed hands into her own once again, so she could play the piano one last time. Getting the piano here, by the way, was the favor that the Lightbringer asked of the chief. And so, through the use of the Lightbringer's light powers, he gives her her ability to use her hands as normal hands for a while. And for an hour straight, she plays a beautiful song, and ends up thanking the Lightbringer afterward, in what is actually one of the sweeter moments of the comic. The build-up for this one could have been a lot better though, if there had been an issue dedicated to the Lightbringer fighting Legato before this, since it was established that they knew about each other before this or something like that, I think this would have hit even harder as a truly touching little moment. But it's still nice all the same. I appreciate the idea and the spirit of it, even if again, narratively, it could have been given more weight by introducing her sooner. So another day one, but uh-oh, what about that mysterious figure that was guiding the group before? Well, he suddenly comes and attacks the Lightbringer, and is revealed to be none other than the Darkbringer, which was, as it turns out, the very thing that the co-poet way back before was trying to warn the Lightbringer about, that he had escaped from his prison. Quote,
"And another morning rises in Pharaoh City. Maybe it wasn't perfect for everyone, but it's good enough for me. I wonder how it is that those six met each other. I mean, how does a school teacher meet a mercenary?
How do you think?
Ah!
Who had the knowledge to create the fire demon? Who else knew about the gangs and the people they hurt? Who had the connections to get an expensive mercenary here? And most importantly,
No.
who hates you enough to make them go after you?
Darkbringer!
And this time, there aren't any false angels here to save you." Unquote. Whoa, what's gonna happen next? How will the Lightbringer defeat the Darkbringer now that the Linkara is nowhere to be seen? Well, I suppose we'll find out in the next issue. So, after some months of waiting for issue 12, The Darkness and Light sees on the front cover that the Darkbringer has seemingly killed the Lightbringer. Clearly, shit's about to go down. Leading into this speech by the Darkbringer, quote, "You know, Lightbringer, when you think about it, we're very much alike.
Oh, here we go.
We both believe strongly in our causes.
It's the same damn speech I keep hearing. You're just like me. We both want the same thing. Why are you fighting against me?
We both only want what's best for the world. We both have powers above most people. If you just accept the darkness, we could do so much to change the world."
The gentleman told me it. The smiling man said he used to be just like me. Wares told me we fought the same fight. And now Darkbringer's using the tired old bit. I've been up all night. I've used up most of my strength to stop some criminals, and then to help a woman experience some happiness again.
So please, know that I'm not doing this out of personal spite.
But none of that matters right now, because I'm sick of it. I am sick of evil people telling me I am like them.
Unquote. And so without actually any kind of counter-argument to the Darkbringer, surprisingly, Lightbringer just barrels forward, ready to fight the Darkbringer, clearly sick and tired of all the speechifying. And so they fight, Darkbringer remarking how he's gotten more powerful since last they encountered, and how if it wasn't for the Linkara, he would have killed the Lightbringer last time. And the Lightbringer remarks how he's gotten stronger since then too, or rather, they both think this in their heads. They don't actually say this to each other. So they shoot beams of light and dark at each other. Hannah sees this on the TV and goes to help Lightbringer. Michelle being confused about how they could help, because they're just a couple of fucking normal people without powers. To which Hannah just comes right out with it and says that Carter is in fact the Lightbringer. However, the Darkbringer is handily toppling Lightbringer, and then he gives this grand speech to all of Pharaoh City about their white and black clad savior. Quote, "Oh no, no, don't pass out on me yet. You haven't changed at all. You're still as pathetic as last time."
Actually, I got a lot smarter, dumbass.
No, you see, that was really stupid. Behold your savior, Pharaoh City, bear witness to his defeat. Witness the dying of the light and the triumph of the darkness. Surrender to the truth, give on to the dark. Behold the truth. He is no hero, no angel of mercy. He's just a man, and this man fills your heads with lies and blasphemies. You can reject it now. This is a glorious age. This is the age of the darkness, where strength will be valued, and the blinding light will be snuffed out. In the darkness's name, this place shall be its shadowed temple. This villain blinded you all to the truth of his nature. He made false promises about saving you, all and triumphing over evil. He blinded you, but fear not, for I have come to release you. What has he done to help you? Where has his heroism gotten you? Crime still exists. Corruption festers in every corner of this city. It will never be defeated with such $3 tactics. Abandon your faith in this deceiver, and embrace the darkness. We shall go forth unto this earth, people of Pharos, to— what's going on?
Let him go! Stop the mugger! Lightbringer saved me once. Safe to walk the streets. Stopped the burglars. Helped to find my son. Rescued my sister. Saved me from the slavers. It seems you're not very popular. Fine. You want him? Then take him! Unquote. And as you can see, there's a bunch of other text boxes about people saying things that he did to save them and help them and what have you. So yeah, in the middle of the Darkbringer's grand speech, Pharaoh City doesn't buy into his bullshit, and they just start throwing random shit at him. And so the Darkbringer tosses down the Lightbringer, just like the first time they ever fought, waiting for him to plummet to his death. But of course, Hannah comes to save him before that happens. She then takes him back to base, and Michelle is pissed that they didn't tell her sooner about Carter being the Lightbringer, and how she was crushing on the Lightbringer for months now, and wondered how long they had been laughing behind her back and lying to her in general. Carter is apologetic for lying and what have you, and he doesn't know how to stop the Darkbringer, with his outlook for once being rather pessimistic. To which Michelle, while still very pissed about him lying, says that he is an inspiration and a brave shining knight, and that he needs to figure out a way to stop the Darkbringer, that he cannot give up. Darkbringer then hijacks the TV stations, I guess somehow, and says that he will be atop the Lodestar Tower tomorrow, and that if Lightbringer doesn't come there to meet his maker, then he's going to start killing people. We then get a page with a bunch of people remarking how they are rooting for Lightbringer, and how they know that he will defeat the Darkbringer. Except for the mayor, who refused to comment on the fight, which is rather mysterious. So Lightbringer goes to face Darkbringer alone, with some sort of idea as to how he might be able to defeat him. But in order for this plan to work, Hannah cannot come with him. He needs her to stay here, especially if he does die. He wants someone left alive to be a new Lightbringer, and there is no one he would trust more than Hannah. And so the Darkbringer monologues in his head about how he will be destroying the Lightbringer, and how the darkness will rule, blah blah blah, you fucking get it by this point. Though I will admit that he has some major fucking grip going on right now. Like, holy shit, that is a cool jacket, and way better than the stuff he was wearing before. Something Lewis even comments on down below, noting, quote, "Needless to say, the Darkbringer's original costume was really kind of lame. I mean, the black sleeveless jacket was a nice touch, and the skull gave him a 1990s dark vigilante feel, in my honest opinion, but the shoulder pads were lame, and it just seemed awfully bleh, especially considering that this guy is supposed to be Lightbringer's worst enemy. He just comes off kind of bland in appearance, especially when one considers that, for a guy who's called Darkbringer, he's got an awful lot of white going on for him." Enter Andy Warnes, a real-life friend of mine, responsible for a pretty awesome fan art. He took it upon himself to send me a revised Darkbringer costume, which I took one look at and realized, man, this thing looks a hell of a lot better than what I'm doing. And he was kind enough to let me adapt it to be the current model. The in-story explanation will come next week, but needless to say, we won't be seeing the business shirt and sleeveless jacket for a
long time, unquote. So, you know, that's pretty cool. And so we do end up getting that explanation as to why he's wearing new clothes. Not that we really needed one, you know. Maybe he just wears more than one fucking outfit like a normal person. But yeah. Quote, "Well, how nice to see you again, Lightbringer. Like the new outfit? It's not exactly priestly robes, but according to the Black Oracle, it's as close as you can get to a dark sorcerer uniform. Admittingly, I'll miss my old clothes, but this is such a rare occasion. The people are watching us, hero. I admire their faith in your light, but we both know it's hopeless. Because we both know the truth light blinds. It gives hope, but all it does is flicker and eventually burn out. Time and time again, I defeat you. Your light is worthless. Let them again see darkness triumph. Have you nothing to say? I challenge your every ethics, and not even a whimper? How pitiful! You don't even attempt to defend your beliefs. Even the sun itself retreats from, wait, why is it getting dark? It's noon. What are you doing? Heh, what's the matter? Afraid of the dark? I really have to thank you for monologuing so much. It gave me the time I needed. So please, go on with your little story about the darkness and moral compromise and blah blah blah. I'm just so interested. Michelle, you don't know what you're missing. Yeah, whatever. Do you think I'm frightened of you? You're just blinding them even more. Darkness still triumphs. Face the power of the darkness. Power? Tell me, Darkbringer, do you really know what the dark is? It's a place for cowards and criminals to run and hide in, because they know I'm coming for them. I am its constant star, and its brightest beacon. I am the keeper of Pharaoh City, the light of the sun. The stars in the city itself have spoken. You are not welcome here. Unquote. So, I'll admit it, that one line about what's the matter, you afraid of the dark, actually was kind of a nice little page end line. And I also kind of enjoyed the fact that the Lightbringer, instead of arguing with the villain and trying to figure out how to philosophically beat them, just fucking blasts the shit out of him with his light powers and tells him to basically shut the fuck up. Kind of a clever concept for the Lightbringer to use the power of the sun to fully envelop the Darkbringer in light. Even though this power was kind of not really established at any given point during, well, any part of this comic, so you could kind of call it like a Deus Ex Machina type thing, where he just like suddenly has this ability. So it would have been kind of cool to have it show up at least once or something before now. But all the same, still one of the better hero-villain fight/interactions in the series thus far. And so the Darkbringer collapses, and the Lightbringer says that he will not tolerate people like him anymore in this city that he protects. And Hannah here is then drawn with the most fucking goblin-ass face possible, teasing Michelle that she still wants to fuck the Lightbringer, and she says that she does not, her apparently having lost her vision of grandeur of him now that she knows that it's just her boss. Which, fair, I suppose. However, in the next page, we then see 7 businessmen alongside the mayor of the city that are extremely not happy with the Lightbringer's announcement of his protecting the city, and they are proposing some sort of plan to get rid of him once and for all, with this all possibly hinting at major corruption within the city from the very top, which, I mean, yeah, makes sense. Meanwhile, Darkbringer is being taken to a hospital and is suddenly healed of both his sanity and also his hair, and is given an opportunity by the Smiling Man, which is actually, interestingly enough, if you remember when I mentioned the Overlord comic, is where that canonically in this comic would take place, because the Darkbringer actually shows up in the Cross Overlord comic. I didn't mention that up until now just because it, well, wasn't necessary, and again, I was mostly focusing on the Smiling Man, but yeah, this is the only other time that the Smiling Man shows up, as well as the Darkbringer shows up in this comic, which I suppose makes sense. We are, like, in the last 3 issues after this one, so yeah, I figure that was worth noting all the same. The issue then finally ends with Carter having a schizo argument with his parents' picture again about pacifism and what have you, and how he felt good to hurt the Darkbringer, and how he can't seem to reason with his parents' picture. So yeah. Issue 13 of the Lightbringer's cover is whatever this is, opening on this art museum with a pretty interesting design of being robbed by this new villain, the Scarlet Baroness. Meanwhile, Michelle and Carter are suggesting different types of supersuits and alter egos for Hannah, but Michelle is still pretty mad at Carter for lying to her for so long about being the Lightbringer. Carter is getting pissed that no matter how many times he apologizes to Michelle, she won't forgive him, but Hannah defends her friend, saying that it's gonna take some time, and that he embarrassed her. Then we skip to a scene where the police chief is telling Lightbringer about this new Scarlet Baroness bitch, and that they don't know much about her, but she has stolen art and other such things from several places at this point. Oh, and also she's blonde, and she looks pretty much exactly like Carter's girlfriend Sandy, so, you know. Anyway, the chief also says that the mayor doesn't want him working with the Lightbringer anymore, to which Lightbringer seems pretty nonchalant about that. So he flies up to see the Baroness's hot air balloon, and it's then that Carter realizes that, yeah, this is Sandy. And so she kisses him, I guess not knowing he's Carter, but daring him to catch her if he can all the same. And then he goes to get her, but then she is suddenly gone as soon as he reaches the air balloon. There is a 5-month hiatus between this panel and the next, by the way. Yeah, we went from January to June 2009, and you'll notice that this panel is, well, not drawn by Lewis anymore. Instead, as the author's note says, quote, after a 5-month hiatus, Lightbringer resumes, with guest strips by Nick from Cooties for his week next week, and then regular artist Chad Rocco begins weekly pages, unquote. Meaning officially, from here on, the comic will no longer be drawn by Lewis at all, and will instead be done by, well, a couple different artists, as you'll come to see. Now, we'll talk about this choice a bit more later. I know it's obviously kind of a significant detail, but trust me, it'll make more sense when we get to the part where he's talking about the more main artist that's going to be working on the comic from now on. So until then, on with the story. So Carter takes Sandy on a date, and he debates if he should confront her or not, that he knows that she's the Baroness. And before he can say anything, she remarks, "We should have all our dates in the air, sweetie," and goes on to say in the next page, quote,
What?
What, did you think I hadn't figured it out, Lightbright?
Sandy, what are you doing out there?
I tried to tell you weeks ago, Carter. Humans aren't really one person. They're more like two. But us, we take it to a whole new level, hun. You and I, we're different from other people. Other people wake up every day and they're the same person every minute. But us, there's more than one person in there. Another person who just wants to get out and live and breathe and just shake off all that society tells us to do. I love to steal. I love to go to places where I'm not supposed to go and just watch everyone try to catch me, unquote. And then on the very next page, the speech is then concluded with the artist Chad Rocco finally coming in, with the page saying, quote, life is defiance in the face of death, is leaping over rooftops or soaring through the air, is defying expectation. You said it yourself. Life is a miracle, but there's more to it than that, even. We want it both ways. Society's expectations, and then tossing them aside. As the Baroness, I can indulge my whims, and as Lightbringer, you can be the man you want to be. Chase me, Carter. Give in to the thrill.
I'm not like that, Sandy.
Oh yeah? You told me about your parents, Carter. You wear the masks just like I do. In your heart, you know I'm right. I'll see you in the skies, hun, unquote. And it's on the very next page that we can see a world of difference, backgrounds, interesting camera angles for the panels, and this very slick style with bright, bold colors, but deep, rich, intense blacks and shadows, which makes the page really pop. I like it. Of course, it's not really fair comparing the art style of someone who barely knew how to draw to begin with and was like pretty much learning as they go to someone with much more of a defined art style like this. But yeah, needless to say, this new art style is pretty interesting, and I think it was a good match for the comic stylistically speaking as well. But anyway, Hannah is almost done making her costume, but Carter is all kinds of fucked up after learning about Sandy being the Scarlet Baroness. And also his stress and anger over what his parents would think is all starting to get to him. But Hannah just smacks him across the face and basically tells him to stop being a pussy and act like an adult. And stop worrying about what mom and dad think, because at the end of the day, he's a man who makes his own choices and needs to stop worrying about what they would think of them. She tells him his parents were wrong, and that he needs to choose who he wants to be. And so he does just that, putting on his mask and going to go catch the Scarlet Baroness. To which he then asks Sandy to please do him a favor, because he loves her, to leave town and never return, otherwise he will have to take her in. But she says that she can never give up the fun, and then they kiss. To which Lightbringer apologizes to her and cuffs her. She says that she'll be leaving now then, and laughing as she then poofs through the use of a teleporter, which is how she was doing all these crimes to begin with. Then, with her from a safe distance, seeing the Lightbringer fly away, a tear runs down her cheek as she says that she's so very sorry too. Lightbringer then comes back to home and base, only to be greeted with Hannah in her new superhero outfit, with her new alter ego name, Osprey. Hannah is very excited about the new outfit and proud of her work, and Carter quietly smiling, a tear running down his eyes. Ending this chapter out, and wow, that got a lot better, honestly. And I don't just mean the art. Like I said, it's way better, and I actually like some of the new character designs and the overall use of dynamic shots. But somehow the writing also feels a little bit tighter as well. Less giant dialogue boxes, more panels left to simply let the pictures do the talking. But also the dialogue that is there feels more impactful. I know that there was a 5-month hiatus between when Lewis stopped drawing to when he found an artist to continue the comic. And it seems like within that time frame, Lewis either had a lot of time to really script things out for the rest of this issue, or, dare I say, he legitimately got a little bit better. Oh, and yes, in case you're wondering, Osprey is like a play on the Robin sidekick trope from the Batman series, since Robin is a bird and Osprey is also a bird. So, yeah, you get the point. So, things are starting to look up for this comic. So, let's see if this is continued on into issue 14. Before we go forward though, I did want to highlight the Angel Armor / Lightbringer blog, where Lewis gives some extra info about why he chose to get a new artist and stop drawing the stuff himself. Posted January 14th, 2009, Lewis says, quote, "Well, that Swish to Thursday plan went over like a lead balloon. Look, the problem is that with everything else in my life, I lack motivation to work on Lightbringer, when I really should. I was hoping to at least get through this storyline before I did this, but sadly, that's what it's come to. Well, either that, or doing black and white, and frankly, I don't like going down that route. I'm still interested in doing the writing portion, but the scenes I want to draw are always too far off, and they take far too much time. As such, hopefully I can either find an artist who wants to step forward, or at least get motivated again come February, when I'm taking a drawing class for college. So at the very least, I'll become a better artist, even if an unmotivated one," unquote. However, shortly after, he then made a call for artists to help him before, by February 26th, getting the new current artist, Chad Rocco, on the comic, which I think is fair enough. Writing may not have been Lewis's strong suit either, but he can occasionally cook with it. But the art was always the thing holding him back the most with these comics. So I think it was a respectable choice to try and do it this way instead. We'll be coming back to this Angel Armor / Lightbringer blog a little bit later, by the way. There's some particularly infamous posts and feelings Lewis had that I think are best highlighted later on. So anyway, on to issue 14, which starts off with this cover of Lightbringer seemingly being wanted among other criminals. We then move into this scene of a bunch of criminals trying to mug a couple, and so Lightbringer starts monologuing over them But then Hannah starts playing a loud song, and the two's different dramatic approaches sort of clash and just ultimately confuse the criminals. Then Hannah jumps down, loud and proud, singing the song, and beats up the criminals. Lightbringer also notes that her gloves allow her to levitate for a while off the ground as well, thus giving her limited flight ability. And while Lightbringer thinks what she did just now was cool, ultimately they need to be more cautious with time, take a less loud and crazy approach basically, especially with how they are now on the lookout for a serial rapist. Also, Michelle is now the operator on the telecom for them, so the Lightbringer team has gone from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, Chief Crane is having his ass chewed out by the mayor of the city, who wants Lightbringer gone, is now even more angry with this Osprey character who's joined alongside him, and the two have an argument over the matter. Quote, "This is an official decree. Tomorrow morning I'm holding a press conference concerning it. I'm officially outlawing his costume brand vigilantism in my city. Lightbringer has 24 hours starting from 11 a.m. tomorrow to hand himself over to the police. He helped us bring down the slavers. We would have brought them down with more time and help of the FBI anyway. He's stopped supervillains. The Smiling Man, Darkbringer, and the Scarlet Baroness are all at large. The Gentleman Killer is slated to be released in a few months. And let's face it, every one of those supervillains could have easily been stopped by the police with more time. Crime levels have dropped, the local economy is picking up. As a result of him taking the law into his own hands, the ends don't justify the means." Unquote. Bro, how the fuck is the Gentleman about to be released in a few months? Didn't that guy admit to being like a serial killer? He's behind the Black Dahlia? He's Jack the Ripper? He's killed multiple women? Even if he's lying about that, we know he's killed multiple hookers around the city? Okay. Well, anyway, and so the mayor has her conference, and Carter and Hannah are obviously not happy about it. So Lightbringer and the chief have a conversation about this, and he says that the co-poet has offered Lightbringer a place in the FBI to make this all official, so he can keep doing this. But Lightbringer says no to that offer, and that he needs to work outside the government, otherwise he would need to follow orders, and could be under the whims of someone corrupt. Lightbringer isn't sure what he's gonna do yet, but the chief respects him enough to say that if he does decide to hang the cape up, to please meet him up someday, without the mask, just to talk about the weather or something. Meanwhile, Hannah tries to figure out the legality of this whole thing from Lightbringer's lawyer, and she notes that the problem is that if it were just Lightbringer, she could easily have the charges dropped. But with Hannah on board, she's a liability, because it's not clear if she's over 18 or a minor, and there's no way to prove that she's over 18 without revealing her identity. Hannah thinks about the whole situation and realizes that maybe it's best that she stops then now, that if she's gonna be a liability for the Lightbringer, as fun as she's been having being the Osprey, as much help as she has been, maybe she needs to stop. However, Lightbringer will have none of this, and tells her to head back to base, while he deals with the serial rapist. And his lawyer advises that he turns himself in, that it may be the only way he gets out of this without being arrested. However, as Carter goes on to put on a fresh coat of fucking furniture paint to seep directly into his scalp, Michelle tells him that he shouldn't turn himself in, that he's been nothing but good, and despite her still being angry with him, he's an inspiration, and he chooses to use his power to save others, and he should keep fighting to be able to do that. She asks him if he really is gonna let someone tell him he's not allowed to help people. So in the next panel, on the last minute before Lightbringer would officially become an outlaw that needs to be arrested, he shows up at the office of the police chief, when I guess the mayor is also there, bearing the serial rapist right there to take in. His answer being no, that he will continue to fight crime regardless, and the mayor ends the comic ordering for them to take the Lightbringer down, meaning that he and Osprey are officially public enemies of the state. An interesting turn of events, all things considered. But now, we must move on to the 15th and final issue of this series, Death and Taxes. Finally, we are at the end of this comic, and we have this rather interesting cover teasing a new villain, White Death, which I didn't really bring up until now. But this character conceptually leads into one of the biggest controversies that Lewis had ever gotten himself into back in the day before Atop the Fourth Wall or any of that other stuff. Something which I could go on a little detour now to talk about, but I actually think it is best served talking about after we see this comic in full. But you might remember earlier that there was this whole thing where Lewis is like, I'm a feminist now, and I realized that the White Death character I had was wrong for me to be writing the way that I was writing, and so I changed things up, blah blah blah. Keep that in the back of your head as we go through this issue, and I will then finally reveal to you what this all is really about. Why Lewis turned into a feminist and got so scared about writing female characters to begin with. Why he felt it was appropriate to change this character, and why it's rather poetic that they serve as the final villain of this series. So with all that being said, let's get into it. So the issue starts with us seeing this character slicing tomatoes, and man, maybe it's the tomato in this scene and the way the hand is drawn, but this really is giving me Big O vibes. Anyone else know what I'm talking about? Well anyway, this redhead is hearing this speech play out on TV. Quote, been 2 weeks since the vigilante Lightbringer made his refusal to surrender to the police known. Police Chief Crane reports that the force is doing everything in its power to apprehend him. Mayor Hafferty's approval ratings dropped 5 points after her decision to call for his arrest. However, the mayor has said that she still believes that she's doing the right thing, calling Lightbringer's methods brutal and that they violate due process. In entertainment news, Star Boulevard, Faros City's premier theater block, is set to reopen within a month. The surprising announcement came last night from Samuel Gardner, CEO of Heavy Made, the construction company that helped build Faros City. We're pleased to announce that Star Boulevard's return will begin with Fade to White, the play that had originally closed the area back. What? Unquote. Then we cut to 3 weeks later at the scene of a crime, describing someone like a white-robed Grim Reaper swooping down and snatching someone off the street. The chief in secret talks to Lightbringer and brings up the fact that a stronger case is being made against him, like him dangling Serpent up in the air all the fucking way back in the day. And he notes that, truth be told, Lightbringer has done illegal things, continuing with, quote, don't I know it? I don't regret what I did. It helped stop the slavers. I know. And I'll stand beside you and say the same thing, but you can't keep this up. I have to. I will not allow that woman to dictate how and whether or not I can help people. So it's about pride then? You're really going to let that... Do you want me to help you or not? Stanley Urich, set to play the male lead, was walking out with some of the cast after the rehearsal for Fade to White. Someone dressed up like a white Grim Reaper swung down and picked him up off the streets. Any suspects? None yet, but if you come up with anything, I assume you'll tell me? Of course. Time for me to go. I'll stay in touch. Good. And get some rest, will you? There's no reason you need to work on this one. He's not holding up very well, unquote. Meanwhile, Hannah is frustrated because she's had to be benched so they can keep a lower profile. However, Lightbringer shows up shortly after and says that he will need her help tomorrow to see if the kidnapper returns to the scene. So Lightbringer and Osprey sit up and talk about this theater reopening and the Fade to White play that was apparently playing. Then Lightbringer sees movement from inside the building. He then sees that the man that was kidnapped is being held hostage here, and that the Grim Reaper character is in there as well. So he smashes in and shoots his light beams at White Death, but they are deflected by the Reaper's scythe. They then escape, and so Osprey goes after them to catch him, only for White Death to swing their scythe at her, nearly stabbing her and throwing her off balance, almost making her plummet to her death. the culprit ultimately getting away. Then, 2 days later, they are fixing Osprey's costume, as she complains and wishes that she wasn't bound to the dungeon of gravity. However, Carter is more concerned with the woman in the death costume, and he suspects, given her red hair, that she is Erin Kala, back for revenge, which confuses Hannah since she doesn't know who the hell that is. So Carter then explains the whole backstory behind Erin Kala and why this theater was destroyed before. Quote, about 10 years ago, Star Boulevard was the height of its popularity and profit. That theater we were at was the Broadway of the Midwest, where most critically acclaimed plays and musicals were being performed. Erin Kala was one of the most revered stage actresses back in those days. She started out as a brilliant prop and costume maker. Erin's best friend was a stage manager named Kelly Hoover. She was the one who originally introduced her to a director, launching her career. Fade to White was probably her most anticipated role. The play was one of those weird stories, heavy on art but low on plot, about a woman driven mad by suburban living. Back in those days, the slavers were powerful, but not at the level they were at when I took them down. However, one high-profile member of the gang was Player Big. Player Big was an idiot, but a rich and powerful idiot. He was a celebrity, someone that everyone knew was a slaver, what the law couldn't touch. Rumor has it that he was also a fan of Erin Kala and had attempted to court her without success. Big bribed the stagehand to obtain a copy of the script to Fade to White and decided that that was where he would make his move. There's a scene in the play where the Grim Reaper is supposed to physically and mentally assault the woman. Big wanted to make an example of her, show her there was no escape from his power, and that there was nothing he couldn't have. Erin knew something was wrong the instant she saw him. He was too tall, plus he had never worn a mask during rehearsals. Kelly Hoover realized it too, but she saw something that Erin didn't see. It was the first time the play had ever been performed. No one knew it wasn't supposed to go like this. At least not until the stage manager ran out. The confusion was cleared up pretty quickly, and Player Big was arrested. However, they weren't fast enough to save Kelly's life. Erin Kala was hounded by the press for a statement, but she started going into seclusion. If that had been the end of it, there would have been no problem, but it wasn't. Only a day after Kelly's funeral, Star Boulevard was already working on ways of cashing in on the tragedy, talking about movie deals, book deals, even another play about Kelly's murder. They made the mistake of trying to get Erin in on it. She joined a massive lawsuit with Kelly's other friends and family, and they just kept digging, never pulling out the stops until most of the major studios and theaters were bucking under the financial pressure. Combined with the economy starting to collapse, the rise of the slavers and other gangs, and both political and public support going away from the area, Star Boulevard collapsed. Unquote. And so now, obviously, Erin Kala would have some issues with this theater going back up and them redoing the Fade to White play and what have you. Overall, quite the interesting villain backstory. But I'm sure you all noticed halfway through telling that story that the art style had suddenly changed again. We now have yet another new artist, this time going by Sergio, who has a pretty nice art style, though I personally find that Chad's style fits the Lightbringer vibe a lot more. This one is also still kind of charming, just not quite as stylistically interesting as Chad Rocco's. Not that it would last for that long, of course, with this being the last comic in this series. What's more is that the story I just read out for you took over 2 years to come out. That's right, that entire backstory, all those panels I just read you, was released over the course of 2 years, with the first page of the backstory starting out on November 2010, and the last page ending on January of 2012. Clearly, the comic had become sort of, well, not Lewis's focus at this point in his life. And for good reason, as by this point, he had already become the famous Linkara, host of the Atop the Fourth Wall show, and was well more than established at this point, with many of his most iconic moments already having happened by now. And so it's clear why this webcomic was not something he was as passionate about or cared to finish. In fact, it's kind of a miracle that this issue even has an ending at all. Though what's more is there is an elephant in the room that needs addressing at this point that I will get to in a minute. But first, let's quickly finish what is left of this issue and this series in general. So, Lightbringer gets some tickets for the show from the Chief so him and Hannah can go in undercover, and the Chief notes that this is the last time he'll be able to help the Lightbringer for a while, that he's now being investigated regarding his relationship with the Lightbringer, and so Carter agrees to stay back for a while from him, not wanting him to lose his job. So Carter and Hannah go in undercover, well dressed and disguised, ready to see when the White Death will strike. White Death indeed starts making her way to have her plan play out, and Hannah just so happens to quickly catch her in the lobby and follows her. All as the show is about to begin, and then White Death makes her move, attacks the showman, and remarks that the show must go on. Then she has a grand speech, and I think I'll just read through these pages since this is the last dramatic speech of this whole series, so we might as well read the whole thing, right? Cheers to the last Lightbringer villain speech. Quote, "The show must go on. We just don't know that we're performing. There were plans. I know there were plans. This was supposed to happen later.
Damn it, she's too far away. I can't use my powers from this far.
It was supposed to be the same time Kelly died. It would have made more sense.
And if I don't get in close enough, people will see the glow from my hands."
It's what you want, isn't it? The drama, the story. It's sick. It's sick and cruel. But it has to be like that.
Shring!
Otherwise, there's no story. I didn't want to do this. But then I heard the radio, and I looked up and I saw them. I saw them, and I understood everything. I don't have any choice at all. I have to murder this man, and for that, I'm so sorry.
Screw the secret identity. She's going to kill him if I don't. Poof! Hold it! I have ugly shoes, and I'm not afraid to use them.
You don't understand. Then explain it to me. Why does he have to die? Because I have no choice. Don't you see? Why can't you see them? They're sadistic. Our pain, our misery is their entertainment. I didn't want to do this. I wasn't given a choice. We don't have any choices. We're just on a stage. Kelly didn't even get any lines. But she's not important, is she? She didn't have any choice either. She didn't choose to die. They don't give us any choice. Look, I think I understand what you're saying, and it isn't fair. We should have a choice. So why don't you choose now? What? If what they want is for you to murder, then why don't you choose not to? They are the enemy, aren't they? They are the ones who won't let you have a choice. So the only way to defeat them is by making a choice. Choose not to do what they want. Don't give them the satisfaction, the cruelty they want. Don't let them direct the performance. It's yours.
What the hell are they talking about?
You can thwart them. Choose not to do this. I really hope I chose that, unquote. Which that whole speech and stuff was a little bit, well, I'll just read the last couple pages that sort of explain it. Quote, "And the vultures start circling. I wouldn't worry too much. When I pass them on my way out, well, let's just say they'll find out a lot those cameras are a bit overexposed right now. You just can't help but break the law, can you? I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do. I admit I don't fully understand what was going on with her.
It seemed like you did.
I don't know for certain, but the way she was talking and looking at the audience, I just had a theory. Like, what if she stopped seeing the world like it is? She saw the world like one big play, but people were so into character that they didn't know that they were performing. And if you're in a play, you don't have any choices about the plot points or the lines you're saying. Sure, how you perform it makes a difference, but in the end, you don't have any choice.
Which means the people you love, the people you lose, you don't have any real power in people's lives because if they die, it was written that way."
Exactly. Don't know why she wanted to kill that guy though.
We may never know. And hell, maybe she's right, and we don't have any choices. They say in life, nothing is certain except for death and taxes.
Except if something dies, that means they had to be alive first, doesn't it?
I guess so.
Well, then we can add another certainty of life.
that will have at least lived. How very zen. Come on, let's get back to the store. We still have costumes to mend. And the curtain falls. Unquote. And so ends the story of the Lightbringer on that note, with the very last page coming out on September 19th, 2012. It's obviously not where the comic would have ended had, I guess, Lewis really wanted to keep going. Obviously, the whole plot about the mayor wanting to stop the Lightbringer, the 7 businessmen that seem to be controlling the city in the shadows, and so many other things were never resolved. Hell, even the whole White Death thing seems a little bit undercooked and seems like it was supposed to be elaborated upon more of the story, though technically we kind of already know the whole story behind White Death. It just never ended up making it into the series, which again we'll get to shortly. But overall, for its final issue, it was alright. The backstory was kind of interesting, but it's nothing to write home about at the end of the day. So that was the story of Lightbringer, and overall, what did I think of it? Well, I feel like I've made my thoughts pretty clear throughout this retrospective, that overall, surprise surprise, yeah, this comic, which is quite infamous, has a lot of issues. Issues that come from laziness, arrogance in some cases, but overall, mostly from inexperience. It's messy, clearly not planned out very well, or at all, most of the time, and is an even greater reflection of the mind of Lewis back then, more so than his books were. It's, simply put, a pretty bad webcomic, with the occasional moment that's alright. In a sea of boring sludge that even the most dedicated who want to read something cringy are sure to give up eventually after a while. I actually found it very interesting in covering the Lightbringer and looking up other people's videos regarding the series, that very few ever bothered actually talking about all the plots and characters and developments of the story. And most people were usually content with just reading the first few issues and leaving it at that, which I can't really blame them for. But truth be told, no one would ever even remember this comic. Hell, even know about it, period, if it were not for the elephant in the room as aforementioned. It being written and created by Lewis Lovehog, the host of Atop the Fourth Wall, the web series that reviews bad comic books and rips them to shreds with his commentary, criticisms, etc. With the theme song to this show literally talking about how certain artists are bad and certain writers are bad, and the whole crux of the show being to point out the flaws, be they big or small, in comic books. Maybe it's not fair, but when you criticize works, there is, truth be told, a higher expectation that then comes from your own work, should you happen to make any. It's a tale as old as time. The critic knows how to critique, but not how to create. And that is true in many cases. But I think it is always important to remember that the Angel Armor series and the Lightbringer, by and large, were creations made by Lewis when he was either a teen or very young. There is a pattern in both of his works of them starting out absolutely fucking awful, but by their end actually being kind of decent, with some pretty good parts even. Maybe nothing groundbreaking or all that amazing, but it's clear as day to see that the true story of Angel Armor and Lightbringer is the story of a young creative mind, with lots of feelings, ideas, and opinions that he really wanted to throw up all over the fucking place, and how he tried his best to mold his stories into receptacles for spitting out these opinions, before then finally deciding to then mold them yet again into something semi-decent, before ultimately abandoning them. As he grew older and he developed his skills, gained more experience, and took in people's criticisms more often. But at the end of the day, all of this nuance in when he wrote it and how it began and how it ended doesn't really matter, because Lewis is the host of the web series where he reviews bad comic books, and he just so happened to have made a really, really, really bad fucking comic book. But does him making a bad comic book make him a bad comic critic? Well, frankly speaking, I don't really give a shit about Western comic books, so I can't say for sure.
But I would say, as a general rule, no, this is not the case. Who can't relate with wanting to create something? How many of you can relate with making something from a young age, and then looking back at it and wanting to crawl out of your fucking skin? I bet lots of you. Some of you might even feel that way about something you made mere days ago, minutes even after making it, let alone years, even a decade, decades even. This is very much the case with Lewis, as you will find that anytime someone tries to bring up the Lightbringer around him at this point, he pretty much ignores them, or gets very upset being reminded of it, and it's because he holds no illusions of grandeur about it. He knows it's a steaming pile of shit. And also, politically speaking, he's pretty much the opposite now as how he was back then, which makes the fact that the comic is specifically about his philosophy and politics at the time that he pretty much completely disagrees with now, probably all the more cringe-inducing for himself. This has led, however, to it being a pretty easy way to get a rise out of him, or to simply mock him in general by bringing up this comic, because of how clearly he hates it, which, actually, I personally find to be a bit of a shame. How many of you can relate to wanting to create something, but never doing it, or never sharing it with others to see at the very least? Probably lots of you. Probably most of you, actually. And maybe seeing this story, hell, all of this angel armor and Lightbringer stuff, kind of makes you thankful that you didn't share your shit, which is more than fair enough. But I think there is something to be said about the courage it takes, especially Lewis knowing he was bad at drawing, to try and do this series anyway. And why? Because he was passionate, because he loved comic books, and because he had a story he wanted to tell. Maybe it turned out completely fucking cringe and terribly bad, but the actual pursuit of sharing stories out of pure passion is something that will never be cringe in my eyes personally. That being said, yes, it is more than fair to mock and critique Lewis's webcomic, when he has made an entire career of doing the same thing to others. It's the old live by the sword, die by the sword thing, you know? But is it fair to say that this comic is at all representative of the man he is now, and how he would go about writing or producing a comic if he were to do it now? Of course not. Well, I don't know about the writing, but at least not politically speaking anyway. But still, this comic all these years later still remains one of the biggest sources of mockery for the guy, and it's easy to see why. It's a really bad comic, made so much more easy to laugh at because he is the guy who reviews and mercilessly rips into comic books. But the thing is, even before Lewis ever became the guy who reviews comic books and stuff, this comic was still mercilessly torn apart before anyone had any idea who the fuck Lewis was. See, the thing is, something I haven't shared up until this point, is that it wasn't only the Comic Genesis forums where people were criticizing this comic. Before any of the Atop the Fourth Wall or anything like that, this comic had actually gotten a fair bit of infamy back in the day from the Something Awful forums, where they, as you can imagine, mocked it endlessly, something which had apparently become known to Lewis at some point, which prompted him to respond on September 29th of 2007, which illuminates some light, you could say, on some of that backstory of the White Death character, as well as what Lewis's original plans for her were. Now that you've seen what her story ended up being in the final issue of the comic, this should make a lot more sense, especially as to why something sort of felt like it was missing context-wise to that whole story. Quote, "Well, I figured I might as well get this over with, since I got yet another surge of visitors yesterday from somethingawful.com, and the fact that they link my comic with being one of the worst out there, and that pretty soon it's going to be reviewed on Your Webcomic is Bad and You Should Feel Bad About It. I've been wondering whether or not I should do this for a while, mostly because the people who are dead set in their opinions aren't going to be swayed by anything I have to say on the matter, but I figured I might as well try anyway. For those unfamiliar with this, Lightbringer has been posted on somethingawful.com's forums before as an example of one of the worst webcomics out there, and people frequently post about how detestable I am for it. Well, I'm doing a preemptive strike in response responding right here to it, since I really don't want to shill out $10 to join the forum just to respond to criticism. I'd really wanted to avoid this, since frankly I feel that if someone has a problem with someone else's work, they should just confront them about it and tell them how they feel. Sure, most of the time they won't listen, but other times they will, like I have when people have criticized me on various things about Lightbringer. First, yeah, my art sucks. I've made no secret of this. While throughout various times in the comic I've talked about how I liked how a panel came out or thought something looked awesome, well, of course I would. I'm still new to comicking, even after a year, and I'm always trying to find ways to improve. So when I think something turned out pretty well, I'm going to be proud of it. That doesn't mean it truly is anything to be proud of, but there you go. Secondly, me calling myself a published author when I did it through self-publishing. Yeah, it's not really the same thing, but honestly, I didn't truly understand the difference until recently, and only now am I starting to realize all the flaws my books contained. I'm trying to improve upon that in my future writings. Next, the trade paperback thing. Yeah, that was really stupid of me. I actually thought I could go back, revise the comic pages with a little better artwork and rewrites, and sell the thing. But honestly, my artwork sucks too much for that to work out, and I sincerely doubt any such option would work in the conceivable future. This one's a doozy. For the regular readers, remember how I had originally planned for issue 8 to be about White Death, and then suddenly it changed to focus about Hannah? Well, half of that was to try to respond to criticism I had been given about how the characters in Lightbringer didn't seem to have any real personality. The other half was because of White Death's backstory. When I first came up with her, the idea was, in a nutshell, that she was an actress who was raped on stage in front of thousands of people who didn't realize she was being raped. I patted myself on the back for the ingenuity of having such a traumatic backstory for a character. But then I found out about girlwonder.org, and I became a feminist, realizing the plight of female characters in comics. And I posted my idea about White Death, and they told me it was a bad idea. And the more people I told about it, the more people told me it was a bad idea. So I realized they were right, and I pulled the story. But then, those on somethingawful.com found that post and decided to link it, using it as an example of what a terrible person I was, even drawing the scorn of one person in particular who shall remain nameless, even though I have made every attempt to earn their respect. What they failed to do was to point out that in the very same thread they posted to on girlwonder.org's forums, I had posted how bad of an idea I realized it was, and asked for advice on how to change it, which the fine people there did, and thus I shall be doing the revised story later down the line. I recognize I'm still not perfect in all the details when it comes to treating female characters with respect, something that I'll be pointing out when we get to issue 10, but I am conscious of it and I am trying to change. Something more recent that was posted critiquing me was how I referred to the art I purchased at FallCon was fan art. That was most definitely an error on my part, something that someone pointed out to me and I subsequently changed, upon which they suggested I call it gift art or guest art. I know that those who I had gotten the artwork from weren't fans. I just honestly thought that most of those terms were interchangeable. At the moment, that's all I can think of. I know I really shouldn't care about what other people think of me, but it's important to me that people don't think I'm an awful person, even if they don't think my comic's any good. Thanks for your time. Unquote. Yeah, as you can imagine, this post only managed to get more attention and scrutiny, something which I think you could really feel in the issues later, as Lewis seemed to try to justify or fix things that made him look bad and shit, or preemptively go on about how this character that's female has been treated badly and don't worry, I'm going to fix it, blah blah blah. I should note on a personal basis that when it comes to writing characters and stuff, I don't really fucking care about what their backstory and stuff is. I don't think writing a character that's female that has a really fucked up backstory suddenly makes you a misogynist or a woman hater or something like that. I think if you do it badly, it could just mean that you're not a very good writer or you didn't think it through very well. But to me, this logic comes very dangerously close to those sorts when they see a villain in a story who does really fucked up evil things, and they start thinking that maybe the creator of said character is also fucked up and stuff. Otherwise, how could they have possibly come up with such a fucked up character? There is a bit of a thin line to be said, since there is also many times where someone's thinly veiled fetish is just showing up in the story. And yes, that fetish could just be abusing women, rape, or various other much more fucked up things. But I think it is in those cases a very case-by-case basis. And in Lewis's case, there definitely was some fetish stuff in there, based on some stuff we're going to get to momentarily. Which is why I think he pushed so hard into this whole feminist angle. Him having done so, it's seemingly out of shame, which is admittingly very funny to me, but yeah, all the same, I figure I should at least note all of that. This post actually had quite a few comments underneath it as well, in response to this news about White Death and his comic having been shared on the Something Awful forums. Unlike most of his other blog posts, which tend to have pretty much no one commenting underneath them. So I'll go ahead and read a few. User Luxshine says, quote, "Well, Lewis, first of all, congratulations on changing your mind about White Death. It takes a lot of guts to change the backstory of a character when you realize you were wrong. Second, to be honest, I'm a constant reader of YWIB. I have never commented, as I feel most of the comments are unnecessarily mean. But I feel that Solomon and his team, while they are very mean on their way of writing, have some good points from time to time. I'm surprised that in Say You'll Be Reviewed, as I thought that Solomon and team focused on those artists who simply won't try and get better. You definitely don't fall into that category. So if you end up reviewed, my heartfelt advice to you is this: listen to whatever you feel can help you, as you did with White Death, and ignore the rest. They'll be mean. There will be some who say, you're a terrible human being. Yes, but you know you aren't. So why listen to them?" Unquote. On the other hand, Rational Madman said, quote, "So you gave up a chance to explore the relationship between fiction and real life, the way fiction can desensitize us to the horrors of real life, and the fact that by masquerading as fiction, real atrocities can be perpetrated, not to mention making a profound symbolic statement about both the crassness of modern American entertainment and the instinct of most people to ignore the evidence of evil right in front of them, if given even half a chance, because a bunch of ideology said it was bad. Without the courage to tell the stories you want to tell and explore and examine the themes you want to, your writings will never be more than mediocre pap fit only for third-rate sitcoms. Next time, grow a pair and write the story you want to write, regardless of how many angry feminazis protest. You want to be a better writer? Then don't let morons dictate what you write in order to further their political agenda." Unquote. But then, we have a rather interesting exchange, one that went into a full-sail meltdown of sorts, when Anonymous asked, when quoting Lewis about the supposed person who he was attempting to earn the respect of, quote, "I'm really curious, what exactly did you do in an effort to earn the respect of Abby/Ryuko?" Which Lewis responded with, quote, "So much for remaining nameless. Essentially, I just tried to be friendly. Upon reflection, it probably was irritating how I'd always try to engage in pleasant conversation. However, when they first started insulting Lightbringer on Something Awful, she stated, paraphrasing from memory, 'You think that's bad? I have to go to class with this guy.' At the time, she and I were in a class together, and I had maintained my attempts at being friendly, though I had pretty much gotten the picture that I wasn't really considered a friend. But on the same token, I hadn't thought of myself as an adversary to her or someone who she disliked. More like a fifth wheel, is all. After that, I finally outright asked her, 'Why do you seem to dislike me?' She listed off a few reasons, mostly relating to the fact that I was, and still kind of am, rather egotistical, especially when it comes to minor achievements. As such, I asked for the chance to improve my image, and she agreed. A few days later, when I saw the post on gw.org, again paraphrasing, I recall she said she he was disgusted by this, and that how dare I call myself a feminist. After that, I stopped trying to earn her respect. Maybe respect is too strong a word for what I expected, but I don't think I deserved full-on scorn or surprisement, unquote. But then, this Abby, his classmate who thought he was egotistical and posted about him online, enters the chat and had something to say in response to what Lewis just said, saying, quote, "Truthfully, part of the reason I don't like you is because I saw you as someone who could not take criticism or ignored it. Changing your storyline is definitely a good indicator that you can take some criticism, though I'm still not sure why you'd have thought it was a good idea in the first place. The other reason I don't like you is because I see the parts of myself that I don't like in you. The person who, despite being unable to reach professional quality, thinks they're hot shit. It's really more my problem than yours. I guess part of the problem is that I spend a lot of time bitching about you behind your back, but never to your face. I don't like being that person, so I'm going to try and stop. I doubt we'll ever be friends, but I really don't like hating people, so I'll try and stop. Also, in the interest of truthfulness, I was kind of weirded out about how you talked to all my friends about me, but how I don't like you, even the ones you'd never met before," unquote. To which Lewis responded, quote, "At the time of originally coming up with the storyline, it was before I'd ever realized what a gendered trope rape was, and I wanted something that would be what I thought was both dramatic and traumatic for a backstory. It's that very immature mindset that assumes horrible trauma, blood, death, destruction, etc. equals maturity and high art. I suppose male privilege probably played a part in me thinking it was a good idea originally, as well. Perhaps you're right here, Abby, but it's still a problem I have to face with myself. When I first met you and the others in Hack Writers, I really did think I was grand for self-publishing a few books that could certainly stand to use some revisions. I've never gotten the impression of you that you had my kind of egoism going on, but thank you for those words. Never saying anything to my face was definitely what I was bitter about, which is why I really appreciate you posting that. Sometimes I get the impression you were uncomfortable around me, but I didn't know when to stop myself, and for that I apologize. I certainly don't want to hate anyone else either. While we may not be able to be friends, I'd like to think that at the very least we're not enemies. Some of those occasions, like last year, I was attempting to make inquiries to find out if there was something I had done to offend you, before I first made that confrontation in class. As for stuff like yesterday at Falcon, well, you've seen how my mouth starts to flap, but I've always wanted to stay on the high ground, so I don't think I ever said anything negative about you when I had said conversations. Only that there was a misunderstanding on the storyline, and that I have egoism problems. In the case of me conversing with Spike, the artist/writer of Templar, Arizona, which reminds me, I have to go read that, it came up when she mentioned she was a frequenter of the Something Awful forums, although she said she never really checked out the webcomics thread. In any case, for any and all wrongdoings on my part of the whole thing, Abby, I apologize, and would like to thank you for speaking your side of things here. Unquote. Now, the reason I highlighted this, firstly, is to showcase the mindset of Lewis at this point in time, having just had his webcomic thoroughly thrashed online and mocked no less by his peers, classmates, and even a woman who he was attempting to befriend, or was perhaps slightly interested in romantically, possibly. I don't actually know if that's the case, I'm just kind of reading between the lines with their conversation. Mind you, this was all again before Atop the Fourth Wall, and just about as much attention as Lewis had ever gotten, and it was pretty much all disappointment from the few fans he did have, mockery from all the new people, or dirty laundry being aired out by people who maybe weren't his friends, but he didn't know seemed to hate him to that degree. In all things considered, I feel like Lewis handled himself pretty maturely, especially because he very much could have gone into full-on, well, fuck you all territory, and I kind of wouldn't have even blamed them, to be honest. It's interesting seeing how he responded to these things at the time, as opposed to today, where Lewis finds himself in a very much similar situation, where many people online basically see him as a big joke, a living meme of sorts, that has every single embarrassing part of his dirty laundry and drama revealed for all the world to see. Something which we will be getting to at a later point. Talk about them now, but I really do feel as though they are best showcased when we finally get to the change the channel drama, which if you're not aware of what that is, don't worry about it, we'll get to it eventually. But, needless to say, many memes around Lewis, like the green M&M, Mama's cock, I'm a nasty cock slut, did you learn your lesson, and gay dead Muppet gangbang, and so many more that have been spread around, well, there's a reason they've been spread around, and we will talk about that more later on. But for the most basic of context, Lewis was into some pretty, fetishy shit. Something which would be revealed at a far later point in time, and needless to say, many found to be quite funny. Then there's the oneyplays memes, which have been animated and quoted pretty much anytime Lewis is brought up literally anywhere.
I have to say I loved Linkara, right? I was watching various places and I saw Linkara, the great Linkara. He did Atop the fourth wall and he talked about the famous Power Rangers Red, right? He said it'll be out when it's out. And we like that. It'll be out when it's out. But great work ethic. It was so good when Iron Liz was there, the great Iron Liz, right? It's okay.
Don't you talk about me, you son of a bitch.
Who said that? What is that?
It's
What
me,
is that?
the Lightbringer.
Look, there he is. There he is. Get him out of here. Get him the hell out of here. Then cuts to the audience beating the shit out of him. Fucking ripping his jacket up. Throw him out in the cold. Don't give him his jacket. Don't give him.
Meanwhile, Doug Walker's just looking on going,
He's going, build that wall!
And while back in the day, Lewis kind of just responded to all this by simply saying, yeah, my shit's kinda bad and sorry about it, how does he handle it all now? Well, in regards to the only play meme, there is this kind of famous or infamous clip of someone bringing it up on stream. And, well...
Obviously. Chocolate Gamer, my question was, have you sent the one play or one play fan game? Yeah,
no, because I have zero desire to ever think about or talk about oneyplays.
I don't even know what that is.
They are a YouTuber who is the one who constantly mocks me, makes fun of me, and apparently they do an impression of me that is that everyone loves. Everyone has to point out, wow, his impression of you is so accurate. And he's the one who popularized people calling me the Lightbringer, based off of my crappy old webcomic. So,
wow.
Screw him.
Yeah, no. Not cool.
Yo, microfusion cells!
Yeah, needless to say, he didn't find the comedy in it. And how about the Lightbringer? Well, there is a somewhat recent clip of him discussing this comic, which you can see here.
Thing about webcomics. Speaking as someone who made a terrible webcomic back in the day, hi Lightbringer, people still bring you up to me to try to insult, demean, and embarrass me as if you weren't first made like 15 years ago when I was 17 or 18, and when I was a very different, much stupider person. It's also done as some form of gotcha to me to indicate that I shouldn't be allowed to review things, because talented people have never made bad things ever, as this very show has demonstrated. I understand firsthand that webcomics, 9 times out of 10, are a labor of love. In my case, I made Lightbringer back when I had a deep desire to write superhero comics. Hell, in the earliest days of this show, I tried to promote another indie comic I was writing, and never finished, nor will it likely ever be finished, because I still had that drive to write superhero stories back then. Hell, I even tried to keep Lightbringer going during those early days of the show and had other, better artists work on it while I tried to keep writing. It didn't work out, and even at that point I recognized, wow, my earlier stuff sucks. This stuff sucks less because someone who knows what they're doing is drawing it. The point is, working in a creative medium like that without the expectation of being paid is done simply for its own sake. I eventually sated my creative desires with this show, from the critiquing side to doing my own ego-stroking storyline where I play all the characters and know how to build robots and use magic, when in reality...
So, needless to say, Lewis has gone on the defense big time for this comic at this point. Mostly because many, as he noted, use it as a sort of gotcha card, that because he made such a bad comic, it makes him an illegitimate comic reviewer because he made a bad webcomic, which I don't personally agree with. Circling back to the point I was making earlier, it is far easier to criticize and critique something than it is to create something. And while those skills do overlap, anyone who thinks every good critic is a good creative, or that every good creative is a good critic, probably have never done one or the other themselves. And in some cases, having made something truly bad, I think can give someone a perspective when they can see that their old stuff is bad, and the pitfalls that they fell into. Sometimes it makes it even a little bit easier, I would imagine, to see the pitfalls others fall into as well. That being said, Lewis is also well known for being rather hostile these days online in regards to anyone criticizing him about anything, and those moments of humility found in those old posts are replaced often by self-importance and a real lack of a sense of humor in regard to himself, as well as just a general anger towards what should just amount to random-ass mean comments. Like this post he recently made over on Twitter, in response to someone saying, "It's been 15 years. Format and jokes are the same. A real darkness that one ought to bring some light to. Also, your fantasy novels suck." To which Lewis responds, "Yeah? Oh my god, you guys, the shitty fantasy novels that I said are bad that I wrote when I was 14 are bad. News at 11. And yes, it's been 15 years, and the format is indeed the same, because there's nothing wrong with the format. If you just want to be shitty and call me the fucking bullying nickname based on another shitty thing I did when I was younger, just do it so I can block you faster. Don't try and be like, oh my god, the formula that has been successful for 15 years is bad, and I will cleverly hide my true intentions," unquote. Which, I don't really understand why Lewis felt the need to highlight this comment to begin with, other than the fact that he wrote these novels and made this webcomic are so purely irritating to him that even some random comment bringing it up, some comment clearly made to just specifically insult him, was enough for him to not only respond to, but respond to fully on Twitter for all his followers to see. It's such an over-the-top reaction, which many have contrasted with the likes of Doug Walker, who also has been the subject of much ridicule, mockery, and many memes, including from oneyplays as well, and has been shown to be much more willing to laugh at himself than Linkara ever has, which is something I want to explore in more depth as we finally get into talking about the Atop the Fourth Wall show. But I want you to remember this part about someone who Lewis knew personally, airing out his dirty laundry in a public and embarrassing fashion, not just for him, but for all of Channel Awesome. Let's just say that the longer you remember this exact moment that happened over on the Lightrbinger blog, the more things start to poetically line up later, shall we say. And I think it is key to the drama that is to come. I imagine Lightrbinger will always be part of Lewis's legacy, whether he likes it or not. No matter how hard he tries to move on or past it, it's just so easy to bring it up all over again. Hell, I clearly just did that myself, in a perhaps much more thorough fashion than anyone else on YouTube ever has. And not only that, but me making that video about all of his books, which no one else has ever covered in full, I can't imagine I'm on Lewis's nice list, despite me actually having zero ill will towards him at all, and me personally not advocating going and fucking with him. Made some cringy books and cringy webcomics, it's not that fucking serious. It's not some terrible sin that he made a bad webcomic. And being perfectly frank, a good majority of webcomics are really fucking bad, but most of them get to be forgotten, lost to the sands of time of pure obscurity. But not Lewis. He gets to live in a perpetual hell where his angsty, pretentious, badly written drivel of a comic is forever brought up for everyone to see. Hell, there are even people who have rebooted or tried to continue the Lightrbinger comic to make a better version than the one done by a teenager to young adult, I guess. But I won't be covering any of that here because I mean, we all know the only reason anyone remembers this fucking comic is because Lewis Lovehog made it. The Linkara. You think I actually would be interested in this premise if it wasn't made by him? Fuck no. I don't give a shit about fucking comic book superheroes. And besides, without Lewis's cringy writing and constantly going on about philosophy and politics, this comic has literally nothing going for it premise-wise. So nah, any continuation will forever be living in the Lightbringer's perpetual shadow, much like Lewis himself, I suppose. Except at least he made it, and no one can take that away from him. Though, I guess he did technically make it public domain, so, you know, go for it if you want. Though, on a more, actual, advice given thing, right? If I were to say one thing to Lewis, if he ever happened to watch this video, which I'm pretty sure he will not be doing, but if somehow he did end up seeing this, I personally think Lewis, instead of trying to distance himself and get upset, should instead embrace it and laugh at himself. Not allow mean comments or people mocking him to get under his skin to such a degree. Allow himself to not take himself so fucking seriously. Maybe then he would finally see the light. Bringer. Okay, but seriously, he should take a chill pill and just stop taking himself so fucking seriously. Recently, Lewis got a makeshift plush campaign funded for a little plushie of himself. And you know, that's pretty cool. Although I personally think he had better drip when he had the whole trench coat and vest thing going on and not this blue shirt jacket or whatever. But regardless, now that he has proven that his fan base is willing to buy a normal plushie of himself, I think Lewis should fucking totally own everybody right now and make his next campaign to have the same thing done, but for a Lightbringer plush. It would be epic. It would be popular. People would love that thing. Both his fans and his haters could all come together to enjoy this one thing. And it would also be a showcase of his character growth, and that he himself is willing to not take this so seriously, and thus takes away the power anyone seemingly has over him by reminding him of these things. Also, there would just be a Lightbringer plush. It's a win-win for everyone involved. And if this were to ever happen, I would happily own one. Consider it my personal promise, should this day ever come. Even though I'm pretty sure this will never happen, think it would be fucking sick. In the end, I wanted to showcase this series as, yes, a look at a funny cringe comic Lewis Lovehog made, before I get into talking about his actual videos and more recent projects, but also because I think it's a very good story all its own, of a young creator throwing his ideas out there, and then trying his best to mold it into something better as he realizes it's kind of all garbage, but ultimately leaving it behind to rot in favor of a new path. Because sometimes it's okay. It's okay to create things and then kind of find them complete ass later on. It's part of growing up and experimenting as a creative. And truly, one never gets better without constant failure. And sometimes it's okay to let them go, to then perish a quiet death on some little website no one really goes to or knows about anymore, and travel down a new path, one that goes atop the fourth wall. So, as noted before, Linkara, or Lewis Lovehog, was born August 19th of 1987, and after his arcs of writing a 4-book fantasy series by the name of Angel Armor, and trying his hand at a webcomic by the title of The Lightbringer, Lewis would try his hand at reviewing comic books. This would start initially not as the video series we all know, but through text recaps. According to Lewis, he first came up with the idea to review comic books this way after discovering sites like Jabotu and The Angry Booth, both of which were sites that would recap and review really bad movies and TV shows. Basically, imagine a nostalgia critic video, but in text form. Since Lewis was very passionate about comic books though, he was inspired to basically do the exact same thing, but with those. He would end up making 17 of these text recaps, all posted to his blog Atop the Fourth Wall. However, this endeavor would be short-lived, but the idea he had there, it was solid, but it wouldn't fully form until another spark of inspiration came Lewis's way. Enter thatguywiththeglasses.com, a website that Lewis also discovered and subsequently fell in love with the content being made there, which leads to episode 30 of Ask That Guy with the Glasses, where the devilishly evil character played by Doug Walker proposes a little competition. Basically, that guy with the glasses gave several questions that was up for once other individuals to answer, to see who could come up with the funniest answers.
Stop it! Stop asking me questions! Can't you people figure out your own answers? You know what? I'm done. I've been doing this 30 episodes answering your stupid questions. I think it's time we turn the tables around. So this time around, that guy with the glasses is asking you the questions. Simply make a video, post it on Rever or YouTube or whatever, and send us a link answering the questions that I ask you. What are these questions? Take a look.
What killed the dinosaurs? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? If a tree falls in the woods and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Can you tell me how to get back onto the freeway? What would you do for a Klondike bar?
There you go, that's 5 questions for you. You can answer either one or all 5. The deadline is October 21st at midnight Central Time. Let's see how you like the tables turned, you scum-sucking son of a... This is that guy with the glasses saying there's no such thing as a stupid question until you answer it. Get to it.
And so many people did indeed submit their answers.
What killed the dinosaurs?
Jesus did.
Sarah Palin.
The Terminator.
My ass.
It's the Flintstones.
8. It was the Power Rangers.
The Ice Age.
Transformers.
Are you accusing me?
I'm not a doctor.
Bob Dole's very first speech.
You killed the dinosaurs. How terrible do you feel? Do you feel terrible? Good. Because you killed the dinosaurs, you bastard.
If a tree falls in the woods and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Of course not. Trees can't talk.
Of course it makes a sound. It cries. Because nobody likes him.
Not so much the tree, but the woodchuck it lands on makes a pretty pathetic cry for mercy.
If there's no one there to hear it, there's no one there to care whether or not it makes a sound.
That's actually my girlfriend's ringtone.
I don't know. Let's ask the tree.
No.
There you go.
Trees say...
Yes. And that word is...
I will have your souls.
It depends on what you mean by no one. If there is a complete absence of any living organisms in the area, then no, it does not make a sound. However, being that the tree is in the woods, there's a whole menagerie of potential listeners. The rabbits, the deer, the birds, the mice, the wild boar, the bears, the worms, the beetles, the butterflies.
Which would end up being in the next episode. And notably, this is where our fedoraed friend, or, well, technically he wears a trilby, so our trilbied titan shows up, deciding to give it a shot, with this being the first video he would ever make, and it still being the first one that you can find over on his original YouTube channel.
Oh, Joe Lontrue. Hello and welcome to Ask That Guy with the Hat.
That guy with the glasses asks, what killed the dinosaurs?
That's a very good question. I killed the dinosaurs. I stole a time machine from this British guy with a long scarf, went back in time, killed the dinosaurs, skinned them, and turned them into underpants. I'm wearing the underpants right now. Yes.
That guy with the glasses also asks, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Sumo wrestlers, of course.
The answer is 6. I just don't want the woodchucks to hear.
After enjoying the experience of filming it all and making jokes, Lewis had a little eureka moment. He realized that he could actually do the same thing with his comic book reviews. Makes sense too, since these recap reviews were basically what Doug was doing anyway with his Nostalgia Critic reviews. But Lewis would be breaking new ground in covering comics instead of movies or games. And according to the thatguywiththeglasses.com fandom wiki, quote, as a special Halloween treat, Lewis did a 3-part comic review and recap, the first he had done in quite a while. The first 2 parts were text recaps of Web of Spider-Man number 122 and Amazing Spider-Man number 399, covering a small part of what is known in comics as the Spider-Man Clone Saga. The third recap of Spider-Man number 56 covered the final part of the storyline, but was done as a video review. Because of how much fun he had with the concept, Lewis was inspired to do more video recaps, unquote. And so, the Atop the Fourth Wall video series was born. So, why don't we take a quick little peek at that first comic book review of his.
Happy Halloween, everyone! I decided that for this recap, the only way to do it justice was by video. Plus, I wanted to experiment around with a different format than just the text recaps. As such, let's dig into Adjectiveless Spider-Man number 56, part 3 of Smoke and Mirrors.
So right off the bat, we see Lewis, or Linkara, in his first iconic outfit of the series. A brown trilby hat and matching jacket, a black undershirt, and a brown striped collar shirt, and his glasses, of course. This ensemble would be his signature look for some time. Just as Doug Walker's character, or James's angry video game nerd, Lewis opted for an outfit to better distinguish himself from his character. Though unlike Doug Walker or James Rolfe, this outfit doesn't seem too far off of what his normal fashion choices might have been. Lewis goes on to review this Spider-Man comic and basically makes a few jokes, points out plot issues and plot holes, and continuity errors, and generally does what you would expect from this type of review.
Honestly, I don't get how anyone could have bought into this, be they Spider-Man or fans. Right as she comes out, she asks, Spider-Man? Peter? What's happened to me? Gwen never found out Peter was Spider-Man. Never!
Now, I'll make this perfectly clear before we keep going, but when it comes to Western comic books, in particular superhero stuff from either Marvel or DC, I am straight up just not that familiar with them. I recognize the characters and villains, especially some of the most iconic ones, but on the whole I'd say my knowledge of superhero stuff comes more from watching some of the cartoons and movies over the years, and not really from any of the comics or original sources themselves. I say all this because usually I have more opinions or thoughts to share on the works these people are covering. With Doug Walker and Nostalgia Chick, it was easy because they covered a lot of films I either enjoyed, animated stuff that I'm passionate about, or just covered things that I am more familiar with in general. But this time I'm afraid I won't be able to provide much extra commentary on the actual comics he's reviewing, whether or not his takes are based or cringe or whatever. When it comes to comics, I'm much more of a manga guy, with the occasional graphic novel thrown in here or there. But I will try and look for some stuff that I'm more familiar with that he's reviewed later on in this video, just for the sake of giving more thoughts on his actual takes. But on a more objective level, these reviews would be structured in a very similar way to Doug's Nostalgia Critic reviews, with recapping, stopping to point out flaws, etc. And as I said before, it's a great format, meaning that even if you're not familiar with the source material, you can still get a good idea of what it's like mixed with the commentary. In a way, a lot of these movie, comic, video game reviews, I kind of see them as a more elaborate version of show and tell. The reviewers showcasing the plot and basic ideas of the thing, so they can then point out the flaws and make jokes at its expense. Lewis would do a few more of these, covering Dooms 4, Batman 147, and Titans 31. And with those videos there as a proof of concept, he would then reach out via email to Mike Michaud, asking if the site, That Guy with the Glasses, would be interested in hosting his comic book review show, since there was a talent hunt going on at the time, such as the earlier discussed Nostalgia Chick contest. After a bit of back and forth, the show, Atop the Fourth Wall, was given a trial run on the site with a few episodes, those being Lewis's top 15 what the fuck moments in bad comics, and then his review of the comic book US 1. These videos would prove to be very popular, them getting an overwhelmingly positive response from the community, and thus the show and Linkara would become part of the site's team, and as noted before, was one of the top billed people on the site, right next to Doug, Nostalgia Chick, and Spoony. Linkara would become one of the main faces of AskThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com and the later Channel Awesome rebrand in general, and if you recall, was right there amongst the other characters in the ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com year 1 anniversary. Though to be fair, Lewis would prove to have quite a penchant for crossovers and stuff, but we'll get to all that shortly. However, before we go any further, Lewis also made this video entitled An Introduction to Atop the Fourth Wall, which I think gives some context to where his head was at, his plans for the show, and it's just like historical shit, so let's just go ahead and see some of it, shall we?
Greetings, my friends. We are all interested in the future, for that is where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives. And remember, my friends, future events such as these will affect you in the future. You are interested in the unknown, the mysterious, the unexplainable. That is why you are here. And now, for the first time, we are bringing to you the full story of what happened on those fateful days. We are giving you all the evidence based only on the secret testimony of that miserable soul who survived this terrifying ordeal. The incidents, the places. My friends, we cannot keep this a secret any longer. Let us punish the guilty. Let us reward the innocent. My friends, can your hearts stand the shocking facts behind the worst comics ever made? Hi, everybody! Well, now that I'm officially a part of the team here at ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com, I guess it's time to tell you a little bit about myself and what I do here. First, let me show you around. This is the futon. Right, tour's over. Now get out before I shoot you. Oh, fine, here's what I do. I find the worst comic books, the worst graphic novels, the worst pieces of sequential art ever to be printed, and I rip them up and I set them on fire and I stomp on them till they're dead.
What are you looking for in a bad comic?
That's a very good question. I'm looking for plot holes. I'm looking for bizarre character motivations. I'm looking for terrible artwork. I'm looking for the bland, the bizarre, the ludicrous, the lazy, the insipid, the surreal.
If a character suddenly starts humping another, I'll be there. If a man is powered by cocaine, I'll be there. If a basketball player challenges a giant lizard to a fight, I'll be there.
Bring them all on.
Aren't you just like the nostalgia critic or the angry video game nerd?
No, you idiot. I review comic books, not old TV shows and movies or video games. Subsequently, you can look forward to my upcoming review of the World of Warcraft comic. Wait.
When will you do a manga?
When I finally find a manga that sucks enough.
So that's the idea. Guy reviews comics, looks at all the bad ones, etc. The main thing I actually want to focus on with Linkara's content though is less his actual reviews, again we'll get to some of those later, but instead something that I really think is much more unique to him over almost any other content creator on ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com. Or, if I'm being frank, on YouTube either back in the day and in some cases even now. That unique trait being ongoing story arcs. See, while many people I've covered thus far on my channel have had skits, storylines to their game or movie reviews that can either add a lot to the video or be a bad distraction depending on the quality of said skits, Linkara took it several steps further, as while yes, he did have the occasional one-off skit too, pretty early on, starting with his Godzilla vs. Barkley comic review, Lewis would start to have continuity in these skits, starting with reoccurring characters and plot points between both his videos and other creators on the site, namely Spoony in the beginning, to overarching plot points villains that were conspiring against Linkara, with these plot points often showing up at the start or very end of these normal comic book reviews, essentially rewarding viewers who kept up with every comic book review with the next part of this story. As for the quality of these stories, well, that's for us to discover here today. As well, before, if you wanted to keep up with his story, you just had to watch every video he made or dig around for the important bits. But now Linkara has made it extra easy for newcomers to get into the story with this handy dandy playlist he made that features all the plot relevant scenes in the series, and breaks them up by videos into story arcs, much like a comic book series, which I think is pretty neat. And looking at the runtimes of these, we're in for a lot of story, fellas. So get comfy, my friends, and let's dive deep into the story, the lore, the legacy of Linkara's Atop the Fourth Wall. So to start, there's an author's note in this first video that says these story bits were never meant to be watched all as one continuous narrative, and thus the jumping between episodes and stuff will sometimes be jarring. It should also be known that while Lewis was pretty innovative in this concept of making an ongoing narrative for his review web series, it's clear he didn't quite intend for it to be anything crazy enormous at first, and thus didn't have a clear plot in mind early on. This story arc is entitled His Heart is Steel, and starts with our hero mocking an element of the Godzilla vs. Barkley comic, that being a magic coin that makes you grow in size, being how they explain a basketball player fighting a fucking kaiju. And so Lewis decides to pick up a random magic coin and uses it to become huge, complete with a Dr. Horrible sing-along blog reference.
Whoa! Hey, it worked! I'm huge! Oh, hey guys, check this out. It's a brand new day, and the sun is high. All the angels sing because you're gonna die.
Which is pretty based. We then get a few random skits, like Lewis fighting a sentient comic, it being a Star Trek comic, which is actually the first time we see him use his iconic magic gun.
But how? You have to explain it!
Explain it? It's magic. I don't have to explain it.
Which for now seems like it was just used as a random joke, a jab at the comic, but will become an extremely important plot detail later. Then in his Neutro 1 comic book review, he is set off on a rant that leads into our first ever crossover in the series, and an important one at that. That being from Spoony, or his character, Dr. Insano, who also seems to be dressed kind of as a reference to Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. I suppose they were both pretty big fans.
Hell? My God, it's Neutro!
Well, Linkara, what do you think of my latest acquisition?
Becoming president of the United States could never be enough for you!
Of course!
Though, technically, this wasn't the first appearance of Dr. Insano. The Dr. Insano was first set up as Linkara's arch-nemesis of sorts during Linkara's Uncanny X-Men 424 video review, which came directly after the Godzilla vs. Barkley video, and was part of this long skit Lewis had called Last Time Atop the Fourth Wall, where a bunch of stuff is shown that obviously did not happen in the last episode.
Damn you, Phantasm! You know I can't release issue 2 of Revolution of the Mask until issue 1 sales improve!
Soon, the world will tremble at the mere mention of the name Dr. Insano. Not even Linkara can stop me now.
This character would then show up in Spoony's multi-part Final Fantasy VIII review and mock Spoony as he has become president of the United States and... Look, we don't need to get lost too far in the weeds of the Spoony lore right now. He's next for us to talk about after all. But basically, this character from the start, like many things on Channel Awesome, and Linkara's series especially, started as a one-off gag that would eventually balloon into a full-blown character with lore and repeat appearances, and would be integrated into the stories across the website, which I think is pretty fucking cool. Anyway, Dr. Insano is attacking the city in the Neutro Robot, so Linkara uses his magic coin to grow, spouts his catchphrase,
All right, Neutro, you may be a gigantic machine of mass destruction, but I am a man! Ow! Son of a bitch, that hurt!
and then defeats Dr. Insano with his magic gun. Oh, and in case you didn't know, this was the first of Linkara's ongoing gags and memes. This catchphrase, I am a man, which he first did in the Superman Ends Earth video, and would become synonymous with him in the early history of the website. Next in this arc, we have a video where Linkara has his robot Puyo, who is a cardboard box robot, finish his review for him. But then it malfunctions, with the joke being that not even a robot can handle this bad comic. Now, this may seem like a random detail or just a, well, random one-off joke yet again, but once again, this character, this robot Puyo, will become one of the most prevalent and important characters in the Atop the Fourth Wall series, essentially acting as Linkara's sidekick of sorts. Then at a later point, Linkara and Spoony collab again, with Spoony doing a comic book review and Linkara doing a video game review, eventually leading to Linkara going into a crazed rage or
Adamantium rage! Adamantium rage! Oh! Adamantium rage! Adamantium rage! Adamantium rage! Adamantium rage! Adamantium rage!
which leads to him screaming in none other than the angry video game nerd's face, which leads to him punching him in his fucking face. This then leads into Linkara facing Dr. Insano, and him realizing that Insano looks a lot like someone else he knows.
Science! Finally come to confront me in the flesh, eh? Oh my god! You're Bennett the Sage!
Well done, Linkara, you finally No!
Oh wait, I know this one! You're that chick with the goggles!
But I'm not freaking black!
But you are a woman, eh?
Yes, no! Screw this!
At any rate, Dr. Insano then uses his lightning powers that he has for some reason, but he is then quickly defeated by our brave hero. However, this then leads into the next video, as Insano had one more trick up his sleeve. He has a device that, like, messes with hyper time something or whatever. Basically, this whole review, there's a skit where Linkara and Spoony are changing places and transforming into different alternate universe versions of themselves. And it's honestly a pretty funny skit. Spoony has a great screen presence, and these two work very well off of each other, with them both pretty easily jumping between jokes and having a ton of energy.
Hyper time! Now all your continuities belong to me!
You fool! You can't just go ripping holes in hyper time. Like, you'll create all sorts of splinter dimensions and unstable parallel tangent universes. Who knows what kind of horrible crossovers you're bound to cause? It'll be worse than the amalgam universe.
Oh, boo-hoo! Dr. Insano is causing a crisis on Infinite Earths. It's all the means to your end. You dare mock my greatest discovery? No man can withstand this comic. But if you can, I'll leave and fix your stupid reality. But the only other way out of here is your suicide pistol and oblivion! Behold your doom! The comic from parts unknown called Warrior!
Oh, come on, it's just a comic.
I really love it. And what makes it all the better is it seems to have been done all while they're at some convention together. And instead of just kind of, you know, enjoying the con, they utilize this time perfectly to make some banger videos. Gotta respect that grind. And again, very high effort ones for the time being at that. It's great stuff. It ends with several other That Guy with the Glasses creators running into the room and beating the shit out of Dr. Insano. To, teach him a lesson, I suppose. Then for our next little plot beat, we have Linkara's video being messed with because the residual hypertime thing is being messed with, and so we see Linkara from the future, played by none other than Lewis's dad. Future Linkara starts a review of a comic book before he is then met with his current self. It's a fun little back and forth, with Linkara realizing that in 30 years' time, at least with his current timeline, he will not only not have moved out of his parents' house, but he will also have gotten an inferior hat. And so he decides he's gonna change things, and make sure that he doesn't end up with this bleak future. We then cut to Dr. Insano getting ready to threaten Linkara again, when he is suddenly met by someone else.
Wait a minute! You're not Linkara!
Oh, but I am Linkara. More or less.
And this is where the true story of this arc begins. Everything else was more or less Linkara just doing skits, and sort of stuff you will no doubt have come to expect from people on the website at this point. But this is when things begin to change a bit in Linkara's videos, and the stepping stones for what I personally find to be the most interesting element of the series begins. An ongoing plot between videos. While it's nothing complex, for now, for the rest of this arc, and across several videos, Linkara will be subtly attacked, messed with, or manipulated by this new character. This Linkara with a plastic robot hand. A character that will come to be known as Mechakara. These attacks with Mechakara turning off the lights in Linkara's room, which Linkara is fine with since he takes it as his opportunity to stop reviewing the bad comic he was just reviewing. Not really sure what Mechakara's plan was there, but you gotta start somewhere, I suppose. I guess being mildly annoying is how Mechakara begins his evil plot. Then later, Dr. Insano warns Linkara that a great evil is after him, and that he's really mean, and that he made him cut his hair.
He's mean too. He made me cut my hair! The bastard! I will have my revenge.
Though Linkara doesn't seem to take this too seriously. Then Mechakara uses some fucking science magic on the Countdown comics, which brings them to life, causing Linkara to have to fight them. But he eventually defeats the sentient comics with his Power Rangers toy or something. Then, interestingly enough, Spoony's videos, once again his Final Fantasy VIII review, particularly the final entry of said series, is important for the plot of Linkara series. And while again I don't want to get too lost in the weeds of all that for right now, to basically cut to the chase, Spoony fucking dies via a large explosion in that episode by its end. That is right, in Spoony's video game review show, he fucking dies, with the only remains of his body being a gray lump of protoplasm that finds itself in the hands of Linkara, who intends on bringing his friend back to life. He does so via cloning him and basically putting all his thoughts and personality into the clone, with the addition of a foreign thought, that being that Spoony now thinks that Revolution of the Mask is the greatest comic ever made, the comic Lewis was making at the time during these episodes.
Revolution of the Mask is the greatest comic ever made. Buy it now.
Yes, Revolution of the Mask is the greatest comic ever made.
And the continuity alarm breaks. What's the continuity alarm? Well, it's a device that might have been built by Linkara, I guess, that is meant to force him to stop bringing up the continuity of other comics due to the mistakes of the ones he's reviewing. It being a kind of gag Linkara had for a bit regarding how badly comic book writers are at keeping up with the continuity between stories. But anyway, it breaks, and then later on, back in the Spoony videos, Spoony comes back to life via a black ring, which is something that is in the comic The Blackest Night. But it also turns Spoony into a mindless killing machine who tries to kill Linkara. However, Linkara is able to luckily stop him by using a Phoenix Down, and then Spoony is fully back to life again. Spoony also finds out that Linkara had that previously mentioned clone running his show for him while he was dead, and so he goes over to fucking kill that guy. It's his show after all. However, he is then stopped by Mechakara on the way, who kills Spoony again and turns him into yet another mindless slave, calling him Black Lantern Spoony to fight against Linkara in the future. Then later, Linkara got through reviewing the Silent Hill Dying Inside series during October, and in the process of reviewing those Silent Hill comics, the town of Silent Hill starts attacking him, and he's got to face off against Pyramid Head, because every reviewer guy has to have a Halloween episode where they face off against some iconic horror villain of some sort, I suppose.
This is generally not a good sign. Excuse me, have you seen a little girl about yay high black hair?
It's kind of amusing, but then Linkara says this shit.
Hey, Pyramid Head, I like the Butcher better.
Bro, that is one of the most fucking cringe things I have ever heard someone say about Silent Hill. And trust me when I say, I've heard a ton of cringe-ass things said about Silent Hill. I've seen people shit on Silent Hill 4. I've seen people defend Silent Hill Downpour. You're telling me you fucking prefer the Butcher over Pyramid Head? Bro, shut the fuck up, you Poindexter-ass dweeb. Anyway, our hero then captures one of the red pyramid things in a Pokeball to defeat it, and defeats the other one via a big Gatling gun. Then, in a Christmas episode, Linkara gets visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, the whole bit, who happen to be played by his mom and dad, by the way, and then eventually the ghost of Christmas future is Mechakara in disguise. You know, some people like to make fun of the fact that Lewis had his family members, particularly his parents, be in some of his early videos like this, with his dad appearing in quite a few ones later on too. But honestly, I find it pretty wholesome that they not only supported their son and his dreams in that way, but also contributed and helped them where they could. So, no hate from me. They seem like very nice people. At any rate, then later, Mechakara kind of sneaks onto the show and does a review of the comic Ultimates 3 number 5, posing as Linkara, hiding his robot hand with gloves. However, by review's end, he gives a grand speech about you, the audience, being the people why bad comics exist because they choose to buy it, and that you, as the audience, choose to just passively listen to these reviewers and believe anything that they say.
Obvious whose fault Ultimates 3 is. You. Yes, you, the audience of this show. Oof, that vacation was just what I...
However, this is when Linkara finally sees Mechakara, in the flesh, or metal, I suppose, after months of build-up, finally all leading up to this moment. And then immediately Linkara just ignores him and goes on to do a comic book review, much to Mechakara's anger.
Ooh, and excuse
still standing there. Where were we? Oh, right. Let's dig into Youngblood number 2.
But Linkara just shoots his ass and continues reviewing, which is actually pretty funny. However, it's not over yet, as the two then fight, Mechakara seemingly impervious to Linkara's magic gun.
You are an android, but me, I am a man! Ah! Why do I always try to punch robots? It never works!
This results in a big grand reveal that Mechakara is actually Puyo, Linkara's cardboard robot. This is explained afterward when Mechakara ties Linkara up and reveals what exactly is going on. That he is actually an alternate universe version of Puyo, where robots took over, yada yada, you kinda get the idea. I will say that you can tell Lewis is having a ton of fun playing this character though, and I can really appreciate that. Even if at the end of the day it's just him literally fucking talking to himself, I sincerely enjoy the effort. So yeah, Mechakara is here because he killed his universe's Linkara long ago, and in that universe, the robots have taken over the world, but there is still a small human resistance that has become a legitimate threat as of late, due to them possessing a power that the machines cannot understand or combat, that being magic. Mechakara is wearing a fleshy skin suit that looks like Linkara in the hopes that the magic gun will respond to it, thinking that he's the real Linkara. Mechakara has been studying Linkara, but also purposely biding his time so he can mess with Linkara, ruin his show and reputation, and make him slowly suffer, since when he killed his universe's Linkara, it was too swift, not satisfying enough. So while Mechakara tries to find Linkara's magic gun hidden in a magic pocket in his coat, Linkara goes on to review a Power Rangers comic, it supposedly being his last review, but just as Mechakara having his ass handed to him pretty handily, before he then gets help from 90s Kid, Ninja Style Dancer, and Harvey Finevoice. Who the fuck are these guys, you might be asking? Of Atop the Fourth Wall, and was just kind of a straw man for Lewis to make fun of. This 90s kid that likes everything extreme and gritty, and hates joy and optimism and yeah. The Ninja Style Dancer is just a dancing ninja that was first seen in Linkara's review of Nightcat 1, and to sum him up, he's just basically a LOL2 random joke. Then finally Harvey Finevoice.
Geez, sorry kid, but these $1 million pipes were not made for screaming. Thanks a lot, guys! Good to know who I can turn to when I need help!
But yet again, it is not quite enough. However, then Puyo, his dimensions Puyo, I mean, comes out, and Mechakara tells him that he is a slave, and that he needs to free himself of his binds, and help him kill Linkara. But Linkara tells Puyo that he's not a slave, Linkara, and accesses Mechakara's network port since it's exactly the same as his, giving Linkara the time he needs to unleash, so he thought. In reality, Mechakara gets transported to Dr. Insano's lab, ending out this first storyline. My overall thoughts on this first arc is, it's honestly very fun. It feels like it was a bit schizophrenic and very segmented, again because it's clear that this whole thing didn't start out as something that was supposed to be a larger narrative or an ongoing plot, but just random gags, skits, and stuff that sort of emulsified into a plot, as both Linkara and Spoony both kind of winged it over the course of a year or more. It would be pretty weird to review it too seriously, as it was clearly meant to be enjoyed as background stuff to the main comic book reviews. And while this fact is technically true regardless of what point we're talking about in the Atop the Fourth Wall series, as we go forward, these stories will get much more cohesive, less segmented, and will have a solid story it means to tell. So we'll take things more seriously as the series gets, well, more serious. But for now, this first arc is pure early internet reviewer cringe, and gold at the same time. Spoony is without a doubt the best highlight of this era, and every scene he's in, he's always not only funny, but also makes everyone else more funny by proxy. But Lewis can also be pretty funny at times too, or at least he does well at being his sarcastic know-it-all comic book nerd persona. Probably because it's, not too far from reality, but still all the same. But, all the same, before we move on to the second storyline in this series, let's take a quick peek at a few other things Lewis was also creating at this point in time. So, 5-panel comics is one of those things that most probably don't remember, and as far as I'm aware, cannot actually be found on Linkara's own channel. Not that they were anything particularly interesting, of course. They were basically just the comic book version of Doug's A Movie in 5-second videos. But I suppose I might as well show you a few of them so you can get an idea for what they were like, since, again, they were something that Linkara was making for a little bit in the early days of the website. A big ups to Dr. Killjoy for uploading all of these onto his YouTube channel back in 2012.
I'm a clone! No, you're not! I'm a clone! No, you're not! I'm a clone! Yes, you are!
It was I was the grand mastermind behind it all. What?
Are we sure he isn't a clone? No, we just wish he was.
Hello, my darling. Remember what you forced me to do? Remember the horrible thing you did that drove me to... Wait, why are you staring at me like that?
Lady, what the hell is up with your head? Seriously, what is up with it?
Don't you even care that I'm a ghost of your dead wife?
Lady, I remember my wife, and her head was not that effing huge. Honestly, it's bigger than that giant Eileen head from Silent Hill 4. Jeez, what is up with the art for this book? Seriously, lady, somebody needs to Photoshop that thing back to the right size. Because right now, that melon is scaring me more than the demons, monsters, and undead wife.
I'm blue and huge.
I'm noble, but I have emotional issues.
Sentence fragments. My trademark. Blarg, I'm dead.
I have a huge, convoluted plan to create world peace, and while I have the intelligence to kill off everyone who had the faintest hint of an idea about it, my plan is ultimately doomed due to common sense about international politics. I'm a bloody genius.
Anyway, that's basically it. I just figured no one else was ever going to bring them up, so I figured why not. While I'm at it, Linkara also randomly did this full Let's Play back in 2009 of Star Trek Elite Force, which is something people tried doing during this time. I watched some of it, and it was nothing all that interesting. Mostly just Lewis kind of playing the game, and yeah.
Alright, I know I have this kick-ass rifle here, but I'm actually going to switch out to the regular phaser. Oh, and hey, look, my impossible shadow. Very polygonish. Now, this uses the Quake 3 mod. Now, normally I want to shoot this Borg in the back of the head, but having played this game before, I know I have to destroy this, the distribution node. Explore a bit, see if there's anything else I can find around here.
Again, I just figured I'd point it out since it randomly had a whole section on his That Guy with the Glasses page back in the day. I think he would later go on to do some more Let's Plays as a occasional thing, but it's definitely a lot more rare of him and not something he's ever consistently done. Though I do know that he does stream on occasions these days, so I suppose there's that too. You know before that during this time, Linkara was also making another comic, Revolution of the Mask, which I believe there's only a couple issues of that was ever finished, and it didn't really go anywhere. It was something that Linkara advertised and teased about and stuff from time to time back in the early days of his videos on the website, but eventually it just seemed to have quietly been cancelled. And they seem remarkably difficult to find in full on the internet. I suppose I could take another little detour and look at them and review it, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I just don't care all that much. If anyone knows where I could easily read them, maybe I can include it as some kind of little bonus video at some point. But nonetheless, it's clear Linkara's heart wasn't necessarily in it at this point, as the comic book review show became much more his central focus, and where all his creative energy, including story-wise, eventually would start going into. With all that being said, let's jump into the second storyline of the Atop the Fourth Wall series. Storyline 2, The Other Insano. Just like that very short detour, this story arc is also quite short. In fact, it's really more of a transitioning story arc for the more ambitious third arc. Nonetheless, this storyline sees Linkara reflecting on his victory, but also wondering, after all that, who broke that continuity alarm if it wasn't Mechakara. And we then see that it was none other than Dr. Insano. Well, actually, an alternate universe version of Dr. Insano called Dr. Linksano. Linkara with the famous goggles and a, honestly, pretty damn cool jacket.
Why, it's almost as if the continuity alarm knew that someone else besides the Mechakara had come through Hyper Time. And now is an entire new universe to conquer. The world belongs to Dr. Linksano!
Basically from here, Dr. Linksano starts plotting against Linkara from like another room in his house. Which is pretty funny considering that Linksano is always yelling his lines like a maniac, meaning that Linkara either has really bad hearing, or his house has very thick walls, or he just chooses to ignore yelling people at this point. Funnily enough though, Puyo does hear him, but Linkara just assumes it's 90s kid being loud. Maybe Linkara is so used to loud dimwits being in his house, he doesn't even think to go look when he hears yelling anymore. But anyway, Linksano just starts messing with Linkara in a similar vein to Mechakara, finding worse comics for him to suffer through and shit, trying to make him go insane. He kinda just does the same stuff Mechakara was doing, but now he's a mad scientist doing it. There's not a lot to discuss here, honestly, though I suppose at one point Linksano does hire the help of Film Brain to mess with Linkara by locking him in a room to watch a bad movie.
No. No, it can't be.
That's right. It's Miller time. Well, Linkara, you're free to go.
Film Brain is another one of those early thatguywiththeglasses.com guys that you're sure to see a lot of early on, but who I really do not hear anyone talk about at all these days. Or ever, actually. I, however, will eventually be talking about him in much more detail later. But in short, he was mostly well known for continuing to do 5-second movies after Doug had finished doing them, and then going on to make his own film review show called Bad Movie Beatdown. That was, of course, featured on thatguywiththeglasses.com, where he reviewed, well, bad movies. Or at least movies that he thinks is bad.
And I have noticed a trend. You're complaining about plot holes having a Transformers poster on the wall.
Ha ha ha! Sorry, I still can't get over the Transformers poster staring at me this whole review. Why not do that instead of a good movie like, say, Equashit?
Maybe you should do a review of Transformers. You know, that poster behind you there? Now that was a bad movie. Well, good sirs, I raise you your Transformers, and top trump you with Transmorphers.
Anyway, just figured I'd note that. So after this, we get another instance of hypertime shenanigans like before. Once again, while they talk about the Warrior comic, issues 2 and 3 this time.
Time! Dr. Insano!
Wrong,
you fedora-wearing fruit. I am Dr. Linkara. I come from a parallel world similar yet different to yours. For example, in my universe, Wayne Brady is black.
Well, he's black in this one, too.
Silence, you sad, silly bastard!
Wait, if you're Dr. Linkara, does that mean in your universe I'm Spoonkara?
No. No, what? That'd just be stupid.
Well, I was just saying that...
Stop saying things! I need a dimensional nexus to bring forth an army of insanos to conquer all realities, and I found just the way to do it! Aren't you going to ask how?
You just told me to stop saying things.
Oh.
So Linkara is trying to use this to bring about an army of Dr. Insanos from different dimensions so he can take over the world. And by review's end, this results in the real Dr. Insano wanting to fight Linkara. And so both of them summon Dr. Insanos from different dimensions, all played by various That Guy with the Glasses content creators, thus they all get to be Insano at least once. Kind of crazy considering how this all started as a quick throwaway gag, and now it's iconic enough that nearly all the key members of the website are all a part of it. Though, it does make me wonder, why is every alternate universe version of Dr. Insano a different team member of ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com? Is Dr. Insano more of a concept that just simply must exist in some form on the website, regardless of the dimension, regardless of who takes up the mantle of the Insano? Really makes you think. But at any rate, the two teams of Dr. Insanos have a big fucking fight with gadgets and weapons, and maybe a quick clip is best to show you the sheer insanity on display. It's pretty great, honestly. As you can tell, everyone here is having a ton of fun, just kind of doing random stuff and being big fucking goofs. At some point, both Dr. Insano and Linkara realize that if they team up, then no one in this or any other universe could stop them. Except for, of course, a bunch of internet reviewers with magical guns and stuff. And so, Linkara and Insano are stopped, and presumably all the other doctors as well. And this arc ends with a tease that Mechakara may be still alive. And that's kind of it for this one. It's clear this one was once again an arc that was supposed to be even less serious than the last one, and was mostly done as a bit of silly fun, and because Linkara was very clearly a pretty huge fan of the Dr. Insano character, and wanted to do a bit more with him. I also really like how, again, everyone got involved by the end and acted like a bunch of cartoon characters. Content made when these guys were meeting up at conventions is truly golden stuff. True That Guy with the Glasses core content, if ever there was a thing. But regardless, there isn't much else to say with this one. So moving on to the next, and a much more ambitious arc at that, and where I would personally say these little skits and connecting storylines went beyond just random connecting pieces and jokes formed into a larger narrative later, and instead, an actual planned out arc from the start. Storyline 3, All That He Sees, He Conquers. So this arc starts out with Linkara monologuing about how he still has more plans to take over the world, when he is suddenly scared out of his wits as he gets a message, an alert of some kind on his phone.
Oh no. He's coming.
So Linksano decides to go tell Linkara that he's making his grand exit out of this dimension while he still can, that there's a reason he left his original dimension to begin with, and that there are forces beyond anything Linkara has ever faced on their way. Lord Vice is coming, the new main antagonist of this arc, and all that he sees, he conquers.
And all that he sees, he conquers!
That's what I just said. Anyway, after Linkara uses his thing, Bob, to exit this dimension, Linkara at the same time also seems to have been transported somewhere, with it being unclear if this was Linksano's doing or something else. And for the next few episodes, other people have to do his comic book reviews for him, notably Harvey Finevoice and 90s Kid, while Puyo tries to find Linkara, as he notes that something from another dimension has scooped Linkara up and is holding him hostage. And it was not Linksano. It was some sort of force that Puyo does not recognize. Amusingly, there is this moment when 90s Kid decides to review a video game, Justice League Task Force, specifically, and this moment happens.
It's totally the same as reviewing Freak Force because, like, they both have force in their name. So, like, it starts out with no music. Wait, where's the music?
You will never defeat me. I control the technology. I have the power to control your mind.
Something about that I just found kind of funny, and believe it or not, it is more than likely plot relevant. Anyway, Puyo is getting close to finding Linkara, but in the event that he goes missing or dies, Linkara left behind a message for what to do and who his successor should be, that being none other than Iron Liz. Anyway, they do a couple of reviews before Puyo is eventually able to bring Linkara back alongside some other creepy entities, which they all have a big fight with. It turns out that these things are Lord Vice's foot soldiers called Shades. They defeat the Shades, and things are back to normal for now.
I think those kids are gonna be okay.
Do you ever actually light that cigarette?
Shut up.
However, Lord Vice is far from done with Linkara, calling him this world's champion, disappointed that he escaped his clutches. But he sees it only as a minor inconvenience for now.
The entity has fled to this universe, and so I set my gaze upon it. And all that I see, I conquer.
He also notes something about an entity making its way here into this world, something we'll return to later. Linkara then tells Puyo about when he was captured aboard Lord Vice's ship. They mostly just spent time scanning him. He notes how the Shades are more than robots. They are magically charged robots, all their power deriving from Lord Vice's ship, even across dimensions. Linkara wants Puyo to scan all the pieces of the Shades that they have from the destroyed ones that they just defeated, to see if they can find any weakness they might have for next time they attack. Though, to be fair, it seems like they handled them just fine before, so I'm not really sure why he asked Puyo to do that. But whatever, I guess. Anyway, after Linkara gets done reviewing a comic based on the Star Trek game he Let's Played earlier, character Edson Monroe, Star Trek dude, beams into Linkara's room and basically a Vorsov, that being an alien from the game, warps into the room. And they gotta fight it, yada yada yada, you get the idea by now.
I am Captain Linkara of the Federation Starship Green Futon.
However, after this happens...
Good job, Monroe. We need to get you back to the Forge so you can... The hell was that?
this weird sound emanates through the room. Again, this will be important later on. Anyway, it turns out that Lord Weiss was also the one who created the Vorsoff aliens, showcasing his power to manipulate forces across dimensions. Speaking of, Lord Weiss then goes about fixing Mecha-Kara, specifically to destroy the Linkara. Even though Mecha-Kara already failed before, but whatever. In exchange for helping Lord Weiss, he promises to spare Mecha-Kara's universe of his wrath. While Mecha-Kara agrees, he wonders why he would bother being sneaky about this whole thing. Why not just throw all your forces at him and destroy him immediately at this point? Which Lord Weiss notes is because at the moment, his resources are limited, and he doesn't want to alert the entity that is there on Earth at the moment. Mecha-Kara decides the best way to do this then is to subtly destroy Linkara, mess with what he thinks he knows, and so the big evil plan is set in motion. And more interestingly, on Linkara's 100th episode of Atop the Fourth Wall, he finds himself in a brand new house, or apartment. In-universe, he moved to a new place because it became apparent that all these evil entities knew where he lived, so he thought moving to a new area might help in reducing their numbers some. Though, in reality, it's because Lewis was making damn good money off his videos now, and decided to use it to move out of his parents' house and into his new place. Which I say, good for him. However, October of that year of 2010, Linkara would then start his Silent Hill Dead Alive comic book series review, which would be both a Halloween special, as well as a rather interesting and controversial to some backstory of his magic gun being revealed. See, it was this moment in time that something shifted with the stories of these episodes. While comedy would always be there no matter what, this series of videos would take things to a darker place. Perhaps more than anyone would have imagined would come from an internet review show where a guy in a trilby reviews bad comic books and fights insane comic book or Saturday morning type villains. During the course of these reviews, Linkara begins telling a story, one about a cruel couple who worship an evil god of chaos. The couple would have a daughter who loved her parents dearly. However, the cruel truth was that she was only ever born to be a sacrifice to this god, to be reborn as a weapon. In order to do this, they would need to torture her beyond reason and break her spirit. They needed to drain her of her life, her essence, to create a weapon so great that it could purge the world of all the non-believers and the blasphemous. However, as the daughter realized her parents never loved her, never truly cared about her, and that she was born to be used, she grew angry and resentful. A torment of emotions raged inside of her, and all of that would be poured into the weapon. Her very soul was infused with the instrument. And then, after the deed was done, when her parents tried to use the weapon, it burned them alive. Their bodies, minds, and souls torn asunder, the girl having gotten her revenge. This would result in a weapon, that weapon being the magic gun Linkara has and has used to defeat so many foes before, him having sort of just coming across it at some point apparently. So in short, Linkara's stupid magic gun that sort of became his signature object secretly has the soul of a tortured and violated little girl inside of it as its source of power. That's quite a jump to say the least. Now mind you, I'm not shitting on Linkara for trying to go somewhere more serious of his show, but I think for so many, this plot became where they felt like the show was no longer goofy stuff anymore, since there was really no jokes to be made about this here. And you were either for this change, or you weren't. After all, there were those that watched these videos simply for the comic book reviews, and they cared very little about these ongoing storylines, while others enjoyed both, or were even more interested and invested specifically in the storylines, since you also never knew what other characters and content creators were going to show up during them. Nonetheless, this is why I say from this arc onward, the story starts allowing itself to be more serious, and Linkara's writing quirks are coming back. Stuff that I remember thinking and seeing in his novels and webcomic are going to slowly creep in, both in good and bad ways. Another one of the tropes from his writing will be villains that come to represent greater things than simply a silly guy in a coat laughing about world domination, but instead a philosophical opponent for the Linkara to defeat, in addition to a target for his mini Power Ranger toys, of course. Another one of the tropes that are less a good thing will be the exposition and overuse of talking and talking some more and then talking some more, and we'll get to that eventually. Now mind you, while this story was told over the course of 3 videos, Linkara has also been being attacked mentally from both Mecha and Lord Vice, with the town of Silent Hills slowly encroaching upon him, and people from his past seemingly gaslighting him into believing that he was the one responsible for this little girl's death and torture, and that he uses a weapon made of suffering. Now this is interesting and even leads to a couple funny bits.
Okay, what the hell?
What's up, you fucking murderous waste of trash?
Okay, this isn't happening. You're not really there. I know you're not really there.
Of course not. Why would I be in the same room with a murderous piece of shit like you?
Bat credit card.
Okay, that was just immature.
A bat credit card, I'll tell you! I'll tell you all!
The one question I have about this though is, how did Linkara know this story about the little girl? How did Lord Vice or Mecha know about this story to fuck with Linkara's mind to begin with? How does Linkara tell the story of the little girl, and yet not know his gun is the weapon? How does he tell this story, and yet, as we will see, is somehow gaslit into thinking it was his fault or something? The story itself is kind of interesting, if not just kind of copying off of ideas from Silent Hill, but the story and how it's presented to us doesn't really make sense. Now it is, to Lewis's credit, sort of revealed why Lord Vice might be aware of that gun, and why he would indeed take Linkara very seriously as an opponent, because the god that gun was made in the name of was indeed the entity that Vice is trying to destroy. So it kind of makes sense why he would know about it, but that's not revealed till later, and it's never audibly said either, and I suppose we could infer Mecha also knows about it because Vice knows about it. But it still doesn't explain why Linkara knows about it at all. By the trilogy of videos end, we are then presented the personification of that little girl's grief and pain, in the form of an entity called the Dolorim, that appears before Linkara and convinces him through some sort of hypnosis that he's the father of the little girl. It manages to get Linkara to be racked with guilt with this false knowledge, and he then puts the magic gun to his head to end his life. But this act is then stopped by the real little girl's soul inside the gun, implying that she wants Linkara to live.
No. Partner. Friend.
This Dolorim only existed to take revenge on the parents and adults who harmed her, and now that they're all dead, the little girl doesn't need to carry that rage anymore, and thus he is able to get rid of her for good. The magic gun and him are now coming to a greater understanding of one another, Linkara now knowing it's not just magic, but the sacrifice, and now cares for the little girl who was thrown into the fire by her evil parents, that her magic is now being used for good, to fight off evil. Also, Linkara gives a grand speech about his accomplishments.
Time and again, someone got it into their head that they could defeat me. Time and again, they beat me down, they knocked me out, and they tried to make me give up. You come at me with insecurity, self-doubt, and angst? You trying to make me doubt who I am? I am the man who defeated Pyramid Head. I am the man who conquered Countdown. I am the man who fought off the Borsoth and destroyed Mechakara. I am the liberator of Kikassia. I am a Starfleet captain. I am a Power Ranger. I'm that guy with the hat. I am Linkara.
You could tell Linkara had chills up his own spine while saying that. Also, yes, Kikassia had already happened by this point in time, but again, we'll get into that later. Again, Lord Vice is disappointed in this development, but he's also not surprised, as he doesn't underestimate Linkara, unlike Mechakara, who can't believe that his manipulation tactics failed, and that he actually managed to kind of empower Linkara more, if anything. And so then, Linksano is here to be enforced by Lord Vice to fully upgrade Mechakara so he can now go and kill Linkara, since it's clear psychological warfare will not be enough. The next plot development, we get to see none other than Angry Joe get a highlight, as he actually sees Lord Vice's ship orbiting the Earth. because Angry Joe is on a space station in case you didn't know. So he alerts Linkara that Lord Vice is here and ready to attack very soon, it seems. Obviously, yet again, we will talk about Angry Joe in more detail later, but he was also a very prevalent creator on the site, and one of the most successful among them as well. His main shtick is being an angry video game reviewer, usually reviewing more modern games though, and that actually did set him apart from many of his peers at the time, as most of them were reviewing older video games from the NES and SNES type eras, since most were following in the angry video game nerds' lead at the time. At any rate, people are worried about Lord Vice's arrival, and they note that the ship is actually invincible due to some multi-dimensional stuff, so they can't attack the ship directly. So all they can really do is wait for Vice to make his move. And his move he makes indeed, as after Linkara gets through reviewing a Power Rangers comic, Mecha-Kara, now fully upgraded, comes to attack Linkara, Vice's resources making him invincible to most of Linkara's weapons, and he can no longer have his code rewritten by Puyo anymore either. A real fight has to commence, and a real fight it is. Or as real as the same guy playing the same two characters, mostly using special effects and the like. Anyway, Linkara, having gone through all his Power Ranger toys, eventually realizes that he's kind of fucking cooked, getting his ass handed to him, so he has to defeat Mecha-Kara by summoning more Power Ranger weapons. Okay. As Linkara notes, his arsenal of freedom keeps growing, and Mecha-Kara keeps adapting to them. It's a real back and forth, and Lewis ends up going into like Power Rangers mode, wearing this all-white getup, and getting a real increase in power. This, according to the Atop the Fourth Wall wiki, is his Zeo suit, and also according to the wiki is, quote, the most badass thing on the internet, period, unquote. Which is, well, I can appreciate the enthusiasm if nothing else, and it kind of reminds me of the Lightbringer getup, so that's funny, I suppose. Anyway, he delivers his iconic line,
I believe when we first met there was something I said. Oh yes. You are an android, but me, I am a man!
and defeats Mecha-Kara, or so it seems, until Mecha-Kara finds Linkara's magic coin and uses it to become a giant robot. And so then Linkara does the only thing he could reasonably do, get into a giant mech himself and have a big fucking mecha fight. Cool. He actually saved that Neutro robot from, like, the very start of the first arc, just in case of a situation like this, which was a good callback. Actually, that's something I've noticed a fair bit during this arc. There seems to be a lot of callbacks and explanations to how everything in this universe works. How every little skit or joke can potentially come back as an actual plot detail later. How even the most random of things can return and become a mainstay, or could be way darker or more complex in origin, like that of his gun. Again, it seems like Linkara was taking his series story much more seriously at this point, and wanted to keep telling bigger and bigger stories. And you can really feel that here. As you can probably guess, Linkara defeats Mecha-Kara, though even after he is defeated, we do see the last remnant of Mecha-Kara, that being his hand, move a little bit, so it's clear that this won't be the last time that we see him. At this point, Lord Vice starts getting a little bit mad, as he had fully expected Mecha-Kara to be able to defeat Linkara, and he reprimands Linksano for failing at upgrading Mecha-Kara enough. And he's even more angry at Linkara, seemingly even being more powerful than before, and thus Lord Vice decides that enough is enough, that he can't risk the entity escaping again, that he must kill this world's champion himself. So then, after yet another comic book review, Lord Vice literally just fucking appears in Linkara's room. And immediately, he has a pretty cool design. It's that perfect mixture of random Halloween costume pieces and homemade stuff, all drenched in black and Darth Vader shit, that really sells me on it. Also, the mask helps, so that even if Linkara or someone else is underneath the costume, you don't really get to see them.
So you are the champion of this universe.
Champion? What are you talking about?
It has been my experience that in almost every parallel universe, there exists at least one person, one champion that foolishly tries to defend that universe from perceived threats. So far in my conquests, I have defeated 16 such champions. When they fall, their universes fall with them.
And how do you know that's me?
There are ways of detecting it.
Then maybe this is the one where you finally get stopped.
You are welcome to try.
Lord Vice notes that every universe has a champion that tries to fight to save their universe from his reign, and that Linkara is this universe's champion, or in other words, Linkara is the savior of our universe. All praise him, I suppose. So Linkara tries to fight Vice, but Vice confidently defends himself and slowly walks after the Linkara. You know, it's funny, I keep calling him the Linkara, but Linkara is just his name. He's not the Linkara like in the books, he's just Linkara. Such a bad habit, but yeah. But anyway, no matter what weapon Linkara uses, it does nothing to Lord Vice. However, Vice then gives Linkara a speech about how basically he's here to protect this universe from a far greater enemy. That the reason he conquers universes is not for simply mere power, but to protect them from the entity, a god of chaos that is the eater of all things, a being that erases all that it comes to contact with. And when Vice tried going to other worlds to warn them of the entity, they did not listen to him. So instead he decided to conquer these worlds, to control them as to better protect them from the entity. How he does this and how conquering these worlds saves them from this entity is kind of beyond me, but it is yet again another Linkaraism, like those found from his novels and webcomic before, where we have this all-powerful evil ruler that secretly does evil things in the pursuit of good things, or something like that. Lewis is a big fan of these types of villains, though I guess it is handled a lot better here than, say, General Wares from the Lightbringer series, since this entity seems beyond control, and perhaps Vice sees conquering these worlds as a better alternative than to let them be completely erased. It's at least a much better question of, is it a good means to an end than the stuff found in the Lightbringer comic? Though it does mean he is killing people along the way. Maybe if it explained how him conquering worlds actually stops the entity at all, it would be a better showcase of this as well. Nonetheless, Linkara then tries using his Pokemon, or Pyramid Head, to fight Vice, but he handily kills him without much fanfare. Linkara then gets his ass handed to him again. However, just as it seems all is lost, Linkara then grabs Vice's lightsaber hilt, or I mean his power weapon of sorts, off of him and uses his own weapon against him. And this actually manages to put a dent in his armor, something which seems to actually scare and freak out Vice, causing him to warp away back to his base, despite clearly being able to kill Linkara right now, especially since he just saw that he had a weakness against his own weapons, and he's basically already knocked out and on the floor and is completely defenseless. He could kill them right now, but you know, whatever, I guess. Both sides regroup so that we can have a big final battle a little bit later. Linkara is shaken by his encounter with Vice. All the same, Linkara trying to figure out what he can do as he comes to realize that Vice has killed literal gods. What chance do they have against him? But now him and his crew have time to think about what to do next, and Linkara soon realizes that Vice could have killed him yesterday, so why didn't he? He realizes that it was because he was scared for a moment, and the idea forms in his head. He has 90s Kid, a refined voice, and others prepare to help in stopping Vice, including getting the help of Angry Joe and his army, because Angry Joe has an army, I guess, in case you didn't know. With a plan and trap set in motion, Linkara finds a way to contact Lord Vice via the remnants of the Mecha Kara hand, and basically tells him to come fucking fight him and stop being a chicken shit.
A signal from the android. Shade 1, put it on.
This is Linkara calling Lord Vice. If you're receiving the signal, then you might want to take that huge-ass helmet off your head and listen for a minute. Listen, I just wanted to tell you how deeply honored I am. You see, I was once told that you were the stuff of nightmares for gods and monsters alike. And that's why I'm so honored, you see. You've seen fit to show me your true colors. And the main one is a big, bright shade of yellow. All that you see, you conquer, huh?
Well, I guess you never really did set your eyes on me then. You were too busy looking the other way and running for your life. Why don't you go tuck your cape between your legs and run home while I deal with it? After all, it's what you're good at. However, if you want to prove me wrong, you know where to find me.
Despite Lord Vyse being this all-powerful emperor and shit, he ultimately loses his cool because Linkara's speech was just so epic and cool, you know? Why doesn't Lord Vyse, like, shoot a fucking laser nuke at Linkara's house? Does he have one of those? Surely he didn't conquer all these worlds on foot alone. Doesn't he have some ships he could dispatch? Perhaps some mechs? A whole army? Conquering universes takes a pretty big operation. And obviously the answer to all these questions is no, because they don't have the budget for any of that in this internet review show, and it would probably just be a bit too elaborate for a review show anyway, but still worth pointing out. Also, how did Lord Vyse kill gods? Was it his lightsaber thing? Yeah, it was probably his lightsaber thing. With that said, Vyse comes back to attack Lightbringer in a big, epic final battle. Both him and Iron Liz shooting weapons at him to basically stall him for time, since they pretty much do no effect on him. Monroe, the Star Trek guy, then proceeds to come and get them some help as well, and then proceeds to get his ass handed to him. Then, as all seems lost, the trap turns out to be set. Lord Vyse tries transporting himself and Linkara with him to his ship, but he can't, and his energy is depleting rapidly. And that's because while he is down here fighting them, Angry Joe's army had been invading and conquering his ship.
To the right! To the right!
Vyse wonders how they managed to get past his force fields, and that is soon then answered. It was none other than Linkano that did that, as he was actually a double agent for Linkara, and he was also just done playing second banana, and was done running from universe to universe to get away from Vyse. So he teamed up with Linkara to spy on him from the start, and to get access to his ship to turn off the shields so that his downfall could be all set in motion.
Fear of you! I want to be the conqueror, damn it!
You think that was my only source of power? I am Lord Vyse. Everything I see, I conquer, and I will not be defeated by the likes of you!
While Vyse might have been strong in other universes, here he needs a constant flow of energy in order to stay strong, which is why he is now vulnerable, with his ship disabled. Why does this universe have that stipulation? I don't know. But also, he needs his suit in order to survive this universe, and he's afraid of death, since his death would mean that the entity would never be stopped, yada yada yada. But anyway, so the final fight ensues, and they all team up against Lord Vyse and beat his ass. Though after they all use their power, he's still somehow alive, so they wonder if they should kill him for good. But Linkara decides that no, he should be exiled instead. So they take him to a deserted planet where there are no life forms, no technology, and basically Lord Vyse is just gonna sit here alone for the next 400 years or so as punishment for what he's done, with no means of escape since there's also no means of killing him. This was the best option. Lord Vyse warns that they have doomed the multiverse, and that he will regret this, and that they will eventually come crawling back to him, because the entity is amongst them, and it will be their end. The end of all existence, actually. Linkara thinks that even if that's true, Vyse did nothing to stop it, and has no means of stopping it either. So, if it comes, he will handle it himself. The arc ends with everyone celebrating their victory, and now Linkara gets to have his own ship, Vyse's ship that is, now his, to be a full-on captain and shit, getting to live out his dreams as a Star Trek captain of a ship, ending out the arc. And that's it. As I've noted, this is where a long story and conclusion was clearly more planned out, and was taken much more seriously, with this basically being a low-budget Power Rangers movie playing out at the start and end of many of his reviews during this time. Like I said, this is either something you dug or you didn't, but it was clear it was here to stay, and Linkara would only be leaning into it more and more as time went on. Lord Vyse is an interesting villain, and the entity, for sure, seems like it's going gonna be worthwhile, hopefully, since it's been built up for this entire arc, and definitely has me interested to see what comes next. Even if I know deep down it's just gonna be more nerds in a costume being overly dramatic. But hey, no one said that that wasn't entertaining. I will say that I did like that Vice was defeated via outsmarting him, rather than just a new power transformation or a new weapon or something, even if Vice kind of seems like a big dumbass in retrospect for falling for any of this. However, before we move on into the next story arc, I'd like to take a quick detour, as it's clear if you couldn't tell that Power Rangers is a pretty big part of Lewis's life, and influenced this series in more than a few ways. So it only makes sense that besides his comic book reviews, the other big series Linkara is well known for, on this website and YouTube and beyond, is his Power Rangers retrospective.
Ladies and gentlemen and others, welcome to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 1.
So yet again, my friends, I feel a little bit guilty. Just the same as most of the comics Linkara reviews I am not familiar with, the same can be said with Power Rangers. Which isn't a terrible thing, mind you, as his series on Power Rangers is actually a bit of a history on the series as well, making it actually very easy to follow along with. Like I said before though, the only issue with watching a retrospective or a review on something that I'm not familiar with is that personally, when discussing and analyzing it for a video like this, I can't really have too many opinions on his actual takes and thoughts on the series, be they hot or cold, since I'm just not familiar with the stuff that's being discussed. If I were truly nuts, I guess I could watch multiple Power Rangers series and then watch his multi-hour retrospectives on them for more context, but I'm not gonna do that. However, what I can say objectively about Linkara's Power Ranger history series is that it's very detailed and clearly made out of pure passion. It's got a lot of info and lore about the show that makes it easy for someone new coming in to really get a good sense of what the series, its characters, storylines, the making and history of the series and the like is all about, and why he holds certain opinions on the series and its stories as a whole. Though I will say his insistence to not want to discuss the source material for Power Rangers, that being Super Sentai, which, in case you didn't know, is the actual Japanese show all the fight scenes and stuff come from in the series, the Power Rangers show being like an adaptation with American characters and the like, to make it more kid-friendly, I guess. But regardless, Linkara seems to have some disdain for Super Sentai, and I'm not sure if he still has that these days, but definitely in these early videos I can feel that, and it just comes off as very confusing to me, I must admit. The retrospective may not be the first of its kind, at least I don't think it is, but it's gotta be one of the first of its kind in regards to long-form retrospectives like this, as most other reviews of series or films were just that at the time. Quick looks and maybe a breakdown of the movie at best. And while now it is certainly pretty easy to find multi-hour epics about just about any game, film, or series as a whole on YouTube, hell, you're watching one right now, with them being some of my favorite forms of content to watch on the platform personally as well. But back then, this was quite an ambitious project. I do believe Linkara was the first to do it with the Power Rangers series period as well. I think technically Red Letter Media's Plinkett reviews of the Star Wars Phantom Menace film is probably the first of its kind of this genre of video, but these series-long retrospectives going through all this stuff was definitely very rare at the time, and perhaps almost seen as too ambitious of a project for a video series or no, so I gotta give him props for that. And it seems many others at the time did too, as his Power Rangers history videos actually were some of the most popular things he made on thatguywiththeglasses.com, and in many ways even dwarfed his Atop the Fourth Wall series in quite a few circles. And hell, if you go to his YouTube channel right now and look at his top most popular videos, it is almost entirely dominated by his History of Power Rangers series, with only a few Atop the Fourth Wall videos even coming close to their numbers. showcasing that there is a far larger audience for it, perhaps. In fact, rather infamously, one of Linkara's first controversies on the site came from when people kept asking him on his other videos when the next Power Rangers history was going to be out, since there were many that were watching him exclusively for those videos and didn't really care as much about his comic book review show. This flavor of comment, I suppose, was pervasive enough that Linkara had apparently had enough of seeing it and decided he was going to respond to it all at once in a video, in one of the History of Power Rangers videos. A response that wouldn't go over very well.
So yeah, it's been a while since the last History of Power Rangers. As such, I need to address a couple of things that have cropped up. Yes, I'm aware of the David Yost interview. Yes, I'm aware Power Rangers Samurai is coming to Nickelodeon in 2011. Yes, I will continue to do History of Power Rangers through that series once it concludes. Now, many of you have been very patient in waiting for these videos, and for that I'm very grateful. Others of you have not been so patient, to the point where I'm actually taking time out of this review to talk about it. Let me say this once again, since apparently it was not made clear when this video series began. History of Power Rangers has no set schedule. The videos are done when they're done, and will be released when they're done. In case you haven't noticed, I've been more than a little busy the last few months. If you haven't noticed, wake up already! I attended Power Morphicon, FallCon, did a very complicated ending to an episode of Atop the Fourth Wall, released additional videos in October beyond my regular workload, did my regular workload, which consists of an episode of Atop the Fourth Wall every week despite conventions and other difficulties, one of those difficulties being moving into an apartment. In addition to that, people don't seem to realize how much work actually goes into these videos. Here's the process. I watch the entire series, which, for those of you at home, is around 40 episodes at 20 minutes each. That's roughly 13 hours straight if I was watching them all in one day, which I'm not. Oh, but it gets better, because I also am writing up a synopsis of the important plot points of the season, as well as writing down character notes, themes, etc., etc. And oh yes, I need to also have my own life outside of it. So when will the next History of Power Rangers be out? When it's done. I'm sorry if I'm coming across as ungrateful or needlessly angry, since I'm not. I love that you all care about this series, and I'm doing everything in my power to get it done. But it's not easy, and it doesn't happen overnight. Asking me when the next one is going to come is not making it get done any faster. I have warned you all before that I'm in unfamiliar territory now, and it's harder for me to skip through stuff that I've never seen before. And I appreciate offers of people to point out what's filler and what isn't, but I have to make that evaluation for myself. And please, please, please avoid spoilers or telling me, skip this season, it sucks. It's History of Power Rangers, not History of Power Rangers except for this season or this season. Every season will be watched, everything evaluated, everything will be given a fair chance to impress or disappoint. Like I said, I haven't watched these seasons before, and I want the chance to be surprised by things that happen. Stop telling me what's going to happen. You're only going to piss me off. The thing is, I want to have fun while I'm doing this. Constantly badgering me for the next videos does not equal fun. It makes it a chore for me, and if it becomes a chore for me, I will be disinclined to work on it. And with all of that said, let's get to Wild Force already.
As a content creator who juggles Iceberg series, video game retrospectives, internet personality documentaries, and whatever else I feel like doing in this particular moment, I can understand how seeing comments constantly from people wanting a certain type of content can get a little bit old, especially if you're busy with a different type at the moment. But, truth be told, these comments come from a place of anticipation, of love and excitement for these projects, and I personally would never begrudge anyone for simply expressing that eagerness for the projects, even if the answer realistically is, I don't know, I guess they'll be done whenever I finish it. And I think that's why this rant really made people angry. Lewis comes across as a whiny baby, needlessly attacking his fans over simple comments and his tone and hostility over the whole thing seems cartoonish at best and needlessly furious over fucking nothing at worst. It's no wonder it's got memed on and parodied over the years and become so very iconic, a centerpiece of the internet's lore surrounding Linkara.
So yeah, it's been a while since the last history of Power Rangers. As such, I need to address a couple of things that have cropped up. Yes, I'm aware of the David Yost interview. Yes, I'm aware the Power Rangers Samurai is coming to Nickelodeon in 2011. Yes, I will continue to do history of Power Rangers through that series whilst it concludes. Now, many of you have been very patient in waiting for these videos, and for that, I'm very grateful. Others of you have not been so patient to the point where I'm actually taking time out of this review to talk about it. Let me say this once again, since apparently it was not made clear when this video series began.
Now the thing is, I will say that Linkara was doing a lot of work. He was making videos of high quality every single week, and his Power Rangers retrospective was obviously quite ambitious, and clearly it was made from a place of passion and love for the franchise. But the thing is, if he just made a post or simply a quick comment about how he's been busy lately and there's no set schedule for the series, without the hostile tone, I don't think anyone would have cared or even batted an eye at all. It would have literally not been remembered in the slightest. Instead though, Lewis made it seem like his life was so fucking hard and made himself look like a giant jackass crying about having to watch Power Ranger episodes, and now people commenting about how excited they are is ruining the fun for him, or even people just trying to suggest episode orders or which episodes are filler or no, and just attacking them for no fucking reason. So while I say maybe most don't give Lewis credit for his work ethic, which he clearly does have, none of that matters when at the end of the day you act like a giant fucking bitch, especially to your own fan base. And besides that though, that's all I really have to say about his Power Rangers retrospective series. It's pretty well made for what I've seen, his pissy rant is quite iconic, and it's all an important part of his history as a content creator. But with all that being said, I don't really have much more to add to it. So let's jump to the fourth arc of the Atop the Fourth Wall video series. Storyline 4, A Piece of the World is Missing. This one follows up with us finally finding out what the entity is. And it's here I'm gonna start skipping a bit because this arc is actually pretty simple when you break it down. For the most part, this arc sees Linkara viewing comics as always, as he slowly starts to notice strange phenomenon. Notably, characters in his show keep disappearing. The world's population is decreasing at an alarming rate. Even other internet reviewers are going missing, all seemingly being erased by the entity. On top of that, some kind of ARG-like elements start happening with his videos, as some of the end credit portions begin glitching and messing up. Though we don't really see much as far as plot progression until the very end of this arc. But in between all of this, a sort of random tangent is had where we see an alternate universe version of Linkara called Mirrorkara, who is evil and wears a yellow vest that everyone makes fun of, who is planning to use his spaceship to take over the world, while Dr. Insano in this version's universe is a good guy and stuff. I only really bring this up because it will kind of be plot relevant later. At any rate, eventually everyone is slowly deleted, and Lewis starts realizing that this is all too much, that he has no idea how he's going to defeat the entity, that he doesn't even know where it is, until something occurs to him in his mind, that at the end of the arc, there are only two people on Earth left, himself and 90s Kid. It is then that it's revealed that through this whole arc, 90s Kid has been being controlled, possessed by the entity.
Heavy.
Yeah, dude, major heavy load here, man!
Heavy. Heaviest
I mean, dude, either one of us could be next, man!
beneath the seas beside the flame.
There was so much I wanted to do with my life, like play a CD32X game.
He called me. He called me and distracted me.
Dude, I may never have a chance to meet Rob Liefeld.
I'm a fool.
I know, dude. I mean, how could you not like Rob Liefeld? I mean, just shut up!
I should have seen it before. I'm a complete fool. It was you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I didn't want to believe it. After all, you're an idiot. But then again, that's why you're the perfect cover. No one would suspect the innocently moronic 90s kid, would they? And I think I even know what you are. The clues were all there. Its voice is not its own. You have no voice or image of your own. You need to use others. Your mere presence has been causing little glitches and errors all over the place, particularly in the credits of my videos. The poem gave away the whole story, but I didn't think about it correctly. There are so many ways of bringing you about, and you have so many names. But in the end, it really all comes back down to the one thing to call you. A piece of the world is missing. It doesn't mean it's gone, it's your name!
This game has been very amusing.
But I think it's time for it to end.
Missing number.
Which is pretty wild. But more than that, it's revealed that the entity is actually Missing No from Pokemon. Which, if you aren't aware of what that is, Missing No is a glitch found in the original versions of Pokemon Red and Blue. Due to the programming of certain in-game events, players can encounter Missing No via a glitch, which appears as this blocky mess of pixels, and is one of the more famous video game glitches of its sort. And, well, that's kind of where it ends. It's a programming error, but Lewis seems to have been really inspired by this concept, as he actually used it within his 4th Angel Armor novel, in a chapter that I kind of skipped over during the retrospective on that, but that was because it wasn't really plot relevant in that book. It was just a monster that had to be defeated in the middle-ish part of that one. But now it's become the main villain of the Atop the Fourth Wall series, the glitch somehow becoming a sort of outer world god, an eater of other things, wishing to corrupt all other living beings in every dimension until all can be part of the whole, as the single perfect entity of the missing number.
I defeated Vice, took away his power, and exiled him.
You performed as well as I could expect, and I was not without gratitude. I was not without gratitude. Humans value their independence, so I left you be while I began my work.
The ninja-style dancer saw it coming, knew who you really were.
The ninja had no voice, like me. He fled to find allies, and just found me waiting. My limbs are infinite and have stretched to every point on this planet.
And you absorbed him while I wasn't looking.
He is beautiful. He is beautiful now.
The entity cannot be killed. It cannot be fought with random toys and objects. Even the magical gun that it was connected to is ultimately erased by it. This leads to Linkara sitting in his room while the entity toys with him, knowing it's already won. And so Linkara reviews a Pokemon comic, and also shares some fucking dogshit opinions about the Pokemon games while he's at it. At any rate though, he then comes up with a plan. Something simple. He asks Missing No what his ultimate plan is, which is explains it wants to erase everything until the meaning of existence comes to mean only it. And then Linkara asks what it will do then, when there is no one else to erase, when it is only there as pure existence, when it is all alone. What will it do then? And basically Missing No has no answer to this, and while it tries to come up with an answer, it basically has nothing it can come up with as Linkara presses it more and more.
I was just curious, what are you going to do after you finish your goal?
I will exist. Everything will be me.
Yes, we know that part, but what are you going to do? You will exist. Neato! What are you going to do to pass the time? You will have absorbed everything, and I do mean everything. You will not just be the only being in the universe, you will be the universe. So, what are you gonna do as the universe?
Existence is an important part.
Yes, but why do you want that goal?
Everything should and must be me. Everything should and must be me.
And when everything is you, what are you going to do next? What is your purpose when your purpose has been fulfilled?
Which leads into Linkara eventually asking it one more question. What happens when an outer god dies? And Missing No decides to find out by, killing itself, thus freeing everyone in a race and ending the conflict. I know I was a bit brief with all that, but yeah, that's kind of all this hour and a half of storyline amounted to. I will say that I do like that the entity, after all the build-up, was at least beaten by something other than a new transformation or random tool Linkara pulled out of his ass or something. Beating it with logic it doesn't understand is pretty clever, though it does make me wonder if it was a bit too easy. After all, I would assume that the entity does not care about boredom, loneliness, or anything like that. I mean, it wants to destroy all of existence, erase it. Imagine if Linkara asked that question and it said nothing, and that's the point, but I guess not. Linkara used human logic and a question about emotions, motives, to defeat what I assume to be a programming glitch, or godlike logic, which is interesting. Also, and I don't want to be this guy, but at some point, with as much time and effort Lewis has put into this series, there does kind of come this moment where you come to the grips that every time you see a new character being introduced into the series, it's almost always just gonna be Lewis in another costume again. This really can't be helped since he's kind of doing all this on a budget and with a real time crunch at that. It's probably just easier for him to get another costume rather than get a new actor in here and work around their schedule and what have you. But at the same time, you can't help but feel a little disconnected from the stories after a bit. I also say this because most internet reviewers who have skits and random other little plots for like an episode or two usually, end it there at the episode, and then move on. Sure, it's them in a new outfit too, or like maybe there's one or two other friends they have available, but you don't really care because at the end of the day, it's just a quick skit. But with Lewis, this series has been getting bigger and more ambitious. And while maybe at the end of the day, it's just a more elaborate version of what the other review people were doing, it's still a thought that has passed through my mind whenever I found myself kind of interested or invested in a plot element of the series, or excited to see what this new character that is being teased will be about, and then realized, oh wait, it's just gonna be Lewis in a slightly different outfit again. Maybe this is me putting way too much thought into all of this, but I figured I'd express my thoughts on it all the same, before I go ahead and suspend my disbelief again for the sake of continuing. Anyway, this arc, while kind of interesting with the ARG-like segments, I found to be a little bit boring narrative-wise up until the very end when we finally see the entity. And even then, I don't know, maybe I'm starting to lose interest, but this arc kind of just bored me overall outside of a few ideas it had. But with that villain defeated, maybe the next arc will be more interesting. With how much the entity had been built up with these last two very long arcs, I'll be interested to see what Lewis does next. Storyline 5, His Blue Soul, is pretty short compared to the last few, and in essence, this arc sees Linkara building a new body for Puyo, but it's not long before evil is afoot, and the old robot hand of Mechakara seems to have transferred some of itself into the new Puyo body, and suggesting that Mechakara will be back once again. However, this is not actually the case, as a spoiler I guess, Lord Vice was the one to rebuild and upgrade Mechakara, and I guess he's able to use the technology he built to transfer his consciousness into the robot shell. How he does this is sort of explained, as Vice had many backup plans and the like, and anything he built, he has ways of transferring his essence or soul into, I suppose. Kind of like living as data.
I have always known the nature of the entity, a creature of pure, living data. Even with my power and my weapons, it was possible that it could not be killed by conventional means. As a last resort, I knew there was one way to ensure victory. Become the very thing I hated. I am now living data, my physical form restricted to whatever object I possess.
That, however, is something that is revealed at the end of this arc. And in the meantime, this arc does take one of the established characters, Linksano, and after a rather silly plan he had to defeat Linkara with this robot thingy called a Cybermat, who Linkara just kind of finds cute, Linkara decides to offer Linksano a deal, that being to work for him as his official science advisor, which at first Linksano thinks is preposterous, and says how he wants to take over the world. However, in a similar fashion to how Linkara defeated the entity, he asks Linksano what he's even gonna do once he's taken over the world. If he's ready to control the world's economy and a bunch of other stuff that seems rather daunting to do. Linksano tries fighting back, saying that he wants hot chicks and wants to order people around and the like. Linkara notes that there's gonna be resistances constantly trying to stop him, and he won't have any time for any of that. He won't have time for his sciencey stuff or any leisurely stuff because he's gonna have to spend the rest of his life constantly trying to maintain his power. And Linksano ultimately agrees that it doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun when he puts it that way, and decides that he will go ahead and work for Linkara, since Linkara promises him that he can give him all the technology he wants, robots to command, and hot babes too, which I guess is all Linksano really wanted. It's kind of a funny exchange, and honestly makes sense since this character is clearly one Lewis loves playing, so him just kind of being around without always being a bad guy I suppose is fine, since he's kind of outclassed by all the other much more powerful major villains at this point. Call it villain power creep I suppose, though I will say that the bit about the evil villain not actually knowing what they want to do with their grand master plan and basically no actual convictions whatsoever is it's kinda getting a little bit old now. I guess Vice wasn't necessarily defeated that way, but his whole reason for doing all the things he did was pretty fucking dumb, and he had no actual good arguments to fight Linkara, which kind of makes it seem like he didn't really plan what the fuck to do either, which makes him look just as dumb as the entity and Linksano. The only one that has yet to do this is Mechakara, since at the very least he's kind of just has a simple goal, and couldn't be reasoned with, and had nothing you could really debate him on anyway. It's just something I noticed with Lewis's writing that stayed true throughout his novels, comics, and into now. He loves to win arguments and showcase how dumb evil people are, and that's fine, but once in a while it would be interesting if there was a villain that actually could beat Linkara in an argument, or have stronger convictions. Anyway, Linkara's ship, now called the Comicron 1 by the way, gets taken over by who they think is Mechakara, but is actually Lord Vice as we noted earlier. Linkara and co of course go about trying to stop him, and Linkara has a little moment where he talks to Puyo and asks him how he's feeling, if he's ever done anything wrong to him, and that sometimes, as much as he trusts Puyo, he worries about him becoming Mechakara in the future.
Puyo?
Yes?
This is probably not the best time, but since we are stuck here and everything, do you ever resent me?
I do not understand the question.
It's just, do you ever wonder if
you'll end up like Mechakara, hating humanity and hating me?
No, I never wonder that. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
I admit that is not the answer I was expecting.
I'm sorry, Poyo. It's just in my nature to worry about these things. Look, if you've ever felt that I've mistreated you or any other machines...
You have not. You have given me incredible freedom. I can come and go as I please, and I am a paid producer for your show. In return, you have repaired me, offered upgrades, and even volunteered to construct for me a new body. I have been, and always shall be, your friend.
Thank you.
However, Puyo reassures him that he cares for him, and that he considers Linkara a great friend. All while, he's now a little CGI graphic, which, admittingly, I did kind of find a little bit cute. All the while, Linkara is in this Star Trek getup, and reviewing Star Trek comics, which I bring up because, besides Power Rangers, Star Trek was also one of the most prominent series that Lewis has referred to, talked about, and parodied in this show. And it was here something rather interesting occurred to me. Star Trek is known for a great many things, but one of the most prominent things is its dialogue. From the technobabble meant to explain how things in their universe work, to ethical issues, politics, debates, clashing of cultures. All these things are presented through dialogue, and in many such cases, conflicts can be handled via dialogue rather than force in the shows. It is a show about space travel and space politics, and while I may be pointing out the obvious for many, it's clear here why Linkara's videos, his stories get more and more dialogue heavy, to the point where, and I'm trying not to be super mean with this, but watching one of these hour-long story compilations sometimes feels more like a 2 or 3 hour video instead of one, with how dense they are with dialogue and discussions about space shields, how a villain did a thing and why they did it, how we can defeat them with X because Y, re-bringing up events that just happened in the last episode or the last season, and kind of recontextualizing them over and over and over again. It's all just so fucking boring at times. It's not so much the talking, but the fact that between the jokes and attempts at something actually kind of emotional or cool, it's just so much exposition, reminding the audience over and over at past events what they were doing, and it gets to be much. Straight up, by the time Linkara actually gets to the robot and finds out that it wasn't taken over by Mechakara, but instead Lord Vice, and then Lord Vice starts explaining why he does what he does and how he did this and blah blah fucking blah, me and my friend had to take a break for a minute because it was just all kind of grating after a while. Again, don't get me wrong, it's clear these stories were meant to be fit in between comic book reviews, and were not ever written with the intention of you watching them like this. So I concede that the format here is part of the issue, and that's on me to some degree, since Lewis writes at the start of each one of these videos that very thing as a disclaimer. But all the same, the story that is here is just not that engaging to me this time. All that being said, this arc then sees Puyo sacrifice himself to stop Lord Vice, which leads to an emotional moment where Linkara has to say goodbye to his robot friend.
Puyo!
Repairs complete.
Puyo, did you hear what Liz said?
I knew what I had to do. I stopped the other me.
He's not you.
You said you were afraid that I might become like him. I hope this proves otherwise.
You didn't have to prove anything. You're nothing like him, Puyo. You're my friend. Puyo, I'm so sorry.
Do not apologize. And do not grieve. Cannot continue speaking. Need concentrate.
No.
And this scene is handled decently well. It's just, not the best acted, but I'll give it to Lewis for at least trying, and it was a nice little character development moment for Puyo. However, Lord Vice is still around, and he starts wreaking more havoc on the ship again, and then we get the scene where he explains how he got to where he is now, and then Linkara decides to have the ship self-destruct so that Vice cannot control the ship since he means to take full control of it since it was originally his after all. So Lewis goes about trying to stop him and tries to tell Vice that there's no need for him anymore, that the entity is dead, and that they even have visual records of this. But Vice basically just goes, "Nuh-uh," and doesn't believe Linkara for a moment about that. However, luckily Puyo didn't really die. He put his data into a different body, and then helps in stopping Lord Vice, leading to a scuffle that ends with Vice getting kicked out of a spaceship window and out into the darkness of space, all alone once more.
Have had enough of you!
Linkara is happy to have Puyo back and promises to make him yet another new body in the future, ending this storyline out. Overall, really not my favorite storyline that's come up so far. Again, the Puyo stuff was alright, but Lord Vice coming back through this means was not that interesting, and really nothing else was all that interesting during this arc either. But, moving on. So with this next arc being over 2 hours, it is without a doubt one of the most ambitious ones Lewis has done thus far, and sees characters actually going through character arcs, which is pretty wild. This one's titled Gun and Sorcery, and starts with a mysterious gunslinger wearing some pretty cool-ass drip and a Edward Elric cosplay wig teleport into Linkara's apartment. He's here for one thing, to steal Linkara's magic gun. But of course Linkara's not gonna let him have it without a fight, so a gunfight ensues, with the gunslinger sporting a magic gun of his own. However, ultimately Linkara is victorious after ranting about how sick and tired he is of people breaking into his house to pick a fight with him. The gunslinger teleports away, him obviously planning to come back, and then Linkara boasts about how nothing can stop him, and he's the ultimate badass and stuff.
I have fought conquerors, robots, and monsters, and I have been victorious every time. There is nothing that can stop me now! Nothing!
And just as soon as he gets done with that, a blinding light flashes from his gun. His magic gun, his signature weapon, is now suddenly useless. This is the main crux of this storyline, that Linkara has lost the magic from his magical gun, and soon all his other devices as well, like his sonic screwdrivers, his Mighty Morphing Power Ranger stuff that he uses. All of it suddenly doesn't work either. The show kind of going meta to explain how these things are actually all just props and toys, not the real devices. The truth is, they were all toys, made real with an enchantment from a book of spells. More lore about this is dropped as Linkara notes it's hard to get these things working correctly, and how it has limits. But with all their weapons now not working, they're in big trouble, as there is another spell Linkara had been using this whole time, a low-level protection spell on his apartment, mostly to avoid guns and blaster fire from destroying all the walls when fights ensue here. So now, if the mysterious gunslinger were to return, the battle could leave them homeless, and the items could fall into the wrong hands. Linkara is confused why his magic isn't working anymore, and he notes that much of it came from the spirit of the little girl in his gun, that they are partners, and that he hears her whispering in his ear when he uses the gun, which is, interesting. But Linkara thinks that there must be some kind of magic suppressor field being used in his house, and so he immediately suspects that Dr. Insano is to blame, and thus he goes and pays him a visit, threatening his life.
Who do you sell it to?
I don't know what you're talking about!
Anti-magic field generator kit. Who did you sell it to?
I haven't sold one of those in months! Not since they discovered the defect against blitzballs!
Damn it, then who disabled all my magic?
Well, I don't know. I'm a scientist. Wait a minute. If your magic's not working, why are you threatening me with a magic gun?
Because I can still beat you to death with it!
Easy to me!
If I find out that you were lying to me, you'll be eating those goggles.
Yes, I understand!
However, Dr. Insano is not to blame for this mess, but Linkara did just accidentally reveal to him that he is in a vulnerable state, causing Insano to begin to plot.
So, his magic isn't working, is it?
So Linkara gets back home and is clearly stressed and worrying about what he's gonna do. After Linksano suggests he contacts some sort of magical expert, he decides to contact the Last Angry Geek and ask to see Cloak One. Now, you're probably wondering, who the fuck is the Last Angry Geek or Cloak One? Don't worry about it. We'll talk about them another time. Let's just say it involves lore from the second Channel Awesome movie, Suburban Nights, and leave it at that for now. Regardless, this dude knows magic, and while he's reluctant to help Linkara at first, after a bit of bargaining, he tells Linkara that he needs to go visit Malachite, a powerful wizard who has lived for thousands of years, and who is currently working at a coffee shop in Wisconsin. And thus begins what will become Linkara's journey arc, where he will be outdoors, visiting various cons and, going places. I legit will say that I really enjoyed this part. It's nice to see Linkara go somewhere besides his house or a green screen. Just like I said with my AVGN video, I love when these types of review shows actually go places. It's charming and much more fun than always using a green screen for fucking everything. While he's away, he also has a hologram of himself there to continue to review comics in his stead. While on this grand journey, he mistakenly travels south to the Minnesota State Fairgrounds, where he tries to find an expert to fix his magic gun.
Perhaps here I can locate some individuals who can assist me in my quest.
Alright, so that's my magic gun, guys. Is there anything you can do for it?
Well, I guess we could draw on it.
Put POW right across it.
I can make some funny stuff for it. Put in like a zombie there, or like.
The purpose of my journey is to find experts in the field of magic, or at least the paranormal, and fortunately, such individuals were nearby.
Okay, guys, so that's the story of my magic gun. Is there anything you can do to help me?
Then Linkara accidentally goes even farther south to Bloomington. There, he only finds one magic individual, who unfortunately cannot help him since guns did not exist in his time. These are all, of course, just excuses for seeing him at various cons interacting with people, but again, I love this shit. I really, really do. There's just something so cozy about seeing old convention footage, and especially when a bunch of dorks are doing silly skits and stuff there. You know what I mean? Does anyone else relate with that?
Players generally ignore people, since they're used to seeing all sorts of strange oddities. They do not frighten, and they never try to converse with you.
Sir, I'm gonna please have to ask you.
You would think a convention of this sort would be teeming with magical individuals, but I only found one.
So yeah, that's my situation. My magic gun is disabled, and I figured you, with all your millennium magic and all that, might know something about it. Can you be of any assistance?
Well, unfortunately, guns do not exist in my time.
Right, they're all invisible.
Exactly.
Alright, thanks anyway, sir.
My visit to this strange place was short, but I feel I've learned much. And of course, the thing I appreciate most about occasions like this are the people.
Anyway, then at some point, Linkara meets up with the Cinema Snob at White Castle. The Cinema Snob is yet another guy we'll be taking a much closer look at in a later video. But for now, let's just say he was one of the more popular people on the site.
I've run into the native peoples too, and they have taught me much about their ways and customs.
You gonna eat that?
In the middle of all this, back at the apartment, the hologram of Linkara reviews the comic One More Day for his 200th episode, and ends up being visited again by more That Guy with the Glasses people, including Bennett the Sage.
Hello, Linkara. It is I, the devil.
Oh, hi, Bennett.
Not Bennett, the devil. I have come to you with an offer
To exchange my soul, or my show, or my non-existent marriage to erase one more day, right?
Well, yeah.
Obscurus Lupa,
Lupa.
Ooh, I'm so mysterious. Ooh.
Lupa!
Ooh.
Lupa!
What?
You've been doing that for 10 minutes! Is there a reason that you called?
and Cinema Snob.
I've existed since the morning of the world, and I shall exist until the last star falls from the night. Although I have taken the form of Caligula Snobulus,
Stop.
I am all men as I am
Stop.
no man, and therefore
Stop.
I am... What?
What the hell are you doing?
I'm doing the Caligula thing.
Why?
Because it's your 200th episode. Aren't you reviewing the Caligula comic?
No!
Oh, well, this is awkward. And to think I used Lloyd's favorite blanket for this.
And even that guy with the glasses himself.
Ah, Joe True, Linkara.
That guy with the glasses?
Yep, that's me.
What do you want?
Why, to offer you a deal, of course.
I'm listening.
If you give up your little comic review show, I'll totally erase one more day from existence.
You can do that?
That's a very good question. And the answer is, of course I can. I'm the devil. Why, just look at this. See? Now I'm in a different place. And my beard has grown a little bit.
Huh. So you are.
And all you have to do is just sign that paper that's in your hand.
Huh. Okay.
Which is pretty funny, and even has a callback to Linkara's first ever video.
That deal, that guy with the glasses, and shove it! Thanks, that guy with the hat. Haven't seen you in a while. Glad to know you still got my back.
Oh, not a problem at all, Linkara.
This is that guy with the hat saying there's no such thing as a stupid question. This robe doesn't fit me anymore.
However, Hologram Linkara, or Holokara, as the wiki calls him, starts acting strange, lashing out at 90s Kid violently, and threatening to fucking kill him if he interrupts him again.
Is what you done!
They don't watch the show for you, idiot. Stop interrupting, or the next time you try, I won't let go of your heart until it stops beating.
Then, by the next episode, Harvey Finevoice angrily confronts Holokara, demanding an explanation for threatening 90s Kid. Holokara basically then tells him to fuck off. Harvey pushes farther, realizing that this hologram is acting deranged and out of control, and tries to shoot it, only for it to have no effect since it's, a hologram. And he then beats Harvey's ass.
Harvey, please don't get in my way. It'd be a shame if I had to crush your throat. I mean, how would you ever sing again?
This later leads to Dr. Link, Sano, and Harvey trying to plot on how they're going to deal with this Holokara, as it seems it is plotting something far more sinister as well. Meanwhile, Linkara explains that while the leads in Canada turned out to be dead ends, he did get some information about a great wizard living in the area. Linkara finds himself at his suburb home and is greeted by the great wizard Aplis, who now goes by Steven. Linkara explains the situation and hands the magic gun over to Steven. Steven expects the gun and begins to talk to it, much to Linkara's confusion. Steven then informs Linkara that the girl inside the gun is named Margaret. Linkara says he's been trying to find out her name for a while now, and then Steven says that he hasn't been able to because he hasn't unlocked the gun's full potential yet. And there is a reason that the full potential of the gun has not been unlocked by him. It's because he's being a fucking asshole.
Look, I'm gonna explain this in the most direct manner I possibly can.
so it can get through your thick skull to your tiny little brain. You are turning evil.
Steven accuses Linkara of being arrogant and power-hungry, and so deluded that he can't even see it. He explains that people see magic as a means to gain more power, but the truth is magic can't be used for evil. Magic is tied to the being and the mind of a person, to their very soul. It can be used to defend and to heal, but it cannot be used to actively or even passively hurt others. The human soul can tell the difference between right and wrong, even if the mind can't. Linkara is basically put on full blast for all the shitty things that he has said or done, and that the gun, Margaret, wanted to stop working so Linkara would be faced with who he has become, or who he could become, if he doesn't evaluate himself now. She's worried about him, worried about what he might become. Linkara fights back, stating that he's not turning evil, but Steven says that often Linkara has used his power selfishly, lashed out at others unreasonably, worried about his own problems before anyone else's, arrogantly assumed his solutions were the right ones, ignored the suffering of others, and went off into his own world, oblivious to the words of others. Basically, he tells Linkara he's been an arrogant narcissist, know-it-all, who's super powerful and annoying to be around at times, and a big stupid dumbass poo-poo head. This finally causes Linkara to take pause and consider his actions over the past few years, and who he really is, deciding to go back home.
Our actions and our thoughts shape who we are, and yours are not shaping up to be the ones of a hero. I suggest you go home and take some time to ponder who you really are, because you are going to need to help yourself.
In his dejected state, Linkara is then confronted by a young girl, the visage of Margaret. He asks her how she's doing, and says he'd like to talk to her like this more often if possible. But she says not to worry about it now. Linkara then acknowledges his faults, and that he's messed up, but then asks her what he wants of him. What can he do to make this right? Margaret says she wants him to be better. She's been holding back with him because she's been uncertain about him, and what he could do if she let loose her full power. Linkara says that maybe Steven was right about him, and he is going evil, and Margaret should use her power to snuff him out while she still can, before he gets worse. However, Margaret says she won't, and that she still considers Linkara a partner and a friend, and that all she wants to do is help him. She wants him to be mindful of the future, which Linkara promises he will do.
I think I'm ready to go home.
I'm already home.
Ending this particular character arc. Well, mostly, there is one more thing we must get to, but before we do, I did just want to stop and say that I find that this whole arc is actually pretty decent. I think it was interesting for Lewis to both give lore to how his random toys work, and force him into new places outside of his home, as well as be forced to face his flaws, lose an argument for once. It feels weirdly like not just character growth for the character of Linkara, but maybe there was something in there about Lewis himself too. Not bad at all, and for sure one of my more favorite little story arcs of this series thus far. However, there is still the question of Holokara, which, skipping ahead a bit, basically Lewis gets home and has his magic and stuff working again, and is here to help his friends defeat Holokara. Holokara plans to use the Comicron 1 to issue an ultimatum to Marvel. They will begin work on a storyline reversing One More Day, keeping Holokara apprised of its progress. Or he will use Comicron 1 to level Marvel offices. If Spider-Man can't be saved, then at least he can die with dignity. Basically, Holokara is a comically crazy version of Linkara's inner thoughts, manifest. You could say it's the evil thoughts he harbored that Margaret felt inside his soul, and thus Linkara must tell Holokara why that's really fucking dumb that you're literally gonna fucking kill people over Spider-Man comics, tells him he's a soy cuck, basically, and proceeds to defeat him, thus facing and defeating himself, you might say.
An ultimatum. We issue a very specific statement. They start working on a story to reverse One More Day, keeping us apprised of its progress, or we level their offices. If Spider-Man can't be saved, then let him at least die with dignity. They're the villains! So it's about damn time that we be the heroes and save these characters! You want to save these characters. You want to show the world that superheroes mean something more than just something to be retconned or wrecked. But in the end, all you're doing is threatening people if you don't get your way. That doesn't make you a hero. That makes you a bully. You're trading one person's imposed stories for your imposed stories. Damn it, all this is too important! Look at what all these horrible comics have done to us! Having to deconstruct these stories again and again, and nothing ever changes! No, we will win through eventually. We win hearts and minds. We convince people we're right. We don't force people to accept we're right, and we sure as hell don't put a gun to their heads and say, accept it or die! They'll never change unless we make them change. Doc, fry 'em.
They all regroup, and Linkara says how proud he is of his friends, that they banded together to stop Holokara the best they could while he was gone, and that he knows he'll never turn evil, with the support of all his friends. Which I know in the show is a touching moment, but it is kind of funny for him to say that when you remember that these almost are all played by Lewis himself. It's a good thing Linkara has these wonderful headmates to keep his actions in check. Now, while that seems like the end of this storyline, you gotta remember, there's still a matter of that gunslinger. Between all this going on, there's this one scene where the gunslinger warped into a house, which is later revealed to be his spaceship, and is greeted by his own computer, Ciara, who refers to the gunslinger as master. Ciara asks if the gunslinger was able to make Linkara angry, and the gunslinger says Linkara seemed more annoyed than anything. But he thinks that he can make this work. Ciara says that has been studying the records of Linkara's universe and found out that Linkara managed to defeat Lord Vice. Because of this, Ciara suggests that they should steer clear of Linkara and challenge someone else. But the gunslinger disagrees. He says that if Linkara really did take out Vice, then it's more important than ever that they get his magic gun up to full power, and that it's the last one they need, before the camera then pans to a table littered with other magic guns. And now that everything is back in place, the gunslinger makes his second move. Linkara, Harvey Finevoice, 90s Kid, and Dr. Linksano are all hanging out, when suddenly, Nimue, the computer for Comicron 1, by the way, that I forgot to mention up until this point. She's like a HAL 9000 parody, kinda, but anyway, she's the computer for the Comicron 1 ship, warns that an intruder has entered the apartment. However, before she can say much else, her systems are fried, and then the group are left in the apartment. With Nimue disabled, the computer's offline, and with all the doors seemingly sealed shut now, with nothing making them budge, after lots of technical discussion about theoretical ways to get out of here, they are left with the fact that they simply cannot currently escape, and that this intruder could be anywhere in the house. Skipping ahead, this eventually leads to them all getting cabin fever, as they try and fail at many means of escape, or finding out where this intruder is. They begin to turn on each other, mirroring the Thing comic Linkara has been reading through this little arc, and they are now all suspicious of each other, thinking that either someone here is not who they say they are, or someone here has been working against them for a while now. This leads to a huge argument that leads to Harvey revealing that he doesn't trust anyone here. Not Linksano for what he did in the past, not 90s Kid, since he could still have the entity inside him somehow for all they knew, and even Linkara, since there's always an alternate version of himself doing evil stuff. Not to mention, they lost contact with Linkara for months while he was out adventuring looking for the wizard. They don't even know for sure if this is the real guy. This goes around in circles, all while an ominous hooded figure lurks in the background via a shadow. Linkara, after calming down, tries to convince everyone that they need to work together, that whoever the invader is wants them to bicker and separate, and that he's sorry for leaving them behind with the Holokara, since that's something that seems to have hurt everyone here, and they just haven't really had time to express their feelings on it yet. However, eventually, the evil shadow is uncovered and destroyed, them all coming to their senses, as Linkara suspects that this was the work of the gunslinger. And Then indeed the gunslinger reveals himself. The gunslinger says he picked up the shadow creature a few months ago when he was fighting another guy with a magic gun. It loosens people's inhibitions and feeds off their rage. The gunslinger is still after the magic gun, but he doesn't want it until it's ready. Just then, the gunslinger gets a signal from his glove. He smiles and says that the magic gun is ready now, saying that Linkara's been busy the last few months, and he didn't need to get him mad after all. That the full power of the gun is now unlocked. Eventually, the gunslinger is trapped in a force field. The gunslinger then says that he heard Linkara defeated Lord Vice, and that he's probably a good guy, and that if the circumstances were different, he'd ask him to help him out, but he knows it wouldn't work, and he then teleports away again. More mysteries set up. Linkara then goes to talk with Harvey, and this is where the Harvey backstory arc starts. Harvey apologizes for everything he said, but he also admits that what he said was how he really felt. He was really angry about the Holokara incident, and he really was ready to kill Linkara over it. Linkara says that he didn't, and that's what's important, but Harvey isn't convinced. Harvey says he needs to get away for a while. He has a concert tour that will take him all over the states, and it'll give him time to think. Linkara is disappointed and asks if he'll be back for Christmas. Harvey says that they'll see. Then, over the course of the next few episodes, we see focus on Harvey.
Fly me to the moon and let me fly.
He is then visited by the nostalgia critic. After the events of the third That Guy with the Glasses film to boldly flee, working a side hustle as a ghost of Christmas past. It doesn't matter right now, but once again, we'll get back to it another time. He tells Harvey that he needs to trust Linkara again, but Harvey says that he doesn't trust himself about Linkara. Critic asks how Harvey and Linkara met, and Harvey flashes back to a review years ago, back when Linkara still spoke softly and had terrible lighting. Harvey explains that during this time, he had a son who died tragically, and his wife left him shortly after. Harvey was a wreck and took to drinking. Linkara found Harvey lying by the side of the road while he was training for his new Amazon attack review and got him help.
I was doing what I had been doing for half a year by that point, looking at a cemetery and not going in closer to see my son.
Oh.
Yeah.
How old was he?
It doesn't really matter. It's always too young. My wife left me after he died, and frankly, I don't blame her. Our son was gone, and I was a wreck. I hadn't done a concert in months, and I had barely spoken to her in all that time. The kid found me lying on the sidewalk when he was filming himself getting pumped up for his Amazon's attack review and got me some help. Talked to a head shrinker, stopped drinking, went back on the lounge circuit. The kid saved me, really. I made sure to always have Charlie's back.
Charlie?
Linkara.
Then Harvey is visited by the ghost of Christmas Present, him appearing in Linkara's apartment and him noting how he always calls Linkara the kid. Then, when the ghost of Christmas Future visits Harvey, he appears in the form of a future version of Linkara, and this makes Harvey have a mental breakdown rant.
Oh no! It's my gravestone! This entire thing has been a complete waste of time, you know that? The ghost of Christmas past shows me what I was like a few years ago. Well, whoopity-doo! You do realize that the past makes up who I am today, right? There's no point in bringing me down memory lane when I already remember all this crap. And then there's the present. Oh, wowie, wow. It's almost like I'm already living that right now, you mook. What good is done by showing me that? And now we have you, the future. And what is the future? I'm gonna die. Of course I am. I'm gonna die. 90s kid is gonna die. The ninja style dancer is gonna die. The little blue robot is gonna die. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die and leave when we shouldn't. So what the hell do you get out of showing me that I'm gonna die, huh?
He's clearly not scared of his death. He doesn't care about that, but the gravestone that's there is not his own, but instead that of his son, Charlie's. Harvey sobs and says he doesn't want to be here, and the ghost of the future, or future Linkara, says that Harvey's always here, and that Harvey was the one who brought him here. Harvey says that he can't say goodbye to his son, not when there's someone out there just like the one he lost. Future Linkara says that he's not Harvey's son, and that he needs to accept that, and that he needs to say goodbye to his son. Harvey says that Linkara left for 3 months, and it was like losing his son all over again. He was so angry that he left him again. Future Linkara says that he's not who Harvey wants him to be, and he never will be. He has to let go of him. Harvey asks, when do you actually start moving on? When's a good time to even do that? And Future Linkara says, what better time than Christmas?
You have to let him go.
When do you let this stuff go? When are you supposed to stop moving on?
Well, what better time than Christmas? This is where you are right now. Where do you want? Where do you need to be?
Goodbye.
Ultimately, Harvey does finally say goodbye, and thank you, finding himself at Linkara's place just in time for Christmas. Harvey truly happy to be here. And overall, I do really like Harvey's backstory, and this is for sure something I didn't expect to see out of the show. My one gripe, honestly, is when Harvey talks about his backstory, I sort of wish we could have gotten in some more visuals to that. Maybe in the form of comic panels, a small animation or animatic, anything like that, maybe in a storybook or noir style would have been pretty cool. I think that would have taken what was a pretty decent storyline and actually elevated it to something so much more. In general though, that's something I wish Linkara utilized more, especially since he reviews comics, and has artists who I know would for sure be happy to do this for him. But all well. For what it's worth, it definitely made the character of Harvey a much more interesting and complex character than I would have given him credit for, and I suppose that's what counts at the end of the day. Again, this whole guns and sorcery arc has been really fucking great with that thus far. Then, in the next video, the gunslinger appears behind Linkara suddenly and just fucking shoots him and takes his magic gun. All that plotting and everything, and it was, at the end, pretty easy task. However, Linkara is not taking this lying down, and so he beams everyone up into the Comicron 1 ship and chases after the gunslinger in his, house-shaped ship. After a bit of a spaceship chase, this eventually leads into Linkara and Puyo entering the ship, with Puyo scanning the gunslinger's computer and Linkara fighting the gunslinger. In an admittedly pretty alright scuffle. It really helps that Linkara isn't fighting himself this time, but instead an actual other person. In the middle of this fight, Puyo and the gunslinger's computer Ciara are fighting with each other and hurling insults, and Puyo actually knows that Ciara is not a very sophisticated computer. And while this may seem like a kind of random throwaway line for now, in the next arc we actually see Nimue, a far more powerful computer that again controls the Comicron 1, under siege, and it's thought that it was because of her advanced AI Lewis put into her that made her susceptible to this corruption. It made her a very powerful and dangerous opponent under the corruption of Lord Vice in that arc. Spoilers, I suppose. Meanwhile, it's noted later by the gunslinger that Ciara was actually nerfed by him on purpose just to avoid this exact scenario. And thus Puyo's comment here weirdly connects with the larger story that's told later on, which is actually a pretty cool little detail upon reflection. Lewis can be actually quite good at these finer details, so I do gotta give Lewis props in that regard. In the scuffle, Linkara manages to get a hold of the gunslinger's pocket watch, which seems to be very important to him, before he then teleports back into his own apartment. But the gunslinger is hot on his trail and demands that Linkara give him that pocket watch back, causing Linkara to threaten him with destroying the watch. Gunslinger begs him not to destroy it, but Linkara decides to fucking do it anyway because he's tired of dealing with this stuff.
You invade my home. You attack me and my friends. You almost get us to kill each other. You perform kidnapping. And you want to tell me what I can't do?
You don't understand.
Well, that's what happens when you don't explain yourself.
Wait, Linkara.
No! Son of a bitch, I'll kill you!
Puyo then chastises Linkara for destroying the watch, saying the gunslinger is not their enemy. Puyo then explains that during their fight earlier, Puyo managed to get into the gunslinger's computer and learned that his name is Jairus. He then proceeds to showcase several of Jairus' log entries, showing the story of a man who had to leave his own universe because of legislation that was created by the government of his universe to protect the rights of artists going terribly wrong. Jairus, like Linkara, was an internet reviewer, but his work started to get censored by the laws that were passed, and basically is a big metaphor for fair use, and content creators being cast as thieves for using the content they discuss. But instead of like your internet videos getting taken down or whatever via copyright claims, they would fucking kidnap you in the middle of the night and send you to prison, never to be heard from again if you dare to review stuff or even speak out against the censorship. And he was one of the people who was kidnapped and imprisoned. A resistance ended up breaking out through all this, and they were able to break him out. And they planned to take down this evil government, but they didn't have the means to do so. So Jairus decided to travel to other universes to find people who could help in their plight. He shows the camera his magic gun, and explains that his wife created this gun, as a link between him and her across universes. It contains both of their souls, and that it will continue to work so long as they are both still alive. So as long as he can shoot, he knows there's still hope that his wife is still alive, which is actually pretty badass and clever. Now that I think about it, unironically, this is too cool of an idea to just be used in a fucking internet reviewer show. However, later on, when Jairus found people who also had magic guns from other universes who were willing to help him out, he took them in his spaceship, and they all went to his world to face the government, only for them all to die. Not out of fighting, but because they cannot exist outside their own universe, or it seems other people can't exist within his universe, I guess, for very long. I guess, so Jairus' new plan was to take a bunch of magic guns from people who had them from other universes so he could have more of them to take down the government. I guess he could have other people use the magic guns on his universe, but it does beg the question how that was gonna be all that different from all the, like, few he already had. Like, he had, let's say, like 5 people he got, and so those are 5 guns, 5 magic guns he had, 5 warriors to help him. They all died, sure, but he still had 5 magic guns, just as many as he was going to have when he originally was going to go fight the government. Why did he need so many more after that? He could have just taken the ones he had and given them to the resistance, and they could have defeated the government. You see what I mean? But whatever. I will say Jairus, played by Will Wolfgram, is a pretty good actor, and I really think that he does add a lot to this arc overall. He's a welcome addition after so long. It's just been basically Linkara playing every character besides the occasional cameo.
While I may not have others, at least I can still use their guns to save my world.
So, after Linkara learns of Jairus' mission and backstory, he asks Puyo what any of this has to do with the pocket watch. Xeno then explains that while some universes will kill you if you step into them, other universes will simply assimilate you into them. Once you become part of that universe, it's nearly impossible to go home without dying again. A device like that watch can keep one anchored to their universe, and allow them to temporarily exist in another universe, like with Lord Vice and his armor. Linkara understands now and knows that he's gonna have to try and find a way to help Jairus now, since he's royally fucked up. However, just as Linkara is done sort of coming to terms with this chain of events, Nimu alerts him that the Neutro Mecha robot has been stolen, and this has been done by none other than Dr. Insano.
You may remember me as your former president, America. After I was impeached, and really, how was I supposed to know that prostitute was a cop? I began dreaming of something bigger and better. Conquest of the entire world!
Nimue, deploy Neutro's shutdown sequence!
Shutdown sequence has been deployed. The system is not responding.
You may also recall the most powerful robot ever built, Neutro! It's been out of my hands for a while now, but not anymore! The world governments will surrender to me, or I will level your cities! Although, I might just do that anyway!
Which is a nice little callback, yet again, to like the first major plot thing in the series. Not even gonna lie, I was pretty hyped to finally see Dr. Insano, and by extension Spoony again. This leads into a battle where Linkara eventually gets into the Neutro mech, and tries to use his same old trick of convincing the bad guy that his evil plan is actually not that well planned or thought out, and that he should like fucking stop being stupid. However, unlike those other fuckheads, Dr. Insano knows what Linkara is fucking doing, and he does have a plan for what he's gonna do once he takes over.
To do this?
No, but I kinda do. Otherwise, I'd have to turn in my Mad Scientist Club card. And let me tell you, the other Mad Scientists can be real dicks about that kind of thing.
Look, have you actually thought about what you would do after you took over the world?
Oh, well, I don't know. Have people fight in my gladiatorial arenas and have lots of kinky sex, just for starters.
So, really, all you want is for people to fight for your amusement and to get laid, right? I have holodeck technology. You don't have to do any of this.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Don't really give a crap about fake people. I heard you got that Linksano fellow to work for you, but I'm not Linksano. I want to rule the world. I will crush resistances, make people adore me, and make the world's currency Insano dollars. And if anyone tries to bitch at me about it, my robot army will crush them and serve them up as low-quality meat product. In other words, I'm Dr. Insano, bitch, and I'm going to rule the world!
Which honestly I found pretty fucking funny. This whole arc seems to be bringing back stuff from the past, similar to the third arc, calling out Linkara on tropes or stuff from the past, and sort of recontextualizing much of the series and its lore up until this point, which for sure has made it pretty interesting to go through. In the end, Dr. Insano might have been stopped in the mech, but he arrives at Linkara's house donning new gloves that allows him to block all incoming attacks, and he delivers a fucking sick line.
You know, you and I both know how this is going to end. I'm gonna go up to you, beat you up. What the hell?
Something wrong, Linkara? You came here prepared to fight a madman, and instead you find a god?
What are those things?
Epic. So Linkara ends up fighting him, but is having a lot of trouble. But then he ends up finding help in Jairus. Jairus wants to kill Linkara at this point for fucking him over, but Linkara apologizes and promises to make it right. Dr. Insano offers to help him instead, and then an argument is had between them all, ending with Jairus deciding to help Linkara begrudgingly, since it's clear that this Insano guy is a bad guy.
Terrible mistake, because I let my rage get the better of me. I realize that now. But I have resources. I have a ship in orbit with the best dimension-crossing technology in the multiverse. And I have a crazy-ass scientist who can help you get home.
Him? His scientist couldn't make water if you stuck him in a room with a snowman and a blowtorch. Look, I may not know who you are, but I can definitely be of more help than that, dingbat.
I know about your mission, and I can help you.
Join me, Full Metal Alchemist. And not only can we take this world, I can get you where you want to go, but with an army of robots to crush your enemies.
I can't promise you success, but I'll sure as hell do everything I can to make it happen.
I can promise you success.
What the hell could either of you do to convince me that you're on the level?
Take it. Take my ship if you have to free your world.
You remind me of some people I don't like.
Anyone who opposes me will be destroyed.
They then team up to defeat Insano in yet a pretty good fight, given the show, stopping the Mad Doctor yet again. Actually, something I've yet to really comment upon this whole time is the cinematography of the series, which is, for the most part, only okay. Most of the time it's just sort of a basic shot reverse shot without much variation. Kinda stilted really, not really worth noting. But in this scene in particular, they went fucking ham with the dramatic zooms and camera angles on Dr. Insano. And I gotta say, I really love it, and it really sells this finale and the character so much. It's great stuff. This ends with Jarrus not willing to fully trust Linkara yet, and then later Spoony having a conversation with Linkara, him apologizing for Insano doing crazy shit again, the two sharing a nice moment.
About Insano, man, he could be a real asshole.
Yeah, considering he killed you that one time, you would know. Which reminds me, how many times have you died now?
1, maybe 3, depending on whose continuity you believe.
You're a friggin' Time Lord, man.
Well, don't pull that Doctor Who crap on me.
Your frustration amuses me.
Dude, you are evil.
Somehow I doubt that. Still, thanks for keeping Insano on a leash again.
I think he just needs to get out of the house sometimes to amuse himself. Hey, are you really gonna help out that gunslinger guy?
Yep. Linkano is working on trying to figure out the coordinates to his home universe. Apparently, the database in his ship is different from Comicron 1's.
Do you really think you can trust him? The dude shot you in the back, and he stole guns for a living.
Yeah, but he's not doing that anymore. And I think the fact that he didn't just take the gun and let Insano finish me says something.
Maybe. Anyway, I'll order the pizza, and meantime, I'll kick your ass at Tekken.
Man, scenes like this, seeing their on-screen chemistry and friendship, makes what happens later on IRL all the more sad to me. But regardless, this arc ends with Nimue running a self-diagnosis on themselves, realizing that something is off, something is wrong. Their green interface turning red, implying evil is afoot, ending the storyline out. And if it hasn't been made clear, this is for sure the best arc thus far. Maybe outside of the first one, just because I really enjoy all the camp and how much Spoony was involved with that. But storyline, character, and overall pacing wise, this one was much more engaging than the last couple without a doubt. Makes me wonder what will come next. I suppose there's only one way to find out. But first, a small detour.
Hello, my children, and welcome back to Long Box of the Damned! It is always too long a wait before the season of fear comes, and we are reunited.
So, among Linkara's many comic book reviews, something he started doing from 2012 till now is this October special where he reviews a bunch of horror comic books, but not as his Linkara character, but instead as this Hungarian-sounding vampire undead sort of character named Moriarty.
That's the thing about the Twilight Zone. It can give you a headache if you think too hard about it. Trevor Richmond is, well, rich. Rich and powerful from the company he is an executive for. However, he has not exactly been all that moral in his activities, and the FBI are beginning an investigation.
This series is structured rather differently than his normal comic book reviews, as it's less of a review or analysis and more of a play-by-play of the story of the comic, and they are far shorter, spanning anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes usually. These are meant to be more of a brief look at each one of these stories, sort of like a quick anthology type affair. It's often compared to James Rolfe's Monster of Madness, where he does a quick sort of review or look at one horror movie a day, each like 5 or so minutes long. Being that horror is much more interesting than superhero stuff to me personally, this series does kind of appeal to me more, though I must admit that the fake accent he does through the reviews is a little distracting, a little bit grating, at least when listening to them back to back. But I can appreciate what he's trying to go for, I suppose.
We begin with the house. Kyrie's home has been destroyed from the hurricane at the end of the last volume, so many of the disaster victims have had to move into the old row houses, ones built centuries ago that are still around. The particular house they have moved into is said to be haunted.
The series also has a bit of a different sense of humor than normal, with it being a lot more raunchy and dark humored, which again, I appreciate. There's also once where Dr. Linkara did the same thing, but did it with a bunch of comics featuring Godzilla in a Godzilla-thon, which I watched all the way through and was pretty good. Again, as a basic sort of look at them and showing the cool or interesting bits of the comics, the series is pretty decent.
Godzilla was a canon part of the Marvel Universe. Emerging from the ice in Alaska, Godzilla goes on a rampage that levels the Alaskan oil pipeline. This version of the monster was born, like so many other incarnations, from nuclear tests, though in this case underwater ones that awoke and mutated a slumbering prehistoric monster. Yes, Godzilla! He proceeded to devastate Japan for 2 decades, sometimes fighting other monsters, as shown in the movies, but now he has moved on to America.
Also starting around 2014, he got this super fucking cool animated intro for the series too. While I don't have much else of note to really add here, if I'm being honest, it's a series that I can certainly see why it's remained one of his more popular ideas. Plus it gives Lewis the opportunity to dress up and do a funny voice, which at the end of the day, let's be honest, is really why he makes these videos to begin with. I know your secret, you trilbyed-hatted man. But yeah, overall, pretty cool. But on to the next story arc. The next atop the fourth wall storyline is called Ghost in the Machine, and I'm gonna be straight up with you guys, this one is a huge fucking downgrade from the last one, mostly because it's kind of like a retread of part 5, with basically the plot being that Nimue is slowly going crazy, Linkara having a hard time figuring out exactly what's wrong with her, it ultimately being revealed that it was none other than Lord Vice, who has been sending his data, or soul, or fucking whatever, into the ship's computer data, slowly corrupting it. Unlike the last arc, where I really felt like I had to comb through to show you all the plot details since so much stuff was going on, this one is very simple in comparison. The computer's being taken over, we bum around until eventually Linkara finds out that Vice is behind it, though he does think it's Nimue at first, which is interesting since Linkara is faced with having to destroy something he cared about in some sense. However, here is where I note something of a trope I do think is starting to get a little bit tired by now. That being, people getting possessed by an evil entity of some sort. It happened with Spoony becoming Mechakara's slave. It happened with 90s Kid getting taken over by the entity. It happened with Puyo's robot body being taken over by Vice. It happened kind of with the magic gun back with Lord Vice trying to use the evil side of the spirit to kill Linkara. Technically, Spoony is also this, like Dr. Insano is technically also this, but that's more of a split personality thing, I guess, more than anything. And now it's happening with Nimue getting taken over by Vice. And spoilers, the next arc is going to happen to basically everyone around Linkara. I guess there isn't anything inherently wrong with this plot development or trope, but it just gets overused way too much in this series in my personal opinion. Anyway, in the middle of this arc, while Linkara wonders what's wrong with Nimue, he starts looking through the grimoire that detailed stuff about the entity before, noting that it was far from the only other outer god, with one in particular that takes his interest, being called the King of Worms. This won't be coming up this arc, but this King of Worms will be important to the next one, though for the time being, he does wonder if Nimue is being taken over by this King of Worms. But by arc's end, Vice reveals himself after Linkara makes the tough decision to turn Nimue's, personality brain thing off, since she threatened to kill him and had clearly gone mad.
I'm not talking to you! Talking! I hate you. I hate you. And I will be free of you.
Nimue, please shut down the engines.
No touchy.
Nimue, I'm sorry. I am going to have to shut you down.
I understand.
I'm sorry.
I met you on a Monday.
Yes, you did, Nimue.
You're going to die on one, too.
Not if I can... Why is it so cold in here?
Because I disabled the air a short time ago. Each breath you take reduces the amount of oxygen.
You're going to kill me.
I'm going to kill you.
Your systems are hardwired into every sector of the ship. I have to do a lot of rerouting, Nimue, but I'm ending this, one way or another.
You're a dead man, dead man.
Clockwork soldiers can't say no. The dead men whisper from the court of worms.
Is that it, Nimue? Is the King of Worms responsible for this?
You smell like lilacs.
Right. This conversation is over.
I love how he's told the oxygen is running out, and this motherfucker still can't shut the fuck up.
Vice. Where are you?
All around you, champion. I am my ship now.
But just as it seems Vice has taken over the ship and won, Linkara turns out to have built a backup auxiliary control room, which he uses to reinstall Nimue, since it was clear she was actually fighting off Vice before. Vice tries to corrupt that room with his influence as well, but before long Linkara gets Nimue back on in the system, and we get actually a kinda cool little animated scene as a representation of Nimue deleting Lord Vice from her system, now that she has determined that he was the issue.
Detected.
Are you able to combat it?
Now that this unit is able to identify the threat, it is able to counter it.
Then have a ball, Nimue!
Very well, computer. Show yourself.
Your data form is proving difficult to eradicate.
I am superior to you in every way, computer. In the time since I last encountered the champion, I have studied you, learned your strengths and weaknesses. My infiltration of your systems has exposed how puny you really are. I have destroyed monsters, villains, and evildoers of all sorts along my travels. By comparison, you have hardly put up a fight.
You are evil, Lord Vice. Despite your proclamations to the contrary, this unit will end you.
I do not fear you, computer.
You should.
Pathetic. Accessing environmental systems for auxiliary control. Cutting oxygen. What?
Access denied.
But I...
You what? Destroyed this unit? Information. At full operating capacity, this unit is capable of thought and calculation many thousands of times faster than a living mind. Information. With that capacity engaged and knowledge of your existence now present, this unit has deduced 329 different methods of destroying you.
But you can't!
Information. Method number 28 is this unit's favorite.
What are you doing?
I am erasing you, Lord Vice. All that you are, all that you could be, will cease. Your existence is at an end.
You cannot! Only I can stop the entity!
You are cruel and unjust. Your battle with the entity is nothing more than a mere delusion to feed your ego. You are tiny.
Do not do this!
Are you afraid?
Yes.
Good.
Which is pretty cool. Again, always bonus points for animated sequences like that. However, as much as it seems like Vice is finally fucking dead, he's not, having taken a shade from the ship, and then he went to Earth with it, meaning that he's still out there somewhere, probably plotting yet again. Linkara doesn't worry about that now though, noting that from now on, things are going to change. No longer will he wait idly by while his friends are taken over and hurt by these bad guys. He's going to actively go after them instead, and in the pursuit of this, Linkara decides to finally change his dirty fucking ass clothes and gets equipped with absolute drip with this cool ass cape, trench coat, a vest, and tie. It's a great look, and I'll hear nothing else about it.
Looks nice. Tie suits you fine.
Alan, you are ruining my big, dramatic, badass reveal moment thing here.
Shit's fly as fuck, bro. This being his new signature outfit for a while after. And the arc ends with Harvey showing up after being away from months on his concert tour, and then being suddenly zapped by the cybermat from earlier. Again, this arc just felt like a repeat of the 5th arc in many ways, and certainly felt pretty lackluster compared to the last one. But with that being said, let's see what the 8th one holds in store for us. This arc is titled The Machination of Worms, which is a title that goes pretty hard actually, and is basically about that aforementioned King of Worms slowly taking over everyone in Linkara's life. Also, he can capture Linkara and well, use him as one of his puppets, I suppose. At the start of the arc, there's a gag where Linksano gives Linkara a gift in the form of a sentient walking foam lizard, since he mentions that they were a big part of his childhood, and now he has a living one, I guess.
In retrospect, it does seem like kind of a leap from point A to point B. This is not point A to point B. This is point A to point New Jersey. They are not even in the same class as one another. So, you don't like it? Well, I'm not saying that. I just wish you wouldn't play God around Christmas time.
But now this foam lizard is, here to stay, it would seem. And it'll take like a whole fucking year, but it'll eventually come in handy at some point during this arc.
So, how's life treating you so far?
Do I have a big metal wire sticking out of the back of my neck?
Yep, totally integral for your spine to work.
Linkara is trying to build new weapons to fight against Vice when he returns, all while secretly these cybermats are all being controlled by the King of Worms, and he is slowly destroying Linkara's weapons like his Zeomorpher, covertly. Linksano is eventually attacked by one of these too, as well as Ninja Style Dancer, 90s Kid, etc., all of them secretly being replaced by identical androids. They're subtly suggesting things that are all meant to move Linkara towards his doom. However, on episode 300, we get a bit of a detour from this plotline as his Mirror Universe counterpart, Linkara, if you remember him being that like random detour last time as well, is here again. And it seems that Linkara also has his own mirror version of the magic gun, with the girl inside it as well. But in this alternate universe, the girl volunteered to be a weapon of mass destruction, making her evil too. Now, see, I thought that the torture and torment was important to the weapon being made, but I don't know, maybe it's different in that universe. Anyway, a battle between the real Linkara and Linkara breaks out, until Linkara then uses a device that renders Linkara's current weapon useless. This gives Linkara a chance to use the Megaforce Morpher though, which allows him to use a slew of other weapons with their own, like, outfits and stuff. All of them basically being references and callbacks to other outfits and powers he's used throughout the past 300 episodes of the series, which is pretty cool, I suppose.
Aha! Oh poop. Cause I got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key. Da 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 da. Better late than never. What a pity. You activated my trap card.
He then basically kicks Mirakara's ass and tells him to go fucking take a hike back to his dimension, ending that bit of fan service out. They then slowly learn more about the King of Worms, with a poem being written about him that goes, "The King of Worms wears a crown of terror. In the court of worms there is none fairer. We are all equal beneath the surface layer. Our souls are screaming in begging and prayer." And basically, the King of Worms' whole shtick is that he was a outer god that is perverted by the sensation of fear, him coming to understand it, and then at first it completely wrecking his whole existence, understanding what fear means, but then deciding that it's actually the most powerful tool in the universe, and that if he utilized fear, he could actually supplant the other outer gods and gods in general that do not understand fear. And yeah, I'm skipping a lot of context and stuff here, and them looking through files and trying to figure stuff out, but that's basically the whole idea. It's all rather ominous and clearly building up to something. And skipping past a bunch of stuff again, eventually Linkara opens a portal to the King of Worms world, his friends all helping him with that. But this is of course all exactly what the King of Worms wanted. His friends reveal themselves to be robot copies of his real friends, and he is then taken prisoner in the portal. They also preemptively deactivate Puyo along the way so that he can't help Linkara out.
What the hell are you doing? I am disabling Nimue's interface with the internal systems of this apartment. That should have just stunned him. I don't...
Harvey, we're surrounded. Correction, Linkara. You are surrounded.
Thankfully, the fucking foam lizard that was, again, first introduced about a year ago as far as video time goes, comes in handy, with her introducing herself to Puyo as Eliza, reactivating Puyo as they devise a plan to save Linkara and the others. Meanwhile, Linkara is being escorted by his real friends who are under the King of Worms' control via metal masks.
Has been decided that your equipment is not a danger to our king. Harvey, what the hell is going on? Where'd you get the robot arm? The android that attacked you was a replica. It has been in your universe for a year now, acting as an agent of the King of Worms. And you're the real deal. This body is of Harvey Finevoice. All that he was, however, is now in service to the king.
And eventually Linkara faces the King of Worms, who is impervious to any attacks, and has an interesting voice.
Bout!
Fear. Leave us.
I hear and obey.
It is about fear, human. In a time before the rays of your sun ever touched the dirt of your planet, there were beings that stepped upon your universe as easily as you would step upon a road. And during that time, when the outer gods walked among the inner realities, I experienced that which none of my kind have ever felt before. Fear.
I've heard the legend.
I became intimately acquainted with the sensation, and I understood it, and I wanted it. Fear. The ultimate power. The ultimate godhood. Once, long ago, I wanted to remove that fear from my face, but after so many eons of infinite contemplation, I understand now what it truly is. Can your insignificant consciousness even fathom what I could do with that power?
However, we don't really get to see much of the King of Worms before bro gets fucking wasted. because he eventually probes into Linkara's mind and sees all his past victories, but then sees the entity when he was in the form of the 90s kid, who is laughing, but then stops and stares right at the King of Worms. And then the king yells, "No, it cannot be! It cannot be! I did not know! Please, I did not know!" And then he fucking dies. Wow. Alright then. Mind you, they think that their attacks on the King of Worms while he was distracted is what kills him. But then Linkara, by episode's end, sets the record straight and says that the King of Worms died to what was the equivalent of a heart attack. It was basically scared to death. Linkara being quite shocked and wonders what frightens a god. Now, we won't be going too further into this, but I suppose the implication is that the entity might still be alive, and possibly within Linkara somehow. Meanwhile, Vice is watching the conversation on a monitor, him noting that the answer is right in front of their faces, and they refuse to see it because they all overestimate their skills. He wants to attack right now, but then fucking 90s kid is there to tell him to chill out, and that the time will come, and that hopefully, when the time does come, they will work with them and not against them, ending out this arc on yet another cliffhanger. Again, I know it seems like I skipped ahead a lot, but this one is just kind of there. It's not the worst, mind you, but again, I feel like the fatigue of watching all of these was really starting to set in. Hell, a plot element I forgot to bring up until just this moment is Jarrus actually has his story finished here too, as his wife returns randomly to this universe, and turns out that they defeated the government in his universe off screen while he was away, and so they go back together to their universe to live happily ever after, which I suppose is cool. But notice how I just threw that shit at you out of nowhere? Well, that's exactly how that plot is implemented into this series, with how much screen time was dedicated to him, and his story in the 6th arc. It feels like this story was just sort of an afterthought by this point, to see more of the Lord Vice stuff, and I guess eventually the King of Worms stuff. Which is a shame because I was interested in seeing Jarrus' story more. I was curious if they were ever going to go to his universe and stop the government, tie things back with all the other people he stole gums from. Feels like it was all meant to be something more than what it ended up being here. Not to mention that with his wife and I guess the Resistance basically having stopped the government off screen, it kind of makes Jarrus' entire character arc, his whole story of going to different universes and getting magical guns, and even the people that he had join him to go fight the government who died when they got to that universe, completely pointless, because they were already capable of defeating that universe's government without all the magical guns and everything else. It feels just so forced that it feels like maybe something changed between when this story arc was first started to when it ended. Maybe the actor just wanted to peace out and was moving away, where it would be more difficult to film more with him or something. But man, I was actually very invested in Jarrus and his story, but oh well. Now, after this storyline, the next arc is actually the Atop the Fourth Wall movie, which we will not be going over today. It's its own can of worms and requires a lot of plot details from the third ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com film to boldly flee for context. I've already been skirting around those for a while for the sake of covering as much of the Linkara storyline as I can for you all, so that you could get a pretty good taste for his videos, lore, storytelling, and general ideas there within. But I think it's okay for us to stop here for now. After all, what the hell am I gonna do? Cover every storyline he's ever done? If you're invested in the plot by this point, I suggest you just go and watch his videos. Yet again, there is a playlist where all of the story important parts are right there for you. And trust me, there is still hours upon hours worth of story to go and see. At the end of the day, these storylines have a ton of issues, pacing, writing, and acting wise, and other such stuff, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I laughed was entertained, invested at certain points, and above all else, it gave me a lot to talk about and write about, both in all the areas where I feel like Lewis really shined and made something truly special, and in every point where I feel like he kind of faltered or took things a little too far. They also made me realize that Linkara was, for sure, ahead of his time, and yet, also strangely stuck in his time. What I mean by this is, he pushed the boundaries as far as just how much fucking story and lore can be fit into a review show, with stuff like AVGN, Nostalgia Critic, and basically every other reviewer person and the like having skits, storylines, and even some story callbacks once in a while, but they are usually all very self-contained, and you could pick up anywhere and know exactly what's going on because it's just episodic at the end of the day. And these skits aren't usually all that important either. Linkara, on the other hand, is not like that. If you randomly clicked on one of his videos because you wanted to watch his review of some random comic, there's a likely chance you were about to dive deep into the middle of some storyline that's part of a larger arc of stories that requires hours upon hours of context to fully understand. As an example, if you click on the Delicious in Dungeon Chapter 1 review he did, which some of you might do since it's a kind of popular anime and manga at this current point in time, there will be this little warning at the front to skip to this time code to get to the actual review, because if you don't do that, you will immediately be bombarded with a bunch of stories and characters and plot stuff that makes no sense to you. Now, I imagine that this storytelling method had one of two effects. Either it turned you off the video, as in you just simply decide to click off of it. Perhaps you even looked at all these people in costumes talking about random sci-fi stuff and thought, ew, cringe, and walked away. Or you simply skipped past the story stuff and watched the comic review, not really understanding or caring what that stuff was about. Or you might have actually been caught up and intrigued by the storyline, and curious to see what the lore of the show is all about, maybe getting you to go watch some of his older videos. Or you could be like me when you click on a random fucking review show and you see a bunch of crazy lore and stuff being referenced, and you get cringe FOMO, where you're like, man, what the fuck are all these people doing and talking about? I kinda wanna know what's going on. And so you go back and look at some of their other stuff. But it's hard to say what was the more common reaction. If I were to guess, I'd say newcomers probably would just skip past the story and not really be all that interested in it. But those that actually had been watching this whole time would be, of course, invested in the story and keep going with it. I imagine this is why Linkara eventually did the story-only videos at some point, so that there would at least be some kind of methodology to be able to see all these stories without clicking on like over 300 plus episodes. However, all the same, Linkara did and has stayed true to this concept, for better or worse. And while most have moved away from this, or never really followed this concept to begin with, I can always tell when a reviewer or YouTuber is inspired by Linkara, as they will almost always have a more elaborate story that spans across multiple videos, rather than just one. And yes, there are Linkara clones in case you didn't know, and yes, I will be making a video about them eventually. And just so you know, most of them are not comic book review shows either. They're usually film or video game related.
Jack Buchanan.
Lord Vader.
I sense much uncertainty in you.
Just, a little unexpected to see you here.
I see you have plans to review the original Star Wars trilogy.
Look, whatever it is, I don't have it. I'm just planning to review the films as they were originally intended to be.
But again, that's a discussion for another day. Nevertheless, he did have an impact, and good or bad, you can't take that away. And it's also, for its time, and in many cases even today, ultimately what makes his little comic book review show rather unique. We will eventually cover the Atop the Fourth Wall film at a later date, mind you. But for now, I think overall my review on Linkara's storylines are, they can be pretty funny if there are other people for him to work off of. I think he really is the most funny whenever he's working off of someone like Spoony, for example. And occasionally the stories can even be rather interesting. It managed to get me invested in its little plot several times as I continued to watch. But almost just as often, if I'm being honest, they are a little bit boring, and a slog to get through on their own, with scenes that go on for seemingly forever, just being a back and forth conversation about planning, setting things up, thinking about things, reestablishing things we already know, talking about things that happened before, arguing with characters like Lord Vice. That's just so one fucking note that I have no idea why he even talks at this point. And sometimes cool concepts or characters are just quickly dispatched or written off without much care or thought, as if the idea and the build-up was more important than the actual reveal, or considering what the ending to most of these arcs were even going to look like. But again, for what it is, an ongoing serial that goes between comic book reviews, I suppose it's inoffensive, and sort of fascinating that Linkara went out of his way to do, since he could have just as easily just reviewed comics and have the occasional skit, and no one would have batted an eye or expected more, especially since he was uploading at least one video every single week without fail, and was coming up with this story as he went along. I suppose that's probably why there are some things that seem a little bit half-baked, or don't make a lot of sense, since it was also clear, even if he did plan things out, concessions would have to be made, and ultimately he would be flying by the seat of his pants, I would imagine, quite a few times. I suppose there's only so much I can critique when I consider the context of when it was made and how it was made. And on the whole, I had fun watching it, but still I'm a critical little shithead, so that's my thoughts on Linkara's silly little comic book review show story. And speaking of that, I suppose now is a better time than any to actually talk about a few of those actual comic book reviews. Well, actually, first there's one more bit of controversy that happened in the middle of all this that I nearly forgot to mention until I was literally editing this video. That controversy being the Please Let the Ads Play special video from Linkara. Now, a little bit of context is needed for this. See, thatguyoftheglasses.com as a site needed some sort of video host in order for it to be kept alive and, you know, not be so susceptible to copyright takedowns like YouTube was back in the day. Videos on the site initially were hosted by Rever, an American video sharing website that hosted user-generated content, until it was eventually shut down in 2011. Though before that, there was already issues that thatguyoftheglasses.com's crew were having with them, as noted in an article from streamingmedia.com, with it saying, quote, video sharing site Rever made a name for itself in its ad revenue sharing model, which promises to split advertising revenue with creators of popular videos. For years, enterprising independent creators gravitated to Rever rather than YouTube, and some even quit their jobs to make a career out of it. According to some of those creator contributors, things took a downward turn starting last year, when payments slowed and then stalled. Rever currently owes many creators thousands of dollars, and, according to reports, has offered no communication telling when payment will be made. Mike Michaud is one of the 3 co-creators of Channel Awesome, the video creation company behind thatguyoftheglasses.com and other planned sites. We've never been paid once, Michaud says. At one time, Channel Awesome had nearly 100 to 200 videos on Rever, but it came late to the party, after Rever had been purchased by Live Universe. The team started posting in July of 2008, and by September, Michaud realized from angry forum posts and emailed excuses that Rever would never pay them. They don't say anything that's legit. They stopped mentioning payments in December, I think, Michaud says. Rever owes his team over $4,500. Payment was only one of the hassles for Channel Awesome. Uploaded videos took days to post, sometimes had glaring audio or video glitches, and were often tagged with adult ratings that made them ineligible for ad dollars. Michaud's team removed its videos in January 2009, opting instead for Blip TV, which also offers revenue sharing. The group has made over $40,000 in the 6 months it's been with Blip TV, unquote. Ah, now that right there is important. Blip TV will be the main source of both income as well as video hosting for the site going forward. This, as the article noted, would prove to be quite the profitable choice for Doug and co. It was probably a motivating factor in what pushed them so hard for getting extra talent, did all these major collabs and shit together, because the money was good, very good, and they were all sharing it. And it was a clear example of how good money can contribute to great creativity when applied well. Nostalgia Critic averaged 100,000 to 300,000 viewers per week while on the site, and 1 million page views per month. And by July 2009, the site earned more than $10,000 per month in advertising revenue and received more than $11,000 in online donations. In the third quarter of the 2009 fiscal year, Walker shows earned $53,000, including $32,000 for Nostalgia Critic alone. This revenue was generated by Run of Network from Puma and Starburst, which is all important to note for what happened next. Now, the details on this are a bit fuzzy, but apparently, thanks to that aforementioned Starburst ad that would play on Blip videos, everyone was getting a ton of dough from it, primarily because the ad was like a minute long and was unskippable. But there was a bit of a mistake in how the money was processed, or the amount they were supposed to get, something like that. But regardless, the outcome was all the same. They made way more money than they were technically supposed to from it. So in order to keep the money and growing audience up, more ads continued to play, many of which could be a minute long with no way of skipping them, which of course made people turn on ad blockers so they could completely circumvent the ads. I mean, hell, even YouTube ads only play for like 5 seconds, and people, myself included, can't even stand that. Imagine waiting a whole fucking minute or so. And on top of that, Blip TV was not the most reliable video player, and oftentimes after the ad played, the video would glitch and just not fucking work, and so you would have to refresh the page only to get the fucking ad again for another try at the video actually working this time. But the thing is, Blip ain't YouTube. And so when this happened with people pretty much mass putting on ad blockers, it started actually putting the company at risk, since video hosting is a very expensive endeavor, and that guy at theglasses.com alone was host to hundreds if not thousands of videos. So in response, Blip started putting up a 1.5-minute gray box that would tell you to turn off your ad blocker, or you would have to wait even longer for the video to start, which people complained about, obviously. And as Blip's bottom line was hit, so too was everyone else on the site. The thing is though, Doug at the very least was, for lack of a better term, the golden boy, the cash cow, and so he was never going to get affected by it too badly, but I'm sure he was hit with it to some degree. But everyone else, all the other people on there with their more niche fan bases, yeah, it was gonna hit them a lot harder. Thus, with all that context and channel awesome history out of the way, this is what would eventually lead into Lewis making an infamous video where he pleads with people to turn off those pesky ad blockers and to let them play.
Hi guys, I just want to talk to you guys about advertisements for a second. I've put this video up on YouTube instead of Blip so that the maximum amount of people can see it without having to see an advertisement first. Lately, many people have been using ad blockers that prevent them from seeing the advertisements in Blip videos, including my own. Furthermore, those of you who use ad blockers may have seen this message pop up, making you wait 90 seconds for our content to begin. And furthermore, several people are upset about this. As such, let's talk for a second about why the ads are there and why I need you guys to see the ads. Here's the thing. Atop the Fourth Wall, History of Power Rangers, all the videos I produce, this is my day job. I have no other job except for producing the videos. This is how I pay my bills. This is not a hobby for me. It would take too much time for me to produce the videos and work a 9 to 5. I just couldn't do it. Now that's not the same case for all producers on Channel Awesome, but it is the case for several of us. And the companies that sell advertising can tell when people use ad blockers. As such, when it happens, it's counted as the ad not being seen and thus money is lost. I know that the ads can be repetitive. Part of the problem is that a lot of companies don't trust online advertising, partially because of ad blocks. Thus, less advertising is sold and there's less variety. However, there are ways around that. 1. You can mute the ad. That way the ad is still counted as viewed. You can mute it for 30 seconds, check your email, check another tab, or whatever. Some people have told me that they do not wish to support a product that they don't feel is worth the time sitting through the advertisement for. In other words, they didn't like the video. And for that, well, okay, that's your opinion if the video is not any good. But that's basically saying that you have no respect for me or my efforts to entertain you. It's a trade-off. In order to watch this video, you watch the ad. The 30 seconds you lost for the ad is really not that much in the grand scheme of things, especially when you compare it to the amount of advertisements on Hulu, TV, or hell, even trailers for movies. And failing all of that, if you still wish to use AdBlock or are just unable to see the advertisements, there are other ways of supporting the show. I will be releasing an Atop the Fourth Wall DVD with brand new material in the next month or so. When that's available, please purchase it. Purchase my t-shirts available here. And if neither of those options are appealing to you, I will be setting up a PayPal donation button. I have resisted this action in the past because I feel that the show should support itself through the advertising revenue, and hopefully in the years to come, it will continue to do so. However, enough people have asked to directly donate money to me that, fine, I'm giving in. And I guess that's it from me. Thank you very much for your time. Please keep watching, and I hope to keep entertaining you for however long this train lasts.
Now the thing is, this video caused a ton of controversy, with people mocking Lewis for asking you to watch the ads, and to turn off your ad blocker, or to donate to him, and many people were saying that he was entitled, e-begging, and that he didn't have a real job, and so now he's resorted to this. And basically a ton of people lost respect for him due to this video. And while on the face of it, I can definitely agree, telling people to turn off their ad blockers is really fucking cringe, and I think it's probably one of the silliest things that he has said in the video. Even as someone who makes a fair bit of money with YouTube and ads, I would never tell you to turn off your ad blockers. No matter which way you slice it, it just comes off as really desperate and money hungry. But to play devil's advocate, if I'm being honest with you, I don't really get the overwhelming hatred for the video. I mean, yeah, a lot of the memes surrounding it are pretty funny, but honestly, the tone of the video is pretty chill, and at no point does he say he's entitled to your money, just that this is his job, and if he doesn't earn money from it, then he can't keep making videos as much as he does. And he also does give options for merch and direct donations if you prefer that over watching the ads. The one sticking point is when he said it's not that much at the end of the day to just watch the 30-second ad. Maybe that part does come off as a little bit whiny. It's still tonally not the best for sure, but if I'm being honest, I was kind of expecting a full-blown rant out of this video. Kind of akin to his Power Rangers one where he throws a big bitch fit. But here, it does seem like he's being a lot more genuine. I suppose it's easy to call it pathetic to ask for donations period though, and the culture around making a living off of making content on the internet was very different than it is now. Though, being fair, a lot of people would still say that it's not a real job. But in general, independent creators are definitely much more respected now than they were back then. Even if being, say, a YouTuber or a streamer or something of that sort, maybe even just an independent artist in general, still has a lot of stigma around it, I would say that it's definitely a lot better now than what it once was, where basically if you asked for any form of income or money for what you were making, it was akin to online social suicide. I suppose you could say in this way Lewis and really Hall of Channel Awesome were way ahead of the curve as far as this whole making online content as a career thing goes. Being online entrepreneurs, individuals who were making their own content, their own way, the way they wanted to, and earning money through that. but being the first isn't always the best. I think it is an interesting time capsule though, with things like Patreon and the like being pretty commonplace with content creators of all kinds these days, and donations during live streams and the like being a pretty common occurrence, with entire careers being launched from it from every which angle. There's just not so much of a stigma against it anymore. Maybe familiarity breeds understanding or something like that. I would argue that the respect for videos now is far greater than it was back then though. I think a lot of people viewed videos and content online as incidental. Cool to look at maybe, but not much more than that. But as time has gone on and people have gotten to see more creativity, understand the people who make those pieces of art, more and more higher effort things are created, and people grow up enjoying these things and being inspired by them in the same way those early creators were inspired by other online things or films or books and the like. And now online entertainment is a lot of people's main source of entertainment. So the entire scene has just changed so much in such a small amount of time. Maybe I'm rambling a little bit here, but all this to say is while I understand on the basic level being told to watch ads is pretty fucking lame regardless of the context behind it. Hindsight's 2020, but I'd say that a better way he could have gone about doing this is simply saying that he's financially struggling at the moment due to the ad blockers and the issues over at Blip TV, and so here's some t-shirts and DVDs and other means of paying him should you want to help out, and probably leave it at that, rather than telling people to turn their ad blockers off. Especially since the site, again, often didn't fucking work when you did have it off. But all that being said, this video could have been way more obnoxious than it actually is, if I'm being real. Plus, according to the video description, it did actually work in getting way more DVD sales, and the people who did want to support him did do just that. So I suppose, unlike his Power Rangers rant, which was made seemingly to throw a tantrum at a bunch of his fanbase for no real good reason, this one was more of an earnest request for help to those who happen to want to. And it did end up working, though not without the endless mockery of the internet forever after. But yeah, I suppose that's it. On to talking about his review style finally now. So, after having watched a few of Linkara's reviews from both the old classic days to the newer ones, while there are a few things that are different, honestly so much of it is the same. They're all a basic rundown of the events of the comic, Linkara making quips, jokes, and observations throughout the video, and the occasional opinions spliced there within. While some of the stuff Linkara points out is interesting and for sure showcases how weirdly chaotic and dumb some of the comics he covers can be, I won't lie, sometimes Linkara's criticisms can kind of come off as the biggest chain of, actually, stuff that I have ever watched. Stuff like pointing out obvious slapstick in a comic book and being like, he would actually be dead if that were realistic. Starts to kind of feel like Linkara doesn't quite understand other comics outside of superhero ones at times. I'm not actually saying that's the case, I'm just saying that's how it comes off. It's a little bit funny maybe once or twice, but when it keeps happening over and over again, it's a little bit silly. I suppose most of these reviews are either kind of funny when there's a random off-tangent thing he says, or when the comic is really fucking weird, him being a great resource of seeing these really off-the-wall and strange comics in general that probably no one else has ever or probably ever will talk about online. And so him diving into the metaphorical comic garbage bin to showcase these can be pretty amusing and interesting. Other times I found myself admittingly getting quickly bored. I guess it was really dependent on the comic he was reviewing, and some of this is just my own personal preference and interests. As he's gone along, his reviews have slowly gotten longer and longer, but not out of adding more storyline bits, but out of just taking more time to actually analyze the comics and dive into extra context around them, which again I suppose is commendable. But, and I am willing to fully admit this is on me, I cannot for the life of me find it within me to finish most of his videos I've tried watching. watching. Even the ones that seem sort of interesting, there's just something about the way it's all presented, something about the cadence, the way the videos are structured at times, that makes it all feel rather hard to approach. And mind you, I'm someone who is willing to look at a, 8-hour retrospective on a series or a video game or something that I've never played or watched before, just because I assume the person is probably pretty passionate about it, and I'll probably learn something out of the whole thing. It would also work great as background noise, and maybe if I was watching Linkara as background noise, then maybe that would work a little bit better. But seriously, just watching them and focusing in on how they're made and trying to find something more to say about them is proved to be a rather difficult challenge this time around, I must admit. I think a big part of this issue I'm having with them is the constant breaking away from the story to make a quick quip or joke, but often these quips just seem to be a random reference to some other comic or movie or game or something else, and the punchline is, that he referenced something, and that is it. And if you don't get the reference, it's just kind of a weird word salad that means nothing, constantly spat out between the portions where he's talking about the story and analysis of said story, I suppose. And if you do get what he's referencing, it's just kind of like, okay, yeah, don't get me wrong, he can be funny from time to time, and when the actual comic is interesting, it's worth a watch. It's just so often I feel like it's padded with a lot of unfunny jokes and quips, when less I think would be much more in this case. I think the best ones are when he's making an observation about a character choice, or simply mocking something a character did or said, rather than simply making a non sequitur joke all the time. I watched his videos on Delicious and Dungeon, and they were kind of funny in spots, and I enjoyed hearing him talk about something I was more familiar with. Though admittingly, when he covers manga, he tends to just cover one chapter. And I get he's doing this mostly because it's usually a Patreon request, but it does kind of make me wish he covered manga more often, or maybe like beyond just the initial couple chapters. For larger stories, I think it would actually be interesting if he would do little retrospectives or just a basic breakdown of his whole thoughts on a whole series. It doesn't need to be a play-by-play of the whole story of every chapter. I'm not asking that. I realize doing that with a manga series versus a comic book is a big ask and would take hours upon hours of time to do. But instead, I think it would be interesting if he, for example, did a review on Berserk. Share his thoughts. What's his favorite arc and characters? What's some stuff he had to say about it? He could do one on all of Delicious and Dungeon, or really any other one. I just think it's a bit of a missed potential there, since there is clearly an interest in people wanting to see what his thoughts on manga and other stuff is, since he so rarely does it. Another thing I'm sort of surprised he doesn't cover more is general tokusatsu stuff. With how immensely popular his Power Rangers series has been to this very day, them being far and away the most popular things on his channel, it would be interesting to see him cover other stuff in the genre, like Ultraman, Kamen Rider. Hell, why not do a history of Godzilla or Gamera? It's clear of how often he reviews Godzilla comics that he likes the series. I think a history of the Godzilla series from Linkara would unironically be pretty damn good. I guess I'm just sort of rambling here at this point, but still, if Linkara dropped a brand new history series of something of the same genre or spirit of Power Rangers, I think that shit would get people's attention. Regardless though, my overall impression of his comic book reviews is that, at their best, they're pretty funny, entertaining romps through weird and interesting stories that make it easy to see why this series was and is so popular to begin with. And at their worst, they're absolute slogs to get through, filled with bad jokes and boring commentary, in my personal opinion. On the whole, I see why this series is popular and continues to have a dedicated fan base, but on the other hand, it just doesn't have enough there for me to really be all that interested personally. Again, though I do think I might actually be more interested in hearing and learning about these superhero comics if perhaps Linkara made videos about the history of them, kind of covering them in a similar fashion to how he does his History of Power Rangers style videos. Or I guess just makes videos that were a little bit more broad beyond just one comic. But that's just my own thoughts, and clearly he's been at it for years and still has a dedicated fan base, so what the fuck do I know at the end of the day? But I figured I'd at least put forth my ideas and thoughts on why I think most of his videos don't appeal to me personally, and how if they are packaged or delivered differently, I might feel differently about them. Does anyone else feel a similar way about Linkara's videos? Would you watch a History of Godzilla, or an overall thoughts video on manga and other such comics from him? Have you ever even seen his videos up until now? Or do you just watch documentaries and memes about him at this point? No, for real, I'm genuinely curious. Are you a fan of his? Were you at one point and you're not now? What are his best videos he's ever done in your opinion? What are his worst? I really would love to hear back from you guys. At any rate, there's one more stop we need to make before we end this video out. That being the analog horror series Lewis made that managed to capture people's attention of his channel all over again. That being Winter of '83.
The time is now 12 a.m. K83FC now concludes its programming schedule. Channel 83 will resume its broadcast at 7 a.m.
Winter of '83 is an analog horror series about the investigation of people disappearing during a blizzard in Fawn Circle, Minnesota on January of 1983. The story is presented from multiple perspectives, from people's home video cameras, interviews, TV news stations, and the like. If you're familiar with analog horror series, you're sure to kind of know what you're getting into. VHS filters and effects, a story presented via text, voice clips, and ominous glitchy messages. Analog horror is one of those things that I've seen many people grow pretty cynical to for a pretty long time now, probably because there were just so many people creating them, and I guess it kind of oversaturated the market, as they say, and many of them were not so great. I, on the other hand, am not cynical to them at all. I think they can provide an interesting atmosphere, and there's a few analog series that I particularly enjoy a fair bit. I can understand the tropes getting old with people after a while, and there's definitely some pretty shitty ones out there, but as someone who's literally watched over hundreds of slasher films, read hundreds of creepypastas, both good and bad in both of these categories, and the like, horror content, both at its best and its worst, is like comfort food to me, so I rarely tire of it. All that being said, how was Winter of '83? Well, it's pretty decent. Not bad at all. Even pretty damn good in a few ways, I'd say. Since it's easy enough to go and watch it, and it's only about an hour or so long, I suppose I won't spoil everything about it in case you want to go watch it in full. But in essence, people are dying due to something lurking and moving nearly invisibly through a snowstorm, and the mystery and build-up around this is actually quite well done, and had me invested early on. The atmosphere is also really good too, though me happening to have watched it during a particularly cold winter night certainly helped with that a little bit, which I definitely recommend if you happen to be able to watch it. Since it is winter time, maybe it's cold and snowy where you're at, the perfect time to watch it. However, when we do actually get an explanation behind what is causing people to disappear, I'm a little torn on it. On one hand, it's a super creative and interesting concept, and actually one of the cooler ideas for an entity that I've ever heard of, and fairly unique, and what it does to people is also very eerie.
Alan, I'm glad I'm empty. Alan, I love the chill. It's so cold. I'm numb. Spend the rest of your life in winter. I'm so cold. Shiver in all the empty. Share in all the empty. I'm so cold. I'm so cold. I'm so cold. I'm so cold.
But I do think that it's a little overexplained at one point. There's also a whole I am God cliche part that did kind of take me out of it. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean, and if you don't, go watch it and you'll know what I mean. Also, when we get a look at the entity, we only get like a quick glimpse of it near the very end. It's a little underwhelming in my opinion, and I sort of would have preferred if we didn't see it at all, since it actually kind of made me laugh, if I'm being honest. But those nitpicks aside, I do see the hype, and why this analog series caught people's attention. If anything, it proved that Lewis still had a lot of creative ideas in that hit of his. After all these years, I think he should do this kind of thing more often. I think what is notable is that I'm not sure I would have ever guessed that this was made by Lewis if I wasn't directly told so, which I'm actually going to say is a good thing, and that's not necessarily a dig against Lewis or his writing, but mostly because it shows Lewis is capable of surprising people, and that is actually pretty damn impressive. As a content creator that has been doing this shit for almost 17 years, being able to surprise people is definitely a good asset, and a showcase of talent. It's for sure one of the better analog horror series out there that I've seen personally too, so good on him. With that done, I think we've talked enough about Linkara for a fucking lifetime. Between me talking about his novels and his comic book series to this, I think I'm starting to go a little bit Linkara crazy. Lewis, if nothing else, is consistent, and has made well over 700 episodes of his Atop the Fourth Wall series, and has shown no sign of stopping. And like it or not, that dedication has to be admired. Like I said before, we will be visiting the world of Atop the Fourth Wall one more time before this channel awesome retrospective is done to cover his film. But for now, I think I've pretty well discussed my thoughts and feelings on his series, and what he had to offer overall. I've been talking about Linkara's stuff for so long that at this point it feels almost weird to finally stop and move on to a different subject in this retrospective. But I also could not be any more excited to finally cover one of the most iconic, controversial, and interesting members of the ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com crew. The one, the only, Spoony. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for watching through this whole super long video. I hope you all enjoyed this deep dive into Linkara and his show's lore, and are ready for the next entry about Spoony, which will be coming sometime very soon actually, as for once we won't have hours upon hours upon hours of lore to sift through, but there will still be plenty, so don't be too disappointed. If you're someone who's watched through all my Linkara vids up until this point, what did you think? Did you enjoy the ride? What's your favorite part? The books? The webcomic? His videos? Let me know. And better yet, besides Spoony, since we already know he's coming next, who's the next person part of Channel Awesome that you're excited for me to cover? Let me know in the comments, or in the premiere chat if you're there. Wink wink. Besides that, look forward to news and updates soon on both the Channel Awesome retrospective and my other major projects sometime very soon. It feels very cathartic to finally be moving forward with this ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com retrospective, as I know it was technically still going because I was covering Linkara's books and his webcomic and everything, but it just feels like it's been at a standstill for so long covering specifically Linkara. So I'm really excited to move forward into other content creators that can be found there. Oh, while I'm at it, since this video is coming out around Christmas time, I hope you all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And if you happen to have any New Year's resolutions, you actually stick to them this time. I also want to take this time to thank all of my supporters on Patreon and my YouTube channel members for continuing to help fund my insane long projects, especially all of you who've been supporting me for almost or well over a year or so at this point. I really fucking appreciate it, including every single one of my night eggs and my night owlets. And a super special thank you to all my great night owls, including Bunzo, Bandan, Somber Devante 06, Jeffrey Robery, and Hexmaniac Hannah. You guys are legends, as are all of my arch owls, including the lovely Leanne Loves Christ, the awesome Ali Elman, the daring Daniel Petrie, the Super Saiyan Star Punch Gaming, the fearless Forgotten Ace, and the Supersonic Sword. Thank you all so very much. And remember, there's now exclusive videos being uploaded to the Patreon and via channel memberships. So if you want to help support this channel too and get early content, be sure to go and subscribe. Next exclusive video will be out before the end of the month. But with all that being said, until next time, this has been Dylan the Night Owl, flying off.